Chapter 1 College Entrance Examination. Pain. It hurts.
Chenmo's brain seemed to explode. He slowly opened his eyes and found that what came into view was a huge venue filled with students. There are countless spectators sitting on both sides of the venue, and there are drones flying in the sky above the venue.
Where is this? Many young boys and girls in school uniforms were standing beside Chenmo.
Their blood and energy were like a tiger, which made Chenmo feel frightened.
This is Blue Star? No, this is the martial arts exam venue.
At this moment, memories flooded into Chenmo's brain, and Chenmo finally realized a fact. He traveled through time to save a little girl who was about to be hit to death by a truck. He saved 2 people at once. Before Chenmo died and turned into meat paste, he found out that they were twins. He had no regrets in this life. To be precise, it should be the awakening of innate wisdom.
This is not a peaceful human world.
However, this is an era of high martial arts where warriors are invincible and ferocious beasts roam freely. The original body was an orphan, which was similar to his identity in his previous life. Chenmo digested the memories in his brain and roughly understood where this place was and what to do next.
The original identity, Chenmo, was a student at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School in Jiangbei County.
Possessing sea-level night talent, through hard training, he has reached the middle stage of a first-grade warrior and has also mastered basic marksmanship. In Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, where educational resources are extremely scarce, Chenmo was honored to be the top student in his grade.
This kid is really cool.
I checked my original body's daily routine and found out that I got up at 4 in the morning to practice and had seen the sun at 4 o'clock in Jiangbei County. I also once practiced for 18 hours straight just to improve myself.
I thought I could get good results in the college entrance examination.
As a result, when I arrived at the college entrance examination venue, I was hit hard.
The reason is simple.
Some schools with good martial arts education resources can easily produce high-level and perfect martial artists.
There are even warriors who reached the 2nd rank in high school.
This dealt a heavy blow to the original body who had been practicing hard. His blood and chi instantly rushed to his heart and he fainted in the college entrance examination room.
This led to the awakening of Chenmo from his previous life.
The voices of the people around him also constantly contrasted this point.
The geniuses in this city and province are all monsters. I just saw an A-level superpower. A-level superpowers, I know I've seen them on TV, they're so scary. There's no comparison at all.
I've been training hard for 18 years and I'm only at the beginning of a first-rank warrior.
Only our brother Chenmo can really compare. Yeah, the only one we can name in our school is Chenmo. Brother Chen, take everyone to the college entrance examination for a while.
You strive for a first-class martial arts college, and we strive for a second-class martial arts college, or even a public junior college. Listening to everyone's words, Chenmo endured the pain in his mind and smiled in a corresponding tone.
If there's a chance, I'll take you to a better school.
At this time, Chenmo's best friend Li Shuyun seemed to see that something was wrong with Chenmo and patted him on the shoulder.
Okay, the college entrance exam is only an hour away. Everyone should take a break and stop disturbing Chenmo.
Li Shuyun is Chenmo's best friend. They grew up in an orphanage and helped each other grow up.
What? Are you too excited?
Li Shuyun said with a smile.
Chenmo shook his head. It's okay, just thinking about something. After answering Li Shuyun's words, Chenmo looked at the bustling college entrance examination arena. Through the drone, Chenmo seemed to be able to see the audience's comments. Only.
At this time, the corners of Chenmo's mouth twitched. He had just crossed over, so logically, he should have practiced for a while before taking the college entrance examination. In other words, get familiar with your body before taking the college entrance examination.
But there is still 1 hour left before the college entrance examination. 1 hour. What can he do? It was difficult to even go to the toilet outside the venue.
If he were to take the college entrance examination like this, Chenmo doubted whether he could even get into a public martial arts college. However, Chenmo was not someone who will sit there and wait for death, he has to find a way. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host will take the college entrance examination in 1 hour. It was detected that the host was killed by the great luck in his previous life because of saving a little girl. Congratulations to the host for binding the strongest sign-in system.
Note, this system can get sign-in opportunities every month. Benefits for time travelers. The kind where good people are rewarded.
Suddenly, Chenmo's consciousness appeared in the system space.
Chenmo was overjoyed.
His system had finally arrived. Now there is a way to solve the problem of strength in the college entrance examination. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Chenmo quickly calmed down and thought, sign in for the first month. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and receiving the SSS level Dark Divine Body as a reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in for the first time and receiving double rewards. The reward is SSS level Enlightenment.
Is it integrated in the system space? SSS level Dark Divine Body?
Chenmo raised his eyebrows, and his heart was filled with excitement.
You know.
What he awakened was only a C-level Night talent. The C-level Night power can inflict a Night effect on the enemy, and at best can only serve as an auxiliary warrior.
And now, he actually signed in and awakened the SSS level Dark Divine Body. In the Human Federation, the ability ranking is ESSS.
The SSS level superpower is the highest level among all superpowers. The Dark Divine Body can absorb the dark energy between heaven and earth and transform it into the most terrifying means of attack. Swallows countless superpowers, destroys countless superpowers, and offsets the effects of other superpowers.
Can be transformed into any form and attack as desired?
Looking at this introduction to superpowers, Chenmo was ecstatic.
Unparalleled insight.
Raise the host's comprehension to the highest level, and practice martial arts and artistic conception without any threshold. Looking at these two talents and abilities, a smile appeared on Chenmo's lips.
System, merge immediately. Chenmo said without hesitation.
Suddenly, two vast energies came from all directions and poured into Chenmo's body like a tide.
Buzz. After an unknown amount of time, Chenmo opened his eyes.
His black pupils were as dark and terrifying as black holes, and sometimes gave off a heart-pounding feeling. And every part of his body seemed to be covered with dark liquid, like a dark windbreaker.
Is this the Dark Divine Body? It's so powerful. Chenmo could clearly feel that the SSS level Dark Divine Body could almost crush his C-level Night talent. The same martial arts talent should not be underestimated. System, open the panel. Host, Chenmo. Talent, SSS level Dark Divine Body, SSS level Comprehension against Heaven. Realm, First Class Warrior Midterm. Martial Arts, Basic Spearmanship.
Even though Chenmo only learned basic shooting skills, with his strength, he was able to rank first in the entire county's #1 middle school. However, if the top student in this county level school only has basic marksmanship, he would not be able to perform well in the college entrance examination. After all, there are countless geniuses and prodigies competing in the college entrance examination hall.
In that case, let's perfect our basic marksmanship.
Under the influence of extraordinary comprehension, any martial arts can exert extremely terrifying power. Chenmo's mind moved slightly, and he focused his attention on basic marksmanship. Now that I have obtained the system, I can no longer strive to enter any first-class martial arts university. It's such an embarrassment to the army of time travelers. Above the first-rate martial arts universities, there are second-rate martial arts universities and first-rate martial arts universities.
The top one is Shengwadao University.
He set himself a new goal.
That is to be admitted to the top 3 sacred martial arts universities. An hour passed in a flash, and Chenmo opened his eyes. Harvest. Very big.
Chenmo was filled with joy and surprise, feeling that his body contained a lot of energy. With this power, I can give full play to my abilities in the college entrance examination. At this moment, a series of voices suddenly rang out. Look, the top 10 high schools in the provincial capital are all entering the arena.
Chapter 2 Advice.
There was an uproar in the crowd, and then 10 high school teams, like a long dragon, poured into the stadium from outside. The combat uniforms they all wore exuded a powerful aura and pressure that made people shudder.
Oh my god.
It's Wang Tianming, the top genius at Provincial No. 6 Middle School, who possesses the S-level Absolute Fire ability.
Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly.
Under the brocade flag with the 3 big words Provincial No. 6 Middle School on it, a strong young man wearing a blood-red battlesuit, holding the flag in one hand, was emitting a terrifying aura. Looking at the huge crowd of people, Wang Tianming had a blank expression on his face. As he breathed in and out, a dragon of blood and energy spread out. That was the symbol of a second-grade warrior.
Yan Jinghong is here too. The top talent in the Provincial No. 3 Middle School. Jinghong's swordsmanship, S-level hurricane ability. Another student saw his idol and screamed in surprise.
The young man in a snow-white robe holding the flag of Provincial number 3 middle school and carrying an ancient long sword on his back, led the team like a fairy. The power of his figure was that of a second-grade warrior, on par with Wang Tianming. The two are among the top 3 talented young men in Jiangnan province today, and their achievements have been recorded in various reports and magazines.
Powerful. Genius. Desperate. That's exactly what they're called. He had mastered S-level talent, a top talent that was hard to come by among hundreds of thousands. However, when a young man holding a golden flag walked over from a distance, the entire venue fell silent.
That's the top talent in the Provincial number 1 middle school, and also the recognized genius of Jiangnan province, Long Haoran.
Long Haoran. SS-level golden dragon talent. The best in the entire Jiangnan province.
It's said that the 3 holy martial arts universities have extended olive branches to him. Then, students from the remaining 7 schools in the provincial capital entered one after another.
The overwhelming momentum and the foreshadowing shocked all the other students.
The realm of the students in the provincial capital is truly terrifyingly high. Looking at the 3 students whose auras were completely open, countless students exclaimed in excitement, but at the same time, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness.
In particular, students like those from Jiangbei number 1 middle school, after a brief moment of excitement, immediately lowered their heads. They are too strong, so strong that it makes people despair. He who has the best results every year holds the banner every year. Back then, when I saw them live on TV, I set my ambition to surpass them. But now, it seems like a pipe dream.
As they spoke, everyone turned their attention to the top student in their grade. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes and expressions were slightly stunned. Because they saw Chenmo's thin figure, his eyes turned into deep black holes, as if he was overlooking the world. Everyone just looked at it from a distance, but suddenly felt a sense of fear. It was like facing a 1,000-foot-high peak. Li Shuyun, who was standing next to Chenmo, actually took several steps back without realizing it. He felt that his best friend, Chenmo,
seems to have gotten stronger again?
As if he had noticed their gazes, Chenmo restrained the momentum that had accidentally leaked out of his body and smiled softly.
He admitted defeat before even taking the college entrance exam. This is not something that only a true warrior can do.
The heart of a warrior is to strive to rise above the world, with the goal of overlooking all living things.
Everyone, keep doing your best.
These words, coupled with Chenmo's previous momentum, made everyone swallow their saliva secretly, and suddenly, their blood suddenly boiled.
The gazes became scorching and fiery.
Yes, the heart of martial arts should be like this. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura like a dragon suddenly walked up to them with a smile on his face.
That's exactly what classmate Chenmo said. If we admit defeat before the college entrance exam, what will we do once the exam is over? Principal Wei Qingtian nodded at Chenmo. Strive. Fight. Fight.
The spirit of martial arts.
Fight to the limit.
Yes. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. At this moment, their atmosphere had been completely mobilized by Chenmo and Wei Qingtian.
After it was over, Wei Qingtian took the initiative to pull Chenmo aside and looked at Chenmo with a surprised expression. You made a breakthrough? Wei Qingtian looked at Chenmo in surprise and delight.
He didn't expect that as the number 1 in their school, he could gain something here. The atmosphere was so lively that I suddenly gained some understanding of my own talents and martial arts.
Chenmo answered casually, his eyes looking up at the sky. It would be best to keep the matter of the golden finger secret.
As for how strong he is, he will show it himself in the college entrance examination.
Okay. Wei Qingtian nodded happily.
Chenmo's strength had already reached the middle level of the first grade. If he continued to break through, he might be able to reach the first level.
If he reaches the first line level, then his performance this year will also be achieved.
You know, Jiangbei number 1 middle school hasn't had a top-tier student for more than 10 years. For this, the city's education director almost scolded him to death. Even the principal of the neighboring middle school was mocking us. It seems that Chenmo is going to be his lucky star. However, when you really get to the college entrance exam, you must relax and give your best. Wei Qingtian reminded, there are many strong students taking the college entrance examination, such as Long Haoran, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and so on.
We just need to be ordinary warriors.
We don't need to care about their achievements, and we don't need to be discouraged.
After all, we are definitely not as good as them.
In previous years, too many students were so shocked and heartbroken by these gifted students from the provincial capital.
He didn't want Chenmo to be in this situation.
After getting Chenmo's nod, Wei Qingtian nodded, gave everyone a few words of advice, and immediately left the team. Their principal has his own special observation room, together with leaders from the city and province. Looking at Wei Qingtian's departing back, the corners of Chenmo's mouth gradually curved up. His eyes were as mysterious and captivating as black holes.
Can't compare to them? That's not necessarily true.
The helplessness of the principal and others does not represent his helplessness. In the college entrance examination hall, he made a stunning debut and competed for admission to the 3 holy martial arts universities. This was his goal when he traveled through time.
Chenmo raised his eyebrows.
Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, and everyone's attention was suddenly attracted by this terrifying figure. The power was so great that everyone felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. That was the strongest commander in Jiangnan province, the 6th-rank master warrior, Li Shuyun. Dear candidates, dear leaders, and dear audience members waiting in front of the live broadcast. Li Shuyun opened his arms, and behind him, hundreds of brilliant fireworks suddenly shot out, and the roar resounded through the sky.
Welcome to our Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. Chapter 3 Testing.
As this thunder-like voice fell, countless students and audiences watching the live broadcast became excited. Only in the martial arts college entrance examination can the grace and strength of each top martial artist be displayed. Every June 7th is like the second New Year in this world. The path of martial arts is like 100 boats vying for the current.
If you carve a boat to find your sword, you will fall behind.
Striving to cross the river, competing with each other to become the best, becoming a martial arts star, shocking the whole country. This year marks the 126th anniversary of the martial arts college entrance examination. I hope all candidates can do their best and show their unique level. As the voice descended, a brilliant firework bloomed again, covering the sky and filling the entire space.
Everyone's eyes became excited.
Only here could they verify the results of their 18 years of hard work.
Get admitted to an excellent martial arts university and decide your own destiny.
You have to know that a martial arts university is not like a liberal arts university where you can study at any time. In martial arts, if you fall behind by one step, you will fall behind for the rest of your life.
This is everyone's goal.
Feeling the enthusiasm from the 100,000 people at the college entrance examination venue, even Chenmo's eyes were filled with excitement. This was a situation that had never happened in the previous life, a huge scene of 100,000 people gathered together. Every time the college entrance examination comes, they have to rush to the provincial capital from all over to check their results. If it were the Chenmo of the past, he might also be enlightened by this.
However, at this moment, he possesses an SSS-level dark divine body.
Shenghuadao University is not far away from him.
That's right, Chenmo's only goal is Shenghuadao University.
The 3 holy martial arts universities were established by 3 10th-grade martial saints of the Great Xia Federation. They are the highest institutions of learning in the entire Great Xia Federation. In this Jiangnan province, countless people are trying their best to get in. The so-called Long Haoran, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others are all like this.
The college entrance examination is finally here. Chenmo thought to himself. With the release of the admission tickets, countless candidates were ready to go.
Then, soldiers armed with live ammunition were stationed around the venue. Then, one by one, the invigilators came running from a distance with sharp eyes. The first round of testing is coming.
After placing his bet on his target, Chenmo couldn't help but look serious.
In front of the invigilators, the ground suddenly began to shake, and huge instruments rose up with a loud bang. Blue light flashes on each instrument, as if it is integrated into thousands of technologies. This is the 10,000 gene speed testing instrument, someone shouted. The 1 gene speed testing instrument is the first round of test in the college entrance examination. It is used to test the strength and speed of the candidates. The combination of the two can preliminarily determine the score.
10,000 candidates scored 99 points.
The candidate who smashed the 10,000 gene speed testing device scored 100 points.
Suddenly, everyone's eyes became hot.
Only here could they show their true strength.
Chenmo, he's here as expected.
The first round of the college entrance examination.
I've tested it, and my strength is about 3,000 kilograms. With a bit of luck, it should be 3,500 kilograms. Starting to get nervous.
Why are you so nervous?
What if you make it to the second round of testing? It's hard to pass the first round of tests, let alone the second round. Looking at the huge testing instruments erected on the field, Chenmo retracted his gaze. In the past, the college entrance examinations were conducted in this way to determine the scores of the vast majority of candidates. Why do we say the vast majority of candidates? That is because once a candidate exceeds or reaches 10,000 gene, he or she will enter the mysterious second round of testing. The three holy martial arts universities almost all select top talents from them. The first round of tests is just the threshold to enter the three holy martial arts universities. It is not until the second round of tests that the true ability can be determined. This is the first round of testing. Looks like I'll have to work a little harder. Chenmo muttered to himself. He possesses an SSS level dark divine body and an SSS level intuition. How strong is this moment? He doesn't know either. While everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School was stunned, the tense first round of tests had already begun. Those who are given priority for testing are the talented candidates from the provincial capital. As students from the provincial capital, they are highly capable and have priority. And counties like Chenmo, or cities at the municipal level, are ranked behind them. The results of each test will be described in text on the sky and in the live broadcast room to ensure fairness and justice. Provincial Capital No. 1 Middle School, Jiangdong, strength 7,000 kilograms, speed 20 meters per second, totaling 70 points. Provincial Capital No. 3 Middle School, Yilianshan, strength 6,000 kilograms, speed 18 meters per second, totaling 62 points. Provincial Capital No. 8 Middle School, Shaohua, strength 6,500 kilograms, speed 18.5 meters per second, totaling 69 points. As countless names appeared on the vastest name field, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Compared with those who were exclaiming in front, people from other counties such as Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School had bitter smiles on their faces. Including Li Shuyun, who was standing next to Chenmo, everyone sighed, "We are too weak. I really can't compare to them." Perhaps, among county-level schools like ours, there are few that can compare to them. Chenmo didn't say anything, but looked at the screen in front of him calmly. Suddenly, a huge voice rang out. "Wang Tianming, break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing." Suddenly, the screen flashed with Wang Tianming's portrait, and next to him, his achievements were prominently displayed. Countless people were shocked. This is the ability of the top genius from the provincial capital. Countless people smiled bitterly. Compared with such a genius, they were almost as weak as dust. Two more voices rang out. "Yan Jinghong, break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing." "Long Haoran, break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing." The sound of a machine suddenly rang out, and then, there were 7 sounds of breaking 10,000 gene testers. Obviously, those were the 10 top candidates from the provincial capital. In subsequent tests, many students from the provincial capital also achieved a strength of 10,000 gene. They qualified for the second round of tests. The real genius goes for the second round, and their destination is Shengmo University. As for ordinary people, the first round is used as the standard, and their goal is to enter an ordinary martial arts university. But there is a huge difference between the two. They are really amazing. I'm so envious of them. It would be nice to be their classmate and expand my network. Li Shuyun lowered his head. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. "What are you envious of?" Chenmo smiled softly. "What if you have a classmate as talented as that, or even more talented than that?" Li Shuyun was stunned. "Then I think, I'm probably going to die of joy." "Then you might see it in your good brother." Chenmo smiled lightly. "My good brother? Then there is only Chenmo? Chenmo breaks through 10,000 pounds? Good guy, are you teasing me?" Li Shuyun turned his head and was about to make a joke to refute, but suddenly froze. He saw an unparalleled confidence on Chenmo's face. That is a kind of absolute confidence in one's own strength. Chapter 4 Shangguan Kong. In the huge trapezoidal monitoring room, there are countless top figures. Presidents of various universities, directors of county and provincial education bureaus, and major martial arts groups. Sitting at the front was the commander of Jiangnan province, Su Lingyun. The trapezoidal monitoring room is arranged according to last year's college entrance examination scores. At this moment, Wei Qingtian, a student from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, is sitting in the last row. There's no room further back. Long Haoran,
break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing. Looking at the results of these top talents from Jiangnan province, even Wei Qingtian, who had a very good mentality, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Compared with those who are striving for the second round of tests, those kids from his small county are no match for them. No, not to mention those top talents in the provincial capital, even Jiangbei County cannot compare with other county-level first middle schools. In the citywide competition, their county is often the weakest school in the college entrance examination. At this moment, a voice sounded. Suddenly, a dignified middle-aged man sat down in the row in front of him. He said with a smile, "No, La Wei, why are you still standing so far back? TSK, it seems that your education is not good enough. My Jiangdong County has been ahead of you for 10 years. Lan Xinghua smiled lightly, and a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. He and Wei Qingtian are competitors. He is naturally happy because they received good education in school. Old Wei, did you know that Shangwan Kong, the number one genius in our school, already possesses a strength of 6,000 kilograms? Your Xiao Chen and Chenmo only weigh 4,000 gene, right?" As Lan Xinghua finished speaking, Wei Qingtian's expression became increasingly gloomy. However, Wei Qingtian still said stubbornly, "Don't worry, Chenmo will definitely give you a surprise this time." Chenmo gave him a surprise? Lan Xinghua covered his mouth and chuckled. He had already investigated Chenmo's information. He was just a guy who awakened the C-level night talent. Their Shangwan Kong had awakened the B-level strength talent. How can we compare after 2 rounds? Lan Xinghua felt happy when he thought that Wei Qingtian would be stepped on by him again and the school would become the worst performing school in the entire provincial capital. As time passed, the next group to be tested were students from the municipal level. The vast majority of city-level students weighed around 5,000 kilograms, which made the county-level candidates envious. Only here can they feel despair and helplessness. It's too easy to get beaten here. However, this was the college entrance examination, an absolutely crucial moment for martial arts university. Everyone took a few deep breaths before adjusting their mindsets. Here we come, it's our turn. A classmate from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School shouted. The next test is for county-level candidates, who come from major counties outside the urban and provincial capitals. Generally speaking, they have the weakest overall strength. But there is no doubt that there will always be some dark horses with a strength of 6 or 7,000 pounds. Getting closer and closer to the testing equipment. The candidates of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School waited anxiously. As the last-place students in the previous session, they were also the last to take the test. They can only know the results at the last moment, which is undoubtedly a mental torture for them. Here they come. The people from Jiangdong County No. 1 Middle School are here for the test. Jiangdong County was the county next to theirs, and that was where Lan Xinghua was the principal. Since the areas were close, they were arranged to take the test together. Among the crowd in Jiangdong County, a young man in black tights stepped forward. Shangwan Kang's eyes were full of confidence as he looked around. He even glanced over and exchanged glances with Chenmo and all the Jiangbei County classmates around him, revealing a strange smile. That smile was clearly sarcastic. Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School was immediately in an uproar. What does that guy mean? Isn't it just a bit of strength? Why is he pretending? TSK, isn't it just the next county? It's just because it's close to the blood chi mine that its realm is a little higher. They were already very excited about the college entrance examination, and now someone actually looked at them like that. This group of young men, full of vigor and vitality, widened their eyes, wishing they could go up and punch Shangwan Kong twice. It's a pity that this is the college entrance examination, a critical moment that determines one's chance to enter a martial arts university, and the order is very strict. Shangwan Kong is truly hated. Lin Qiming said indignantly, and at the same time, glanced at Chenmo who had a calm face. Old Chen, aren't you angry? Lin Qiming asked cautiously. Everyone's eyes turned to Chenmo. Chenmo was the strongest in their middle school. Most of the time, everyone would revolve around him. Why are you angry? Chenmo shook his head. Is it necessary to be angry with ants? Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School was in an uproar. His voice also reached the eyes of the candidates in the neighboring Jiangdong County, and they all glared at Chenmo. So arrogant? Shangwan Kong sneered. It seems I have to let you know what a county-level genius is. As the candidates from Jiangdong County walked to the instruments, the college entrance examination hall fell silent again. Most people's eyes were on them, ready to see what good results they could achieve. Only people like Long Haoran, Yan Jinghong, and others closed their eyes to rest.
They were preparing for the second round of tests.
As for the county-level students, they are even less competitive than the city-level students, so they do not need attention.
Bring it on! Giant strength talent. Shang Kong roared angrily, and his muscular muscles immediately propped up his battlesuit.
Then, he suddenly punched the strength testing instrument. The numbers on the strength testing instrument jumped rapidly, and in an instant, it reached 6,500 kilograms. Almost all the county-level candidates were in an uproar, and even some city-level students were shocked. The enormous force of 6,500 kilograms almost symbolizes the upper level among the municipal levels. It is rare for a county-level student to achieve this. As the people from Jiangdong County finished the test, almost all of them achieved good results, and countless candidates from Jiangdong County cheered. "Old Wei, it seems that I beat you again this time." Lan Xinghua laughed. Wei Qingtian's face darkened. He didn't say anything, but looked at the thin and upright young man outside the surveillance screen. Chenmo is the strongest person in their county and also the face of their county. On a vast testing ground, Shang Kong shook his head and walked off the field. Under the gaze of the Jiangbei County crowd, he came to a place not far from Chenmo and the others. Then, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Countless students in Jiangbei County were filled with righteous indignation and wished to tear Shang Kong into pieces. This attitude clearly showed that he looked down on them. However, there was no verbal rebuttal. After all, they are stronger than you, more terrifying than you, have higher college entrance examination scores than you, and can go to a better martial arts university than you. Chenmo, I'm looking forward to your results. Shang Kongshu narrowed his eyes. Get lost. Chenmo's answer was simple. The whole audience was in an uproar. Shang Kong narrowed his eyes and said, alright, then I'll wait and see how much more talented our great Chen is. TSK, number 1 in Jiangbei County, so strong. A huge voice suddenly rang out. The next school to be tested is Jiangbei number 1 Middle School. All candidates, please prepare. Chapter 5 Broken Instruments. There are 267 testers in total. Please enter the testing area immediately. Following this voice, everyone in Jiangbei number 1 Middle School adjusted their breathing. At this time, Chenmo turned his head and looked at the people from Jiangbei number 1 Middle School. People look down on us, so we have to show them our achievements and prove it to them. Don't be embarrassed. Martial arts never cease. As the top student in his grade at Jiangbei number 1 Middle School, Chenmo naturally had to say some encouraging words. Martial arts never cease. Rush. I'm so angry now that I can beat 10 people by myself. Looking at the indignant crowd, Chenmo smiled lightly. Emotions can improve test scores to a certain extent. After all, this is not about doing math problems, but a test of physical performance. Led by Chenmo, the former brought everyone to the testing site. In an instant, countless eyes converged, including candidates who had finished the test, surveillance cameras, and live broadcasts throughout the entire Jiangnan province. This is an absolute feast. Every student wants to give their best here and get into the martial arts school of their choice. Come to your testing equipment. The invigilator smiled gently and said, relax, don't be nervous. As the number 1 student in your school, you can choose to take the test with everyone or take the test alone. Also, there are 2 chances to test. When a group of people take the test, there is a cohesive force that often leads to better results. Individual tests focus on the individual first. If the test is strong, it can inspire the fighting spirit of everyone in the school. However, if the test is weak, the entire school will become weak as well. Generally speaking, everyone tests together. Whether it is Long Haoran, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others who are striving to enter Shengwadao University and enter the second round of tests, they will choose group tests. After all, no one can guarantee that it will be perfect the first time. Moreover, as the first test for the school's top student, everyone's eyes will be on you, and the pressure is extremely great. If I lead everyone in this school astray, it would be a serious sin. Looking at the invigilator's eyes, Chenmo smiled lightly. I want to choose the individual test. The sound was not loud, and the whole audience was in an uproar. Even the students who had finished their exams and were standing next to the venue, the audience watching the live broadcast across the province, and the countless leaders in the monitoring room were all stunned. This is the only candidate who chose to take the individual test in this college entrance examination, Chenmo. This guy is really crazy. Shang Kang's expression froze.
Was he trying to use this method to put pressure on himself and surpass him? Thinking of this, Shang Wankong sneered. He was ready to watch a clown show from a clown named Chenmo. No, you're Chenmo, is he stupid? Choosing a solo test?
Lan Xingwa slapped his thigh, turned his head with a bright smile, and looked at Wei Qingtian, who was in a state of bewilderment. When one prospers, all prosper.
One strong person is enough to motivate thousands of people.
However, a single defeat would lead to the defeat of all, and that could lead to the defeat of thousands of others. In Lan Xingwa's opinion, it was obvious that Chenmo was being arrogant and pretending to be cool in order to gain the attention of the entire college entrance examination. Some candidates know that they have no hope in martial arts, so they try to create a buzz during the college entrance examination and become internet celebrities when they go to college.
This is something that thousands of warriors despise. I believe him. Wei Qingtian said something that he couldn't even believe. Chenmo has an extremely calm personality and generally doesn't do anything out of the ordinary.
He dares to do this because he is absolutely sure of what he is doing. What's more, he felt a different aura from Chenmo today.
Maybe, perhaps, possibly, Chenmo might give him a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Lan Xingwa didn't say anything else, but looked at the surveillance video with a smile. He was already looking forward to the clown moment of this genius Chenmo.
However, at the front of the monitoring classroom, feeling the disdainful voices of the leaders around him, the commander Su Lingyun, who was in the first position, suddenly smiled.
Old Su, what do you think? This is the first time in several years that a single-person test has been chosen.
The deputy commander said with a smile.
That young man is extraordinary.
Su Lingyun's eyes narrowed, which made the deputy commander put away his playful expression and watch the test seriously.
Su Lingyun's realm has reached the 6th grade Grandmaster realm, and he usually doesn't make mistakes when he speaks. But, this is just a student from a county-level school, how extraordinary can he be? It's impossible to reach 10,000 pounds and qualify for the second round of tests to participate in the competition for the Holy Martial Arts School, right?
Around the venue, countless students who had completed their exams were also looking over. Even the three geniuses preparing for the second round were looking over.
A guy who was just trying to attract attention. Wang Tianming smiled coldly. Interesting.
Yan Jinghong shrugged, she's not as good looking as me.
Boring.
Lan Haoran opened his golden pupils and then closed them again, as if nothing could stir up any ripples in his heart. The other geniuses also showed different expressions, but most of them showed disdain for Chenmo.
Even they don't dare to lead the entire school with a single test, so how could this guy from a small county middle school dare to do it?
Chenmo on the field remained calm and composed. Everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School looked at him with surprised, passionate, and shocked expressions. Some people wanted to refute, but after feeling the power that Chenmo had exuded earlier, they swallowed what they wanted to say.
Perhaps, Chenmo really has the possibility to achieve it? A voice spread out, and everyone's eyes turned to Chenmo again. What on earth is Brother Chen going to do? Is he really going to go it alone? Believe in Brother Chenmo, he won't lie. Yes. Believe in Chenmo.
Lin Shiming's eyes were firm, and a strange feeling jumped out of his heart.
Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School knew Chenmo's personality. If I am not absolutely sure, I will never do it. As students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, almost all of them believed in Chenmo.
The person in front of them will bring them miracles. Looking at the huge instrument in front of him, Chenmo smiled lightly.
You have courage. The invigilator's eyes flashed. I haven't seen a student as confident as you in a long time. With strength comes confidence.
As the invigilator stepped back, the whole place fell silent.
Everyone looked at Chenmo, wondering whether this arrogant and haughty guy could really achieve a shocking result.
Of course, some people closed their eyes and rested.
After all, even if a student from a county-level middle school achieved amazing results, he only weighed 7,000 kilograms. Too weak for them.
The second round of tests was the battlefield where they fought. They would not care about those who failed to pass the first round of tests perfectly. Facing the gazes of countless people, Chenmo slowly raised his arm.
Suddenly, a black energy like a black hole climbed up his arm. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused, and they sensed an extraordinary smell from this black hole-like energy. Then, Chenmo threw a punch.
There was no muscle surging, no blood released, and no ferocious force. Rather, it was just an ordinary, commonplace punch.
Bang!
In an instant, where Chenmo's fist collided, a huge dent and distortion appeared on the target, and countless airwaves spread around. Then, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, cracks suddenly appeared on the strength testing instrument. The cracks are becoming more and more numerous, denser, and more intertwined. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the strength testing instrument shattered on the spot. Deathly quiet. Absolutely dead silence. In this venue that can accommodate 100,000 people, there is a deathly silence. The barrage in the live broadcast room presented an empty barrage environment.
An idea came to everyone's mind.
This guy from the county middle school actually broke the strength testing equipment with one punch and entered the second round of tests.
Can he compete for the Jiangbei University? Chapter 6 Reaction. As Chenmo finished the test, everyone's dull eyes finally regained some clarity. Everyone looked at Chenmo in shock.
This guy who came out of the county town actually broke the strength tester with one punch. Countless people were shocked by this, and some even suspected that Chenmo had taken drugs.
However, the martial arts college entrance examination would require a comprehensive physical examination, which eliminated this possibility. Then, it only exists in that kind of amazing achievement. Countless geniuses from the provincial capitals looked at Chenmo in shock. They had not expected that there would be a dark horse standing beside them in this college entrance examination. There was only admiration in everyone's eyes. The crowd in Jiangdong County became extremely gloomy and terrifying. They did not expect that Chenmo's strength was so terrifying. Shangguan Kong, who had made the sarcastic remarks, now looked as ugly as if his parents had died. His hands began to tremble and his face turned extremely pale. Just now, he actually said something that offended such a genius who could reach 10,000 Jin? He couldn't even imagine the consequences behind this. Inside the huge monitoring room. Oh my god. Principal Wei Qingtian suddenly slammed the table and jumped up immediately, his face flushed red with excitement. Wei Qingtian pointed his finger at the screen and said in a lost voice, "Holy crap. These are students from our school, students from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School." This voice spread throughout the venue like a tide, but what was rare was that no one came out to stop Wei Qingtian. In a county-level middle school, he was able to achieve a score of 10,000 Jin and enter the second round to compete with geniuses from provincial capitals. Such an achievement would make any principal lose his composure. If it were them, they would probably tear their clothes to express their excitement. Lan Xinghua. Wei Qingtian reacted and immediately looked at the arrogant Lan Xinghua. "Oh, your Shangguan Kong is really amazing. Unlike our Chenmo, who can only break the equipment. Indeed, you Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School have considered a lot, unlike us Chenmo, who only needs to make a slight move." Lan Xinghua's face turned extremely pale, but he couldn't say anything. He stared at Chenmo on the screen, and he had never imagined that Chenmo could be so strong. Crazy. All crazy. Lan Xinghua couldn't contain the countless gloating glances cast at him in the monitoring room. He stood up and ran away on the spot. Looking at Lan Xinghua's embarrassed back as he fled, Wei Qingtian laughed out loud. This has been the happiest time for him in more than 10 years. Who could have imagined that a genius like Chenmo could emerge from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, which has always been at the bottom of the province? He had never dared to imagine that he could break the testing equipment, enter the second round of testing, and get a place to compete for Jiangbei University. "Principal Wei, please calm down." At this time, a secretary ran from the front of the monitoring room and spoke politely to Wei Qingtian. Wei Qingtian also calmed down. This was a monitoring room where leaders from all parties gathered. He had indeed lost his composure just now. "Sorry." Wei Qingtian reacted and was about to sit down when the secretary spoke again. "The director of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau and Commander Su Lingyun are very interested in you and would like to invite you to take a seat in the first 2 rows." All of a sudden, the gazes of countless leaders in the monitoring room became filled with envy. You should know that only provincial-level leaders or the top 10 middle schools in the provincial capital can sit in the first 2 rows. And now, Wei Qingtian actually got such an opportunity. But the leaders also knew that the reason Wei Qingtian was able to take a seat was because of the enchanting genius Chenmo. For a moment, everyone was envious. Okay, I'll go now." Wei Qingtian was so excited that he almost cried. Sitting with so many big shots was a symbol of status. He had already decided to go back and build a statue and erect a monument for Chenmo, so that their students could kowtow to him every day like they did to Confucius. On the field, every student had a different reaction when looking at Chenmo. What was most surprising was that many geniuses from the provincial capital also responded to Chenmo. They didn't expect that there was a dark horse in the county who reached the same level as them and participated in the second round of testing together. What an amazing achievement! Break the target testing equipment? So what? In the second round of tests, I will show my strength. Wang Tianming sneered. The first round of testing is nothing. Even breaking the tester was a casual act on his part. The real test would have to wait for the second round. Filling up the tester and breaking it are just tickets to get the second test. Interesting, this guy is hiding something. Yan Jinghong's eyes flickered. He seemed to feel that Chenmo's strength might be more than just breaking the tester. However, among the top 10 geniuses in the provincial capital, who could just break the tester? The final results will have to wait until the second round. Yan Jinghong now vaguely looks forward to meeting Chenmo in the second round of tests. It's a little interesting, but not much. Haoran rarely opened his golden pupils again, and this time, a slightly different emotion flashed across his eyes. But that's all. As Chenmo finished the test, the eyes of everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School suddenly became hot. The spirit of martial arts, like emotions, can influence the people around you. Seeing that Chenmo actually broke the tester, an inexplicable sense of excitement and pride suddenly surged in my heart. Brother Chen actually did it. They can too. They took the test one by one, and as expected, almost all of them improved their test scores by 500 to 1000 kilograms. This kind of improvement is the most terrifying. Everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School expressed their warm gratitude towards Chenmo. This is the power of role models unique to Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School. Li Shuyun smacked his lips. His best friend had really become very strong. The words having friends who are like three geniuses seemed to be completely embedded in Li Shuyun's heart. Chenmo smiled softly. It is because of everyone's hard work in the past few years that we can achieve this in the college entrance examination. For a moment, everyone was even more moved. As Chenmo and other people from Jiangbei Middle School walked off the stage, everyone's eyes were focused on Chenmo. Many people have begun to use various means to investigate Chenmo's true identity and talents. However, after learning that Chenmo's talent was nothing more than the power of the night, they all shook their heads in denial, revealing expressions of disbelief. Impossible. The ability to break the tester could not possibly be a C-level night power. It was just an auxiliary power used to interfere with the enemy's vision. The only possibility is a mutation of talent. I just don't know to what peak this mutation of talent will push Chenmo. B rank? A rank? Or even the rare S rank among hundreds of thousands? Everyone was extremely envious, knowing only that in the second round of tests, this dark horse candidate might be able to emit terrifying light again. The second round of tests is the test that determines the true genius and the real top scorer. It maintains its mystery, but it is the top hot topic in each province's college entrance examination every year, and its difficulty is no less than the Chinese composition topics and mathematics difficulty in the liberal arts college entrance examination. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to seeing how far Chenmo could go in the second round of tests. Chapter 7 Admissions Office. When Chenmo led the people from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School down the testing ground, countless burning gazes were cast at them. As a graduate of a county-level middle school, Chenmo's ability to achieve such results today has simply exceeded the imagination of countless people. Among the middle school candidates who took the test later, there was no one like Chenmo. Yes, such a genius is hard to come by in decades. When the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School came down excitedly, the first thing they did was to settle accounts with the people in Jiangdong County. As a result, everyone in Jiangdong County was ashamed and their faces were red as if they were about to bleed. Shangguan Kong, who was extremely proud before, was even more embarrassed. He actually ran directly to the toilet to hide. All candidates are prohibited from leaving the school until the college entrance examination is over. Holy crap! I gained a whole 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. I'll have a chance to make it to the top tier. My mom asked me why I performed so well and got into the second tier. It's because I had a mentor to guide me. Chenmo. Chenmo. Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School looked at Chenmo with excited and grateful smiles. When Chenmo smashed the testing equipment with one punch, everyone's blood seemed to be mobilized by Chenmo, and they performed exceptionally well one after another. Okay, you're welcome. Actually, this is very risky. If I fail to show off, we will all fail together. Chenmo smiled lightly.
Everyone was joking with excitement, and even Lin Shuyun came over to join in.
Oh my god, this is too strong. I actually have a friend who is a genius. Brother Chen, don't forget that you have a little brother named Lin Shuyun. Chenmo smiled lightly. How could he possibly forget Lin Shuyun as his best friend?
Of course. After another round of chatting, everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School calmed down at the same time.
Because, among them, Chenmo needs to take part in the second round of tests. The second round of tests, that was such an unattainable result that countless students struggled to achieve it. Generally speaking, only students from provincial capitals can compete. And now, someone at their county level has actually reached this level. How can they not be shocked? Naturally, they have to create a good environment for Chenmo to rest. At this moment, Chenmo had already entered the system space. In an instant, terrifying black energy was suddenly released from his whole body, like a tide, filling the entire system space. Countless black hairs were flying wildly, and terrifying black armor was condensed around his body, which was shocking. The first round of testing is just the starting point. The first round of testing is specially created for scholars from first-rate martial arts universities, second-rate martial arts universities, first-rate martial arts universities, and second-rate martial arts universities. The second round of tests is the threshold for entering the 3 holy martial arts universities. Breaking the 10,000 gene tester is not my limit. I don't know where my ultimate punching power lies. The eyes, like black holes, looked at the dark arms, and the explosive energy contained therein was self-evident. One of his goals is to get first place in the second round of tests and enter Shengwadao University. There will be more spiritual medicines when you enter Shengwadao University. My current realm is only the middle stage of the first rank, but the power contained in it is definitely enough to compete with a second-rank warrior. Only by entering Shengwadao University can one improve his realm faster. There is a full hour left until the second round of tests, and during this hour, he can still practice his martial arts. Laugh. Chenmo suddenly stretched out his right arm, and instantly, the black liquid condensed rapidly and turned into a pitch-black spear. As the first round of tests came to an end, some people were happy that they had performed exceptionally well, while others were sad that they had performed poorly. But the college entrance examination is cruel, with thousands of people competing to cross a single plank bridge. You know, the martial arts college entrance examination is all about fate and luck, and there is no chance to repeat. However, after everyone calmed down, they stood in a line and looked at the sky in the center. Next, it's the second round of testing. Decide the number of places at Shengwadao University. Jiangnan Provincial Capital Airport. 3 planes with the Sibudo University logo painted on their surfaces fell from the sky. Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Songqiong Martial Arts University. The 3 holy martial arts universities are the most top-notch martial arts holy places in the entire Daxia Federation. Almost all the powerful people above the 8th level of martial arts honor were born in those 3 holy martial arts universities. It can be said that this is the goal that countless candidates in the entire Daxia Federation strive for. Oh. Lao Qin, Lao Yi, you came quickly this time. A middle-aged man in a long robe suddenly walked down from the plane of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. 2 middle-aged men also came from the other 2 planes. Lao Lin, you're not bad either, you're really efficient. It's been years since Jiangnan province has produced a top-tier genius. What's going on? Now all 3 of our admissions directors are here? If there were anyone here, they would definitely be able to recognize their identities. Shenyuan Martial Arts University, Director of the Admissions Office, 8th rank Martial Master Lin Jianfeng. The other 2 are also admissions directors, Qin Xian, an 8th grade martial artist from Starry Sky Martial Arts University, and Yi Xingchen, an 8th grade martial artist from Songqiong Martial Arts University. TSK, who told us that our admissions policy is to go through each province in turn? Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Compared with the other 36 provinces, the quality of college entrance examination candidates in Jiangnan province is generally biased. However, after all, the enrollment is conducted in turns, and every province has to be visited. Today, it is their turn. Let's go to the college entrance examination site together. Calculating the time, it should be the second round of testing, right? I heard that Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and others have great talents. All of a sudden, under the astonished gaze of the crew members, the 3 of them simultaneously transformed into 3 completely different streams of light, and then disappeared on the spot. On the other side, in the college entrance examination venue,
Countless fiery gazes flashed, and in the center of the venue, Grandmaster Su Lingyun was standing again.
Next, it's the second round of testing. Su Lingyun's voice was as loud as a huge bell, deafening.
Countless fiery gazes were cast there.
Only here could the final list of students going to Shengwadao University be decided.
Even the admissions officers of the 3 sacred martial arts universities would watch here, with the aim of selecting the most terrifyingly talented ones. Chenmo naturally withdrew from the system space and looked at Su Lingyun.
Second round of testing.
Virtual Space Battle Royale Drill. A total of 98 people have filled and broken the tester. Please, all those on the following list, please participate in the Battle Royale trial.
Bring it on! Candidates, what you will participate in next is the competition for Shengwadao University. Rumble. Countless fireworks were released again, and this time, they were even more fiery than before. Chapter 8 Battle Royale. Battle Royale Mode.
Select the corresponding list, enter a 100% simulated virtual battlefield, and engage in a duel like a chicken-eating shooting game. In this duel, the higher the ranking and the higher the fighting level, the higher the overall score will be, and the more likely you will be valued by Shengwadao University.
Everyone was extremely stunned. You know, this Battle Royale test is always the most difficult in the second round of tests. The most challenging test of a warrior's true level.
According to historical precedents, most warriors are very strong in daily strength and speed tests, but when it comes to actual combat tests, they instantly become weak. At this moment, 98 candidates were standing in the center of the college entrance examination venue.
Each of these candidates has an extraordinary temperament. Chenmo. Come on. Come on. The students at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School were shouting and were very excited. After all, it was the first time that a student had entered the second round of testing. Chenmo, if you really get into Shengwadao University, I will treat you to barbecue.
Lin Shiming shouted loudly.
Chenmo turned his head and smiled. I've already planned to invite the whole class. The principal invites the entire school.
Everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School looked happy and waved their fists excitedly. This sentence undoubtedly caught the attention of other candidates, and they all cast glances at Chenmo.
Does this guy really think he can pass the exam? Wang, Tianming and the others don't dare to say that. This guy is really crazy.
It was just the broken test equipment.
Maybe it was just luck? A breakthrough in talent awakening, what a stroke of luck.
If I were Chenmo, I would definitely keep quiet now. After entering the Battle Royale, I would die instantly when we meet each other, and I would be the one who is embarrassed.
Dozens of candidates were secretly making plans in their minds.
The 3 candidates standing at the front still had their arms crossed over their chests, with no expression on their faces. Then, led by the examiners, they walked out of the college entrance examination venue and came to a huge room full of high technology.
Put on this helmet and you can enter the virtual space.
In the space, the Diu system will scan your physique and enter the terminal. As for your information, please rest assured that only the chairman of the Supreme Council of the Great Xia Federation has the right to inquire about it.
An examiner said this while respectfully presenting the virtual helmet to Chenmo.
You know, entering the second round of tests basically means a 100% chance of getting into a top martial arts university.
Regardless of whether they can eventually enter Shengwadao University, the future of these candidates is absolutely immeasurable.
Therefore, no matter which invigilator you are, you should behave politely.
Thanks.
Feeling the cold touch of the virtual helmet, Chenmo felt a little emotional. This type of virtual helmet is extremely expensive to produce and use, and he never thought that he would use it one day for the second round of testing. In this case, we must not waste this opportunity.
Take a deep breath.
Under the command of the chief examiner, everyone put on their helmets, and suddenly, their figures suddenly appeared in the sky. And the video of their figures was simultaneously recorded standing high in the sky above the college entrance examination venue. Countless candidates looked at the screen with eager eyes, looking at the true geniuses of Jiangnan province with great envy in their hearts. Although it is not them, watching the battle will be of great benefit to their martial arts.
At the same time, Su Lingyun had already returned to the monitoring room and sat down in the first row.
Looking at the high-spirited young men on the screen, Su Lingyun's mouth curled up slightly. He always had a premonition that this time, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in their Jiangnan province might not rank behind among the 36 provinces.
The first round of testing is just a formality. What is really important is the second round of testing.
Suddenly, he saw a young man with eyes like black holes and thought of something.
Principal Wei, what is the current level of Chenmo from your school?
Wei Qingtian was very excited. He was just immersed in how to show off when he got back, but when he saw Su Lingyun's question, he became serious on the spot. According to the test before the college entrance examination, Chenmo is a mid-level first-grade warrior. I don't know if there have been any breakthroughs in the past 2 days. Hearing this, Su Lingyun nodded calmly on the surface, but a hint of excitement flashed through his heart. When he went to the college entrance examination venue earlier, he paid special attention to Chenmo. Therefore, he could feel that Chenmo's realm was still only the middle level of the first grade. However, relying on the middle stage of the first grade, he was able to achieve the perfection of the first grade, or even the initial stage of the second grade. Then, Chenmo's awakened supernatural power will be at least above S level. To find out how much it is, we can only wait until the college entrance examination is over and take the test again. It seems that in addition to Long Haoran, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others, our Jiangnan province has given birth to another genius with S-level talent.
Heaven will strengthen our Jiangnan province.
In the past, out of 100 second-round test takers, only 1/10 were admitted to Shenghuadao University. I hope there will be a breakthrough this time. At this moment, Su Lingyun felt something and immediately stood up. The other leaders in the monitoring room also stood up. Suddenly, outside the monitoring room, 3 figures with supreme majesty walked over.
Everyone, how are you? There were 3 people coming, 3 8th-grade martial masters, and the admissions directors of 3 holy martial arts universities. Everyone was extremely shocked. The Jiangnan province test actually attracted these martial honor level figures? As countless gazes converged, a vast island appeared on the screen.
On this island, there are ruins where all kinds of ferocious beasts are rampant and vines are crawling.
This is based on a battle royale test, Takayama, a city that has fallen into a paradise for ferocious beasts. Here, 98 talented students will fight to determine the final spot in Shenghuadao University. But the landing location is random. In other words, you are very likely to appear next to Long Haoran, Yan Jinghong, and others.
Rays of light flashed, and countless geniuses landed in Gaoshan City.
Look! Some candidates have already encountered it. Many people watching the screen shouted loudly.
On a high-rise building in Gaoshan City, Wang Tianming, his body covered in flames, looked at the candidate who appeared in front of him with a wry smile on his face.
Wang Tianming, you go your way, and I'll go mine.
Although I can't kill you with my strength, biting off a piece of your flesh is no problem.
Wang Tianming smiled grimly, as if he had heard a joke. Are you worthy? Boom!
In an abandoned park overgrown with weeds, a candidate was looking at Yan Jinghong, who was holding a rusty iron pipe. In the virtual venue, weapons cannot be brought in, and all weapons are made from local materials, which also maintains a relative balance.
Yan Jinghong, how about we change someone?
Yan Jinghong smiled lightly and narrowed his eyes. Sorry, I want to go to Shenghuadao University. A flash of lightning passed by, and a sword light as white as snow approached.
Laugh.
In the abandoned alpine playground, the 2 candidates looked at each other and looked solemnly at the man in front of them, Long Haoran, who was wearing a golden robe.
Will you commit suicide, or will I kill you personally? Long Haoran opened his eyes, revealing golden pupils, which was terrifying.
The 2 candidates looked at each other and immediately decided to form a temporary team. They used their wind blade and thunder powers to attack Long Haoran.
Even a mayfly dreams of shaking a tree. Ridiculous.
Suddenly, Long Haoran opened his arms, and a golden dragon appeared faintly.
Battles like this occurred in every corner of Gaoshan City. Chapter 9 Focus. Wang Tianming defeated Li Bing and is currently ranked first.
Yan Jinghong defeated Shui Shangsong and is currently ranked first.
Long Haoran defeated, and is currently ranked first.
On the ranking list, everyone's performance changed rapidly, and the 3 top geniuses naturally occupied the top spot.
Countless people looked at the strength displayed by the 3 geniuses with envy on their faces.
It was really too terrifying.
Only by reaching this level can one be qualified to enter Shenghuadao University? So, what kind of scenery is there at Shenghuadao University, where so many geniuses gather?
In the huge monitoring room, the principal of the school where Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, Long Haoran and others worked was rubbing his hands and looking at the 3 admissions directors who came from afar. It's not just because of this that the director of admissions has earned their respect. Another reason is that these 3 directors are all top martial arts masters. You have to know that Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, is only at the level of a 7th grade great martial master.
The gap between them is like heaven and earth.
Just as Su Lingyun was solemn, he obviously did not expect that the person coming to their province this year would be such a person.
Dear directors, the three geniuses of our province have performed well, right? Su Lingling said with a smile.
The three directors nodded politely, and then, one of them, Lin Jianfeng, said with a smile, Long Haoran's strength is indeed quite good.
Xin Xian smiled and said, Yan Jinghong is not bad.
He has a high talent in swordsmanship, which can make up for his shortcomings as an S-level talent. Yi Xingchen also smiled and said, Wang Tianming is not bad either, but his ability is only S-level, so he needs more polishing. Noticing the three people chatting casually, all the powerful leaders present couldn't help but gasp. You know, S-level superpowers are already the ultimate genius in Jiangnan province.
And in front of these three directors, he only received a good evaluation? So, how amazing are the students at Shenghuodao University?
At this moment, Lin Jianfeng seemed to realize something. The screen switches to the side of the person named Chenmo. This young man seems interesting. All of a sudden, all the high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen, including Su Lingyun, opened their eyes wide.
Director Lin Jianfeng from the capital of Daxia actually took the initiative to ask to see Chenmo? Look at this genius who came from the county level? Even if his superpowers were awakened, and he broke the testing equipment, he wouldn't be noticed by these three directors, right? The person responsible for operating the screen also adjusted the screen immediately. At that time, Chenmo's image suddenly appeared on the big screen. At this moment, Chenmo seemed to have encountered two candidates who were also warriors. In a huge square filled with broken walls and ruins, Chenmo stood in front of a fence. Looking at this city that had been ravaged by ferocious beasts, Chenmo couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In this world, ferocious beasts are rampant. Only by becoming stronger can you have the ability to resist them.
There is a great monster Kuanping in the North Sea, whose magical powers are enough to suppress an entire province.
And in Gaoshan City, it was accidentally affected by the aftermath of his pressure and turned into ruins. This is something every high school student should learn.
It was not until he entered this 100% simulated space that Chenmo witnessed the horror of the great demon Kuanping.
To withstand this level, only an 11th grade martial arts saint can do it, right?
At this moment, the ranking list on his virtual screen in the upper right corner changed rapidly. The three geniuses, Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong and Long Haoran, are climbing into the top 3 of the entire kill list at an astonishing speed.
Speed, not bad. Chenmo murmured to himself, it seems that I have to speed up a bit. At this moment, Chenmo seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and looked at the trees in the distance, where two very similar warriors were standing on and beside the trees. Twins? Interesting.
Chenmo shrugged and looked at the twins.
It was obvious that the two of them had formed a temporary team.
The names of the other party are also displayed in the upper right corner, Zheng Tian and Zheng Di.
Oh. Chenmo, the genius who graduated from the number 1 middle school in the county.
Zheng Tian raised his eyebrows.
He even broke the force measuring instrument. What an amazing person.
Zheng Di murmured with a sneer.
However, if you encounter us two brothers, please die here.
All of a sudden, the two of them stood side by side, and his body was suddenly covered with earth armor, and the power of the earth condensed around his body was even more astonishing. Their eyes were full of confidence, as if Chenmo was still in their pocket.
Wow! Chenmo actually ran into the Zhang brothers as soon as he entered. It's over.
The Zhang brothers all have level earth abilities and are perfect first-grade warriors. They have been preparing for this college entrance examination for a long time. When these two geniuses from the provincial capital's 4th middle school team up, the power they unleash is beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
The Zhang brothers immediately went after Chenmo. I'm afraid it was premeditated. They probably knew that Chenmo was from a county town and didn't have much practical experience. No matter what, Chenmo will probably die first this time. If I were Chenmo, I would retreat immediately instead of continuing to fight. It is said that they can gain the upper hand in battles with second-grade beginner warriors. Countless people spoke out, commenting in the barrage or in voice chats. Is this true? My goodness, the Zhang brothers are so strong? It is said that a first-grade perfect warrior will also fully test the tester. Brother Chen is in real danger.
The students of Jiangbei No. 1 middle school all turned pale, and many of them prayed secretly, because that was a first-grade perfect warrior, and such a person had never been born in their high school.
Chenmo. Lin Shiming looked at the screen. You are going to be admitted to Shengwadao University and treat me to a meal. Next to the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, Shangwan Kong from Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School finally dared to raise his head. His eyes were bloodshot. Until now, he had not thought about why Chenmo could behave so terrifyingly. Looking at Chenmo, who was confronted by the Zhang brothers, Shangwan Kong revealed a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Chenmo, you have come to this day. Isn't it just a mutant talent? Today, I, Shangwan Kong, will see you fall from grace. The corners of Shangwan Kang's mouth kept twitching, and his eyes were fixed on the sky. Old Lin, the young man you are optimistic about seems to be in danger. Qin Xian smiled lightly. Through the information transmitted, he knew that this was just a mid-level first-grade warrior candidate from the county. Even if you have talent, it is very difficult to fight two people alone. The gap between county students and provincial students is really too great. A mid-level first-grade warrior encountering two perfect first-grade warriors is already doomed to failure. However, we can take a closer look at what Chenmo's talent has become after the mutation, and whether he is qualified to obtain some qualifications to enter Shengwadao University. Ha, don't look down on anyone. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Back then, I was also a warrior from the county town. Everyone looked at Lin Jianfeng in shock. How could a warrior with such a background actually reach the level of an 8th-grade martial master? This is too terrifying. At this moment, the battle between Chenmo and the Zhang brothers seemed to have reached its peak momentum. Chapter 10 Victory. On the Gaoshan City battlefield simulated by a virtual helmet. Zhang Tian looked at Chenmo and smiled softly. When you met us two brothers, you didn't even think of running away. Zhang Di grinned grimly and said, it seems that people from small places are always short-sighted. Suddenly, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di looked at each other and smiled, as if they had already seen Chenmo's defeat. Chenmo shrugged lightly, sighed, and his face was full of boredom. Stop chirping and hurry up. I'm in a hurry. This square is just on the edge of Gaoshan City. If you want to show enough strength or kill more candidates, you must go to the central area of Gaoshan City. He didn't want to waste much time here. In a hurry? Zhang Tian sneered, so arrogant? Brother, go ahead and destroy him. Good. All of a sudden, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di's arms expanded suddenly, the terrifying earth energy gathered, and the former's arms were already as big as buckets. With a bang, Zhang Tian came forward and attacked Chenmo with his huge earth fist. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Di did not relax at all and actually inserted his hands into the ground. In an instant, sharp thorns rose from the ground and stabbed towards Chenmo. One person jumped high in the sky to attack, while the other attacked on the ground. The tacit understanding between the two was extremely terrifying. Even a warrior at the initial stage of the second rank would find such an attack extremely strenuous. What a powerful attack! Outside the screen, countless people frowned, and pity flashed in their eyes as they looked at Chenmo. Even a warrior at the initial stage of the second rank would be frightened by such an attack, let alone a kid like Chenmo. However, looking at the attack coming from the air, Chenmo shook his head. Too weak. It really is, it doesn't interest me at all. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. He opened his eyes and looked at Chenmo, only to see that behind Chenmo, a fist like a giant python suddenly gathered. Then, in the astonished gazes of countless people, this fist suddenly punched towards Zhang Tian. Bang! Under such an attack, Zhang Tian's earth armor shattered into pieces and he flew backwards. How is that possible? Bro! Zhang Di reacted and his heart suddenly trembled. This Chenmo was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He roared angrily, and the earth energy in his arms was pushed to the limit. The spikes that erupted from the earth were extremely sharp and attacked Chenmo. However, what he got was a slash as dark as a tide. The huge fist gathered behind Chenmo suddenly turned into the shape of a black knife and slashed towards the countless ground spikes. Swish! It was as if a knife had cut through countless spikes, and all of them broke on the spot. Standing in front of Zhang Di was Chenmo, who was already wearing a black energy windbreaker and had messy black hair dancing as he walked towards him. Quiet! The entire venue was once again in a state where one could hear a pin drop because of Chenmo. This guy actually killed the Zhang brothers in one move? Am I seeing things right? Chenmo is not just a mid-level first-grade warrior, but the Zhang brothers are perfect first-grade warriors. Oh my god! Just how far has this guy's talent mutated? What on earth are these dark fists and dark blades?
I take it back that I was going to run away, and my mom asked me why my legs were shaking. After a brief moment of calm, there was a cry of surprise like thunder. Even the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School were excited about this, cheering and their faces flushed red. The students of Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School all lowered their heads, and the biggest clown was stunned for a few seconds and then fainted on the spot. No one expected that Chenmo could defeat the Zhang brothers in such a crushing manner.
Just how strong is Chenmo?
Many people have compared Chenmo with the three great geniuses Yin Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and Long Haoran. However, most people still believe that although Chenmo has shown strong strength, he is still far from the three great geniuses. You know, only those who have truly known the horror of the three great geniuses can truly feel the terror from Long Haoran and others. To them, ordinary students are like the Zhang brothers, who can be killed in one move. At the same time, most people were looking forward to seeing how far Chenmo would go in this second round of tests.
Perhaps, he could really become a miracle student from the county middle school and be admitted to Shengwudao University?
At the same time, in the monitoring room,
countless leaders lost their composure, opened their mouths wide, and looked at Chenmo in disbelief as he defeated the Zhang brothers in this way.
Even Chenmo's principal, Wei Qingtian, suddenly had his pupils shrinking, as if he had been severely frightened.
Chenmo, the top student in his grade, when did he become so powerful? How is it? Lin Jianfeng laughed. What do you think of my vision?
Su Lingyun was shocked.
He never thought that Chenmo could do this.
At the beginning, Su Lingyun just took a dim view of it, but now, I am afraid that this optimism has been raised to a higher level.
Chenmo, the mutated superpowers are definitely not that simple. Old Lin's vision is obvious to all. After all, the awakened supernatural power is the S-level exquisite eye.
Qin Xian shrugged.
TSK, look at the strength of Chenmo's supernatural power, it's pretty good.
Yi Xingchen smiled lightly.
Lin Jianfeng was obviously very pleased. This little guy's supernatural talent is definitely around S-level.
When he shows up, we can officially test him.
This trip to Jiangnan province for the college entrance examination will definitely be incredibly exciting.
Qin Xian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Old Lin, how about we make a bet?
Lin Jianfeng raised his hand. Speak. Qin Xian, let's bet on whether Chenmo can make it into the top 3. Lin Jianfeng narrowed his eyes. What about the prize? I can't go empty-handed, right? Qin Xian smiled lightly. How about the 100-year-old enlightenment tea? Lin Jianfeng was stunned.
It seems that you are extremely confident in Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoran.
Okay, then I'll make a bet with you. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes. Yi Xingchen, do you want to come?
Yi Xingchen shook his head. I'll just take a look, I'm not as rich as you guys. However, I think that even though Chenmo has shown great talent, it will still be difficult for him to make it into the top 3. Su Lingyun, who was standing by, was terrified when he heard the 3 words Wudao Ti. The commander of Jiangnan province was really not enough in front of these 3 directors. So, amidst the casual chat and bets between the 3 top bosses, expectant eyes were once again fixed on the screen.
Chapter 11 Gun vs. Gun.
In the square with broken walls and ruins, Zhang Di and Zhang Tian bumped into each other awkwardly. They looked at the calm Chenmo with their bodies covered in disgrace. They never expected that they, who were originally hunters, would become Chenmo's prey.
You are very strong.
Looking at Chenmo, who was wrapped in a strange black energy, Zhang Di and Zhang Tian swallowed their saliva at the same time.
Yeah, I know. Chenmo shrugged. Next, do you want to surrender, or do you want me to kill you?
Zhang Tian and Zhang Di looked at each other. They didn't expect that they would be defeated in the first battle.
Chenmo, I admit that you are very strong.
However, even if we 2 brothers join forces, we could only rank 40th out of the 98 candidates.
There are many strong people above the age of 40. Even Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, Long Haoran, and others are there. We 2 brothers will see how far you can go. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di nodded, and with a thought, they turned into streams of light and disappeared in Gaoshan City on the spot. To what extent?
Chenmo looked at the devastated Gaoshan City and smiled softly. Of course, it is the best in Jiangnan.
Shaking his head, Chenmo leaped towards the city center.
The strength of the Zhang brothers was so weak that he couldn't muster the slightest interest in them.
Bring it on. I hope to have an opponent who can make me happy. And at the same time.
On the kill list, Chenmo's ranking rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the 2nd position. Together with Long Haoran, he defeated 2 contestants.
Chenmo defeated Zhang Tian and Zhang Di and came in second place. Countless candidates in Gaoshan City were surprised by this. I didn't expect it. Even Zhang Tian and Zhang Di were defeated by Chenmo. This Chenmo is indeed a tough opponent. It seems that if we meet him, we must take him seriously. TSK, what a scary guy. Looking at Chenmo on the huge leaderboard, Wang Tianming, whose body was flashing with flames, showed a sinister smile. Suddenly, flames all over his body burst out like a volcano. When a guy from a small place can actually stand on my head. My killing speed is still not fast enough. Wang Tianming's eyes seemed to be filled with flames as he looked at a warrior dozens of meters away and rushed towards him like lightning. His goal is to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy and witness a brighter light. Jiangnan Province. Even the college entrance examination of the entire Jiangnan Province is too small for geniuses like them. Wang Tianming believed that apart from Yan Jinghong and Long Haoran, no one could be his opponent. The other side. Oh. Yan Jinghong, who was just coming out of a cold weapons venue, was slightly shocked when he saw the suddenly rising results. It seems that this Chenmo is really quite capable. This battle royale test is finally getting interesting. And on top of a tall tower, Long Haoran, his whole body shining with golden light, was standing on the top of the tower, overlooking the dilapidated Gaoshan City. Compete with me? In Jiangnan Province, only I, Long Haoran, can suppress it single-handedly. Faintly, his golden pupils seem to have found several candidates wandering around the city. I will let you become the cornerstone for my admission to Shengwudao University. Only by entering Shengwudao University and seeing the scenery of the place with your own eyes can you know that this so-called Jiangnan Province is nothing more than a remote small town. Only that one, a warrior, can truly display glory. Looking at the flashing and exciting scenes on the screen, everyone realized that the entire battle royale space was probably stirred up by Chenmo alone. This unknown guy was suppressing everyone in front of them, which made everyone very dissatisfied. However, it is also good this way. Only through this kind of competition can they, the three admissions directors, see the genius from Jiangnan Province. However, looking at the rapidly moving figure on the screen, everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of grace and demeanor this Chenmo could display. In the devastated city, fierce battles are taking place in many places. Chenmo was still on his way, his eyes like black holes looking around. Suddenly, at the end of a street, it stopped. At this moment, in front of a cold weapon shop, a spear flashing with blood-red light suddenly shot out. The long spear shot towards Chenmo like a meteor. A huge sound of breaking through the air arose, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the street. The pupils of countless people outside the screen shrank. They didn't expect that there was someone hiding in the shop and killing with this kind of long-range attack. If such a sneak attack succeeds, there will be almost no chance of survival. However, at this moment, Chenmo slowly turned his head and looked at the blood-red spear that was magnified in his sight. He gently turned sideways, stretched out his hand, and suddenly grabbed the blood-red spear. Bang! A huge force dragged Chenmo's feet into the ground, and the cement road that was originally overgrown with weeds cracked again. Under countless astonished gazes, the blood-red light in Chenmo's palm dissipated, revealing a jet-black gun body. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Chenmo actually caught this attack? If it were them, they would definitely be nailed to the wall by this spear and killed on the spot. This guy's strength, speed, reaction ability, it's so fast that it's terrifying. And amidst everyone's horror, a figure slowly walked out of the shop. Under a black combat uniform inlaid with gold, a young man holding a 2-meter-5 long spear slowly walked out of the shop. The bright sunlight fell on his spear, causing it to flash with a faint cold light. Chenmo? No wonder he was able to take my attack. The spear-wielding young man smiled softly. My name is Li Shuyun, from the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital. When everyone outside the screen heard the 3 big words Li Shuyun, their bodies suddenly froze. This young man holding a spear is the top talent from the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital. In terms of his strength, he is only second to Long Haoran and the other 2. In other words, these are the top 5 terrifying geniuses in the provincial capital. Chenmo actually encountered Li Shuyun so soon? This luck is too bad. Li Shuyun's ability can compete with the 3 great geniuses. Having mastered the extremely rare talent of blood, coupled with his spearmanship that is about to reach the subtle level, who else besides these 3 geniuses can defeat him? Terrifying. Powerful. Sharp.
It was not until they heard the introduction of Li Shuyun from people around them that many people who looked confused actually gasped on the spot.
The reason is simple: Li Shuyun's resume is simply too terrifying. Chapter 12: Half Step into Micro.
Li Shuyun started practicing shooting at the age of 12, and at the age of 13, his shooting skills were unparalleled in the same realm. At the age of 15, he became the runner-up in shooting skills in the province's youth group. Afterwards, he entered the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital for further studies with the first place in the senior high school entrance examination. At the age of 18, he awakened his A-level blood talent. With his spear skills that were half a step into the micro level and his position as a second-grade beginner warrior, he was invincible in the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital.
His strength is second only to the 3 great geniuses.
At the same time, he is also considered to be the top talent with the greatest possibility of entering the Holy Martial Arts University after the 3 great geniuses.
It can be said that Li Shuyun is one of the opponents that the top 98 candidates are most reluctant to meet. And Chenmo unexpectedly met Li Shuyun at the end of the street.
His journey in the college entrance examination might have come to an end here. In the vast and huge monitoring room, many leaders felt sorry for Chenmo. With Chenmo's strength and talent, he should be able to go further. However, he met Li Shuyun.
This young man's luck is really unlucky. TSK, it looks like I'm going to get the enlightenment tea out of thin air.
Xin Xian, who was from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, raised his lips slightly. However, my request is not much, just 1 or 2 will be enough. At the same time, Yi Xingqian from Zhangqiang Martial Arts University smacked his lips and said, "Old Lin, are we going to lose this bet?" Lin Jianfeng chuckled and said nothing. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Principal Wei Qingtian, who was sitting upright. Su Lingyun was very perceptive and immediately called Wei Qingtian to Lin Jianfeng's side.
"Sha Wei, you should be the principal of Chenmo's class, right?" Lin Jianfeng smiled. "Yes, Director Lin, is there anything I can help you with?" Wei Qingtian swallowed secretly. He couldn't remain calm at all facing the questions from such a top boss. "Chenmo should have practiced spearmanship, right?" Lin Jianfeng asked.
Suddenly, countless eyes were cast towards Wei Qingtian, and Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian were stunned.
A gleam of brilliance flashed in their eyes as they looked at Chenmo. "That's right, but his marksmanship is just at the entry level," Wei Qingtian said. "The realms of marksmanship: entry, advanced, subtle, true self, perfection, and unity." He knew a little about Chenmo's shooting talent, but it wasn't very strong. Why did the director suddenly ask this? That's right.
Lin Jianfeng smiled faintly. "Let's watch the duel.
The winner of this duel may be very interesting."
In an instant, countless people sat up straight, staring intently at the screen, which was a picture of Chenmo.
Could it be that this 8th-rank martial artist from Kyoto thought Chenmo could defeat Li Shuyun? This is too fantastical. In the virtual space, in the dilapidated Gaoshan city.
On the desolate street, Li Shuyun and Chenmo stood opposite each other, like 2 straight spears, their sharpness piercing the sky.
"You can't stop my shooting. Add to that my blood power, and you won't be able to resist."
Li Shuyun held a 2.5 gun in his hand, with the corners of his mouth wide open, revealing a faint smile. At the same time, vast red energy surged out and climbed onto his spear, giving the spear an enchanting color. Suddenly, there was a bloody light formed by the condensation of endless and delicate blood energy.
Even Chenmo had a slight ripple in his calm eyes. "So you use a gun?" Chenmo said with a smile. "Why, you're surprised."
Before Li Shuyun finished speaking, his words seemed to be stuck in his throat, right in the middle of his throat. Chenmo was seen holding a spear in his hand, standing sideways behind him, with dark energy surging up like a black hole, condensing at the tip of the spear.
An invisible dun intent dissipated, spreading out like a tide. "You can actually use a gun?" Li Shuyun widened his eyes in disbelief.
He didn't expect that Chenmo could actually use a gun, and the gun intent generated when he held the spear actually made him feel vaguely scared.
How is this possible?
Among his peers in Jiangnan province, no one had ever used a spear and could bring such a sense of oppression.
Just a few 100 million.
Chenmo stood in the wind, his messy black hair fluttering wildly. Amidst countless astonished gazes, the windbreaker condensed with dark energy appeared again. Accompanied by the strong wind from Gaoshan City, the wind was rustling.
This guy really knows how to use a gun.
Outside the screen, countless people opened their mouths wide. Just by looking from a distance, they felt a terrifying sense of oppression on Chenmo's body. First, he displayed an extremely strange dark energy, and then, holding a spear in his hand, he showed a terrifying spear intent.
How many secrets does this young man have?
On the field in Gaoshan City, a rare solemnity welled up in Li Shuyun's eyes. Now Li Shuyun had to admit that Chenmo's strength was probably second only to those three geniuses.
But, so what?
As a genius in the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital, Li Shuyun's heart for martial arts is very firm.
Your strength is only at the middle stage of the first rank, while mine has already reached the beginning stage of the second rank. The difference in realm is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth.
Not to mention, my marksmanship has already reached the half step to the micro level.
Defeat me.
Suddenly, Li Shuyun's body was covered with red bloodlight, and then, red light suddenly flashed at his feet, and a huge amount of energy burst out. Then, with the help of this blood-colored energy, Li Shuyun rushed forward with a spear in hand. Strands of blood and energy flowed out from his body's meridians and condensed on his spear. Blood gun, 18 deadly shots. In an instant, countless blood-red gun shadows rushed towards Chenmo.
Li Shuyun's unique skill, someone exclaimed. This is Li Shuyun's famous skill.
With superb half-step micro-level spearmanship and blood talent, he can stab out 18 spears in the blink of an eye.
Different angles for every shot.
Among them, 17 shots were all feints, and only one shot was the most terrifying and shocking real attack. It was this attack that caused countless young people to suffer.
Can this sudden dark horse that burst out from the county be stopped?
Looking at the gun shadow that kept expanding and shrinking in his pupils, Chenmo held the black spear in his hand, his eyes like black holes.
Your marksmanship. It's terrible. Chenmo drew his gun.
It was just a shot packed with the energy of a black hole. However, this shot suddenly penetrated Li Shuyun's 18 fatal shots, and pierced through the 18 gun shadows with a thunderous posture.
Then, like a cold star, it pointed directly at Li Shuyun's neck. Swish.
In an instant, Li Shuyun's neck was suddenly pierced and blood spurted out.
You. Subtle level spearmanship.
Chenmo smiled lightly. You have a good eye, your shooting skills are terrible, but with more practice, maybe you can catch up with me.
Back view, hee hee. Chenmo, I'm looking forward to your final result in this test. Defeat, Long Haoran. Sandow Shengwadao University is the stage worthy of your brilliance.
Then, Li Shuyun turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. As a huge sound resounded throughout the venue, both the candidates in the virtual helmets and all the audience outside the screen suddenly fell into an eerie silence.
Shengwadao University?
Looking at Li Shuyun's glittering figure, Chenmo held a spear in his hand, and his black hair danced wildly with the rustling sound of the spear in the wind.
This is also his goal. Chapter 13 Wang Tianming.
As Li Shuyun turned into a stream of light and disappeared in Gaoshan City, everyone suddenly fell into silence. Then, a broadcast voice resounded through the sky.
Chenmo defeated Li Shuyun and is currently ranked second.
All of a sudden, as if a volcano were erupting, everyone burst into thunderous sounds.
Win. Win. Invincible? It's too fake, too strong, and too fucking awesome. One shot to kill Li Shuyun instantly. Didn't you hear what Li Shuyun said? Chenmo has mastered the subtle level spearmanship. Subtle level? What an amazing talent. Looking at the handsome young man in a black windbreaker, everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief.
That arrogant and domineering Li Shuyun, who had studied at the provincial capital number 2 middle school for 3 years, was defeated just like that. Moreover, before his defeat, he revealed a shocking piece of news to them. Li Shuyun, who is only 18 years old, has mastered the half-step micro-level gun technique, which is enough to make him the best in the entire Jiangnan province youth group.
Now that Chenmo has mastered the subtle level spearmanship, how can he crush the entire Jiangnan province youth team? Brother Chen, that's too fierce. Inside Jiangbei number 1 middle school, countless students cried out in excitement.
Noticing the shocked gazes of the students from the surrounding county-level schools, their faces glowed with joy.
For many students of Jiangbei number 1 middle school, Chenmo is now no less than a god.
In the monitoring room occupied by countless leaders, most of them stood up in a hurry. Then, he looked at the young man who was wrapped in terrifying black energy with awe and respect. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wei Qingtian stood up again with excitement on his face, but when he saw the backs of the 3 martial masters in front of him, he immediately swallowed the words that were inappropriate for the occasion. He looked at the screen with great excitement.
It's hard to believe. Such an outstanding student appeared under my guidance. Recalling what Chenmo said before the opening ceremony that he understood a little bit, was it sure to be a little bit and not a billion bits and pieces? Of course, no one cared about his gaffe, because almost all the leaders were shocked by Chenmo. He wished he could bring Chenmo over right then and there and treat him as a student from his own city and his own school. Su Lingyun became excited. With a talent like Chenmo, his performance this year would be even better. His spear skills are at the micro level. He is truly a gifted young man. No, he is a genius young man. Lin Jianfeng smacked his lips and looked at Qin Xian beside him. Old Qin, it seems that you also make mistakes sometimes. Qin Xian murmured to himself, it's normal to make mistakes sometimes, but this young man's talent is truly jaw-dropping. You are qualified to enter our Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Then Li Shuyun is not bad either. After the Dayu system calculates his comprehensive score, he may have a chance to join our Shengwadao University. Although this is the case, the focus of the three people's conversation still revolves around Chenmo. For the three martial masters, only the top geniuses in the province can catch their attention. Just relying on his subtle marksmanship, he is already superior to most of his peers. There are even dark abilities that are almost S-level. The combination of the two could allow them to extend an olive branch. Yi Xingqian said with a smile, Old Qin, didn't you just look down on him? Qin Xian laughed and said, they've used their strength to shatter my doubts, so why should I speak out and suppress them? Lin Jianfeng smiled and said, Old Qin is really broad-minded. After all, he wants to give me 100-year-old enlightenment tea. Qin Xian. Even if they beat Li Shuyun, Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, and Long Haoran, they are not pushovers. As the three directors chatted, the entire monitoring room became lively, and most of the big guys were discussing how far Chenmo could go. Even in the space of Gaoshan City, dozens of candidates raised their heads high and looked at the words on the banner sweeping across the sky. Countless people were moved and shocked. You know, Li Shuyun's strength is among the top 5 among the top 10 geniuses in the entire provincial capital. His marksmanship, which had reached the micro level, had frightened countless of his peers, but now, a guy who appeared from the county town was able to kill him. No one thinks this is strength. In the virtual space, everyone is the ultimate genius of every school, province, and city, and has experienced countless struggles. How could one achieve this level just by luck? It seems that if I meet Chenmo, I have to think twice before taking action. Chenmo's level is almost on par with Wang Tianming and Yan Jinghong. It's better not to provoke him. TSK, I never thought that this guy would reach this level. I don't know what his final ranking will be. As the voices fell, countless candidates joined in the battle. In their hearts, they had already placed Chenmo below the three great geniuses, so naturally they would not bring bad luck to him. At the same time, a golden dragon of energy flew by and instantly sent the two candidates to heaven. Defeated Li Shuyun? Long Haoran shrugged, his golden eyes exuding infinite majesty. An interesting guy. I hope that when he faces me, I won't kill him instantly. Retracting the brilliant golden light emanating from his body, Long Haoran stepped forward, as if isolated from the world. No one could face his terrifying pressure. And on the other side, a flash of sword energy passed by, and the heads of the two candidates suddenly fell off. As the breeze rippled the lakeside, Yan Jinghong slowly retracted his sword. San Yun was defeated. It's just as I said. It's not easy. Yan Jinghong's eyes looked at the streets of Gaoshan City in the distance. There, two completely different energy afterwaves were wandering and surging. One was the devouring energy like a black hole, and the other was an extremely terrifying scorching flame. So close. It seems that Chenmo and Wang Tianming are about to meet each other. Let's go, we have to go and take a look. Yan Jinghong tapped her feet and flew away like a nimble swallow. And at the very beginning of a street, Wang Tianming's arms, like fire sticks, seemed to pierce through the two candidates in front of him. Listening to the broadcast from the horizon, Wang Tianming felt extremely happy. Only by defeating his opponent can he feel happy. Who will I defeat next? Just as Wang Tianming was about to leave, an announcement from the sky seemed to resound throughout the city. Chenmo defeated Li Shuyun, current ranking. The sound echoing in his ears made Wang Tianming's brain stagnate slightly, and then, his fiery gaze passed through the alley in front of him, where there seemed to be a figure. The next prey. That's you. A mere fellow from a small town has become so famous that he even surpassed me at one point. I really don't know what it means to be so high and so deep.
Suddenly, flames rose from Wang Tianming's body, and he rushed forward as fast as a fiery red cheetah.
Chapter 14, Rising in the Rankings. After killing Li Shuyun, Chenmo looked at the camera facing the street.
All the insights in his mind merged into one, dark energy surged and boiled in his body, and his understanding of the meaning of the gun seemed to have increased a little more.
Interesting.
Chenmo stepped forward with a spear in his hand. His next destination was the end of the street, the center of Gaoshan City. Only there could he see the scenery above the clouds.
To the three great geniuses, they were nothing. Only by entering Shangwadao University can one's life begin.
Shangwadao University brings together talents from the 36 provinces of the Daxia Federation, and Jiangnan province was generally ranked within the bottom 6 in the college entrance examination in the past. Therefore, there is no need to be too proud. Only after entering Shangwadao University can the brilliant light bloom. Chenmo raised his eyebrows slightly, and saw a figure with flames all over his body suddenly appear at the end of the street in the distance.
The domineering human-shaped eyes were surrounded by flames, like a terrifying volcano climbing out of hell. Countless flames roared in the strong wind. Wang Tianming?
Yes, it's me. Suddenly, Wang Tianming clenched his fists, flames swirling around them, and looked at Chen Mahjong with a sinister smile.
I'm sorry to announce that your journey ends here.
Buzz. The terrifying fire energy poured out, and many candidates outside the street groped over. When they looked at the two people facing each other in the air, their pupils suddenly shrank.
Wang Tianming and Chenmo actually faced off.
A mid-level second-grade warrior, the third highest talent among the three great geniuses, and a representative figure of the provincial capital's 6th middle school.
He even mastered the S-level absolute flame ability. This Chenmo is probably in real danger.
If I were Chenmo, I would probably just run away now and kill some other weak ones to get some points.
You are you, and he is him. It looks like the two of them are really going to fight. TSK, the battle of the century, it's going to be interesting.
Many candidates' eyes lit up as they watched the match with anticipation and nervousness. On one side was a well-known master, and on the other side was the top dark horse of the Jiangnan province college entrance examination.
The pressure these two people exude is really enough to give me goosebumps.
On an abandoned high-rise building, Yin Jinghong held the sword in one hand, looking down at Gaoshan City like a solitary immortal.
His gaze fell on Chenmo and Wang Tianming. It is said that Wang Tianming has mastered that move.
Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't be completely sure of winning. Outside the venue, countless students were also excited and stared at the screen intently. You know, the showdown between the three great geniuses in the past was the most exciting and eye-catching. And now, these three geniuses have become the four great prodigies, and among them, Chenmo and Wang Tianming are actually facing each other.
How can one not be exciting? However, most people sided with Wang Tianming. The reason is simple: Wang Tianming's record is simply too terrifying.
Wang Tianming showed extraordinary talent in martial arts when he was 9 years old. Not only did he practice his boxing and body movements to the point of being invincible at the same level, he was even admitted to the number 6 middle school in the provincial capital with the second place in the Jiangnan province high school entrance examination. After high school, he became even more abnormal. Relying on his strength as a freshman in high school, he won the championship of the Jiangnan province youth fighting competition. After awakening the S-level absolute flame, he became even more terrifying. He participated in the national top youth fire talent competition and fought his way to the 5th place. It caused a sensation throughout the province. Therefore, he was given the status of one of the three great geniuses. Even though Chenmo is very strong and even masters the subtle level of marksmanship, he seems too weak compared to Wang Tianming's brilliant resume. However, there are still many people, like the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, who hope that Chenmo can fight to the end. In the huge and spacious monitoring room, many leaders are already ready, their faces full of anticipation.
It seems that the bet on Wudao Ti will end early.
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile.
Are you so confident in Chenmo? Aren't you afraid of failure?
Qin Shen chuckled. Perhaps he didn't know much about other geniuses, but he knew a thing or two about Wang Tianming's strength. He was selected as a judge in the national finals of the Youth Fire Talent Group.
How could he not know how much Wang Tianming weighs? Perhaps Wang Tianming's attainments in spearmanship cannot be compared with his body movements and boxing skills.
However, just by relying on his development of the absolute flame ability, he has probably reached a level that ordinary people can hardly reach. Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other because of the bet, Yi Xingqian touched his nose and decided to watch the game carefully. In the end, he would choose the special admission students based on the situation. However, in his heart, he voted for Chenmo. As the flames surrounding Wang Tianming's body grow stronger, this powerful confrontation will also unfold here. The chance to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination or to enter Shengwadao University is waiting for these two people. In the virtual space, two completely different figures stood on both sides of the street. A flame spread wildly, and a darkness was gloomy and terrifying. Looking at Chenmo, who was still calm in front of him, Wang Tianming's lips curled up slightly.
You know what? I've been displeased with you since the beginning. How can a dark horse from a small place be more famous than mine?
I don't think you deserve this level of strength.
If you admit defeat now, perhaps in the next battle, I won't let you lose too badly.
Wang Tianming raised one hand, the flames spread wildly, and his hand was like a knife tip, pointing at Chenmo diagonally. His tone was filled with arrogance and pride. But no one thinks that Wang Tianming cannot say this, because Wang Tianming does have the capital to do so. However, when these words reached Chenmo's ears, Chenmo just smiled lightly. The windbreaker condensed from darkness was reshaped, and black lines spread on the surface of Chenmo's skin, making him look like the god of death in the world, which was chilling. He held a 3-meter-long spear in his hand, his back straight as a dragon soaring into the sky, and the black energy seemed to be able to absorb even light. Then, a sentence that shocked countless people suddenly came from Chenmo's mouth.
3 moves to finish you off. 3 moves. Countless people's eyes suddenly turned, and they looked at Chenmo in disbelief.
They couldn't believe that Chenmo would say such words in front of Wang Tianming, who possessed the S-level absolute flame talent. It is not a wise choice to anger Wang Tianming. Yan Jinghong narrowed his eyes. Wang Tianming is not just an ordinary supporting role, but a long-established figure who has been recognized as one of the 3 great geniuses by both the government and the public.
Even at Shengwadao University, he can still show his style.
Moreover, fire-related talents and abilities are affected by anger values to a certain extent. When Wang Tianming heard Chenmo's calm words, countless murderous intent surged in his eyes.
How proud!
In that case, don't blame me for being too heavy-handed next time.
S-rank absolute flame. Appear. Chapter 15, The Attention of All. Boom!
Just like a volcano that had been dormant for millions of years suddenly erupted, huge flame energy burst out from Wang Tianming's body.
The terrifying pressure was completely released, and the terrifying temperature seemed to distort the surrounding space.
This is a reaction caused by high temperature, but it is still amazing enough.
I'm curious, you're only a mid-level first-rank warrior, why are you so arrogant?
Rest assured.
I'll let you know what it means to be a senior. Bang! Amidst countless shocked gazes, Wang Tianming suddenly rushed out like a flaming cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he was several meters away from Chenmo. Then, a vast flame energy suddenly burst out from Wang Tianming's right arm. There is actually a kind of deathly energy contained in this gushing energy. Absolute flame, the ultimate flame that cuts off all life. A dazzling column of flame energy, like a fire python, bit towards Chenmo. It's over.
Many people closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Wang Tianming's absolute flame candle was so terrifying that they were worried that what they would see next was Chenmo dying with his body reduced to charcoal. Chenmo, whose whole body was emitting dark energy, looked at the enlarged column of fire in his sight and shook his head slightly.
It's still too fragile.
In an instant, Chenmo raised his spear, and then black energy surged up, and Chenmo stabbed out suddenly.
Buzz!
The 3-meter-long spear suddenly pierced into the center of the fire column. Just when everyone thought that this counterattack was of no use, a dark energy burst out and absorbed all of Wang Tianming's attacks.
Absorb! Everyone stared at this in amazement. Could it be that Chenmo's evolved ability also had the ability to absorb? This ability is not simple.
In the monitoring room, the 3 admissions directors of Shengwadao University raised their eyebrows at the same time, and behind them, the pupils of many leaders, including Su Lingyun, also shrank, obviously realizing Chenmo's extraordinariness. In the secret realm, Wang Tianming was shocked to see that his attacks were completely ineffective, but at the same time, he burst out with a stronger fighting spirit.
Ha 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 ha! It's fun this way. Chenmo, you are now qualified to be my opponent. Boom!
Wang Tianming opened his arms, and the burning flames became even more vigorous, and then covered every inch of his skin.
Absolute Flame, Ape Form. Immediately afterwards, Wang Tianming's muscles swelled several times.
Filled with flames, his entire body looked like a demonic flame gorilla, flashing with strange colors. He originally wanted to wait until the entrance examination for Shengwadao University to use this move to demonstrate the maximum value of this method. It seems that now, we must use this method to kill Chenmo.
Those who knew Wang Tianming's true strength all took a deep breath. No wonder Wang Tianming is so arrogant. Did he master this move? What's the meaning?
Absolute Flame, Ape Form is Wang Tianming's own Absolute Flame technique, which can transform one's body into the ultimate state, more than doubling one's strength. Although Chenmo's current combat effectiveness is very strong, he will probably be no match for Wang Tianming, who has double the combat power. I'm afraid this battle will end here. Many people took action, and their eyes were filled with regret when they looked at Chenmo.
If he had not met Wang Tianming, perhaps Chenmo would have been able to go further and be more brilliant and bright in the second round of tests.
And the biggest possibility of meeting Wang Tianming is that he will stop here. And Wang Tianming on the street also suddenly completed his evolution.
With flames flashing, he stood in the middle of the road like a mountain. Do you dare to be my enemy? Wang Tianming smiled.
However, what responded to him was Chenmo's still calm words.
Noisy. Suddenly, Wang Tianming was stunned, and then, countless anger burst out in his eyes. Die.
This time, he did not hold back, and his giant hand filled with fire energy came towards Chenmo. The speed was so fast and the attack was so fierce that the air began to distort. Countless air dissipated madly, as if they were afraid of Wang Tianming's attack.
Absolute Flame Hand, Absolute Flame overwhelms the demon.
In an instant, Wang Tianming actually sent out dozens of fists and palm shadows, and the tremendous power they carried made everyone terrified. However, when Chenmo looked at Zhu Yanlingma, his expression did not change. Instead, he waved the spear in his hand, colliding continuously with Wang Tianming's flaming hand. In the blink of an eye, the two had already collided for dozens of rounds. On one side was the fierce and powerful flame, and on the other side was the mysterious and devouring darkness. The two were fighting each other, and for a moment, it seemed like a draw. Every time an attack clashed, the ground shattered, the weeds disappeared, and the glass of the surrounding shops began to crack and then shatter.
This also made the audience stunned.
They did not expect that Chenmo's fighting ability was still so terrifying. You know, Chenmo is just a mid-level first-grade warrior, while Wang Tianming is already a mid-level second-grade warrior.
This is a huge gap in realm. This kid is so scary. Amidst the tidal-like attack, Wang Tianming's eyes couldn't help but become solemn.
Under the attacks of his fists and palms, ordinary people would have turned into charcoal and died on the spot. All the moves he used were derived from his spear. As long as I can knock his spear away, victory in the battle will surely be mine. Thinking of this, Wang Tianming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly discovered a flaw in Chenmo's shooting skills.
It's right here.
Suddenly, Wang Tianming roared, and then a torrent of flame energy gushed out from his right arm and landed on the junction of Chenmo's gun tip and gun handle with lightning speed. Then, the gun handle suddenly broke.
Chenmo's weapon was destroyed. Many people's eyes suddenly widened.
In addition to being shocked, they marveled at the horror of Wang Tianming. They didn't expect that during the battle, he even took into account the shortcomings of the opponent's weapons. You know, the weapons and equipment simulated in Gaoshan City are made of the worst ordinary iron. Under the impact of a second-grade warrior, they naturally cannot last for long.
However, Wang Tianming actually took this shortcoming into account and used lightning speed to break Chenmo's proud spear.
This kind of mentality is really jaw-dropping.
At the same time, everyone felt sorry for Chenmo.
They didn't expect that the battle would end like this. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted.
No! It's not over yet, look!
On the screen, Wang Tianming, who interrupted Chenmo's weapon, was about to laugh out loud. However, at this moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. Chenmo in front of him, his eyes as calm as a well, suddenly flashed with two rays of light like black holes. Then, an astonishing dark energy surged out, and dark dragons of energy wandered around Chenmo.
Do you know?
The sound, like that of hungry ghosts from hell, echoed in the ears of countless people.
Originally, I wanted to defeat you with 3 shots. Now it seems that 1 is enough. In an instant, the dark energy around him climbed onto Wang Tianming's skin as if it were alive, holding him tightly.
Then, under Wang Tianming's extremely horrified gaze, the dark energy from Chenmo's right fist suddenly gathered together.
Darkness, destruction.
A faint murmur came from Chenmo's mouth and echoed in everyone's ears. Then, Chenmo slowly threw a punch.
Boom!
Suddenly, under the horrified gazes of countless people, Wang Tianming lowered his head in horror. I saw the most terrifying scene in my life.
Chapter 16 Victory.
The overwhelming darkness gushed out from Chenmo's right arm. The terrifying and sharp dark energy instantly turned into a beam of light, shooting towards Wang Tianming like a rocket. Under Wang Tianming's astonished gaze, the energy column easily passed through his body.
No feeling at all. Wang Tianming didn't feel anything.
Until he looked down, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank more than dozens of times. His body below the chest had completely disappeared, and only his upper body remained. The dark energy turned into liquid and spread upwards from the broken part of the chest, trying to devour it all.
Good, so strong.
Looking at the thin and plain figure in front of him, Wang Tianming could no longer suppress the shock in his heart.
This guy is the real strong one.
Looking at Chenmo, whose face was still calm, for a long time, Wang Tianming suddenly grinned bitterly.
So, to enter the Holy Martial Arts Academy, is this what you need to do?
Suddenly, Wang Tianming turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. They stared at the picture on the screen blankly, trying hard to open their mouths, but there was still something stuck in their throats.
How is that possible? Wang Tianming's realm is the middle stage of the second rank. How could he be killed instantly by Chenmo in just one move? What kind of power is this dark energy that can actually devour Wang Tianming's flames? Oh my god! He defeated Wang Tianming, one of the three great geniuses. A crushing defeat, a true crushing defeat, with just one move. Just how terrifying is this guy's talent? Brother Chen is so sincere when he says he can kill a person in one move. He really can kill a person in one move. Looking at the figure wrapped in a dark windbreaker on the screen, the next moment, countless people burst into thunderous applause and discussion. They never expected that Chenmo could defeat Wang Tianming so easily. It can even be said that it is effortless. Just how strong is Chenmo? Could he be able to defeat Long Haoran? Someone suddenly said. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Some of Long Haoran's fanatical fans or schoolmates wanted to refute, but the words were stuck in their mouths. Chenmo is really strong. But is it really good enough in front of Long Haoran? No one knows. You know, Long Haoran has created an extremely terrifying record since he was born in Jiangnan province. He has no rivals among the young people in the province, and his strength terrifies countless of his peers. It seems that the suspense of this second round of tests still remains. Brother Chen, you're so awesome. Lin Shiming shouted excitedly. Once upon a time, he thought Chenmo was just bragging, but now, he really entered the top 3 of the second round in this crushing manner. And in the huge and spacious monitoring room, all the leaders stood up, staring blankly at the black figure standing on the screen, and took a breath. This guy was actually able to defeat Wang Tianming. Everyone felt their scalps tingling. Why hadn't they discovered such a genius before? I missed an opportunity for promotion and salary increase in vain. The principal and director of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School were trembling with excitement. They could almost see that their future careers were bright. Even Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, clenched his fist slightly. This year's KPI might exceed the target. You lose, Lao Qin. Lin Jianfeng laughed. Qin Xian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "It's just 100-year-old enlightenment tea. If you want it, just come and get it." However, for a newcomer like Chenmo who has such potential talent, please give him the job to Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Lin Jianfeng laughed and said, "You're getting ahead of yourself. Chenmo is such a genius that even Xianyuan Martial Arts University is interested in him." At this time, Yi Xingchen chuckled, "Everyone is arguing so enthusiastically? What should we do with Zhangqiong Martial Arts University?" Suddenly, a fierce desire to compete for talent broke out among the three of them. The potential displayed by Chenmo today is no longer comparable to that of ordinary geniuses. In the minds of the three martial arts directors, Chenmo has been placed in a position no less than Long Haoran. The strange dark energy ability, coupled with the ultimate talent for marksmanship, the combination of the two makes him a genius. "You two old rascals." Lin Jianfeng teased, "Old Qin, how about we continue the bet and see if Chenmo can get first place in this exam?" Everyone's gaze suddenly froze, and their breathing slowed down a lot. According to the director, he might think that Chenmo could defeat Long Haoran.
All of a sudden, everyone created a huge wave.
For the Jiangnan province, Long Haoran was no less than a ray of miracle light. No.
Qin Xian shook his head.
However, we can see who is the final winner of this exam. Long Haoran, Chenmo, or Yan Jinghong.
They all have the right to experience the even more dazzling scenery at Shengwudao University.
Only there can their potential be realized. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. If Chenmo is admitted, how many surprises will be given at the entrance ceremony? But most of them are just talk.
Shengwudao University gathers geniuses from all 54 provinces of the Great Xia Federation.
How could it be so easy to create a surprise?
At this moment, inside the screen, more than a dozen candidates looked at Chenmo, who easily defeated Wang Tianming, and they all felt a chill running from their heels to their foreheads.
We can't deal with this guy. Damn, what a monster. He has defeated the Zhang brothers, Li Shuyun, and even Wang Tianming. Next, I'm afraid even Long Haoran won't be able to defeat him. That may not be the case. Long Haoran has an SS-level Golden Dragon talent. Amidst the murmurings, everyone retreated like a tide, not daring to make any sound.
In their minds, Chenmo has been labeled as a dangerous target who cannot be attacked. Standing in the middle of the street, Chenmo noticed the crowd around him retreating, but he had no intention of chasing after them.
It's too troublesome to chase them one by one.
He thought of a way to kill the candidates faster, get more kills, and rush to the top of the rankings.
The strength that I have demonstrated so far will definitely attract the attention of most people. But that's not enough.
The black hole-like energy all over his body was released again, and this time, Chenmo's figure became even more terrifying. His goal is to enter Shengwudao University in a sought-after manner. If you want to pretend, you have to pretend thoroughly. If you want to have fun, you have to have fun thoroughly. However, before that, there is one person that needs to be dealt with. In an instant, Chenmo turned his head and saw the white-robed swordsman walking towards the corner of the street.
Yan Jinghong. Outside the screen, everyone's gaze suddenly froze. Could it be that Chenmo and Yan Jinghong are about to collide? Chapter 17 Cooperation. Snap. Snap. On the empty street, only Yan Jinghong's footsteps echoed. Countless people's attention was also attracted by this white-robed swordsman.
You know, Yan Jinghong, as one of the 3 great geniuses in Jiangnan province, has already attracted much attention. And now, he is facing off against a top dark horse who killed Wang Tianming.
How can this not make everyone excited? Could it be that another fierce showdown is about to take place? Besides, Yan Jinghong's strength is also extremely terrifying.
Not only has he cultivated his swordsmanship to the half-step micro level, but his awakened supernatural power is the S-level hurricane power. In terms of comprehensive strength, apart from Wang Tianming and Long Haoran, almost no one can match them. After all, none of the guys known as the 3 geniuses are fake. Feeling the murderous intent released between the two, everyone's blood suddenly began to boil.
Yan Jinghong?
Chenmo raised his eyebrows and raised his right arm. The terrifying energy suddenly gathered together and was about to form a huge dark light column, rushing towards Yan Jinghong. However, Yan Jinghong, who was in the distance, looked at Chenmo and suddenly raised his palm. Wait, I'm not here to fight. Chenmo raised his eyebrows, and everyone watching the battle was suddenly stunned.
Is there something? Chenmo suppressed the urge to kill the other party. I admit defeat. I know I can't beat you. But we can work together to kill more candidates. It was at this time that Yan Jinghong stated his goal. As early as just now, he discovered that Chenmo's eyes were actually locked on him. Chenmo had just killed Wang Tianming, and Yan Jinghong already knew that Chenmo in front of him was definitely not a target he could defeat. In this case, instead of being hunted by the other party, it would be better to come out openly and cooperate with Chenmo. Why should I cooperate with you? Chenmo said.
Yan Jinghong chuckled and took out dozens of spears from the shop behind him.
Each spear was cold and terrifying. It was obvious that they were searched out from the armory. I am sincere. I am sincere. Chenmo, don't attack me.
Carrying these spears, Yan Jinghong slowly approached Chenmo, but Chenmo just glanced at him and did not attack immediately. The main thing is that he is confident that if Yan Jinghong launches a sneak attack, he will be able to resist. This comes from confidence in one's strength. It was not until Yan Jinghong came to him and whispered something that a gentle smile appeared on Chenmo's face.
Okay. I was just thinking of doing that.
Outside the screen, many people's eyes froze and they were stunned.
What are these two guys going to do by joining forces? Are we going to hunt down Long Haoran together? I don't think so.
Maybe they want to attack the average students.
You know, they aren't among the top 5 right now.
The opponents that Chenmo and Yan Jinghong had fought against before were all of extremely high quality, so the speed of killing the candidates was not fast. In the ranking list where only 30 people remain, Long Haoran is far ahead, ranking first with 6 people. The purpose of these two people joining forces is probably to kill the other candidates and improve their ranking in the rankings. However, some people shook their heads. The 30 candidates now are the elite among the elites. They are often hidden in various shops and rooms. How can they be easily discovered? Yes. Moreover, the energy they exude is extremely terrifying. It can be felt from a long distance away. Most people shook their heads, thinking that the cooperation between Yan Jinghong and Chenmo would be in vain. And in the vast monitoring room, looking at Chenmo and Yan Jinghong gradually climbing to the highest floor of Gaoshan City, the 3 directors smiled at each other. Director Lin Jianfeng smiled gently. These 2 little guys are quite interesting.
Qin Xian smiled. Is it possible to guess their thoughts after all?
Yi Xingqian nodded. Your on-the-spot reaction was good. You knew that your place in the rankings was falling, so you were ready to fight for the top. Apart from the 3 martial lords, everyone else was completely confused and didn't understand what the 3 were thinking.
Seems quite powerful. In Gaoshan City, Chenmo and Yan Jinghong have already reached the top floor, the 16th floor.
From here, you can overlook the scenery of Gaoshan City. If you look closely, you can see the dilapidated and broken walls in Gaoshan City. This place, which has been ravaged by ferocious beasts, is really too terrifying. This second round of testing has entered a white-hot stage, but the candidates in Gaoshan City have all gone into hiding. After all, at this time, energy and spirit have begun to be exhausted, and one cannot act casually. The strong wind blew on the rooftop. Chenmo picked up a tungsten steel spear and placed the barrel on his shoulder. His gaze was like a black hole, overlooking the human scenery of Gaoshan City.
Chenmo, don't worry. My hurricane ability is more than just relying on hurricane attacks.
It also has the means of exploration.
In this city, I am capable of exploring everything.
Yan Jinghong, who was standing next to Chenmo, smiled gently. That's right, the 2 of them were planning to use Yan Jinghong's amazing detection ability, supplemented by Chenmo's spear throwing ability, to kill the examinee.
Then why don't you go by yourself? Chenmo asked.
When I release my hurricane power, the other candidates will also sense it.
When they realize my terrifying energy, they will naturally run away. If this happens again and again, it will be very troublesome to catch them.
Yan Jinghong said truthfully.
If released from a distance for observation, such a tiny amount of energy would be mistaken for just a gentle breeze.
As their voices spread, everyone's gazes suddenly froze, unable to believe what they said.
So, Chenmo and Yan Jinghong are planning to hunt down other candidates using the same method as javelin throwers? You're crazy.
Let's not talk about whether it's feasible or not, but the other candidates have all dodged in the shops and rooms.
Chenmo's dark spear can't break the wall, right? You know what? It's possible.
Gaoshan City has been in disrepair for a long time, and the walls are generally not stable.
The probability is only 1%. In my opinion, after they fire their first shot, they will probably disperse. I also think that this approach is almost impossible to achieve. It's too idealistic.
Countless people discussed it, and everyone in the monitoring room looked surprised.
Although they think it is a fantasy, what if it is possible?
If it is possible, perhaps they are suitable to stay in the same school.
Lin Jianfeng laughed. Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian nodded. This kind of cooperation would undoubtedly be a powerful weapon for attacking strange beasts. However, it is too difficult to do so.
Putting aside whether Chenmo's spear can hit the target and whether its power will be weakened in the process, Yan Jinghong's hurricane ability alone is not a unique perception ability for detecting opponents. Therefore, they do not think that the 2 can really do it. While they were looking at him thoughtfully, Chenmo looked at Yan Jinghong, who had closed his eyes.
Are you ready? Chenmo asked. All right. Yan Jinghong stood up early and pointed to a building in the distance. The first candidate is behind the wall on the 6th floor. Okay. Chenmo nodded. Chapter 18 Efficiency.
His original goal was to kill the target quickly using the javelin thrower's method. Since Yin Jinghong is willing to cooperate with him, Chenmo also chooses to save trouble.
As for what to do next? Then just kill Long Haoran and then kill Yin Jinghong last. Looking down at a building in the distance, Chenmo's chest felt like it was bulging and he took a breath. Bang! He stepped back on one foot, and all the muscles in his body tensed up like twists, while a stream of energy like a volcanic eruption surged out from Chenmo's body. The huge black energy seemed to have turned Chenmo into a demon, so terrifying that it was suffocating. Even a genius like Yin Jinghong couldn't help but make a hissing sound and a little cold sweat on his forehead when standing next to Chenmo. This guy will definitely be able to get into Shengwadao University. What a monster! And in the moment Yin Jinghong was thinking, this terrifying black energy seemed to have gathered on the spear. Sizzle! The surface of the tungsten steel spear was wrapped in a layer of dark energy, like a black hole, preventing even light from penetrating. Darkness Javelin! As the voice fell, Chenmo's body twisted sideways like a huge spring, and then he threw the spear in his hand forward. Rumble! Amid the astonished gazes of countless people, a terrifying sound of breaking winds suddenly exploded, resounding through the sky. In a 6-story residential building, a candidate holding a battle axe was leaning against the wall to rest. This second round of testing is really tough. There are endless monsters to encounter. The candidate breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have mastered a tortoise breathing technique that can conceal my breath. If anyone passes by, just kill them. Anyone who makes it into the top 10 of the kill list will have a 100% chance of being admitted to Shengwadao University. Apart from that, we can only look at the evaluation of Dayu's artificial system. However, that is too mysterious and most people will not consider it. However, during this college entrance examination, a monster named Chenmo really appeared. He actually killed Wang Tianming. I wonder if Chenmo can defeat Yin Jinghong or Long Haoran. He shook his head. This was not something he was thinking about. At this moment, a weak gust of wind suddenly brushed across the tips of his hair. The candidate was stunned. Didn't I close the window? Immediately, he stuck his head out to observe the scene outside. At this moment, he saw a scene that he would never forget. He saw a black light that suddenly expanded in his eyes, like thunder, instantly filling his entire field of vision. The terrifying dark javelin smashed the wall like a rotten wood and pierced into the chest of the battle-axe candidate with lightning speed. The next moment, the battle-axe candidate only felt a sweetness in his throat. He looked down and saw a dark spear that had completely pierced his chest. How is it possible? Before he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Chenmo and Yin Jinghong defeated Zhang Hu. His eyes were full of disbelief before he died. Why did a spear suddenly appear? This. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. Before this, no one could imagine that the cooperation between Chenmo and Yin Jinghong could really work. Besides being so shocked that their scalps were numbing, everyone looked at the other candidates hiding on the screen with a look of pity on their faces. The other candidates are really finished. Standing on the top floor, Chenmo smiled softly. Not bad. Yin Jinghong was equally excited. Well done, both of us. Suddenly, Chenmo's arms gathered behind his back and he placed a tungsten steel spear on his shoulder again. Then, the terrifying dark energy gathered again. Position. Yin Jinghong excitedly pointed at a residential building, over there, on the 3rd floor, behind the colored glass. With a loud bang, Chenmo's dark spear rushed out again, like a meteor, across the entire sky and earth, making the silence of the entire Gaoshan city no longer exist. At the same time, a gilded dragon suddenly rose into the air, like a mountain, and suddenly knocked a candidate in front of it into a stream of light. Looking at the candidates who turned into flowing light, Long Haoran shook his head and felt bored. Sure enough, in this duel, no opponent is worthy of my full strength. Even if it's Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Chenmo, if they can force out my 5th level ability, they're worthy of my praise. Long Haoran opened his golden dragon eyes and released them casually, and tremendous majesty spread out. The Jiaolong is a creature in mythology. When it becomes a warrior's talent, the terrifying power it displays cannot be compared with any other supernatural power. Now, Long Haoran just thinks that he is not here to take the college entrance examination, but just going through the motions. The Jiangnan province was too small for him, really too small. There is simply no decent opponent worthy of him climbing over, or to be more precise, stepping on. Only in Shengwadao University can you see a wider world. He was already looking forward to showing off his talents at Shengwadao University. It seems that there will be a grand examination at the time of admission.
Perhaps, it was only that exam that made Long Haoran feel a slight fluctuation in his mood. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out.
Chenmo and Yan Jinghong killed Zhang Mu.
Hearing the sentence spread, Long Haoran frowned, and then revealed a disdainful smile. I originally thought that the fighting ability of Chenmo and Yan Jinghong would give me some satisfaction. However, I didn't expect these two guys to actually team up and kill the other candidates.
Are you afraid of flipping over? This is really too weak. Long Haoran shook his head, feeling that everything was ordinary.
It seemed that no one could be his opponent in this college entrance examination.
Oh. There's an energy fluctuation.
At this moment, Long Haoran suddenly looked up and looked at the sky. Suddenly, his figure suddenly stopped. Suddenly, black streaks of light flashed across the sky covered by light gray clouds. He could see that these streams of light were actually condensed from lone spears. Then, these dark spears blasted towards every place like meteors.
Voices of shock, fear, and anger suddenly rang out. How is that possible? Dark spear, Chenmo. I saw it, and Yan Jinghong too.
At the same time, a series of broadcast voices suddenly sounded.
Chenmo and Yan Jinghong defeated Shang Wanshui. Chenmo and Yan Jinghong defeated Qi Yusen. Chenmo and Yan Jinghong defeated Lin Ziyu.
A series of announcements suddenly sounded, and all of a sudden, Chenmo and Yan Jinghong teamed up to kill 25 candidates. All the candidates, except Long Haoran, were terrified and felt their scalps tingling. The word impossible filled their hearts and made them feel heartbroken. Outside the screen, everyone felt their hands and feet were cold.
Simply because the oppressive feeling brought by Chenmo and Yan Jinghong was too terrifying. Chapter 19 Long Haoran.
Before this, no one could have imagined that someone could kill the enemy by standing on top of a tall building. Moreover, it was done with such swift and terrifying means.
These two monsters. No. It's just the monster Chenmo.
Yan Jinghong's role can be replaced by almost every warrior, but Chenmo's strange dark ability is unique. If I were the candidate hiding inside, I would be so scared that my face would turn pale. You know, the group of candidates inside were almost all hiding in hidden buildings, and almost no one could find them. And the next moment, what greeted them was a spear like a meteor.
This guy is truly a monster.
When they woke up from the virtual helmet, they saw Chenmo throwing the dark spear from the high-rise building. Their faces turned pale and their hearts trembled.
And in the monitoring room. SS-level superpower? Lin Jianfeng murmured.
All of a sudden, all the leaders in the monitoring room came to their senses. It seemed that only an SS-level ability could allow this dark spear to achieve such a level of power.
I think Chenmo and our Starry Sky Martial Arts University have a special connection.
Qin Xin touched his chin and smiled.
I feel that our Changchong Martial Arts University is more suitable for Chenmo.
Lin Xingqian was unwilling to fall behind. Looking at this scene, Su Lingyun and the principal Wei Qingtian behind him were both stunned, feeling ecstatic and shocked.
Their students could actually be favored by these two big guys. Well, this battle is not over yet. Whether you can truly gain our recognition will only be revealed in the next battle.
Lin Jianfeng slowly raised his hand and pointed at Long Haoran, who was standing on the screen. On the top floor, Yan Jinghong was stunned as he watched the number of kills climbing up rapidly and them tied for first place. He originally thought that according to this kind of killing, it should not be quick.
The result? Chenmo shot every one of them, leaving no one unharmed. This also shocked Yan Jinghong.
Chenmo fired a shot across a street hundreds of meters away, and it was able to maintain such destructive power.
Just how shocking is the energy intensity and strength?
At this moment, Yan Jinghong's hurricane ability suddenly felt a terrifying energy fluctuation.
Chenmo, I think I saw Long Haoran.
Where? Chenmo was slightly stunned, turned his head, and a wicked smile appeared on his handsome face.
That direction. Yan Jinghong pointed. Darkness.
Spear. Then, with a swish sound, a dark spear wrapped with 6 dark air snakes rushed towards that direction like a spinning meteor.
Rumble.
Looking at the dark meteor in the sky, Long Haoran raised his head and felt the powerful force coming towards him.
Chenmo. After all, there are some interesting people.
He stretched out his hand, and suddenly, waves of golden dragon scales appeared next to the corners of his eyes. The terrifying golden vertical pupils fully blossomed, and Long Haoran's right arm was already coated with golden scales. Looking at the meteor that was wildly enlarging in his sight, Long Haoran suddenly stretched out his giant golden hand.
Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the palms and guns collided, and a brilliant light burst out.
Then, the dark spear slashed across Long Haoran's dragon arm, and with a bang, it pierced straight into the ground, causing countless cracks on the ground to burst open.
Long Haoran didn't say anything, but raised his hand indifferently.
Several scales fell from his right hand, and 3 or 4 drops of golden blood flowed out.
I am actually injured? Interesting.
Long Haoran suddenly slammed the spear that was stuck in the ground, and the flying spear hit the dilapidated shop, turning it into ruins.
Chenmo, you are worthy of my effort.
Outside the virtual space, countless people's pupils suddenly shrank. Whether it was the examinee who had just taken off the virtual helmet or the audience standing outside, everyone's mind was blank. They had never imagined that Chenmo's shot could actually injure Long Haoran. In other words, Chenmo should be placed in the same position as Long Haoran today.
You know.
Long Haoran's identity is that he is destined to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination.
Everyone unanimously agrees that it is the best in the province.
As Long Haoran moved quickly, countless people hissed, knowing that the strongest battle in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination, the battle that would determine the top scorer, was about to begin.
Will Long Haoran win?
The Zhang brothers looked at the gilded figure filled with anger.
We will win. Li Shuyun nodded.
In terms of supernatural power strength, Yan Jinghong and I are on par, but in terms of true terror, only Long Haoran can compare.
Wang Tianming crossed his arms. Others may not know how terrifying Long Haoran is, but how could Wang Tianming, one of the 3 great geniuses, not know?
As one of the 3 great geniuses, he had long wanted to challenge Long Haoran. And by the lake in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, Long Haoran personally taught him what the power of supernatural powers is. Wang Tianming admitted that Chenmo was very strong, but he had no chance of winning against Long Haoran.
This guy is really terrifying. Chenmo, Long Haoran's energy fluctuations are getting closer and closer.
Before Yan Jinghong finished speaking, he suddenly saw that Chenmo was already wearing a black windbreaker. The wind was howling, and the coat and hair were rustling, making the young man look even more handsome and graceful.
You watch here, I'll go down and be back soon.
Gathering the black energy at his feet, Chenmo walked down the tall building at a 90-degree angle. At the same time, at the end of the street, a figure covered with golden dragon scales slowly walked towards them. Suddenly, the 2 sides of the street were abruptly divided into gold and black.
You did it?
Long Haoran looked at Chenmo, his calm face slowly breaking into a smile.
What do you think? Chenmo smiled lightly. Swish.
The jet-black meteor gun was thrown out again, and this time, even the air was distorted. However, Long Haoran opened his arms, and golden energy surged out, forming a huge shield.
Bang!
The spear fell on the gilded shield, and the terrifying energy collided with each other, emitting an even more terrifying light. Then, the spear slowly fell off, and finally broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. It's Long Haoran's dragon shield, someone outside the field exclaimed. The Jiaolong shield is one of Long Haoran's famous martial arts, and it has extremely terrifying defensive capabilities.
With such terrifying defensive power, even Yan Jinghong's sword energy, Wang Tianming's absolute flame, or the attack of a second-grade perfect warrior can be perfectly taken on. And Long Haoran actually used this move at the very beginning. He probably regarded Chenmo in front of him as his opponent and was about to use his full strength. A long spear was thrown down from the sky and was firmly grasped in Chenmo's palm. On the high building, Yan Jinghong looked at the 2 people competing against each other and couldn't help swallowing. You are all second-grade warriors, 3 geniuses, why are you so terrifying? Your strength is quite good. It's worth it, let me take it seriously. Long Haoran opened his arms, golden light flashed, as if he was sunbathing, and all the muscles in his body relaxed. A warrior who keeps chattering away might be very weak in battle.
Chenmo held the gun in one hand, dark energy surged, and terrifying power surged.
Oh? Yeah? Perhaps, I am a little different from what you imagined. Long Haoran raised the corner of his mouth and spread out his right palm.
In his palm, a golden energy ball condensed.
Golden dragon playing with pearl. Countless people looked at the scene of the 2 people confronting each other in shock.
The first of the second round of tests this year.
No.
He was ranked first in the Jiangnan province's college entrance examination and entered Shengwadao University.
Who could it be? Chapter 20, Not Hiding. No one could have imagined that a guy from a county town could actually make it this far.
Even, in the end, he confronted Long Haoran.
Countless people swallowed their saliva secretly, feeling their scalps tingling and extremely shocked. And now, the battle for the top scorer in the college entrance examination has officially begun. On the street, Long Haoran, holding a gilded energy ball in his hand, suddenly stepped out and rushed towards Chenmo like lightning. The extremely terrifying speed was as if a pair of wings had grown from Long Haoran's back, making him fly with even greater power. In just a moment, the giant hand wrapped in the golden ball of energy was about to fall down. Looking at this terrifying attack, Chenmo smiled lightly, and then a fierce cold light flashed out, and the dark spear suddenly attacked. Rumble! The collision between the ball and the gun completely erupted in brilliant light. Then, the light disappeared, and under the shocked gazes of countless people, Long Haoran once again condensed two golden energy balls and attacked Chenmo. Boom! 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 Every collision represented an extreme outburst of energy, and the terrifying aftermath continued to spread like a wave, shattering the broken glass pieces around and completely eliminating the weeds. These two guys are simply monsters. Countless people only felt their scalps tingling. The aura surging from these two people would probably make even a second-grade perfect warrior or a third-grade beginner warrior feel difficult to deal with. To put it bluntly, the battle between Long Haoran and Chenmo represents the highest level of young people in Jiangnan province. It's time. It's over. Long Haoran sighed, then raised his arms high, and suddenly, with a snap, he clasped his arms together. In an instant, Long Haoran's figure suddenly disappeared like a phantom and appeared several meters away. Noticing Long Haoran's retreating figure, Chenmo grinned. Looks like he's going to use his ultimate move? Hearing what Chenmo said, Long Haoran smiled lightly. Chenmo, you are indeed the most terrifying opponent I consider in Jiangnan province. I originally planned to use this trick during the entrance exam to select a good college for myself. I didn't expect that it would be resolved in this way. As the words fell, two golden dragons as thick as fists emerged from Long Haoran's body. Then, Yudang wrapped around Long Haoran's arms, holding on tightly like a vine. At the same time, the two gilded dragons turned their heads and glared at Chenmo. Its terrifying power was like a mountain, pressing down, so that everyone outside the screen could vaguely feel the huge oppression brought by the two gilded dragons. This is the shadow of a dragon. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. As early as when they were in school, they had heard that Long Haoran, the #1 prodigy in Jiangnan province, had comprehended a most powerful and unique skill, and that skill was called Jielong Shadow. According to Long Haoran himself, no one of his peers in Jiangnan province can force out this kind of character. And now, facing Chenmo, who possesses dark energy, Long Haoran has already used his strongest skills. The battle between these two is truly terrifying. But in the end, Long Haoran will still have the upper hand. Alas, it's enough that Chenmo can do this. Second in the province. If I had this result, I would be so happy that my mouth would burst into laughter. It's a pity that the first place in the province, the top scholar, will always belong to Long Haoran. This is an indisputable fact. Countless voices of discussion arose, but without exception, all of them were optimistic about Long Haoran. After all, Long Haoran has been the #1 prodigy for too long. No one can defeat him. For example, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming and others could only barely catch up with Long Haoran and look up at his back. Although they are all mid-level second-grade warriors, the gap between Long Haoran and Yan Jinghong and Wang Tianming is completely not in the same league. Therefore, everyone just boldly believed that Chenmo would definitely lose. And inside the huge monitoring room, seeing that Chenmo was able to force out Wang Tianming's unique skill, Dragon Shadow, everyone was shocked and felt sorry for Chenmo. As soon as the Dragon Shadow appeared, it was clear that Chenmo would not have any chance of winning. That was the Dragon Shadow condensed by an SS-level Golden Dragon. Within the same level, perhaps only the more powerful SSS level or the extremely rare SS level could barely suppress it. Moreover, on this basis, the realms of both parties cannot be too far apart. Chenmo's realm is only the middle of the first level, while Long Haoran's realm has already reached the middle of the first level. The gap between the two is simply a chasm. For Chenmo, being able to achieve what he has today should be enough to make him content. How's it going? This battle should be over now, right? Qin Xian narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Long Haoran is the top scorer in the province, and Chenmo is the second. This ranking is not bad. Yi Xingqian nodded. After we come out, we can test Chenmo's ability. It is very likely to be at the SS level. With training, he may become a 9th rank martial master in the future. With the results shown today, perhaps the top students in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination will not be among the last at the entrance ceremony of the three Shengwadao universities. The people standing behind the three directors focused almost all their attention on the 9th rank martial master. That was an 8th grade martial master. Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and they were impressed by Chenmo's potential. "You too, what are you in such a hurry for?" Lin Jianfang rolled his eyes. "This battle is not over yet." Qin Xian laughed and said, "Old Lin, aren't you being too confident? Long Haoran, who summoned the Flood Dragon Shadow, can actually compete with a 3rd rank warrior." Lin Jianfeng didn't say anything, but stared at the screen calmly. "How about you turn your head and take a look?" Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian were confused and turned their heads at the same time. However, the next scene made their pupils shrink suddenly. At the end of the dilapidated street, Long Haoran, with a golden dragon wrapped around his arms, was guarding the area like a mountain. Just when Long Haoran was about to kill Chenmo completely, his body suddenly stiffened. I saw that Chenmo had thrown the black spear aside, and the dark energy on the spear rushed back to Chenmo's body. "Are you giving up?" Before he finished speaking, Long Haoran's eyes suddenly widened. Suddenly, a darkness that was enough to extinguish any light surged out from Chenmo's body. This astonishing dark energy covered Chenmo's skin at lightning speed. Chenmo raised his head and smiled softly. "Darkness, annihilation." In an instant, the surging black energy suddenly formed a series of light armor wrapped with unique runes. Behind the light armor, a pair of giant hands made of dark energy gradually spread out, and in the palms of the dark giant hands, 2 dark balls like black holes suddenly appeared. An even more terrifying aura than Long Haoran's emanated from Chenmo's body. This power made Yan Jinghong's blood, who was standing on top of a tall building, completely freeze and stop flowing. Long Haoran looked at Chenmo, but the latter's eyes were already filled with darkness. "Your strength is pretty good. In that case, I can also try to use some strength." Looking at Long Haoran, whose face was filled with shock and horror, a curve slowly appeared at the corner of Chenmo's mouth. Chapter 21 Victory. Looking at Chenmo, who was emitting terrifying dark energy, Long Haoran actually swallowed his saliva imperceptibly. "This guy is quite strong." The energy that erupted from Chenmo's body caused this genius, who was destined to be the top scorer in the province, to have a solemn look in his eyes. Countless people's pupils shrank at the same time, and they felt a tremendous sense of pressure. At the same time, everyone was getting more and more terrified. Could Chenmo's strength actually reach this level? Even so. So what? After a brief moment of solemnity, what burned in Long Haoran's heart was an even more terrifying desire to fight. As the number 1 pride in Jiangnan province, he naturally has his own pride. No one can defeat him. Even Chenmo is no exception. Long Haoran spread out his arms again, and the muscles all over his body surged to the highest peak like waves. The 2 golden dragons had bloodshot eyes and opened their mouths towards Chenmo. Boom! The golden energy gathered here, as if a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years was erupting. In an instant, Long Haoran's figure rushed out, with a huge golden dragon shadow lingering on his right arm, and then, Long Haoran's terrifying fist shadow poured out. Rumble! The enormous energy frightened countless people and caused all the air around them to dissipate, as if to create a vacuum environment. As he looked at the golden fist that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, there was not even a change of expression on Chenmo's face. Still maintaining that slight smile. The next moment, Long Haoran suddenly felt that all around him were plunged into darkness. In the endless darkness, Long Haoran didn't even feel anything. Immediately afterwards, Long Haoran's pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly, in front of him, a huge black fist appeared and blasted towards Long Haoran like a cannonball. Golden Dragon Hand! Long Haoran roared, and the dragon arm on his right side suddenly exerted force, as if he had turned into a dragon, and attacked Chenmo with endless power. Rumble! Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the dark giant fist behind Chenmo suddenly collided with Long Haoran's giant fist, bursting out with an extremely dazzling light. These 2 guys are really scary. Countless people shouted excitedly. This battle is the highest level struggle in the entire Jiangnan province. Chenmo, I want you to lose. Long Haoran roared angrily and raised his fist suddenly, and the lingering golden dragon also roared. Roar! The terrifying golden energy poured out like a raging ocean wave. Even an ordinary 3rd grade beginner warrior would not be able to withstand such an attack. However, the next moment, everyone watching the Jiangnan province saw a scene that they would never forget.
I saw the two huge hands behind Chenmo raised high, and then the dark black hole energy ball appeared again.
Suddenly,
a pair of fists wrapped in golden dragons suddenly collided with Chenmo's dark giant fist.
rumble.
Fists collided, huge energies collided, and terrifying aftermath burst out, forming waves of energy that made the earth seem to tremble slightly.
However, during this moment, Long Haoran's pupils suddenly shrank. This is fake, right?
The black holes on Chenmo's black palms suddenly floated high up, and then a tremendous devouring force erupted, swallowing up Long Haoran's two golden dragons. After Long Haoran lost his two golden dragons, all the golden light on his body disappeared. In an instant, a huge fist hit his body, and then the small half of Long Haoran's body suddenly disappeared.
I lost. Long Haoran looked at Chenmo, and a miserable smile appeared on his pale face. You are very strong, Chenmo said with a smile. The top spot in the province is yours. Long Haoran shook his head. Not surprising, Chenmo responded.
Long Haoran looked at Chenmo for a long time, until finally, his figure suddenly turned into a faint stream of light, about to disappear in this virtual space. With your grades, perhaps you can choose the best college in Shengwadao University. Long Haoran smiled bitterly.
Try to do well on the entrance exam. I want to see you at the school of your choice. He originally thought that no one in the entire Jiangnan province would be his opponent.
But now, with the appearance of Chenmo, his idea was completely shattered. Looking at Long Haoran, who was about to disappear, Chenmo smiled and said, "Why not change the figure to a back view?
That would be more reasonable." Phew.
Long Haoran almost laughed out loud, but in the end, he shook his head. What an arrogant guy.
Chenmo defeated Long Haoran and is currently ranked first on the kill list.
As the voice spread, the first people to react were the 4 people who were still in the college entrance examination test space. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads at the same time. I choose to surrender to Chenmo.
Chenmo defeated Yi'er and is currently ranked first on the kill list. Chenmo defeated.
On top of a tall building, Yan Jinghong jumped down calmly like a swallow, but the rising and falling of his chest showed that he was not ordinary.
You are so amazing, Yan Jinghong exclaimed.
No one could have imagined that Chenmo could actually defeat Long Haoran, become the top scorer in the province, and take the first place in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province.
No one could have imagined it. Chenmo turned around and smiled gently at Yan Jinghong. How about we have a fight as the final battle of this college entrance examination? Yan Jinghong smiled strangely. Me? I choose to surrender. Suddenly, Chenmo was the only one left in the entire Gaoshan city. Chenmo defeated Yan Jinghong and is currently ranked first on the kill list. Ding! Only candidate Chenmo remains in the second round of the college entrance examination. Therefore, candidate Chenmo is declared the final champion. Congratulations to candidate Chenmo for winning the top spot in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination.
This notice was issued by the Dayu intelligence system and will be delivered to the chairman of the Great Xia Federation General Council.
Thank you all for participating.
Listening to the words echoing in his ears, Chenmo smiled faintly. It seems, I did it myself. Looking at the light gray clouds in the sky, Chenmo knew that his future would no longer be limited to the Jiangnan province. More exciting places are waiting for his arrival.
Really, looking forward to it. Chenmo 1. Chenmo defeated Long Haoran. Chenmo won the championship of Jiangnan province. The entire venue, no. It seemed as if the entire Jiangnan province was plunged into a pin-drop silence. Countless candidates looked at Chenmo on the screen in shock. Who could have imagined that a guy from a county town, with a martial arts skill of the middle level of the first rank, could reach this level? I'm actually the brother of the top student in the province?
Lin Shiming muttered to himself, his brain going into a state of shutdown.
It's over, it's over. Shangguan Kong, who had just woken up, fainted again after seeing the news.
Countless people stared with wide eyes, unable to imagine that Chenmo could actually defeat 3 powerful men and win the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. However, the facts happened right in front of them, forcing them to believe it. In the monitoring room, many old and young leaders also showed expressions of horror. Obviously, at the beginning of the college entrance examination, no one would have thought that a mere Chenmo would be able to defeat all the powerful opponents and finally win the title of number 1 in Jiangnan province. No one could have imagined it.
Wei Qingtian, the principal of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, was so excited that he almost fainted. If it weren't for the presence of his superiors, he would probably have danced on the table. The commander of Jiangnan province, Su Lingyun, was so excited that he almost jumped up and down. After so many years in government, it was so rare to see such a peerless genius. This is definitely a case of things going from bad to worse. Yi Xingchen, the admissions director of Songqiong Martial Arts University, shook his head. Really? Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Chenmo's ability level is simply too terrifying. Lao Qin, Lao Lin, don't you agree? However, when Yi Xingchen turned around, he found that Qin Xian and Lin Jianfeng had disappeared at the same time. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen also reacted and became anxious. Running so fast, are you planning to rob someone? You too, that's so dishonest. In an instant, Yi Xingchen also disappeared. The leaders present looked at each other, and finally, they smiled bitterly. What will follow will probably be an unprecedented battle for the title of number 1 scholar from Jiangnan province. In the history of Jiangnan province, almost no one has been able to make the 3 Shanghuodao universities compete with each other. And this Chenmo really do it to this extent. Countless high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen sighed, wondering how tempting the methods used by the 3 sacred martial arts academies to recruit talents would be. Chapter 22 Thunder. As the college entrance examination officially came to an end, everyone was shocked by the result. Before this, almost no one could have imagined that Chenmo, a student from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, could actually get the title of the top student in the province. Afterwards, a large number of reporters stood at the door, interviewing each candidate and each leader. Some smarter reporters found Wei Qingtian's photo and interviewed Wei Qingtian specifically. Only a few dozen minutes had passed, and all the hotspots in Jiangnan province were occupied by Chenmo. If Chenmo wasn't an orphan, he would probably have rushed home. While the outside world is bustling with activity, the same is true in a special room. Chenmo, Long Haoran, Yan Jinghan, and Wang Tianming sat in the middle of the room, looking at the 3 martial arts directors in front of them who were as tall as mountains. Not bad, not bad. The quality of your Jiangnan province this year is surprisingly high. Lin Jianfeng chuckled, narrowed his eyes, and was extremely satisfied. Okay, stop dilly-dallying and get down to business. Qin Xian suddenly became anxious, but when he turned his head and looked at Chenmo, he became gentle again. Student Chenmo, to what level has your supernatural talent evolved? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Chenmo. Long Haoran and the others had even more sharp eyes. They did not think that the dark power that had merely evolved into an S-level talent could beat them like that. Chenmo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, since the evolution, I haven't paid too much attention or measurement. That's not a big deal. Yi Xingchen from Songqiong Martial Arts University smiled and handed over a palm-sized object that looked like a mobile phone. This is an instrument for testing the strength of talent. You only need to inject your talent energy into it, and it will be enough to know your talent level. Yi Xingchen said with a smile. Okay. Chenmo didn't waste any words and immediately poured a stream of dark energy into it. He didn't intend to hide. Hide? Bullshit. In the era of advanced martial arts, hiding one's talents and realm means separating oneself from resources, which will only cause one to fall far behind others. And after his energy was poured in, a brilliant white light suddenly flashed from the instrument. Then, under the gazes of several people, a voice suddenly rang out. Dayu's artificial intelligence system detected SSS-level talent and supernatural powers. This information is automatically classified as confidential. Please sign a confidentiality agreement and refrain from disclosing this matter. Announcement by the chairman of the Great Xia Federation Council. Suddenly, the entire room fell into silence, and everyone looked at Chenmo in disbelief. They thought it was an SSS-level talent, however, SSS-level talent was too rare. There were only about 5 people with this talent in the 54 provinces of the Daxia Federation. No wonder it was able to swallow my golden dragon. Long Haoran smiled bitterly and shook his head. As early as when he was fighting with Chenmo, he discovered that the opponent's energy intensity was not at the same level as his own. Now after seeing Chenmo's SSS-level talent and ability, the arrogant Long Haoran couldn't help but feel relieved. The other 2 geniuses had the same idea. Okay. Suddenly, the eyes of Lin Jianfeng from Shenyuan Martial Arts University, Qin Xian from Xingkong Martial Arts University, and Yi Xingchen from Sangqiong Martial Arts University fell on Chenmo as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. Chenmo was a little nervous when he was looked at. Is there something wrong? Directors?
Lin Jianfeng smiled and said, Student Chenmo, on behalf of Shenyuan Martial Arts University, one of the 3 holy martial arts universities in the Great Xia Federation, I would like to formally invite you. If you can come to our Shenyuan Martial Arts University, your room and board will be free, and you will receive scholarships and grants every year for your 4 years of university. Suddenly, everyone including Qin Xian, Yi Xingchen and others were stunned.
Did Lin Jianfeng take action? Long Haoran, Yan Dinghong, and Wang Tianming were all filled with envy.
They knew that a battle between peerless geniuses was about to begin.
No, Lao Lin, you think you can get rid of our classmate Chenmo just for these few words?
Qin Xian smiled warmly, Student Chenmo, if you come to our school, you will have more than just the above terms. Our school can also provide you with 100,000 yuan of living expenses every month for your training and living expenses. What's more, our Starry Sky Martial Arts University is the most powerful among the 3 holy martial arts universities. If you choose us, you will never suffer any loss.
Before Chenmo could respond, Yi Xingchen also spoke. We at Songchong Martial Arts University also attach great importance to Chenmo.
If you can come to our school, we can also meet the above conditions. Besides that, our school has the most beautiful girls among the 3 schools of St. Budo University. I can arrange for some beautiful senior students to study with you, so you won't be lonely.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into silence. Chenmo slowly dialed a question mark.
The others? Qin Xian from Starry Sky Martial Arts University was the first to react. No, it's a beautiful study partner.
Who doesn't have the same makeup? Lin Jianfeng from Shenyuan Martial Arts University rolled his eyes.
The 3 Shengwudao universities all have a 50% male to female ratio.
Are you bragging like that?
It can be seen that the 3 Shengwudao universities have been competing for Chenmo to a great extent. This undoubtedly made Chenmo feel a little ashamed. Although this was his original ambition, he had never experienced such a grand occasion.
Student Chenmo, we can arrange a set of extraordinary weapons and equipment for each of you. Qin Xian said. Extraordinary level? You are looking down on Chenmo too much. Chenmo, if you come to our school, after the 4th level, you will have extreme weapons and equipment.
Yi Xingchen said, there are also various types of beauties in our school.
Yi Xingchen, the longer you live, the more shameless you become. Lin Jianfeng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. At the beginning, everyone in this group was not optimistic about Chenmo, except him.
As a result, when they saw Chenmo display his SSS-level supernatural powers, they all looked like they had been injected with hormones.
If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to compete with them. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Jianfeng responded immediately. Student Chenmo.
If you join our Shenyuan Martial Arts University, I guarantee that you will be able to participate in the Immortal Weapon competition every year during your 4 years of college. Suddenly, Long Haoran and others' breathing suddenly stopped. Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, who were arguing fiercely, were suddenly stunned.
Their eyes were strangely fixed on Lin Jianfeng's face. This big? Old Lin? Looking at the shocked eyes of Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, Lin Jianfeng sneered, Lin Jianfeng, have my way. Student Chenmo, we at Shenyuan Martial Arts University really hope you can come. Even though Chenmo didn't know what a magic weapon was, when he heard the word magic and saw the expressions of the other 2 directors, he knew that this was the highest condition offered by Shenyuan Martial Arts University. Therefore, Chenmo did not hesitate. Then, let's go to Shenyuan Martial Arts University.
Okay.
Lin Jianfeng laughed.
In recent years, all the good talents have been snatched away by the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Sky Martial Arts University. As a result, their Shenyuan Martial Arts University is often ranked at the bottom. This kind of situation cannot happen again. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen sighed, regretting that they did not get Chenmo.
However, the 2 of them would not say anything and would not give Chenmo a cold look in anger. Instead, one person gave Chenmo an extremely precious pill.
Student Chenmo, although I couldn't get you to choose our university, I would like to say hello to you on behalf of Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Go back and practice well with this dragon blood pill, and work hard to break through to become a 2nd-grade warrior.
Qin Xian laughed. We at Songchong Martial Arts University are also willing to make friends with classmate Chenmo. This is the 9-star blood-nourishing pill refined by our Songchong Martial Arts University. It is also a gift to you on behalf of our Songchong Martial Arts University.
Yi Xingchen said with a smile. The two directors' words sounded extremely comfortable, worthy of being people in high positions.
Chenmo didn't try to shirk these two reasons, but accepted them magnanimously. Thank you, directors. I will remember this.
After hearing what Chenmo said, Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian nodded with great satisfaction.
After Chenmo chose Xianyuan Martial Arts University, the next choice came from the three geniuses, Long Haoran, Yan Ginghong, and Wang Tianming.
In the end, Long Haoran went to Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Yan Jinghong and Chenmo went to Xianyuan Martial Arts University together, and Wang Tianming went to Zhanxiang Martial Arts University. Chenmo exchanged contact information with Long Haoran, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming and others, and made an appointment to get together at a restaurant outside.
Don't be fooled by the fierce competition in the virtual space. It is the college entrance examination and you should give your best. After the college entrance examination, we are all human beings and part of the human race.
At the same time, Chenmo and others also received text messages from their respective Shengwadeo universities, asking them to report in a month. Everyone was suddenly a little excited and started serving all kinds of good wine.
The entire Jiangnan province is still too small for them.
Only when they arrive at Shengwadeo University can they truly show their grace. After a month's vacation, Chenmo felt the vigorous blood in his body.
I have finally reached the middle stage of a second-grade warrior.
As a person with extraordinary comprehension, he attaches great importance to his own foundation. As a result, when he was promoted, he always demanded to achieve the highest level of perfection.
Moreover, after swallowing the 2 pills given to him by Shengwadeo University, Chenmo was promoted again.
Even though he is currently a mid-level second-grade warrior, the energy contained in his body is strong enough to compete with a third-grade warrior.
It's exactly 1 month.
After tonight, I'll take a plane with Yan Jinghong to the capital.
Chenmo was full of infinite yearning for the capital and Shengwadeo University. Only there can you show your brilliance. Just saying.
I heard that there is an extremely important entrance exam before entering the academy. I heard that the consequences of failing the entrance exam are extremely serious.
Chenmo still felt some pressure.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for meeting the check-in time.
Do you want to sign in? Chenmo's mind moved. Here it comes, sign in immediately.
Congratulations to the host for completing the second month of sign-in and receiving the SSS Level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Reward.
Chapter 23 Top Prodigy. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder?
There was a flash of shock in Chenmo's eyes.
He didn't expect that the second sign-in reward would also be an SSS level talent. In other words, I am now a top genius with 3 talents? Detected that the SSS level Dark Divine Body and the SSS level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder have a fusion compatibility. System integration.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSR level talent 9 Heavens Dark Thunder Body. All of a sudden, a vast force surged into Chenmo's body, making him become more terrifying and rumor-inspiring.
The entire system space seemed to be covered by countless dark lightnings, and dark lightnings as tall as Mount Buzhou grew everywhere. Really, what a terrifying ability. Above the SSS level, there's actually an SSR level? Could it be that he is the only one in the whole world? When he thought of this, Chenmo felt a little excited.
After feeling the tremendous energy in his body, Chenmo opened his eyes that were like black holes, and in these eyes, there was actually a terrifying lightning energy.
Triple talent, creating the world.
There are still 8 hours until tomorrow when we go to Xianyuan Martial Arts University to attend the opening ceremony. In that case, let's perfect the 3 abilities.
Darkness, Annihilation, Darkness, World Destruction, Darkness, Spear.
These abilities also seem to need improvement. Looking at the system space filled with dark thunder, dark divine thunders like air dragons surged up and lingered around Chenmo, turning into countless terrifying pressures that spread out layer by layer. Suddenly, Chenmo spread out his right palm, and the light of dark divine thunder suddenly appeared, and then, a 3-meter-long divine thunder dark gun condensed.
Next, it's time to demonstrate your extraordinary comprehension.
Every Shengwadeo University has an entrance ceremony.
To be precise, it should be an entrance examination.
This exam not only determines your next 4 years of university life, but also determines which college you will choose in Shengwadeo University. Each college has its own strengths and characteristics. However, if the right students are not selected, their cultivation during the 4 years of college may be extremely slow and they may fall behind others. Therefore, the 200 geniuses who entered Xianyuan Martial Arts University were fully prepared and set out from all over the place.
Daxia Kyoto.
in a practice room as spacious as a football field. A little girl about 1.5 meters tall, wearing combat uniform, was closing her eyes, feeling the 10 third-grade mechanical puppets in front of her. Suddenly, Lan Qi opened her eyes. Boom! Dark golden flying knives suddenly shot out from the belt, and the terrifying energy they carried exploded at the same time. The 10 mechanical puppets reacted immediately, their eyes emitting blue light, and they tried to rush towards Lan Qi. However, only a series of swish sounds were heard echoing in the training room, and the 10 mechanical puppets instantly separated from their heads and bodies, revealing their inner bodies filled with delicate wires. Then, 10 black gold flying knives surrounded it, flashing in extremely terrifying and cold light. Miss, Xianyuan Martial Arts University has issued a notice requiring you to go to the university today to attend the entrance ceremony, said a white-haired butler.
Okay, I understand. Let's prepare the car.
Lan Qi shrugged, stretched out her arms, and an invisible mental force gushed out, putting all the black gold flying knives into her waist.
Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
Hopefully, there's someone in there who can catch my flying knife.
A towering and beautiful valley. This is a nationally famous tourist attraction controlled by the richest businessmen in the province.
But in the past few days, this place has been completely closed by wealthy businessmen, and it has been announced that it will not reopen until a month later. However, under a waterfall that seemed to be thousands of feet high, stood a man who was 2 meters and 4 feet tall. His whole body was bronze in color, like an ancient Buddha, standing majestically and motionlessly under the waterfall.
Suddenly, Gujin suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a bronze glow. Boom!
A huge amount of energy burst out from his body, even blocking the waterfall falling from the cliff. Then, Gujing walked out of the waterfall calmly, and a tremendous amount of energy was released, which even caused the air around him to slightly distort.
Young master, there's a message from Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
Another man spoke respectfully.
Okay. Gujin nodded lightly, turned his head and looked in the direction of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Entrance ceremony? Don't be like this province, full of dirtbags. At the same time,
in a forest, a handsome young man in a long robe was strolling. Even though the ground was covered with moss-covered bluestone and countless vines hung down like poisonous snakes, the young man remained calm and composed. It seemed as if there was nothing in this world that could affect him.
He walked slowly and came to a flat land. Suddenly, countless creatures ran out from the dense forest.
There are chirping yellow sparrows, chubby bears, hedgehogs covered with sharp thorns, and huge tigers that terrorize the mountains and forests. At this moment, they were completely prostrating themselves under this handsome young man, as if they were looking up to a god.
Really? You always like to fight. After all these injuries?
Looking at the wounds of these animals, Shang Wuji smiled softly and sighed, then let me help you. Saint Wuji raised his hands, and suddenly a platinum-colored light emerged. This platinum-colored light is like the brightest holy light between heaven and earth, able to drive away countless darkness. Then, this white light fell on countless animals. In an instant, the wounds on these animals began to heal, and after a while, they all became healthy. All the people and animals uttered sounds of gratitude.
I probably won't be back here in the next few months. Shang Wuji looked at his hands and said, I, too, have to fight for it. Entrance ceremony?
I hope my holy light can completely drive them away. At the largest airport in the entire Jiangnan provincial capital, there is a huge passenger plane parked at the airport. Countless passengers who stopped were shocked by this. They heard that this passenger plane was picking up students going to Shengwadao University.
That was Shengwadao University. The name alone was enough to shock them.
In front of the passenger plane, there were already 4 figures standing. They were Su Lingyun and Yan Jinghong, as well as 2 students who were approved by Dayu's artificial intelligence system to attend Shengwadao University, namely Li Shuyun and Yi Kang.
At this moment, they are waiting for someone. Why hasn't Brother Chen arrived yet? Could it be that he has practiced too much? Yi Kang asked. Impossible, I just called him. Li Shuyun said. Wait a minute, there's no rush anyway.
Yan Jinghong said with a smile.
Alas, young people are always impatient. Look, here he comes.
Su Lingyun smiled gently and pointed at the figure dragging a suitcase in the distance. However, when the 4 of them all looked at Chenmo, they were all stunned at the same time.
Chapter 24 Make Friends. Chenmo's outfit was extremely ordinary, just a black and white sportswear. However, there was a terrifying aura of oppression emanating from Chenmo.
When Yan Jinghong and the other two felt it, their pupils suddenly shrank. If the previous Chenmo was just as deep as a black hole, now he had an indescribable violence. Until Chenmo chuckled and restrained his aura, at this moment Chenmo became just like an ordinary tourist.
This guy has become stronger again.
Li Shuyun smiled bitterly.
It's only been a few days? I remember the last time we met and got together was just a few days ago.
Yan Jinghong smacked his lips.
Brother Chen is really awesome.
Yi Kong said with a smile. Looking at Chenmo's approaching figure, Su Lingyun smiled and took his suitcase.
Has there been another breakthrough in cultivation? Su Lingyun asked. Well, I've learned a little bit more. Chenmo smiled lightly. A few billion?
Yan Jinghong, Li Shuyun, and Yi Kong looked at each other.
Chenmo could probably kill them in one move now. At this level of intensity, the improvement would be more than just a little bit, right?
Everyone smiled bitterly. In their original place, they might be geniuses, but in front of Chenmo, they were just ordinary people.
After going to Xianyuan Martial Arts University, this sense of gap may widen again. Get on the plane. Be good when you get to university. Su Lingyun smiled softly. I won't see you off.
I'm the commander and must stay here.
Thank you, Commander Su.
The four people reacted and immediately bowed to Su Lingyun to express their gratitude.
But Su Lingyun smiled and said, after you go to Shengwadao University, you must behave well. Our Jiangnan province has not achieved good results in recent years. We rely on you to win honor for our Jiangnan province.
Then, go there and don't blindly compare yourself to others.
There are so many truly talented geniuses at Shengwadao University, too many to count. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Su Lingyun waved his hand and said, the entrance exam is very difficult. But difficulty also means generous rewards. Only those who stand out in the entrance exam will be able to choose the college of your dreams. The wrong college, like the wrong university, makes it difficult to reach your full potential.
Su Lingyun clenched his fists and bumped fists with the four people one after another.
His eyes couldn't help but become moist. Xianyuan Martial Arts University has 4 colleges, but how to choose?
It adopts a system equivalent to the college entrance examination, and uses the test results to determine the college you choose.
Only if you do well in the exam can the choice you make be more suitable for you. Yes.
The 4 of them shouted and then boarded the plane.
Soon, the plane officially started and flew into the sky, heading towards the 9-day sky.
Looking at the plane flying away, Su Lingyun couldn't help but feel a little emotional.
I hope these little guys won't be hit. There are many true geniuses in Shengwadao University. Back then, I thought I was invincible. But after entering Xianyuan Martial Arts University and taking the entrance exam, I realized there are always people better than you. Thinking of his entrance exam that year, Su Lingyun's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. The entrance exam is very difficult. I hope this little guy does well. Oh yeah, there's also Long Haoran, Wang Tianming, and the others. Sigh, we're busy today.
A few hours later, the plane arrived in the capital. Looking at the prosperous capital, Chenmo and others couldn't help but open their eyes wide. There are tall buildings everywhere, and a wide variety of hover cars. Even in mid-air, there are powerful warriors driving flying shuttles, which are extremely handsome and good-looking.
The 4 of them followed the navigation on their mobile phones and soon arrived at Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
July 7th was a month after the college entrance examination, and it was also the start of school for the 3 Saint Martial Arts Universities. On the right side of the gate of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a gate exclusively for freshmen to enter was opened. I saw many students in different clothes standing at the door. Many students were making a lot of noise and chatting outside, waiting for the arrangements of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. However, the group of people in front of him were all among the top 10 in the college entrance examination in their respective provinces. What's more, some of them were even the top scorers in the college entrance examination.
Today, we are gathered here for the entrance examination.
Such strong strength.
Yan Jinghong glanced at some of them and couldn't help but murmur. Some figures were wearing ordinary black robes, but they exuded a mountainous aura.
Some figures carried long spears on their backs, and their bodies were as huge and heavy as ancient generals. And there was also a petite figure, who attracted countless shocked gazes the moment she appeared. A little girl with blue hair was seen slowly getting out of the business car. With every step she took, everyone felt a storm-like sense of oppression.
That's Lan Qi, the eldest daughter of the Lan family in the capital. Wow, he's the same age as us, but he's already reached the middle stage of the third-grade warrior? Yes, it is said that the talent he possesses is SS-level mental power. With this talent, combined with his family background, I can't imagine the power that will be unleashed. In the entrance exam, Lan Qi will definitely be among the top 3. Beside Chenmo and others, many powerful people couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. The capital is the economic and political center of the entire Daxia Federation. The warriors born here have received an education many times higher than theirs. And Lan Qi is one of the representatives at the top. It is rumored that he started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, and had mastered most of the martial arts in the world by the age of 10. In order to pursue speed, he actively suppressed his height. Afterwards, after awakening his SS-level telekinesis, he became even more terrifying, and was almost invincible in the entire Kyoto. I heard that he achieved second place in the capital's college entrance examination. I didn't expect that any little girl could crush me. Li Shuyun said with a wry smile. There are always people better than you, and there are always mountains better than you. Just stay humble. Chenmo smiled lightly. Chenmo didn't feel much. However, he turned his head and soon noticed another man. I saw a 2-meter-4 strong man like an iron tower, with thousands of kilograms of iron chains tied around his body, walking slowly from a distance. Every time he took the first step, the air around him seemed to collapse. Gu Jin of the Gu family in Mindian province, this year's top scholar in Mindian province. I heard that the talent he awakened is SS-level bronze talent. Fighting against a humanoid beast, isn't this too terrifying? That's normal. I heard that he usually practices under the waterfall. Another expert. I'm already looking forward to the entrance exam. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed. They are all geniuses who rank among the top in the college entrance examination. However, there are gaps among these geniuses. Genius, prodigy, top genius, evildoer, top evildoer, these names are not made up at random. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Yi Kang asked, his gaze still fixed on Chenmo. Chenmo smiled softly and said, I saw a very interesting guy. At this moment, the cry of a crane suddenly sounded. Everyone looked towards the sky and saw a figure sitting on the white crane. I saw a figure in a white robe, like a banished immortal, slowly falling from the sky. Then, he stood in the center with a floating posture. Who's that? Such a pretentious guy. Saint Wuji. Hailed as the strongest freshman in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University. No? We haven't even fought yet? How do you know he's the strongest? He has awakened the very best SS-level talent. He's only one step away from SSS level. No wonder. Damn. Isn't that the strength of the middle third rank? I feel like he's also got the first place in the entrance exam. Everyone's face was filled with shock. This top-level genius was probably almost a monster. Afterwards, the arrival of several top geniuses aroused cheers from the crowd. Our Jiangnan province is almost being ignored. Yan Ginghong smiled bitterly. There's nothing we can do. Our Jiangnan province has always been at the bottom of the Shengwadao University. Li Shuyun comforted Yan Dinghong. Then try to change him. Chenmo smiled lightly, and his words made Yan Jinghong and the other two stunned at the same time. The three of them looked at each other, and complex expressions appeared in their eyes. Maybe Chenmo can really change this matter? For a moment, everyone thought of the genius who became the ultimate dark horse and defeated Long Haoran in the college entrance examination a month ago. At that time, who could have imagined that Chenmo could defeat Long Haoran and take first place in the college entrance examination? However, at this moment, the figure in the white robe gradually walked towards them from a distance. Everyone's breathing became much lighter. Shang Wuji came in front of Chenmo and smiled softly. My name is Shang Wuji, are you acquainted? Chapter 25, Block the Way. Everyone was slightly stunned. Ever since Shang Wuji appeared until now, his face has always been indifferent, but now, there is someone that Shang Wuji takes the initiative to get to know? You know, neither Lan Qi nor Gu Jin can enjoy this treatment. Even Lan Qi and Gu Jin looked at Chenmo with their eyes narrowed, as if they were sizing up this young man, wondering what charm he had that could attract Shang Wuji's attention. In their eyes, at this entrance ceremony, the two of them only needed to focus on each other in Saint Wuji. And the young man in front of me seems to have come from the remote Jiangnan province. Hearing Shang Wuji's voice, Chenmo also smiled. Jiangnan Province, Chenmo.
Suddenly, everyone reacted.
So he's from Jiangnan Province. No wonder I didn't know him. I heard that this guy is from the county town? In a county town? TSK, is Jiangnan Province so lax now? Let a guy from a county town win the top prize? Don't underestimate Chenmo. I've seen his battle videos. They're terrifying. TSK, how terrifying can a guy who comes from the bottom be?
When Lan Shi, Gu Jin and other geniuses saw this situation, they just shook their heads, thinking that it was just a whim of Shang Wuji. After shaking hands with Chenmo, Shang Wuji chuckled and said, "I'm looking forward to fighting you at the entrance ceremony."
Chenmo smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it too."
Then, the two of them turned slightly sideways and walked away from each other as if they were passers-by.
"Brother Chen, do you know him?" Yi Kang asked.
After all, this guy who was known as the strongest freshman suddenly came to Chenmo, and the three of them were a little confused. "I don't know him, but we know each other's abilities,"
Chenmo answered truthfully.
No wonder it caused a reaction from his own dark divine body.
It turned out that the other party also had an extremely rare holy light ability. Is this a necessary fight? Chenmo shook his head lightly.
This may just be a challenge from the weak to the strong. The freshmen didn't have to wait long.
18 warriors walked out of the school gate. The auras of the 18 warriors were very steady.
Obviously, most of them were sophomore volunteers who had reached the strength of 4th grade warriors.
Suddenly,
almost all the freshmen felt their hearts suddenly tense. They knew that the entrance ceremony was probably about to begin. The leading volunteer glanced at everyone. Speaking of the corresponding province, follow the corresponding senior into the school gate and head to the venue. Soon, teams of supporters followed, in batches and one after another, seemingly moving from different directions. Next, it was Chenmo's group's turn.
Jiangnan Province, Baoyu Province, Fusher Province, the three of you come with me. A volunteer glanced at them.
After entering the campus, Chenmo and others were slightly shocked by the scene in front of them. Giant trees that block out the sun, huge stadiums that resemble airships, playgrounds that are as big as 20 football fields, various lakeside areas. It is so dazzling that it puts people at a loss.
This gave Chenmo a feast for the eyes. TSK, don't you Jiangnan Province usually organize visits to Shangwadao University?
Near Chenmo and the others, a short-haired boy with his arms crossed spoke in a frivolous tone.
His name was Xiao Wuheng, the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Baoyu Province.
His strength had reached the 2nd level of perfection.
Suddenly, Yan Jinghong, Li Shuyun and others felt angry.
When they were about to speak, another young man nearby spoke.
Xiao Wuheng, have you forgotten? Provinces at the bottom of the rankings generally don't qualify to participate in research studies. Guo Fengyue shook his head and smiled.
He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Fusher Province, and his strength was also at the 2nd level. What the two leading top scorers said immediately made the younger brothers who followed them cover their mouths and laugh softly. In an instant, Yan Jinghong and others became more and more angry. When Yan Jinghong was about to speak, he was stopped by Chenmo.
"Calm down," Chenmo said with a smile.
Just when Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng thought that Chenmo was going to endure it, the next sentence made them look at Chenmo at the same time. "There's no point in arguing with a bunch of trash."
Chenmo smiled faintly. "The more you argue, the more you waste your time."
In an instant, Yan Jinghong and others felt that it was just right.
This is what Chenmo should have said. "You."
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng turned around at the same time and glared at Chenmo.
"Get lost," Chenmo said with a smile.
For a moment, the two men's faces turned slightly red. If it weren't for the fact that the martial arts university prohibited private fighting, they would probably have taught the boy in front of them a lesson. "Just wait and see how I'm going to teach you a lesson at the entrance ceremony."
"Ha, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is."
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng suppressed their anger. The entrance examination is coming soon, and I must be in the best condition to prepare for it. The entrance examination will determine your entire 4 years of cultivation life. It's really not worth it to fight with a guy from Jiangnan Province here and damage my mood. When the entrance exam comes, they will let Chenmo see the power that belongs to them.
In a huge building of Xianyuan Martial Arts University,
Lin Jianfeng looked down at the scenery below and smiled gently. "Wow, this year's freshmen are really full of hidden talents." Just then, an old man in a white robe slowly walked up to him. But the old man was in good spirits, with black hair, like a middle-aged man. I saw that there was a faint twist of yin and yang energy around the old man's body, and the momentum it brought was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. Obviously, he has reached the level of a half-step 9th grade martial king.
Old Hua, you seem to be in good spirits,
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile.
Hua Xiu rolled his eyes at Lin Jianfeng and said, this year's enrollment is indeed good.
Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and others are all top-notch talents in their freshman year. The person who came was none other than the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Hua Xiu. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly, you have overlooked one person.
Hua Xiu smiled and asked, who? Chenmo.
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile. Hua Xiu was stunned.
He searched Chenmo's memory for a long time before he found it, the top scholar in Jiangnan province? Old Lin, you are not kidding me, are you?
A few days ago, you applied to the principal for the highest freshman standard and even applied for the competition for immortal weapons.
Wasn't it for Shang Wuji?
Hua Xiu said. In an instant, Hua Xiu thought of an amazing spot.
It's for Chenmo.
Lin Jianfeng spread his hands.
Crazy.
Hua Xiu said, but you usually have a reason for what you do.
Tell me and watch. SSS level supernatural powers and perfect marksmanship, is that enough?
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile.
Hua Xiu was stunned, enough. Wow. Jiangnan province actually gave birth to a genius? SSS level monsters are usually kept secret directly by Daiyu's artificial intelligence.
Generally speaking, no one knows except those present. As for whether it will spread later. One of them is an 8th grade martial lord and the other is a 9th grade martial king.
What are they afraid of spreading?
The most important thing is that warriors with SSS level talents have been snatched away by Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Sky Martial Arts University for several years.
Now he has obtained a warrior with SSS level talent.
Although it cost him the quota to compete for the immortal weapon, Hua Xiu also feels that it is worth it.
You know, an SSS level warrior is very likely to become a martial king level warrior. Only then will we be able to add tremendous combat power to the entire human race. Let me see which of the sophomore's last place students was picked by Chenmo's group. Hua Xiu just smiled lightly, then waved his sleeves.
Suddenly, a faint light flashed out, and then a huge screen appeared. The scene of Chenmo and others walking was reflected on the screen. And at the small gate in the fence in front of Chenmo and others, it was written gate number 17.
Gate number 17? Could that be that guy Jianming? Lin Jianfeng was stunned. Yes, it's him.
Hua Xiu crossed his arms and smiled softly.
If that's him, then it's interesting.
At the door of gate number 17, the volunteer who led the way had left at some point. Standing in front of everyone was door number 17, which only allowed one person to enter. At the entrance, a building like a glass bird's nest stands magnificently in mid-air. When the bright sunlight shines on it, it flashes with countless reflective colors.
Apparently, that's where the entrance exam is held. Could it be? You want us to go in from here? It seems so. The intersection is too small. Let's go and take the freshman exam.
Guo Fengwei and Xiao Wuhong spoke one after another. Just as they were about to go in, a blood-red figure suddenly blocked their way. The blood-red figure sighed, stretched out his arm, and suddenly held a blood-red long sword in his hand.
Only by defeating me can you qualify to take the freshman exam.
If you can't beat me, then you'll have to clean the toilets in the school for 3 months before you can take the exam. Jiangming held the blood shadow sword in his hand and looked at the 3 teams from 3 provinces. There was a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes.
Chapter 26, Defeat. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from Jiangming's body.
It is like thunder that has not flashed for thousands of years. Once released, it will unleash an extremely terrifying pressure. A closer look revealed that Jiangming's realm had probably already reached the initial stage of a 3rd grade warrior. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of oppression like a tsunami, rushing in front of them.
Obviously, the purpose of sending a sophomore candidate here is to preliminarily measure their true strength. Test them to see if they can take part in this entrance examination.
Even if you have not taken the test, if you enter the freshman exam without any ability, you will have to forget about having a good time in the next 3 months. Cleaning the toilet is something that is shameful for all the geniuses.
Suddenly, an invisible anger burned among the freshmen.
At the same time, Jiangming felt anger burning in his chest. Among the sophomores, his grades were considered above average, so logically, he shouldn't have to serve as a whetstone for the freshmen. However, when the final test came, he had become obsessed with practicing swordsmanship, which dragged his ranking down to the lowest level. This made him almost vomit blood, so he was sent to be a whetstone for the freshmen. Jiangmei took a quick look at the three groups, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth.
It seems that your strength is not that good?
Jiangmei said with a smile. All of a sudden, except for Chenmo, who had a calm face, the rest of the people glared in anger. You know, almost all the warriors who come to Shengwadao University are top-notch geniuses.
Now, they are said to be weak?
At this moment, Guofengyue, dressed in a black robe, stood forward, stretched out his hand, and suddenly grabbed a huge axe.
Senior, then you, come and have a taste of my axe. Looking at the tense scene between the two, Chenmo waved his hand, signaling Yan Jinghong and others to step back. Isn't this senior too arrogant? Yan Jinghong sighed softly. That's right. Li Shuyun agreed.
Chenmo crossed his arms across his chest, watching the duel with great interest. It seems that this was specially set up by the academy to test our strength. Yi Kong sighed, this test is completely brainless.
Chenmo chuckled and said, it's okay, it's good to take a look.
Looking at Guofengyue holding a giant axe and Jiangmei holding a long sword in front of him, Chenmo wanted to see the fighting style of the geniuses from other provinces.
As mentioned before, the Jiangnan province is really too small.
Only at Shengwadao University can you see more beautiful scenery.
Chenmo couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming entrance examination for freshmen. As he was thinking expectantly, Guofengyue suddenly shouted. My talent is the SS level thick earth talent. Senior, you better be careful. Hearing this, Jiangmei smiled instead. You freshmen, do you have to be so noisy when fighting?
All of a sudden, Guofengyue's eyes widened, and then, a layer of earth armor suddenly covered his body. This layer of earth armor was thicker and more terrifying than the ones Chenmo had seen from the Zhang brothers before.
Combined with Guofengyue's tower-like figure, the oppressive feeling it brought was extremely terrifying.
The earth is thick and the mountains are broken.
Boom!
At that instant, this iron tower-like man burst out with a fighting power that was completely different from his own. He held the huge axe in his hand and moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiangmei.
Cut!
The huge axe broke through the air, and the air around it suddenly began to dissipate, as if it was wrapped in a force of 100,000 pounds.
It can almost split the entire air into two halves. The power of this attack is actually only slightly inferior to Lon Haoran's.
Looking at the giant axe that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Jiangmei crossed his arms and smiled.
You want to take the entrance exam for freshmen? Isn't that too fantastical?
Jiangmei suddenly drew out his sword, and suddenly, 30 sword shadows appeared in the air. Each nice shadow attacked Guofengyue suddenly at an extremely brutal and tricky angle.
And that speed actually completely crushed Jiangmei. It's a bit fast. Chenmo raised his eyebrows. Guofengyue obviously noticed this as well.
In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over his body. He pulled back the axe rudely, trying to show a defensive posture. However, the extremely sharp tip of the knife had already touched his neck. A drop of blood suddenly flowed out. Guofengyue was sweating profusely. If this had happened in actual combat, he would have been dead. Okay, get out of here. Jiangmei drew back his sword, his face full of disdain. As Guofengyue returned to the crowd, almost all the candidates from the three provinces gasped. They didn't expect that Jiangmei's swordsmanship speed was so terrifying. They were all the chosen ones of their respective provinces. However, when faced with the speed of Jiangmei's sword, they were completely unable to catch it. Obviously, his swordsmanship had already reached the level of perfection. At this moment, a young man in white combat uniform, holding two swords, walked out from the crowd. This is the #1 scholar in Baoyu province, Xiao Wuheng. Dual swords? TSK, quite interesting. I wonder if they have reached the subtle level. Looking at Xiao Wuheng walking out from the crowd, Jiangmei still had a look of disdain on his face. There was no longer any contempt in Xiao Wuheng's eyes towards Chenmo. Instead, there was an extreme solemnity. This kind of solemnity had not appeared even when he took the college entrance examination. Senior, please teach me. Xiao Wuheng took a deep breath, and then layers of frost suddenly appeared on his two swords. Then, the frost continued to spread, not only condensing a light ice armor on the surface of his body, but even turning his sword into an extremely sharp ice sword. The terrifying low temperature spread, causing everyone to gasp.
SS level Ice of Despair. Yin Dinghong sighed slightly. SS level Ice of Despair, with its attack close to absolute zero, can bring devastating blows to the enemy. This type of ability is also known as the strongest ability below the SSS level Ice ability. I wonder if this guy can beat this senior.
Li Shuyun clenched his hands, his palms sweating. After all, the oppressive feeling brought by Zhao Minglai was too strong.
At this moment, what Chenmo said made everyone stunned. I can't beat him.
Before the other freshman from Bayou province could refute Chenmo, Xiao Wuheng on the battlefield had already raised his two swords and rushed towards Jiangming.
Two icy auras lingered around his body, and then countless tiny ice crystals appeared.
However, at this moment, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted.
It's all fancy stuff, but it's not practical at all.
Before everyone could react, Jiangming suddenly created 7 or 8 clones, and then each clone attacked Xiao Wuheng.
Damn it! It turned out to be a rare ability to clone oneself. Xiao Wuheng was sweating profusely.
Just as he was about to defend himself with his two swords, a ghostly blood shadow sword had already reached his heart. Just an inch and Jiangming would be able to pierce Xiao Wuheng completely.
Defeated. Xiao Wuheng, defeated. Everyone's faces suddenly turned pale.
You know, if these two people lost, it would mean that their two provinces would basically have no combat effectiveness. In other words, even if they entered the freshman exam, they would become the most shameful province.
In an instant, the faces of Governor Bao Yu and Governor Fusher suddenly turned pale. How can I take the freshman exam like this?
At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded.
Senior, I want to ask a question. That is to say, if I defeat you, then my Jiangnan province will definitely be cleared. So, the other two provinces, are they going to enjoy our blessing, or are they going to have to clean toilets alone? Chenmo raised his hand and smiled at Jiangming.
Jiangming was stunned. He actually felt a completely different smell from this guy.
This kid. Not simple.
Putting away the contempt in his eyes, Jiangming answered seriously. The fate of the remaining two provinces in the group will be determined by those who pass.
Chenmo suddenly realized, so he walked forward and bowed slightly to Jiangming. Junior Chenmo. Please, senior. Go to defeat. Chapter 27 Dark Thunder and Gun Killing. Junior Chenmo. Please accept the defeat, senior.
Chenmo bowed and smiled, his tone full of indifference. And his voice, like a tide, spread throughout the venue in an instant. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng glanced at Chenmo, their eyes filled with confusion.
You know, even they can't take a penny of Zhao's life, but Chenmo was so bold that he directly said, please accept the defeat, senior? Did he really think he could defeat Jiangming? This is simply a fantasy. High in the sky, on top of a tall building. In front of the huge corridor.
Lin Jianfang and Huo Xiu were still looking at the screen.
Huo Xiu smiled lightly, this student with SSS level talent is really arrogant.
Lin Jianfang chuckled and said, be less arrogant.
Do you need to be called a genius? 2.
Huo Xiu crossed his arms and said, it's better to be a little more arrogant, but I wonder if his arrogance can be put into practice.
Lin Jianfang laughed and said, do you think Chenmo can't beat Jiangming? Huo Xiu didn't say anything, but nodded.
Jiangming went to the Speed Academy. His speed has already surpassed many people.
What's more, the talent he possesses is an S-level clone talent. This alone is enough to make countless people suffer.
If he hadn't gone too far in his swordsmanship training last semester, he would have been promoted to the middle rank. As the vice principal of the school, Huo Xiu knows every student very well.
After all, only by understanding the students in your school can you understand their real needs. Lin Jianfeng smiled and said, would you like to make a bet? Huo Xiu shook his head, everyone knows that you won a Tale of 100 Years Enlightenment tea from Qin a few days ago? But to be honest, if Chenmo wants to defeat Jiangming, he still needs to fall a little short.
Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly with some embarrassment, but unlike Huo Xiu, he believed in Chenmo wholeheartedly.
With Chenmo's ability. But you won't necessarily lose. Besides, this kid is easy to surprise him.
As Chenmo's voice spread, this sentence naturally reached Jiangming's ears. Looking at Chenmo in front of him with a slight smile on his lips, Jiangming also smiled.
You're very confident. But, in front of me, it's not enough.
Jiangming drew out the blood shadow blade and looked at Chenmo seriously.
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng couldn't help but sneer when they saw this scene.
In recent years, Jiangnan province has always been at the bottom of the 54 provinces.
How could there be any genius emerging from it?
However, what happened next made both of their brows twitch wildly at the same time.
Chenmo took a step back, then smiled and said to Yen Jinghong and the others, "Stand back a little?" Yen Jinghong and others nodded immediately. Others didn't know how terrifying Chenmo was, but as they were also from Jiangnan province, how could they not know? Only after Yen Jinghong and others retreated did Chenmo let out a breath of foul air. Suddenly, Chenmo suddenly stretched out his right hand. Buzz! 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 Wave after wave of dark energy surged out from Chenmo's skin. Countless energy-formed air dragons wrapped around Chenmo's entire body, covering him with a terrifying light armor. The intensity of the energy that erupted made the hearts of everyone present suddenly tighten. This guy is something.
At this moment, Xiao Wuhang and Guo Fengyue had completely lost their contempt, and instead, there was an extremely terrifying solemn look. However, the gathering of this dark energy continues. This terrifying dark energy was suddenly covered with a completely different energy. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they felt as if there was an invisible big hand at their throat, strangling their breathing.
The second superpower. Someone murmured to himself.
In an instant, the whole place fell silent.
In the room above the sky,
Huoxiu jumped up on the spot and pointed in Chenmo's direction in disbelief.
This little guy actually has a second ability? Wasn't it agreed that there would only be one kind of dark divine body superpower? How come there's also a lightning superpower? No, he actually completely merged the lightning power and the dark power together? TSK, this is a fantastic idea, really good.
Even the knowledgeable Huoxiu couldn't help but be surprised by Chenmo's performance. Along with Huoxiu's shocking voice, Lin Jianfeng, the director of the admissions office, was also confused.
When did Chenmo possess two superpowers? Hasn't it always been a dark divine body? Suddenly, Lin Jianfeng thought of an astonishing possibility, that is,
Chenmo was still hiding his strength in the college entrance examination. After a long time, Lin Jianfeng exhaled and looked at the young man on the screen who was surrounded by darkness and thunder. This guy seems to have brought me another big surprise. I originally thought that during the entrance examination, Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and others would curb Chenmo's arrogance, allowing Chenmo to calm down and polish himself. Now it seems that it remains to be seen who will curb whose arrogance. And on that screen, this light armor formed by thunder and darkness continued to burst out with a crackling sound. The dark thunder, like a terrifying black dragon, coiled around Chenmo's body.
Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone,
a pair of giant dark hands suddenly appeared behind Chenmo, and each arm was as thick as a giant python. A pressure as strong as a mountain suddenly spread out, causing everyone to open their eyes wide.
A solemnity that was no longer present on Zhao Ming's face appeared. He actually felt a breath of danger from Chenmo. Is this guy really a freshman? TSK. TSK. TSK.
I saw that there seemed to be countless shadows dispersing from Zhao Ming's body. After they were completely dispersed, there were as many as 12 of them. This is the S-level clone ability that Zhao Ming awakened. This kind of clone ability has almost the same aura and power. As long as I can dodge Chenmo's first wave of attacks, I will definitely be able to find an opportunity to counterattack. After all, Zhao Ming didn't want to lose. After all, as a sophomore, it would be too embarrassing for him to lose to a new junior. However, the oppressive feeling brought by Chenmo was the most terrifying among all the freshmen he had seen so far.
What on earth did this guy in front of me eat to grow up? Can Chenmo win?
Yi Kong swallowed secretly. He could feel the astonishing oppression from Chenmo, but the defeat of Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhang told him that Zhao Ming was really terrifyingly strong.
I believe Chenmo. Li Shuyun said. Yeah.
Yen Jinghong nodded. Given Chenmo's personality, he would never do anything without confidence. While everyone was chatting, Chenmo's dark thunder energy was completely condensed. Looking at the 12 identical Zhao Mings in front of him, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of Chenmo's mouth. It seems that the senior wants to drag me to death. However, it seems that it is not possible with your ability. Suddenly, the pair of big hands growing behind Chenmo spread out completely. Then, 2 5-meter-long spears made of thunder and darkness were suddenly firmly grasped in the palms of this pair of huge arms. The enormous energy gushing out from the 5-meter-long gun actually distorted the surrounding air.
Go berserk.
Looking at Zhao Ming, whose faces were already covered in cold sweat, Chenmo raised his hand and smiled softly.
Dark Thunder, Gun Killing. Chapter 28, Gunmanship. The terrifying dark spear was wrapped in black thunder.
The 5-meter-long spear was like a meteor, suddenly shot out from the pair of dark giant hands.
Buzz.
This dark thunder gun suddenly tore through all the air, and the huge energy seemed to distort large areas of air. Sensing this tremendous energy fluctuation, everyone present felt their scalps tingle.
Who on earth is this guy from?
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong both broke out in cold sweat. They didn't expect this guy to be so strong and so terrifying. From these two giant dark spears, both of them felt the smell of death at the same time.
If they catch it, they will die.
Facing the giant dark thunder spear that was constantly getting bigger, Zhao Ming's face was covered in cold sweat.
It's okay, Zhao Ming, you can do it. What you are using is a clone. He only has 2 spears, how could he possibly attack me?
Before Zhao Ming could react, he saw that the 2 giant dark thunder guns were actually aimed directly at his real self among the 12 clones.
Defend! Defend!
Zhao Ming shouted suddenly. All 11 clones rushed forward and quickly stood in front of Zhao Ming.
However, everything was in vain.
The sharp and terrifying dark thunder giant spear destroyed the clones one by one like a rotten wood. In front of the 2 terrifying giant spears, Zhao Ming's identity was as weak as a puppet. In an instant, the terrifying giant spear had arrived in front of Zhao Ming.
No!
Zhao Ming immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He would die from this kind of attack. However, at this moment, the 2 giant guns turned into black mist and suddenly disappeared from the spot.
The tingling sensation of the remaining thunder continued to twitch on Zhao Ming's face.
He raised his head and could only see Chenmo's face with a faint smile.
Senior, thank you for your kindness. Chenmo bowed. Quiet. The entrance to number 17 fell into silence.
Before this, people in Baoyu province and Fushi province had never thought that Chenmo could defeat Zhao Ming.
You know, this is an opponent that even Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong can't defeat. Everyone looked shocked.
The faces of Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong had turned as pale as pig liver.
I had just offended a genius? You are so strong, why didn't you say so earlier? Why are you hiding it? Well done.
When Yin Jinghong and others saw this scene, for some reason, they did not feel excited or shocked at all.
At the beginning of the battle, they all automatically assumed that Chenmo would win this battle. But no one expected that Chenmo could win so quickly. Chenmo really became very strong under their gaze.
Zhao Ming, who was standing at entrance number 17, looked at Chenmo deeply.
Congratulations, you can enter the Jiangnan province.
Zhao Ming said with a wry smile. Until now, he had not thought that he lost to a freshman, and lost to a freshman in the middle of the 2nd grade.
Thank you, senior. Chenmo smiled lightly, then waved his hand, signaling Yin Jinghong and others to follow.
At this moment, Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengyue looked at each other, smacked their lips, and wanted to ask Chenmo to be exempted from sweeping the toilet for 3 months. However, when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. The pride that comes from being a genius does not allow them to speak. In the end, they could only smile bitterly and sigh, and followed Chenmo and others into the huge venue behind the fence. Looking at the backs of Chenmo and others leaving, Zhao Ming shook his head.
Chenmo. Among this freshman class, I'm afraid he'll be in the top 10, no. Top 5.
Just as Zhao Ming was about to leave, he saw the dark thunder energy remaining on his face gradually condensing, and in his astonished eyes, it slowly formed the character 1.
First place?
Zhao Ming grinned, this guy is really confident.
Then I want to see if you can come first.
Since ancient times, those who can become the top student in the 3 holy martial arts universities are all top-level geniuses. No, at this time, they should be considered monsters. At the same time, on top of a tall building. In the cool breeze, Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu were both confused.
Judging from the energy fluctuations from the dark thunder spear thrown by Chenmo, is this definitely something that a mid-level 2nd grade warrior can emit? When they were both 2nd grade warriors, they couldn't launch such a terrifying attack.
Old Lin, I have to say, you robbed the right person this time. After a long time, Huo Xiu gave Chenmo a thumbs up. Lin Jianfeng came back to his senses and put his hands behind his back.
Alas, I've already said that Chenmo's strength is truly invincible.
In this freshman competition, I'll be able to rank in the top 10, no, top 5. To be honest, Lin Jianfeng himself did not expect that Chenmo could defeat Zhao Ming in such a way.
He thought that it would take a long battle, and in the end Chenmo would still win. Chenmo won from the very beginning, which was something Lin Jianfeng never expected. And what was even more unexpected was that Chenmo actually awakened dual talents. This is really scary. No matter what level of talent Chenmo awakened. But if used in conjunction with the SSS level dark talent, it can only become stronger and more terrifying. Huaxiu looked at Chenmo's figure and smiled softly. This time, the entrance exam won't be so dull and boring. Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and now Chenmo has appeared. TSK, it really makes my blood boil. Huaxiu smiled lightly, thinking that Chenmo will participate in the competition for immortal weapons in a month. My blood is even more boiling. This era truly belongs to this group of young people. Lin Jianfeng spread his hands. Let's take a look at this entrance exam first. The fight for immortal artifacts is certainly important. But I also hope to see Chenmo's true strength in this exam. Otherwise, if we suddenly insert a freshman into the entrance exam, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among those sophomores, right? Huaxiu nodded. Judging from Chenmo's relaxed response before, it didn't seem like he was using his full strength at all. The only possibility is that he held back. I just don't know how much is left. Let's go. I'm still needed to preside over the entrance exam. Huaxiu took light steps, with yin and yang energies lingering on his face. The deans of the 4 major colleges have arrived as well, right? Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Huaxiu nodded. Yes, they should be here soon, let's go. Suddenly, the two of them turned into streams of light and disappeared on the spot. As Chenmo and others walked into the venue from entrance number 17, they were shocked by the snow-white spaciousness and luxury. However, despite being shocked, this group of candidates were almost split into 2 groups. One type hung his head, looking distraught, having obviously lost to the seniors guarding the entrance. The second type is one with a calm expression, or one with a look of joy or excitement, which means one has defeated those seniors. When facing Chenmo's entry, many people looked at him with shock on their faces. Because the provincial team that Chenmo belongs to is almost clearly separated from the Baoyu province and Fushe province. This means that only Chenmo's team defeated the senior, while Baoyu province and Fushe province all failed. You should know that Baoyu province and Fushe province have always been ranked in the middle among the 54 provinces. Not simple. In an instant, most people stopped looking down on Chenmo. And at the front of the crowd, Lan Qi turned her head with interest, and after seeing this scene, a smile gradually appeared on her face. Chenmo. Interesting. I hope you can block my flying knife. Suddenly, her black gold flying knife emitted a series of crisp sounds, causing many freshmen to feel pain in their eardrums. Gu Jin, who was covered in bronze, crossed his arms across his chest, with an expression that showed neither sadness nor joy. It seems that Shang Wuji's greetings were not wrong. This guy is indeed a very strong person. However, this kind of strength is only inferior to mine. Shaking his head, Gu Jin chose to close his eyes and rest. No matter how well Chenmo performs in this entrance examination, the only targets worthy of his attention are Shang Wuji and Lan Qi. And that Saint Wuji always kept a smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Looking closely, one can clearly see a beautiful aureole standing on his shoulder. Chenmo. Dark talent. Don't let me down. When he thought that in the future, his holy light seemed to be able to completely dispel Chenmo's darkness, a smile appeared on Shang Wuji's face. His holy light is enough to purify all darkness. To be modest, he was the only one who had the corresponding qualifications and got the first place in this entrance examination. Along with this small noisy sound, several streams of light fell in front of this luxurious venue. Everyone's breathing suddenly stopped. Chapter 29 Defend the City. As the 4 streams of light fell at the same time, everyone's breathing suddenly stopped. Because they could find that the might emanating from the 4 streams of light was almost entirely the result of the cultivation of an 8th grade martial master. So strong. The huge sense of oppression was like a tsunami, making everyone feel like they had something stuck in their throat. At the same time, everyone realized that these were the deans of the 4 major colleges. They are Tongtian College, Yutian College, Lingtian College, and Zhongtian College. The 4 major colleges represent their respective majors: strength, defense, speed, and the omnipotence of Zhongtian Academy. The visitors were the deans of the 4 major academies, namely Gulinghan, Shintui, Xiangtianga, and Xingtiani, for top martial arts masters. After these 4 streams of light, 2 more streams of light fell.
When they saw the white-haired old man among them, their souls seemed to stop for a moment. That's the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Huoxiu. And another powerful martial arts master, the admissions director of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, named Lin Jianfeng. Glancing at the new students, Huoxiu smiled softly. Our class is pretty good, at least much better than the last one. As for the freshman oath and freshman rules, I won't go into details here. After all, everyone has come here from all corners of the world, all to get a good score on the entrance exam and get into one of the 4 major colleges, right? After hearing Huoxiu's words, everyone straightened their backs and looked at him with burning eyes. You should know that the 4 major colleges each have their own strengths and weaknesses, and only those who stand out in the entrance examination can be selected as relevant students. If you rank last, or in the middle or lower half of the ranking, it is very likely that the deans of each college will choose the candidates, instead of you choosing the college. Doesn't that sound unfair? But in this high-level martial arts era of the ferocious beast star, nothing is fair. Everything can only be determined by strength. And just at this moment, Huoxiu smiled slightly and waved his hand. Hundreds of virtual helmets suddenly fell from the dome of the huge venue. After receiving the virtual helmet, everyone's face froze. Could it be another battle royale? I don't want to fight in the battle royale anymore. I'm tired. Yin Jinghong smacked his lips. There were only 100 people in the last battle royale, but this time there were going to be 300. If this goes on for a while, they'll be beaten to a pulp. Moreover, those standing here are the top 3 or even the top 10 from each province. In a confrontation like this, the pressure of the battle royale is huge. Probably not. Chenmo smiled and said, the battle royale mode is a question in the college entrance examination. Generally speaking, it won't appear again in the entrance examination. Looking at the different expressions on everyone's faces, Huoxiu smiled lightly. Don't worry, this is definitely not a battle royale mode. But city defense mode. You will enter the city alone where the beasts are coming from. In the first round, you will be the first to block the first barrier with your own strength. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will determine your city defense destruction rate based on the corresponding combat situation. The lower the city defense destruction rate, the better the result. And the second round of testing. Keep it secret for now. Because the second round of tests is only prepared for the most talented among you. After hearing Huoxiu's words, most of the freshmen were stunned for a moment, their brains going into a state of shutdown. He was defending the city alone? After participating in the first round, there is a second round? Is Huoxiu, the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, really not joking? However, when they thought that the second round of tests was only prepared for the true geniuses, the fighting spirit of these talented young people from all over the country was suddenly ignited again. It seems that only in the second round can I choose the college I love. In that case, let us move on to the second round. Countless talented young men had their eyes burning and their blood boiling in their hearts, all of which were ignited by Huoxiu's few words. After everyone put on the virtual helmets and sat on the corresponding recliners, Liu Dao's figure suddenly disappeared and came to a closed monitoring room. And above the monitoring room, countless screens were flashing, a total of 300. For ordinary people, it is definitely not visible. But everyone present was an 8th grade martial arts master, and with years of training from watching surveillance screens, all of this was just a drop in the bucket for them. Looking at the figures of the crowd gradually appearing in the ruined city wall, 6 eyes finally fell on them. This time, there are several interesting talents. Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy smiled lightly. Shang Wuji is a good guy, and he has a connection with my Yutian Academy. Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy said with a smile. You guys at Yutian Academy practice defense every day? Are you sure you have a connection? Why don't you talk about Lingtian Academy? The dean of Lingtian Academy said to Xiang Tiangda. TSK, your Lingtian Academy has already reserved Lan Qi, and you still want to compete with our Yutian Academy for her? Shen Tuyi retorted. TSK, you guys at Yutian Academy already have ancient gold, and you still want to snatch Shang Wuji from us? Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy was not convinced. As the presidents of the 3 major colleges competed with each other, Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian College gave a wry smile. There are really too few people who choose their Zhongtian Academy. As for the reason, they practice all around, but almost no one can achieve all-around mastery. Even the most talented person would find it difficult to do this. As time went by, the number of students in Zhongtian Academy decreased, and they had basically no competitiveness in the competition for students.
Even in the last session, they could only choose the worst talent.
As a result, in the battle for immortal weapons a month later, their academy did not have any spots.
However, after the bitter laugh, Xing Tianyi had some vague speculations. You know, Xing Tianyi and Lin Jianfeng have been friends for many years.
A few days ago, while drinking, Lin Jianfeng had revealed to him that among these people, there was a guy who had been approved by the principal in advance to participate in the competition for the immortal weapon.
Could it be one of Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin?
If that's the case, then Xing Tianyi will accept him into his own academy no matter what means he has to use. It has been a long time since their Zhongtian Academy has produced a true top genius. Looking at the tense atmosphere among the crowd, Huaxiu waved his hand.
Okay, stop arguing. It's not too late to fight after you see the test results.
Upon seeing this, the deans of the three colleges finally restrained the gunpowder in their tone. Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy waved his hand and said, Dayu, adjust the screens of Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others to the maximum setting. The video surveillance of the three top geniuses can indeed be regarded as being at the top of the rankings.
No one had any objection.
After all, he is an extremely outstanding top genius in the college entrance examination. At the same time, it is also the object that their four major colleges are striving to compete for. The four major colleges, like the three holy martial arts universities, also need an influx of fresh talents to demonstrate the comprehensive strength they represent. However, at this moment, Lin Jianfeng suddenly spoke.
Dayu, please provide a video clip of Chenmo from Jiangnan province.
Suddenly, the originally larger 3-view screen suddenly turned into a 4-view screen.
Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian Academy, frowned. Jiangnan province? Isn't that the last province in the ranking? Why expand Chenmo's territory? Xin Tui from Yutian Academy said with a smile, Old Lin, is this your relative? If so, my Yutian Academy can take him in. Xiang Tianga from Lingtian Academy also smiled and said, my academy is also good. The training speed here is not bad. You can come to my academy and try.
Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy said with a smile.
Everyone.
Seeing everyone speechless, Xing Tianyi also. As expected, their Zhongtian Academy is really lucky. For a moment, everyone thought that Chenmo was a relative of Lin Jianfeng and others. Otherwise, how could a kid from a province that often ranks last in the college entrance examination be put on the big screen by Lin Jianfeng?
And because Chenmo gave Lin Jianfeng face, this deal was not a loss, on the contrary, it was extremely profitable. However, the next moment, what Lin Jianfeng said made the deans of the four major colleges stunned at the same time. Chenmo was not my relative.
The reason I put his screen alongside the three top prodigies is because I think he deserves this perspective.
Because I think he can get first place in the entrance exam. In an instant, every dean was stunned. Is Lin Jianfeng kidding me? Jiangnan province has always been ranked last among the 54 provinces. But at this moment, Lin Jianfeng said strangely, how could Chenmo, who was born in Jiangnan province, get first place in the entrance examination? Who can believe this? Second wife Lin Jianfeng showed a strange smile. In the entire university, only he, the vice president, and the president knew that Chenmo was an SSS-level talent. Anyone else want to know? This is a confidentiality agreement. Old Lin, you are really getting more and more confused. How is it possible for a Jiangnan province to be number one? Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy shook his head. Second.
Xin Tuyi and Xiang Tianga said at the same time that in their opinion, Lin Jianfeng and Chenmo probably reached some private deal.
Maybe what Lao Lin said is right?
Xing Tianyi raised his hand, his tone a little unbelievable. Suddenly, he was interested in the special quota for the so-called immortal weapon. I have an extremely terrifying guess.
Could it be Chenmo? How is it possible? The other three deans were not surprised by what Xing Tianyi said.
Because among the deans of the four major colleges, Xing Tianyi and Lin Jianfeng have the deepest relationship. To be honest, the deans of the three major colleges thought that Xing Tianyi was just giving him face.
If you don't believe me, let's just wait and see.
Lin Jianfeng spread his hands. Huaxiu looked at this scene without any emotion on the surface, but in his heart he cursed Lin Jianfeng for being an old fox who still wanted to show off. In that case, he was too lazy to expose it.
Okay, the battle to defend the city has officially begun. Huaxiu smiled and said, oh. The first ones to open it were Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and the others.
Looking at the three top geniuses who first started the battle to defend the city, Lin Jianfeng restrained the gleam in his eyes.
Chenmo. You have to perform well.
I've already built up such a good atmosphere with your boasting, please don't let me down.
Chapter 30 Take Action.
Standing in front of the dilapidated city wall, Chenmo looked at this space with infinite emotion in his heart.
Are the soldiers defending the city on the border standing here to protect the safety of the people of Dasha?
Above the city wall, countless black mists were spreading, dried blood was flowing on the barren land, and the sky was covered with countless black clouds.
And outside the black fog, faintly, the sounds of countless beast roars could be heard, all of which were terrifying. Ferocious beast.
300 years ago, a monster mysteriously appeared, seemingly a variant of the native creatures of Blue Planet, or perhaps a conspiracy launched by aliens.
This is unknown and no one knows. But humans know that the appearance of these ferocious beasts is always with the goal of hunting them. That was the darkest era for mankind. It was not until the appearance of the 11th rank human martial god Wang that the history of human beings being hunted ended. From then on, the world was divided into 5 major federations, and the one located in the east was the Dasha Federation. Looking at the darkness in the sky and on the earth, Chenmo's heart moved slightly. I've gained some understanding.
Chenmo did not officially start the battle to defend the city, but looked at the darkness in the sky, his mind full of thoughts.
It seems that my own darkness. Not quite enough.
At the same time, freshmen from all over the world have already started their own battle to defend the city. As soon as they thought about it, 10 armored pigs that looked like steel chariots suddenly rushed out from the terrifying black fog. The skin surface of each armored pig is made entirely of terrifying iron armor, making it invulnerable to swords and guns. Its strength is almost comparable to that of a second-grade perfect warrior with defensive talent. Many students who were not prepared were unexpectedly knocked down by these armored pigs and suddenly turned into pieces of meat. It was extremely bloody. As countless elimination voices rang out from the sky, the hearts of the candidates became nervous. They knew that this exam was extremely difficult. Moreover, they are heading towards the second round of goals. There must be no mistakes in this round of testing. Inside the monitoring room, Tongtian Academy's Gu Linghan waved his hand. I take back what I said about this class of students being of high quality. If you can't even handle this small tide of ferocious beasts, don't tell anyone you're a student of Shenyuan Martial Arts University when you go out.
Lingtian Academy said to Tianga, this has just begun. What's more, the 3 top geniuses haven't made a move yet.
At this time, Xiang Tianga's finger pointed diagonally at Lan Qi on the screen.
Well, Lan Qi, the challenge begins. Endless dark clouds shrouded the top of this world.
In front of the huge city gate, a petite blue-haired girl stood in front of the gate. Unlike other candidates, there was no panic on Lan Qi's face.
Instead, she felt extremely excited.
Looking at the armored pig that was getting bigger and bigger in her sight, Lan Qi grinned slightly. In an instant, countless black gold flying knives stood in the air, almost 12 flying knives, floating around her. The terrifying pressure made the 10 armored pigs stun for a moment, and then they roared and rushed forward at an even more terrifying speed.
TSK. TSK. TSK.
One after another, the black gold flying knives were like black meteors, charging towards the armored pigs at all kinds of brutal and tricky angles. Under the impact of the black gold flying knife, the defenses of the 10 armored pigs were instantly broken. Then, as these flying knives stirred, the 10 armored pigs exploded on the spot and turned into a pool of minced meat.
Looking at the surveillance video on the screen. What a terrifying mental power. Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tianga exclaimed.
Lan Qi, who had killed so many ferocious beasts, still had no change in her expression. Instead, she licked her lips and looked at another wave of armored pigs rushing towards her in the distance.
Come on. Then I'll kill as many as I want at once.
I'm going to enter the second round of tests and compete for first place in the entrance exam. On the other side, it was also in front of the huge city gate. What is completely different from Lan Qi is that here, there is a man like an iron tower, standing there.
Gu Jin opened his eyes, looked at the surging herd of armored pigs in the distance, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't say much.
Suddenly, a force like lava erupting suddenly surged out from his body. In an instant, the surface of his skin turned into layers of bronze. His body suddenly expanded several times and was actually 3 meters tall. From a distance, its huge size seems to be comparable to that of an armored pig.
Roar!
A moment later, the armored pig appeared in front of him, with a single horn on its huge head, trying to attack Gu Jin. Rubbish! Gu Jin stretched out his arm, which suddenly turned into a fist. The fist was like a cannonball and hit the armored pig on the forehead. Boom! The armor of this armored pig was cracked into thousands of cracks on the spot, and then its body suddenly exploded, with countless internal organs flying everywhere.
Outside the screen, Shintui, the dean of Yutian Academy, said with a smile. Wow! It's not just defense that's strong. Even the attack power is terrifying.
Yes, it is also suitable for our Tongtian Academy, said Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian Academy. And on the screen, Gu Jin was still beating the freshmen one by one with one punch. The armored pigs that posed a great threat to other freshmen were crushed like ants in front of him.
Can we have some powerful beasts? It's really boring. It seems that only the second round can make my blood boil. And on the other side, also under the huge city wall, Saint Wuji stood at the city gate like a white lotus isolated from the world. With a half-squinted smile on his face, he clicked the button to start defending the city. Suddenly, 10 iron-armored pigs emerged from the black fog and rushed towards Shang Wuji. Well, I really want to reform you all. My holy light, generally speaking, is unwilling to kill. It's a pity that this is a showdown between us humans and ferocious beasts.
Shang Wuji murmured to himself, and suddenly, as these words fell, a gleam of excitement suddenly flashed on his face.
So, you bastards, I'm going to kill you all.
Shang Wuji slowly raised his hand, and a huge golden magic circle suddenly appeared in the center of his palm.
Then, on this magic circle, hundreds of runes appeared and burst out with brilliant light at the same time. Boom!
A pillar of holy light that was bright enough to illuminate the heavens and the earth, like a giant dragon, suddenly bombarded the armored pigs. In an instant, all the armored pigs turned into powder and disappeared between heaven and earth. And Shang Wuji just smiled lightly. Really?
Why do you force me?
In the monitoring room, everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Shang Wuji is truly formidable.
Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian Academy, said with a smile, based on this situation, their city defense destruction rate is estimated to be 0%. After all, they are the 3 top geniuses, so it's normal that the city defense destruction rate is 0%.
Shintui, the dean of Yutian Academy, said with a smile. I'm afraid these 3 people are all vying for first place in the city defense test.
Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tianga said, and the first round of the city defense test is just an appetizer for them.
The second round of testing won't be as simple as it is now.
Xing Tianyi said with a smile.
By the way, Lao Lin, how about taking a look at your Chenmo?
Gu Linghan crossed his arms across his chest, a hint of mockery in his words.
Just watch it.
Lin Jianfeng's mind moved, and Chenmo's screen suddenly became the largest. As the screen expanded, everyone's attention was also focused on the screen where Chenmo was. However, the scene on the screen where Chenmo was located made everyone frown slightly.
Chapter 31 Not Qualified. As everyone looked over, his brows suddenly furrowed.
Chenmo on the screen was still staring at the sky shrouded in darkness, but his body did not move at all.
As if attracted.
However, this scene appeared to be something else in the eyes of Gu Linghan, Shintui, and Xiang Tianga.
Could it be that this brat was frightened by the ferocious beast Black Fog? Gu Linghan frowned. Besides, this is only the middle stage of the second rank, right? I remember that the simulated ferocious beast's evil aura was only about half, right? Can it be scared like this? Shintui raised his eyebrows. Alas, Lao Lin, it seems that the person you recommended is not that good. Xiang Tianga shook his head, his realm is too weak. Still number 1?
You know, a qualified warrior needs to adapt to the atmosphere on the battlefield and kill enemies on the battlefield.
What if a genius could only unleash 1/10 of his strength on the battlefield?
Then this so-called genius would be no better than an ordinary warrior. No, he's not scared.
Xing Tianyi's pupils shrank slightly, and he said seriously, he is understanding. He is experiencing enlightenment. This guy, upon seeing this darkness shrouded in the murderous aura of ferocious beasts, realized something completely new? Insights? Terrifying talent? Immediately, Gu Linghan and the other 2 looked at Xing Tianyi, their eyes seemed to say, are you sure? Have you forgotten? My talent is extremely sensitive to things like comprehension.
Xing Tianyi spread his hands. At this moment, he was already 70 to 80% certain that Chenmo was the one Lin Jianfeng had recommended.
However, these words alone may not be enough.
Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. This guy is not weak.
Gu Linghan crossed his arms over his chest, his brows slightly furrowed. Just understanding it doesn't prove anything.
Only actual combat capabilities can demonstrate its comprehensive combat power. Then, when everyone's eyes looked at Chenmo again, they paused slightly.
Suddenly, a terrifying darkness enveloped Chenmo's body.
In an instant, the surface of his body was covered with layers of terrifying and sharp black armor. Lightning flashed again on this black armor.
He's dual-talented? The pupils of the deans of the 4 major academies suddenly shrank.
You know, warriors with dual talents are extremely rare.
It is impossible for one to appear in the entire Daxia Federation in a whole year. At this point, the deans of the 4 major colleges vaguely understood what kind of genius Lin Jianfeng was referring to.
However, at this moment, the scene that happened on the screen completely surprised them. Looking at the dark smoke in front of him, Chenmo let out a breath of foul air. Then, 2 pairs of giant dark thunder hands suddenly grew out from behind him. Each hand was as thick as a water python, extremely huge, with terrifying muscles twisted and full of explosive power.
The 4 giant hands have finally been condensed.
I didn't expect that among all this, I could actually make a breakthrough in my sense of dark thunder.
It's a really nice place.
As the sounds of successful clearance rang out, Chenmo shrugged and smiled lightly.
It seems that I have to work harder, otherwise, I will be caught up by others. And, we have to go for the second round.
Chenmo's mind moved, and the challenge of defending the city began immediately. The dark smoke in front of them surged rapidly, and suddenly 10 armored pigs appeared. The enormous power is like a mountain pressing down, and the huge body is like a steel chariot, which is chilling. Ironclad pig, a ferocious beast of the 2nd rank, perfect level. As expected of Shengwadeo University, they come here to select true geniuses.
That's good. It makes me feel a little happy.
Chenmo's mouth corners curled up slightly, and his 4 python-like arms suddenly spread out. All of a sudden, 4 5-meter-long dark thunder spears appeared, with darkness and thunder surging on them.
As a mid-level 2nd-grade warrior, he actually has such pressure. Gu Linghan and others were startled. Becoming stronger again.
Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu looked at each other. The power displayed now was even stronger than when they fought against Jiaoming.
This kid is really a monster.
Standing in front of the city gate, a gleam of brilliance flashed across Chenmo's face.
Roar! In a moment, all 10 armored pigs rushed over, and the huge impact force made the earth tremble. However, dark thunder, gun killing.
It was at this moment that the 4 giant dark hands behind Chenmo suddenly threw out 4 giant dark thunder guns.
TSK. 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 TSK.
4 giant dark spears suddenly shot out, and the huge force completely tore through the air and landed on the body of the armored pig. Like a crushing force, an armored pig suddenly turned into a blood mist, and then, with unstoppable force, it dealt devastating blows to the armored pigs behind it.
Rumble. A moment later, there were only 10 balls of blood mist left in front of Chenmo.
When the giant dark thunder spear was inserted into the ground, it actually created hundreds of cracks, which was terrifying and shocking.
There's something.
This thought emerged in the minds of the 4 people at the same time. From now on, they had completely changed their views on Chenmo.
This guy is definitely not as simple as the vase recommended by Lin Jianfeng.
But he is a truly powerful genius. Looking at the expressions of the 4 deans, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. To be honest, in order to recruit Chenmo, I gave him the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon for a total of 4 years.
That's why I think Chenmo is 100% sure to get first place. Buzz.
In an instant, the 4 deans turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lin Jianfeng in disbelief.
Old Lin? Are you crazy? There are only about 20 sophomores who are capable of competing for immortal weapons? Gu Linghan couldn't believe it. They went through untold hardships to obtain these 20 places? Now you have an extra freshman? Shintuyi asked in surprise. You know, no matter how outstanding Chenmo is, he can't break the rules.
Xiang Tiange said, moreover, the strength Chenmo has shown now is not as strong as Shang Wuji, Gujin, Lanqi, and others. They all couldn't obtain the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon, but Chenmo did? How can this be explained? The battle for the immortal weapon will begin in a month. In this month, how much strength can Chenmo improve? Just as Xiang Tiange was about to continue, Xing Tianyi smiled softly. Old friends, please stop talking.
Lao Lin came back and had a drink with me. He gave Chenmo this qualification with the principal's consent.
You know, a few days ago, Lin Jianfeng drank with Xing Tianyi and told him that he gave the freshman the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon.
He originally thought it was a top-tier genius like Shang Wuji, but only now did he realize it was Chenmo. In addition to being shocked, Xing Tianyi's heart suddenly tightened. You know, Chenmo seems to have even tacitly allowed the principal to participate in the immortal weapon. Such a top-level genius is probably close to the level of a monster.
Wait until this exam is over. No matter what you say, Xing Tianyi will be snatched away by Chenmo. Of course, apart from this reason, Xing Tianyi had a strange feeling. You should know that the talent awakened by Xing Tianyi is called SS level Qitian Enlightenment, and his speed of practicing martial arts is extremely fast.
However, he actually sensed a strange feeling from Chenmo.
That is the original power that is comparable to his talent, but even stronger than his original power. An astonishing possibility exploded in Xing Tianyi's brain.
This guy, could he be a triple talent?
The others shouted the word principal, and everyone was speechless. You know, the president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University is the strongest person in the entire school. No one dares to refute him. His strength has reached the perfection of the 9th level of Martial King long ago.
If it is his decision, no one can refute it. Since the principal said so, there's nothing we can do about it. Gu Linghan sighed.
However, with the strength Chenmo has shown now, he is indeed not qualified to participate in the competition for immortal weapons.
Unless he can get first place in this entrance exam.
Gu Linggan's voice was extremely decisive, and at the same time, Shen Tuyi and Xiang Tianga nodded. You know, the competition for immortal weapons is extremely brutal, and the 20 most elite people in the entire sophomore year will be selected. And those 20 people were selected through numerous battles. However, inserting a freshman out of nowhere will certainly cause dissatisfaction among the deans.
Unless Chenmo can get first place in the entrance examination, he will be able to shut them up. As for why Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy didn't he speak? Oh, so few people choose their college. Moreover, they usually pick out the leftovers.
Therefore, in the competition over the past year, no one from their academy was qualified to participate in the battle for the immortal weapon. And hear these voices.
Lin Jianfeng smiled softly and said, then just keep watching, okay? The first round of testing hasn't ended yet. Besides, there's still a second round.
Everyone was stunned, and then they turned their attention to Chenmo's screen. They want to see whether Chenmo has the ability to participate in the battle for immortal weapons. At this moment, a large amount of black fog suddenly surged on Chenmo's screen.
When it reappeared, 30 armored pigs rushed out from the black fog. The enormous force seemed to make the entire city gate tremble. 30 armored pigs are already a huge wave of beasts. Chapter 32, what is the city defense destruction rate? Is this the second wave?
It seems there should be a third wave. Looking at the armored pigs that were raising endless dust in front of him, there was a hint of amusement in Chenmo's eyes.
In that case, don't blame me. Just right, try out a new ability.
The herd of armored pigs in sight continued to expand, as if they wanted to stomp Chenmo's body into the ground and crush him into powder. However, at this critical moment, Chenmo did not use the 4 giant hands behind him.
There were no exciting thoughts in his mind.
After all, this is only the first round of the entrance examination. Only in the second round did he truly belong to him. Then, Chenmo silently raised his hands, and then pointed the palm of his right palm at the armored pig rushing towards him from a distance. The huge energy of dark thunder was twisting rapidly in his palm at lightning speed. Under the attraction of this energy, even the air around it began to distort, vaguely forming a vacuum zone. As the energy was completely condensed, a disc-like mixture of dark lightning energy was officially exposed to the air.
Dark thunder, you sure?
Swish. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, the disc containing terrifying energy suddenly shot out. The speed is so fast that it can destroy the world. In the blink of an eye, this perfect shape made of dark thunder drew a terrifying arc in the air.
Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, the armored pigs exploded one after another like fireworks.
Just a moment later, 30 patches of blood-red mist filled the battlefield.
This ability is quite good.
The pupils of the 4 deans shrank at the same time. Such destructive power can almost be ranked among the top 10 among all freshmen.
Moreover, it took only one move to kill 30 armored pigs in seconds.
It's not surprising that the combination of these two talents can unleash such powerful energy. After coming to his senses, Gu Linghan comforted himself. But, just relying on these words is not enough. Even Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and others can't compare to them. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Old Gu, why are you so anxious? There's still one last wave to watch. From what I understand, Chenmo should be making some serious moves. And under the terrifying dark fog, a huge armored pig covered in silver-white armor suddenly appeared. This huge armored pig was actually 2 stories tall, and its huge body almost suppressed Chenmo. And this silver armored pig is only a ferocious beast of the initial stage of the 3rd rank. Suddenly, Chenmo felt a little emotional. You know, this kind of ferocious beast is only at the initial stage of the 3rd grade, and is already 2 stories tall. So how terrifying power do the 4th grade ferocious beasts and the 5th grade ferocious beasts have? No wonder the war on the border is getting increasingly tense and there is such a huge gap in the required warriors. As Chenmo sighed, the silver armored pig suddenly discovered him, raised its 4 hooves like giant pythons, and attacked Chenmo. Well, I really don't want to play with you anymore. Feel sorry. Looking at the armored pig in front of him, Chenmo suddenly rushed out. This was his proactive attack, and the speed was so terrifying that it left only a trail of afterimage. He was too lazy to delay any longer and decided to enter the 2nd round of exams as soon as possible. There is a huge stage worthy of his performance. What a speed! Xiang Tiange from Lingtian Academy said, almost equivalent to a mid-level 3rd grade warrior. Indistinctly, Xiang Tiange had changed his opinion of Chenmo again. However, Chenmo may still be a little short of being a true top genius. In an instant, Chenmo had approached the silver armored pig. The silver armored pig also noticed Chenmo's approach, roared, and attacked Chenmo with the sharp focus on its head. Looking at the giant horn that was magnified in his sight, Chenmo just shook his head. Bastard! Chenmo didn't move at all. And the 4 dark hands behind him suddenly rushed out at the same time like giant dragons. Suddenly, he dodged the attack of the silver armored pig by turning sideways, and then 4 giant hands suddenly grabbed the 4 hooves of the iron armored pig. Immediately following, tear it apart. The huge silver armored pig was suddenly divided into 4 pieces of meat. Countless blood turned into a blood rain and splashed everywhere, dyeing the barren land red. The 1st round of exams should be over. I wonder what the 2nd round of exams will look like. Feeling the energy coming from his body, Chenmo moved and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the spot in an instant. His talent in close combat is not bad, but compared to Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin, there are still some gaps. Well, we're only facing the lowest level of ferocious beasts like the ironclad pig. Its true combat power remains to be seen. Let's wait for his 2nd round of exams. Don't be good at this round, or he'll be weak in the 2nd round. The 3 deans, Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange, gave this evaluation at the same time. Although they did not recognize Chenmo's qualifications to compete for the immortal weapon. Obviously, they are not yet truly convinced of Chenmo. Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy was still wondering if Chenmo really had a 3rd talent? Thinking like this only made him feel itchy. Listening to the words of the deans of the 3 colleges, Lin Jianfeng snorted coldly and crossed his arms across his chest. He looked at Chenmo on the screen, and he knew that Chenmo would definitely give him a huge surprise. That day, when he left Jiangnan province, he asked Chenmo what he thought about the entrance examination. It happened to be sunset, and Chenmo just said lightly. First. What's more, Chenmo awakened an SSS level dark talent, supplemented by that terrifying lightning talent. Lin Jianfeng naturally believed that Chenmo could get 1st place. Just wait, Lao Gu, Lao Tu, Lao Xiang. Next, I'll show you what a surprise is. Looking at these 4 people, the old man Huashio smiled lightly, and then put on a virtual helmet. I'll go organize a wave. By the way, let me announce the results of the 1st round of testing. At this moment, in a virtual space, almost all the freshmen have gathered on a huge platform. Some freshmen had expressions of joy on their faces, some had wry smiles on their faces, and some even looked pale. Obviously, everyone's results in the battle to defend the city are different. As the last streak of light fell, countless people's eyes suddenly turned to Chenmo. You know, Chenmo was the last one to start the battle to defend the city. Therefore, even though he was extremely efficient in killing, he was the last one to pass the test. This guy, is he so slow in passing the test? Gu Jin crossed his arms and said, if that's the case, then it doesn't pose much of a threat to me. To compete for first place in this entrance exam, we still have to pay extra attention to Lan Qi and Shang Wuji.
Well, let's just focus on the second round.
On the other side, Lan Qi, the girl playing with two throwing knives, smiled softly. She looks pretty.
What a pity that the fighting ability is not good enough.
I don't know why Shang Wuji is so concerned about him.
TSK, I wonder if this guy will be there in the second round.
However, Shang Wuji, whose whole body was shining with dazzling golden light, did not make any comment on this matter. Instead, he glanced at Chenmo and continued to sit cross-legged, as if thinking about something.
Brother Chen. Yan Jinghong and others ran over and stood with Chenmo. How is it? Chenmo asked.
The city defense destruction rate is 50%, 10% short of passing.
Yan Jinghong lowered his head.
Yi Kang and I, both of our city defense destruction rates reached 70%, neither of us passed. Li Shuyun said with a wry smile. For them, the third-grade silver armored pig was too difficult to deal with. Almost as soon as they appeared, they were killed instantly, without any chance to defend themselves.
Besides feeling helpless, everyone was also slightly disappointed.
With their performance like this, they probably won't be able to enter the so-called second round.
At this moment, Yan Jinghong suddenly asked, Chenmo, how is your city defense destruction rate?
Li Shuyun and Yi Kang also turned their gazes towards Chenmo.
In the entire Jiangnan province, almost everyone was betting on Chenmo. But when he heard about the city defense destruction rate, Chenmo was slightly stunned. City defense destruction rate? What is this?
Suddenly, the three of them looked at Chenmo in confusion, as if they had seen a ghost.
Brother Chen, won't the destruction rate be displayed when your city wall is attacked? Li Shuyun asked. Oh, my wall? It hasn't been attacked. Chenmo smiled innocently, so, I don't think I got this reminder at all?
Yan Jinghong, Li Shuyun, and Yi Kang.
They shouldn't have asked. Chapter 33 0%. Never been attacked? In other words, Chenmo's city defense destruction rate is 0%? Damn it.
Yan Jinghong and the other two wanted to bite their teeth to pieces on the spot.
Why were they so shameless as to ask such a question? Isn't Chun just asking Chenmo to hit her in the face? While everyone was shocked, a bitter smile inexplicably emerged in their hearts. They knew that Chenmo had become stronger again. Moreover, it reached a height that was almost beyond their reach.
If it was the previous Chenmo, they could still barely see his back, but now Chenmo was still soaring into the sky like riding on the clouds. They could only sit below and look up at this illusory figure.
For a while, everyone was secretly looking forward to how well Chenmo would perform in the second round.
You know, the second round of the entrance examination is not just an internal fight within Jiangnan province, but a competition among the top geniuses from 54 provinces across the country.
So, whether Chenmo can be number one is another matter.
At this moment, a streak of light flashed. In the center of the entire platform, there appeared the figure of an old man with white hair.
Huoxiu glanced at everyone and smiled lightly. How was the battle to defend the city? Countless people looked at Huoxiu's teasing voice and smiled bitterly, and the atmosphere became gloomy.
Many of them barely passed the corresponding assessment and failed miserably.
Seeing this scene, Huoxiu shook his head.
You may be called geniuses, but compared to the soldiers on the frontier, you are still too weak.
The border of the Great Xia Federation is currently being besieged by countless ferocious beasts.
If you go to the frontier in this state, you won't even be able to defeat a basic armored pig.
Then what are you still practicing for?
For a moment, many people's faces suddenly turned red, but no one dared to refute what Huoxiu said.
Looking at everyone's expressions, Huoxiu shook his head and said, I'm not saying this to undermine your confidence. I hope that during your next 4 years at university, you will be able to guard against arrogance and impatience, cultivate diligently, and not disappoint the human race. Yes. Countless people responded immediately. After the painful lesson of this entrance examination, if they don't practice seriously, they will probably be ashamed to death by their own attitude.
You know, facing low-level beasts like the armored pig, the soldiers on the border are the most incompetent.
And they can't even defeat such a small group of soldiers? Isn't that just rubbish?
Huoxiu waved his hand.
Next, I will announce your results in the first round of tests. First, those who have passed the test will be recited from the back. Those who achieve a city defense destruction rate of 20 or above will be able to enter the second city defense test. In an instant, countless people looked over with burning eyes, and many of them had wry smiles on their faces.
Only those with a city defense destruction rate below 20 can pass the assessment and participate in the second round of examinations. This is too strict. However, after thinking about it carefully, no one was surprised. If the college entrance examination is to select the elite from all over the country, then the entrance examination is to select the elite among the elite. Only by demonstrating corresponding strength in the entrance examination can one gain the favor of the 4 major colleges. Only by entering the corresponding college can you receive the best training. This is the goal of countless geniuses who take this exam.
36th place, City Defense Destruction Rate 81%, Genoa.
The young man named Genoa stood up with his head held high and chest puffed out, attracting many envious glances. At the same time, no one expected that there were only 36 people whose city defense destruction rate was over 20%, which was only 1/10 of the total number. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore.
35th place. Number 34. Number 33.
As the voice of Vice Principal Wisho spread, the young men stood at the front with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Standing out among countless elites is the most proud thing. When the top 4 were announced, Vice Principal Wisho smiled softly and said, "Next, I'm going to announce the freshmen with a 0% city defense damage rate.
And they are the top geniuses in this exam." Everyone's eyes suddenly became hot.
They already knew the quotas for 3 of them, but the sudden appearance of the 4th one made everyone stunned.
There's a 4th person? Who's the 4th one? I've been through this before. Aside from the 3 top-tier geniuses, there's basically no province at the top of the list with a capital destruction rate of 0%? Who on earth is this dark horse? This is too shocking. Everyone started speculating about the last spot.
Wisho said, and the first 3 to pass are Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. For a moment, everyone cast envious glances at the 3 top geniuses.
The 3 top geniuses stepped forward at the same time and stood at the front of the entire team. However, they were also wondering in their hearts, who was the 4th contestant whose city defense destruction rate reached 0%? Before coming to the school, they had already used appropriate means to investigate and found that, apart from the 3 of them, there was no one stronger than them in Shenyuan Martial Arts University. At this moment, Wisho read out a name that no one knew. The last one is Chenmo. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Chenmo. Among them, there were shock, astonishment, disbelief, admiration, and all kinds of complicated looks fell on Chenmo. How is that possible? Damn it! That guy from Jiangnan province. No, is Jiangnan province so strong these days? 0% city defense destruction rate? Chenmo, this guy is truly a top-notch genius. Xiao Wuheng, Guofengyue, aren't you two following Chenmo's team? Is he really that strong? One asked.
Xiao Wuheng and Guofengyue, who were asked by him, did not speak, but lowered their heads in shame, not daring to say a word in response. This made everyone feel particularly surprised and shocked. Chenmo, whose name was called, gradually walked forward and soon sat at the front of the team.
You are very strong.
Shang Wuji looked at Chenmo beside him and said with a smile.
Thank you for the compliment. Chenmo moved slightly. TSK, I didn't expect you to be praised so highly by Shang Wuji. You're really quite impressive.
Lan Qi also said, not bad, and you're very handsome too.
Chenmo responded politely, you are also very good looking. The latter blushed slightly and said nothing. I, Gu Jin, have recognized you. Gu Jin crossed his arms and said, I hope you won't disappoint us in the second round of tests.
It was not until now that Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others put away their so-called contempt. After all, the guy who can defend the city with a destruction rate of 0% is not that weaker than them even if he is weaker than them.
Chapter 34 Team Battle.
Curling black smoke enveloped the blood-covered ground.
This is a city wall that is even wider than the one in the first round of exams.
The endless and thick city wall stands on the earth, vast and majestic. And in front of this huge city gate, there are 36 young men standing there. The expressions of these 36 young men were different, but there was no doubt that they all exuded a terrifying aura.
I didn't expect the second round of exams to be a team battle. My blood is boiling.
These guys and girls on the screen are all top scorers in the college entrance examination, or even second or third place.
TSK, I want to chop off 2 of them too.
No, your city defense destruction rate in the first round of the exam was 60%, how dare you say that?
I wonder what kind of terrifying achievements Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and the others can achieve. You guys ignored Chenmo?
It's not that I ignore them, but Shang Wuji and the other two are already famous geniuses. In comparison, Chenmo is just a dark horse who just emerged.
Naturally, he is not as good as Shang Wuji and the others. Although everyone did not participate, there was a lively discussion about the exam. If reality doesn't work, they can still talk big. Among them, what they were most looking forward to was how Saint Wuji and the others would perform. They are recognized as the three greatest geniuses. As for Chenmo, many people naturally had high expectations for him, but compared with the three geniuses, his expectations were much less. But, after all, everyone was still a little unconvinced. After all, Chenmo was only born in Jiangnan province. How could he possibly possess such strong combat power? The only way to gain their approval is for Chenmo to conquer them with his amazing strength. Yan Jinghong and others also stared at the holographic screen in front of them motionlessly. Brother Yan, I don't know how well Brother Chen can perform. Yi Kong said.
Yan Jinghong was stunned for a moment, then turned around and smiled softly. You know what?
If you put this question to Chenmo, how do you think he would answer?
Before Yi Kong could finish, Li Shuyun said with a smile, he would say he is sure to be number one. Yan Jinghong gave a thumbs up, and then the three of them burst into laughter.
And in the huge monitoring room,
Gu Lingyun, the dean of Tongtian Academy, lay on a recliner, finally reaching the second round. These geniuses in front of us are the ones we should fight for. Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tianga smiled and said, I hope that in this assessment, we can fully tap into their potential. Xin Tui, the principal of Yutian Academy, laughed and said, I'd like to see how powerful a warrior who fully unleashes his spiritual power, a warrior who fully displays his bronze talent, and a warrior whose holy light talent illuminates the earth can be.
Of course, there is also Chenmo. Xin Tui added. All right.
In response, Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zhongtian College, interrupted and said, Don't worry, I've confirmed that Chenmo will definitely get first place in this exam. In an instant, Gu Lingyun, Xin Tui, and Xiang Tianga all looked at Xin Tui at the same time, with a look of disbelief flashing across the depths of their eyes.
Old Xing, are you also having the same wild idea as old Lin? Shang Wuji and the others are here. Gu Linghan stood up from the recliner. Want to make a bet? Let's see who can come out on top.
Xing Tianyi smiled strangely. If we're going to bet, the one with the 100-year-old spiritual root will be fine.
Gu Linghan pondered for a moment and looked at Xing Tianyi suspiciously. Heavenly spiritual roots? Are you sure? Xing Tianyi spread his hands and said, I mean what I say. Immediately, Gu Linghan nodded. Okay, I want to see what your gaze is like, old criminal.
Anyway, in my opinion, it's really hard for Chenmo to win the championship. Earlier, during the single-man defense of the city, Shang Wuji and the others didn't even display half of their strength. However, Xing Tianyi did not respond to this, but stared at the screen intently. Lin Jianfeng silently raised a finger to him, thinking that Xing Tianyi believed in his judgment. However, Xing Tianyi believed that Chenmo was able to get first place not because he was Lin Jianfeng's good friend. Instead, he just took the time to go to the virtual space and took a look at Chenmo. Now, he is absolutely certain of something that is enough to stir up huge waves in his heart. That is, Chenmo definitely possesses the third talent. Since that's the case, Xing Tianyi secretly made a decision that no matter whether Chenmo would be snatched away by others next, their Zhongtian Academy must get Chenmo. The reason is simple, this guy is simply too scary. As everyone watched, black fog was already swirling on the virtual screen. Obviously, a ferocious beast is about to come out. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar of a beast came from a distance, and for a moment, many young people felt their hearts tremble. Standing in front of the city gate at this moment are the talented young men from all over the country. Such a strong pressure. This must be a ferocious beast that has reached the middle stage of the third rank, right? I didn't expect the test we were given would be so difficult. As the crowd's voices fell, dozens of ferocious beasts of various shapes suddenly emerged from the black fog. There are not only the previous ironclad pigs, but also shadow cats, venomous toads, and so on, basically covering all types of ferocious beasts. And these ferocious beasts were specially arranged by Huoxiu. The purpose is to fully stimulate their potential. It seems quite interesting. At this moment, a blue-haired girl smiled sweetly and strode in front of everyone. Next, it's the turn of these three geniuses to perform. Chapter 35, Taking Action. Suddenly, Dozens of black gold flying knives suddenly floated around Lan Qi, emitting a corresponding cold light. At this moment, the unique ability of the telepathist completely erupted.
TSK, it seems that it is my turn to appear on the stage.
Another bronzed man as strong as an iron tower came up to him, spread his arms, revealing his arms with muscles as muscular as a dragon.
Buzz.
The terrifying pressure pressed down like a mountain, and Gu Jin's body was like a prehistoric beast, which made people shudder. And the last one is Shang Wuji, who radiates holy light all over his body.
There seemed to be a constant smile on his face, without any change. Then,
he slowly walked to the center of the three people and looked at Lan Qi and Gu Jin.
As the defenders have a 0% damage rate, how about the three of us each go in a different direction?
Lan Qi and Gu Jin shrugged, indicating that they had no objection.
The strong should shoulder more responsibilities.
Shang Wuji turned around and said, "The rest of you, divide into 3 groups and follow us to attack from 3 different directions. Our goal is to reduce the rate of destruction of the city defenses."
And Chenmo. Looking at the gaze directed at him by Shang Wuji, Chenmo raised his head and asked, "What's the matter?" Shang Wuji smiled and said, "You are responsible for guarding the rear.
If any ferocious beast attacks the city wall, remember to stop it." For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Chenmo.
And outside the screen, some people were dissatisfied. Chenmo really got such a cheap job. He doesn't even have to fight the enemy himself. TSK, I've already said that Shang Wuji and Chenmo have some relationship. But Chenmo is too relaxed. It seems that his city defense destruction rate is still a bit exaggerated.
During the discussion, everyone turned the topic back to Chenmo, whose city defense had a 0% destruction rate. You know, countless geniuses had perished for this, so how could a mere fellow from Jiangnan province pull it off so easily? And in the virtual battlefield, a tragic battle is taking place. Large numbers of ferocious beasts emerged from the black fog, unleashing astonishing power, but they were also killed by this group of young people.
Engulfed by flames. Hurricane slash.
A punch of despair.
As the sounds fell, large numbers of ferocious beasts fell.
Among them, the 3 top geniuses were the ones who attacked most frequently and terrifyingly. Lan Qi's black gold flying knife is sharp and terrifying.
The ancient gold membrane of ancient gold is extremely strong. Even Shang Wuji's holy light attack seemed to be able to completely dispel the black fog.
In a short moment, the first wave of ferocious beasts was completely wiped out.
TSK, it seems that they are all very strong.
Chenmo, who was sitting in front of the city gate, saw the scene, folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the city wall, and admired the fighting scene. No wonder Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin are known as the 3 top geniuses.
Their overall combat power is quite good. It's a pity that it's so far away from me.
Before he could finish his words, several dark shadow-like ferocious beasts rushed out from the black fog again, and this group of ferocious beasts all rushed out from the direction of Gu Jin.
What? So fast. It's over. We can't stop them. They're going to crash into the city wall.
Many young men's faces turned pale, and when they looked at the black shadow, their breathing suddenly became rapid.
I saw that those several black shadows were almost all monkeys wearing black windbreakers. Black Shadow Monkey. In the huge monitoring room, Gu Linghan raised his eyebrows. Old Hua, are you adding the Black Shadow Monkey to your test? This thing is also a tricky thing in the border area. The dean nodded.
Hua Xiu smiled lightly. As a warrior, you should learn to deal with all kinds of ferocious beasts.
If we meet more now, we'll have more chances on the battlefield. If we don't meet more now, we might die more on the battlefield.
Hearing Hua Xiu's words, everyone agreed. You know, in recent years, the ferocious beasts on the border of Daxia have become increasingly rampant.
Countless border cities are in high danger, and even a large number of warriors have been sacrificed. Therefore, as an institution that trains talents in the mainland, they must also make corresponding achievements. Otherwise, the Daxia military is putting pressure on them.
And in that virtual battlefield, everyone's breathing suddenly stopped.
That's a mid-level 3rd-grade Black Shadow Monkey.
A ferocious beast that specializes in breaking through the soldiers' defenses on the border. Gu Jin gritted his teeth and mobilized all his strength to catch up.
However, his speed was far inferior to that of the Black Shadow Monkey.
However, Shang Wuji and Lan Qi were too far away from Gu Jin's location and had no time to provide support.
It's over. This thought came to the minds of many people.
It seems that the city defense destruction rate will directly rise to more than 10 this time. You know, the Black Shadow Monkey has a strange black shadow power in its body, which can corrode the city wall. On the borders of the Great Xia Federation, many cities are difficult to defend, thanks to these cunning monkeys.
This time, the city defense destruction rate is probably determined by Dayu's artificial intelligence system. Once the city wall is attacked, their comprehensive score will definitely drop a lot.
However, at this moment, everyone suddenly felt that a tremendous amount of energy was gathering at the city gate. All of a sudden, everyone looked towards the city gate. The thin Chenmo was covered with a layer of liquid defense like dark thunder, and behind him, 4 dark arms as thick as giant dragons appeared.
The terrifying dark thunder energy filled the entire battlefield space like a destructive force.
Many geniuses with weaker minds suddenly felt their scalps tingling and were extremely shocked. "How come this guy's energy is so terrifying?" someone exclaimed. "You know, Chenmo's realm is only the middle of the second level, and the energy he is showing now is almost the same as the normal state of Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others.
It seems like we underestimated him." Gu Jin and Lan Qi raised their eyebrows. "It's more interesting this way?"
Shang Wuji, with golden balls of light floating in his hands, showed a playful smile. Under the gazes of countless people, the 4 giant dragon-like hands suddenly condensed into spears wrapped in dark thunder.
Dual powers.
This thought flashed through the minds of countless people, and when they looked at Chenmo's brain, 2 more words appeared.
Evildoer. Chapter 36 True Strength.
An astonishing 5-meter-long spear suddenly appeared on this dragon-like arm. Then, the 4 arms bent at the same time, and then, with a terrifying explosive force, 4 5-meter-long spears were thrown out at the same time.
Rumble.
4 giant dark thunder guns suddenly tore through the air, and with an unmatched posture, nailed all 4 charging black shadow monkeys to the ground.
Bang.
The huge amount of energy hit the ground, creating thousands of cracks on the spot. At this moment, everyone's gaze had already been firmly fixed on Chenmo.
"Really strong,"
a genius said with a wry smile. He had thought about how strong Chenmo's 0% city destruction rate was, and whether he could really be compared with Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Shang Wuji. Now it seems that only someone like Chenmo can compete with Shang Wuji and the other 2 for the first place in this entrance examination. Outside the virtual battlefield, countless geniuses opened their mouths wide. They now wished they could slap themselves in the face. If they had known that Chenmo could burst out such terrifying fighting power, they would not have mocked him one by one.
And in the huge monitoring room, the 6 people did not react at all.
After all, they had already witnessed Chenmo's strength in the previous personal city defense battle. What no one expected was that the giant dark thunder spear displayed by Chenmo actually had such powerful killing power against the mid-level 3rd-grade ferocious beasts. Old Lin's eyes are worthy of being from the admissions office. At this moment, Gu Linghan couldn't help but change his opinion of Chenmo a little.
Moreover, he felt inexplicably frightened. He made a bet with Xing Tianyi over a 100-year-old elixir. "If we lose, it will be really embarrassing. Tsk tisk, it's just that the fight for the immortal weapon was too hasty."
Shen Tuyi added, with Chenmo's strength, in fact, if he cultivates to his sophomore year, he will definitely be able to participate in the fight for the immortal weapon.
Hearing the 2 people's voices that seemed to contain regrets, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. "I said it a long time ago. Moreover, the strength Chenmo has demonstrated now is definitely not that simple. Keep reading. Next, the surprise he brings you will definitely be even more terrifying."
To be honest, although Lin Jianfeng has an extremely strong ability to identify people, he really can't understand Chenmo. He always felt that Chenmo had hidden more than 1 billion. If all his strength were to be displayed, it would probably be more than just this. And in the virtual battlefield, after a brief shock, the second wave of ferocious beasts attacked one after another. In the second wave of ferocious beasts, there were actually a number of high-level 3rd-grade ferocious beasts, so powerful that every step they took would almost cause cracks in the ground.
Such terrifying combat power is truly shocking. However, everyone responded quickly.
Especially the 3 top geniuses, their eyes were flashing with fighting spirit.
Obviously, the scene that Chenmo pretended just now made them feel very uncomfortable. Swish.
In an instant, 12 black gold flying knives floated near Lan Qi at the same time, and Lan Qi's body was actually suspended in the air under the influence of mental power. The petite body is like a sitting lotus, holy and full of deterrence. And it was at this moment that Lan Qi opened her eyes.
10,000 swords kill at once. TSK. TSK. TSK.
12 black gold flying knives turned into streams of light and attacked the oncoming tide of ferocious beasts at the same time. The terrifying force almost tore the air apart and turned into an extremely terrifying speed. With a loud bang, it instantly chopped the ferocious beast in front of it into pieces. The degree of enhancement is really enough to make one's scalp tingle. And the other side. Gu Jin's eyes were filled with annoyance. You know, the black shadow monkey broke through the defense line just because of his momentary negligence. If it weren't for Chenmo, he would have become the culprit for the increased destruction rate of the city defenders. Thinking of this, Gu Jin felt a fire burning in his heart. Looking at the tide of ferocious beasts in front of him, Gu Jin showed a ferocious sneer. Ancient golden body, destroy all evil spirits. Under that ferocious smile, Gu Jin's originally 2-meter body suddenly grew wildly, and at this moment, it had reached 4 meters in height. The terrifying body was as big as a 2-story building. When it slapped down, it was like a powerful killing weapon, and the ferocious beast exploded immediately. Its power makes countless people feel nervous. Is this the power of Gu Jin, the second of the 3 top geniuses? And the last side is the direction of Shang Wuji. Looking at the ferocious beast rushing towards him, Shang Wuji did not respond so hastily. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, gave Chenmo a provocative smile, and then turned his head away. All of a sudden, under the shocked gazes of countless people, small golden swords made of golden light suddenly lingered around Shang Wuji's body. Each small sword is extremely sharp, and the sharpness contained in it makes countless people shudder. Holy light sword kill. Those 2 words came out of Shang Wuji's mouth. In an instant, dozens of long swords suddenly shot out at such a fast speed that they were like shooting stars. When it fell on the ferocious beasts, the beasts were all annihilated by the holy light and their figures disappeared instantly. At this point, the actions of the 3 geniuses were all extremely shocking. These are the 3 great geniuses. I told you they weren't serious, right? Every time he attacked, he killed nearly dozens of ferocious beasts. Oh my god. Even if Chenmo tried his best, he wouldn't have achieved this result. Outside the screen, the eyes of countless geniuses were sparkling with stars, and their blood suddenly boiled. If they were outside, this group of geniuses would be role models for others to learn from. But here, top geniuses like Shang Wuji are their objects of study. Why do they like to drag Brother Chen down so much? Yi Kang listened to the voices of the people around him and spoke in a low voice with dissatisfaction. Among the crowd, he saw that the one who was shouting the most happily was Xiao Wuheng. Just now when Chenmo was here, Xiao Wuheng didn't even dare to fart. It's simple. Everyone has jealousy. Yan Jinghan said calmly, it's obvious that they don't think that Chenmo, a guy from Jiangnan province, can achieve such outstanding results. Chenmo will slap them in the face. Li Shuyun's eyes dropped. Did you figure it out? Yan Jinghong turned his head away. I feel like that. Li Shuyun said with a smile, I'm sure that Chenmo's strength is definitely not weaker than the 3 great geniuses. The people who are mocking Chenmo now are just like those who mocked him during the college entrance exam. I believe Chenmo. And at this moment, the battlefield space underwent another huge change. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the thick black fog. Chapter 37 The 4th Level of U-World. Suddenly, the calls of various birds were heard from the dark sky. In an instant, everyone's gaze suddenly froze. Inside the monitoring room, Gu Linghan and the others immediately stood up and looked at Huo Xiao in surprise, who had a smiling face. You also arranged for flying beasts? Huo Xiao smiled lightly, there's no other way. It's to get high-quality students. You guys also know that the military arrangements have been very tight lately? The 3-school competition will be held in 2 months, and we'll be selecting people to join the various military departments. In that case, it's better to prepare in advance. Hearing Huo Xiao's voice, the deans of the 4 major colleges could only twitch their lips and ultimately said nothing. Lin Jianfeng laughed and said, Old Hua, on the battlefield, these flying beasts are mostly dealt with by laser weapons and suicide drones. And now, if you ask them to solve these problems, I'm afraid they will suffer. Huo Xiao shrugged, how can this be considered suffering? This is a chance for people to show off. To show people? After thinking for a moment, everyone suddenly thought of a name Chenmo. In an instant, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xin Tui's eyes widened as they stared at Huo Xiao motionlessly. My thoughts were lost in a myriad of thoughts. So what exactly is Chenmo's charm? It is worthy of the attention of Old Hua, a 9th-rank martial king. Even if he has dual talents, it shouldn't be like this now. And on the virtual battlefield, an attack from the sky has already begun. Virtual battlefield. In the azure sky, countless geniuses suddenly turned their gazes towards the sky. Then, giant purple-black eagles suddenly appeared in the sky. Each eagle blocked out the sky and the sun. They were all at the high level of the 3rd grade and were extremely terrifying. After counting carefully, there were actually 10 of them soaring high in the sky. In an instant, many students' faces turned pale. Are you crazy? You're actually testing this with a flying beast? We don't have laser weapons. Damn it! It's over. Now those giant purple-black eagles in the sky have no choice but to come down. Everyone's faces turned gloomy. If the giant purple-black eagle came down from the sky, the destruction rate of the city defense would definitely increase rapidly. All of a sudden, the 36 geniuses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Shang Wuji said, "My holy light sword is enough to kill the enemy. However, they are all soaring in the sky, and the attack of my sword will gradually weaken." Everyone's eyes dimmed again for a moment. Then, they turned their attention to Lan Qi, and Lan Qi also showed a helpless bitter smile. The purple-black giant eagle is famous for its speed, and its wings can also launch energy attacks. As you know, it's very difficult for a telekineticist to defend themselves solidly when they're attacking, especially in mid-air, where 2 fists can't stand up to 4 hands. In an instant, everyone's faces turned completely gloomy. Neither Lan Qi nor Shang Wuji could do it. It seemed that this time they could only wait until the purple-black giant eagle attacked the city wall before taking action against them. However, even if this action is taken, it will cause a huge blow to the destruction rate of the city wall. As for Gu Jin, there was no need to even consider him. He was a pure tank warrior and couldn't be very effective against attacks from the sky. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Let me try." Looking at the purple-black giant eagle circling in the sky, Chenmo smiled lightly. "Maybe I can really give it a try?" Everyone was stunned, with doubts in their eyes. Although the Dark Thunder Spear that Chenmo displayed before was extremely powerful, it was also released at close range. If it was used against long-range sky-type beasts, it would not be so effective. At this moment, someone in the crowd stood up. "You can trust Chenmo." Everyone's eyes turned to this person, who hesitated for a moment and said, "I've seen Chenmo's college entrance examination video. Chenmo definitely has this ability." College entrance exam video? Even Chenmo felt a little surprised. Jiangnan province was only ranked last among the 54 provinces, but there were actually people who went out of their way to watch his video. This is surprising. At this time, Shang Wuji said, "Okay, then let Chenmo try." For a moment, everyone looked at each other and made up their minds. The next moment, everyone appeared on the city wall at the same time, looking at the giant purple-black eagle circling in the sky with alert expressions. If Chenmo fails, they will also attack with thunder and lightning, trying to minimize the destruction rate of the city defense. Only in this way can their scores in the rating of Dayu's artificial intelligence continue to improve. At this moment, the 10 giant purple-black eagles in the sky could no longer suppress their murderous intent to attack. They roared angrily and suddenly fell from the sky like purple-black meteors. Rumble! The huge body tore through the air and launched a suicidal attack on the city wall. Everyone's eyes fell on Chenmo, wondering if this guy could take care of them all when the purple-black giant eagle landed on the city wall. And just at this moment, Chenmo suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air. Then, he leaped up and suddenly landed on the only fluttering flag on the city wall. Next moment, when everyone's eyes were cast on Chenmo, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw Chenmo's figure and dark thunder energy surged out again. This time, the dark thunder energy was like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, erupting with energy that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Is this the energy intensity that a mid-level 2nd grade warrior can release? A genius lips turned dry. You know, he has S-level supernatural powers, plus the realm of the initial stage of the 3rd level. And it was precisely because of the combined ability of these two that he discovered that the energy intensity he released was not even 1/10 of Chenmo's at the moment. However, Lan Qi and Gu Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. They didn't expect that Chenmo had such energy intensity. But if you think about it carefully, I'm afraid that what erupted at this moment was Chenmo's utmost effort. Thinking of this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. If he was still hiding his strength now, then his true strength would be extremely terrifying. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Shang Wuji's eyes, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. And standing on the flag,
Chenmo looked at the 10 giant purple-black eagles swooping down inside. Why do you have to seek death? Then, try to use half of your strength. Suddenly, 4 pairs of dark thunder hands suddenly appeared, and strange runes also climbed up Chenmo's cheeks. Immediately afterwards, 4 pairs of giant hands suddenly stretched out and pointed their fingers in front of Chenmo in strange shapes. Under countless astonished gazes, Chenmo suddenly uttered 2 words. Dark Thunder, 4th level, you sure? Chapter 38, Shocking New Student. Dark Thunder, 4th level, you sure? As Chenmo's voice fell, a dark roulette that seemed to be able to cut through everything suddenly appeared in the central area where the 4 pairs of hands were gathered. The roulette wheel spins very fast. If you don't look carefully, you might think it is just an ordinary round disc. The terrifying energy gathered rapidly, and the dark thunder energy displayed made everyone's scalp tingle. However, this is not enough. The other 3 giant hands suddenly trembled, and then 3 high-speed rotating dark wheels appeared again. Finally, the 4 dark wheels completely merged together, turning into a circular disc with a radius of half a meter, which was rotating at a terrifying speed. The terrifying power it exuded actually caused the surrounding space to begin to twist and tremble violently. So strong. All the contempt on Lan Qi and Gu Jin's faces had disappeared, replaced by an extremely certain and solemn look. If this attack landed on them and they didn't have enough means to defend themselves, they would probably die on the spot. Shang Wuji also raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the guy in front of him who used dark energy was a little different from what he had imagined. As everyone looked at him in astonishment, Yushur was completely condensed under Chenmo's giant hand. Roar! Accompanied by the cries of giant eagles, the giant eagles in the sky were getting closer and closer, almost like 10 steel chariots falling from the sky. However, it was at this moment that Chenmo took action. In an instant, the dark thunder wheel in his hand was completely released. Laugh! The huge dark thunder wheel completely tore the space apart, and all of a sudden, the entire space seemed to become dark. Faintly, there was the roar of thunder. The giant purple-black eagle in the sky looked at the dark thunder wheel and suddenly felt that all the feathers on its body were about to stand up. They want to retreat. However, it was too late. The huge dark thunder wheel, as if it had gained so-called intelligence, launched a devastating attack on the closest purple-black giant eagle. With just a swish, a 3rd-grade high-level purple-black giant eagle was cut in half on the spot. And then, it was the second one. The 3rd head. The 4th one. In an instant, the 10 giant purple-black eagles that were previously alive and kicking and trying to attack the city wall were suddenly split into 2 halves by Chenmo. A bloody rain fell from the sky, like a drifting drizzle, covering the entire city wall. Quiet! Quiet! Countless people stared at Chenmo in amazement, their throats churning. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't utter a word. Before this, no one had thought that Chenmo could actually use one move to instantly kill these ferocious beasts that posed the most terrifying threat to them. No one would have thought that a young man from the last-ranked Jiangnan province could actually be on par with the 3 geniuses. They originally thought that even if Chenmo used the so-called Dark Thunder giant gun to attack, he would need to fire 1 shot at a time, and even halfway through the firing, there would be a certain degree of weakening. However, they did not expect that Chenmo had created another unique skill. The 4th level of U-World. This name was deeply embedded in their hearts. Looking at the thin figure standing on one leg on the flag, it would be difficult for these geniuses to forget it. No wonder the city's destruction rate is 0%. With this level of damage, how can those armored pigs pose a threat? Lan Qi shook her head, feeling that her previous contempt had become extremely stupid. It seems that in this exam, perhaps only Shang Wuji can compete with him. Gu Jin revealed a bitter smile. Judging from the energy intensity of the 4th level Yushur, it was far beyond his ability to deal with. I'm afraid that only Saint Wuji can be compared to him. But now, Gu Jin was secretly looking forward to it. Who was stronger, Shang Wuji or Chenmo? It was at this time that everyone understood why Shang Wuji took the initiative to ask Chenmo at the school gate. One represents the incomparably holy light. One represents extremely violent darkness. Perhaps, these two were born to compete. Under the gazes of countless people, Shang Wuji looked at Chenmo falling from the sky and smiled lightly. You are very strong. I'm looking forward to playing against you. If it is said that Shang Wuji fought with Chenmo for fun only because Chenmo possessed dark energy. However, the current Shang Wuji truly treats Chenmo as his opponent. Chenmo's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. This guy is worthy of being his opponent.
Suddenly, Shang Wuji stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Chenmo.
Chenmo smiled lightly and extended his hand. Shang Wuji, nice to meet you.
Shang Wuji said with a smile.
Chenmo. Chenmo nodded.
He saw a hint of kindness in Shang Wuji's eyes, as well as an astonishing boiling murderous intent.
It's terrifying.
Looking at the two people who suddenly shook hands, all the geniuses present were suddenly shocked. The scene of Chenmo using the 4th level of Yushur to kill the giant purple black eagle, and the subsequent handshake with Shang Wuji, was suddenly transmitted through the screen to the eyes of the geniuses in the virtual space.
Countless people were shocked by it. After a brief moment of eerie silence, a flood of discussion followed. My question is, I shouldn't have doubted Chenmo before. Chenmo is indeed one of the 4 heavenly prodigies. Yes. I've said it before. Chenmo is definitely one of the 4 heavenly prodigies. Didn't you just slander Chenmo?
I declare that Chenmo is now my idol for the past 4 years of college.
Oh my god. 4th level Yushur, what a terrifying attack. Dark god.
The eyes of countless geniuses were filled with fiery passion, and everyone was shocked.
When a strong person inexplicably surpasses you, people will raise corresponding doubts. However, only when that strong man truly displays his terrifying methods in front of you will everyone admire him. And at this moment, Chenmo was obviously such a representative.
Xiao Wuhan, who had slandered Chenmo, now had a red face, stammered, and couldn't utter a word. In the 3-person team from Jiangnan province, the 3 of them stared blankly at the high-spirited Chenmo on the screen and smiled lightly.
See, I told you, Chenmo will definitely get first place.
Li Shuyun spread his hands, looking confident of victory. But in fact, if you look closely, you can see Li Shuyun's trembling hands.
Same. Li Shuyun was almost shocked to death. Chapter 39, Mutated Ferocious Beast. Who could have thought that Chenmo could actually unleash such terrifying power?
That is a 3rd-grade flying beast, a powerful weapon on the battlefield. In high school military classes, they were warned by their teachers that if they encountered flying beasts in the future, they must find appropriate cover to hide and not blindly confront the enemy. It's simply because below the 6th-grade Grandmaster realm, the threat posed by ferocious beasts to humans is simply too great. The ability to fly and long-range attacks combined makes it invincible.
And now, Chenmo actually killed instantly with just one unique move?
What's more, there's not even a trace of sweat on his face, which clearly means he's not using any strength.
Thinking of this, Li Shuyun took a breath. This guy has become so fucking strong. Yan Jinghong also realized at this moment, how long has it been? Chenmo has become so terrifying.
If Wang Tianming and Long Haoran saw this, they would probably be unable to sleep. At the same time, the 3 of them suddenly discovered that there were a lot of astonished gazes around them, all directed towards the 3 of them from Jiangnan province.
This includes shock, surprise, fear, respect, and so on. The 3 of them knew that almost all of this was caused by Chenmo. Still remember when the 3 of them were at the school gate complaining that Jiangnan province was not getting enough attention, Chenmo told them that he would bring the entire Jiangnan province to the spotlight. Unexpectedly, Chenmo really did it. When the attentive gazes came over, everyone's faces showed a little pride and a little shyness. However, they felt really happy in their hearts. I haven't felt this good in a long time. If this news got passed back to Jiangnan province, it would probably cause an earth-shaking shock. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the deans of the 4 major colleges looked at Chenmo in the video in a trance. Gu Linghan pointed at Chenmo and looked at Lin Jianfeng. You said this is a mid-level 2nd-grade warrior? Tell me honestly, what level is Chenmo's dark power? In an instant, the deans of the 3 colleges reacted immediately. They were not fools. How could a mere mid-level 2nd-rank warrior unleash such terrifying power? Is this definitely an SS-level ability? Yes, before each student entered school, they had observed each student's file, and in Chenmo's file, there was only an ordinary SS-level dark ability written. SS superpowers have existed in the past, but the overall combat power unleashed is not strong. Therefore, everyone ignored Chenmo. And now, the talent Chenmo showed was really an SS-level dark talent? Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. It is indeed not SS level, but SSS level dark divine body. SSS level dark divine body? All of a sudden, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Damn it, this time Lin Jianfeng really tricked them.
They had previously thought that Lin Jianfeng was attracted to Chenmo and had made an exception to apply for him to compete for the immortal weapon. As a result, now, it is actually an SSS-level Dark Divine Body, which is not surprising. No, he is not only an SSS Dark Divine Body, he also masters a kind of lightning power. Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy reacted. The lightning ability awakened by the SSS-level Dark Divine Body must be at least S-level or above, otherwise, the combination would not have this effect, said Xiang Tianga from Lingtian Academy. Suddenly, the entire monitoring room was shocked. SSS-level Dark Divine Body plus S-level lightning ability. This Chenmo is definitely an unprecedented monster. Yes, in the minds of the three deans, Chenmo's talent has surpassed the top geniuses and reached the level of a monster. Looking at the three people's extremely surprised expressions, Lin Jianfeng felt very happy. I told you guys to look down on Chenmo from the beginning. However, the next moment, the words of Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zhongtian College, completely threw the three of them into confusion. There are more than two talents. There is also a talent for comprehension that is not inferior to mine. In an instant, everyone, including Huo Xiu, looked at Xing Tianyi intently. Those eyes, as big as copper bells, seemed to be saying three words, "Are you sure?" However, Xing Tianyi smiled lightly. I'm 100% sure. You know, talents of the comprehension type are almost impossible to detect. However, it can be sensed by warriors who also possess the gift of comprehension. You all know that the reason I'm able to practice the peerless martial arts of Zhongtian Academy is precisely because I possess SS-level Qitian talent. Now it seems that Chenmo's comprehension talent should be on par with mine. All of a sudden, the entire monitoring room fell into absolute silence. SSS-level Dark Divine Body plus S-level Lightning Ability plus Comprehension Talent that is no less than SS-level. So, how many surprises will Chenmo give them? The next moment, Gu Linghan suddenly said, "Old Xing, I'll give you my elixir. Chenmo will be assigned to our Tongtian Academy. As for the fight for the immortal weapon, our academy also allows it. Chenmo, it's worth going to the battle for the immortal weapon." All of a sudden, the deans of the four major colleges became noisy. Xin Tui of Yutian Academy said, "You're talking nonsense. Chenmo's talent is definitely suitable for our Yutian Academy. He should come to our Yutian Academy." Lingtian Academy's Xiang Tianga also became anxious. My Lingtian Academy specializes in speed training, which is also suitable for Chenmo. The corner of Xing Tianyi's mouth twitched from Zhongtian Academy. He remembered that these people had used some unknown expressions to suppress Chenmo at the beginning. Now I know Chenmo's talent. Their faces changed faster than those of Peking opera singers. Everyone looked surprised. You know, Chenmo's realm at this moment is just the middle of the second level, and he has not yet unleashed his strongest combat power. If you give it your all, how strong will you be? Throwing this dark horse into the battle for immortal artifacts, wouldn't it produce even more brilliant results? For example, can Chenmo, as a freshman, obtain the ownership of the immortal weapon? This is really exciting. Lin Jianfeng looked at the deans of the four major colleges in front of him and sighed. Why is this scene so similar to the one where the three admissions directors were fighting over Chenmo? However, this kind of scene is probably even bigger. However, at this moment, Huo smiled lightly and waved his hand. Okay, no need to worry. After the battle to defend the city is over, let's fight for it, right? They are still taking exams now. Huo smiled and said, "There are a few more big ones coming up, and I'm going to give them some." For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Huo, who smiled strangely and said three words. Mutation level. A bloody battlefield on a virtual helmet. The 36 young men were obviously a little excited. Just now, they realized how terrifying Chenmo was. And now, standing in the front are Chenmo, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Shang Wuji. Yes, all the geniuses believed that with Chenmo's strength, he deserved to stand at the forefront. However, at this moment, two overwhelming pressures surged out from the black fog. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. When looking at the figure that emerged from the terrifying black fog, the faces of some geniuses suddenly turned pale. Chapter 40 Betting. In the endless darkness, two mammoth beasts as big as steel tanks slowly stepped out. With every step, the ground suddenly collapsed and shattered into countless cracks. The enormous power enveloped everyone like the sky and the sun. That's a high-level third-grade mutant mammoth. Why did a mammoth appear in the city defense? I heard that this mammoth can only be dealt with by using artillery shells.
At the very least, a fourth grade warrior is needed. It's over.
It really turns up the intensity on us guys. Feeling the sudden momentum coming from the mammoth, everyone's heart suddenly stopped for a moment.
The reason is simple: the mutant mammoth is simply too powerful.
Behind the two mutated mammoths, dozens of third-grade ferocious beasts followed closely and roared at them.
Roar! The huge sound spread out, making people feel pain in their eardrums. And outside the screen, most geniuses are already feeling uneasy.
Not only does the mutated mammoth have amazing combat power, but even its roar can have a certain attack effect.
It's over. Those geniuses are in trouble.
Yeah. I heard from my uncle that mammoths are the most difficult to deal with among the low-grade ferocious beasts, let alone this mutated mammoth. It seems that the test for geniuses is 10 times stronger than that for geniuses like us.
Otherwise, how could he be called a genius?
But, I wonder who can take care of those two mutant mammoths.
It should be Chenmo and Shang Wuji, right? Someone said.
Yes, only 2 people can deal with such a mutated third-grade high-level mammoth, and Gu Jin and Lan Qi are a little bit short of it.
For a moment, everyone quieted down.
They had a natural trust in Shang Wuji. As for Chenmo, they naturally also had great expectations. You know, now it's a land battle again, and the Yushur that Chenmo used before is probably only effective in the sky. If it's on land, it would probably be difficult to destroy the mutant mammoth's defense. But you never know if they have any hidden cards. So, with all kinds of expectations, everyone's eyes were once again cast on the screen. On the virtual battlefield, the geniuses could already feel the earth shaking.
At the front, Chenmo and Shang Wuji stood side by side. Shall I deal with the one on the right? Shang Wuji said.
A hint of fighting spirit flashed across his eyes, and this fighting spirit was not only directed at the mutant mammoth, but more of a declaration of war against Chenmo. You know, the holy light power and the dark power are clearly distinguished and are often on opposite sides. Therefore, Shang Wuji did not want to admit that he was weaker than Chenmo. Not to mention, the arrogance in Shang Wuji's bones would never let him think that he was weaker than Chenmo.
After hearing this, Chenmo nodded, okay.
Then, Chenmo turned his head and looked at all the geniuses including Gu Jin and Lan Qi. The rest, I'll leave it to you. Gu Jin and Lan Qi looked at each other and knew that this was the only way. In front of the mutant mammoth, they did not have the confidence to win absolutely. However, if you are aggressive and choose an opponent that is not suitable for you, it is likely to lead to an increase in the rate of destruction of the city defense.
This is absolutely not advisable. Suddenly, Chenmo laughed and said, "Can you help me with that big gun? I want a longer and thicker one." Gun? Everyone was stunned. Could Chenmo actually use a gun?
You know, since Chenmo came to the team battle, he has never been seen using a gun.
Even the giant gun condensed by the terrifying dark giant hand was just regarded by everyone as a form of attack. Who would have thought that Chenmo could actually use a gun?
However, everyone was curious about whether Chenmo's marksmanship had reached the subtle level.
Soon, a man threw a 3-meter-5 giant gun.
The huge silver gun turned into a meteor and shot towards Chenmo. Looking at the spear that was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, Chenmo smiled lightly, turned sideways slightly, and in an instant, he grabbed the huge gun handle in his hand.
In an instant, Chenmo's temperament suddenly changed drastically.
If the previous Chenmo was like a black hole in the depths, carrying the pressure of thunder, then at this moment, Chenmo turned into an astonishing giant gun with a sharp aura, standing in place like a mountain.
This guy actually knows how to use a gun. One of them said in disbelief as his pupils shrank. Shang Wuji glanced at Chenmo and was slightly shocked.
He originally thought that Chenmo was just gifted with supernatural powers, but he didn't expect that he also had superb talent in martial arts. You know, after ordinary people cultivate supernatural powers, it becomes very difficult for them to practice martial arts. It is difficult to cultivate supernatural powers by practicing martial arts. I didn't expect this guy to practice both at the same time.
But, even if Chenmo is like this, doesn't Shang Wuji have this ability?
He also knows martial arts at the subtle level.
Concentrating his mind, Shang Wuji looked at the mutated mammoth in the distance and asked, "Who can kill it faster?" Hearing Shang Wuji's voice, everyone was stunned and looked at Chenmo, who had an indifferent expression on his face. The latter smiled lightly and said, "Come on.
It just so happens that I haven't used my spear skills for a long time, so I'll use this beast to practice."
At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Roar!
In front of the black fog, the two mutated mammoths, accompanied by countless ferocious beasts, suddenly charged forward. Their enormous power made the earth look like a dragon turning over.
Rumble.
Superior. In an instant, countless geniuses turned into phantoms and quickly joined the battle, fighting with countless ferocious beasts. At the two ends of the center of the battle, in front of each of the two mutated mammoths, there was actually a thin figure standing. Looking at the mammoth beast in front of him, Shang Wuji's face became solemn and he suddenly raised his hands.
Holy light radiant armor.
Suddenly, countless rays of holy light climbed up his body like air dragons, and then quickly condensed into layers of thick holy light armor around his body. This holy light armor immediately attracted the attention of countless people. "So strong," exclaimed a genius. Then, Shang Wuji suddenly raised his hands high, and in an instant, two long swords wrapped in holy light suddenly appeared in his hands covered by his robe.
In an instant, Shang Wuji's appearance and temperament changed drastically.
The whole person stood on the battlefield like a long sword reaching the sky.
Countless people were shocked by this. Shang Wuji's swordsmanship has actually reached the subtle level? Oh my god. It's hidden too well. Holy crap. I watched his college entrance exam videos, and he never used any of them. Looks like he was forced to do this by the mutant mammoth. No, it wasn't the mutant mammoth who forced me to do this, it was Chenmo who forced me to do this. Amidst the exclamations of countless people, Shang Wuji glanced at Chenmo. He looked and saw the surprise that flashed across Chenmo's eyes. And this is the effect he wants. Come on, Chenmo. Next, there's something even more shocking for you. Chapter 41 True Self Level. Looking at the mutated mammoth in front of him, a slight curve appeared on the corner of Shang Wuji's mouth. Holy light sword destruction. I saw that Saint Wuji murmured softly, and his hands shot out like lightning, and in an instant, they fell on one of the mutant mammoths. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the mutant mammoth was instantly sent flying backwards by the impact of the holy sword light. The huge body howled, and a blood mark appeared on the surface of the membrane. Damn! Isn't this too strong? The swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of the subtle level. So this is where Brother Shang's hidden trick is. It's over. This time, the mutant mammoth is really going to be killed. Chenmo's bet is going to fail. You know, the mutant mammoth's defense is extremely strong. However, Shang Wuji was able to rely on the power of his two swords to knock the mutant mammoth away. Even scars were left on the surface of the mutant mammoth's membrane. What a terrifying strength! You know, some warriors at the initial stage of the 4th rank find this mutant mammoth extremely difficult to deal with. And under Shang Wuji's response, it seems so easy. Sometimes people have to admit how big the gap between them is. On the other side is the battlefield between Chenmo and the mutant mammoth. Speaking of Chenmo, even Shang Wuji's gaze was directed in Chenmo's direction. They were all looking forward to seeing how these dark horse-top geniuses would perform. However, when they looked in the direction of Chenmo, everyone's eyes suddenly stopped. In an instant, goosebumps appeared on the skin of many geniuses. I saw a long spear climbing up the endless darkness and thunder light in the direction of Chenmo. A terrifying pressure suddenly condensed within the giant spear. Chenmo, wearing black armor, stood in front of the mutated mammoth, his jet black hair dancing wildly, like a general standing in an ancient battlefield. An astonishing spear intent erupted like a volcano that had not erupted for thousands of years, shocking countless people. The energy emanating from Chenmo was actually the embryonic form of gun intent? What is the prototype of gun intent? That is something that only a demon who has reached the level of true self and marksmanship can comprehend. Whenever someone can reach the true self stage in spearmanship, he will be able to comprehend the prototype of the supreme spear intent. Once you understand it, the spear you use will be several times more effective than before. This is something that many martial arts geniuses pursue their entire lives but find difficult to achieve. And now, they actually saw it on Chenmo? This guy, is he really a genius? A genius exclaimed. Everyone was shocked by this. The embryonic form of the gun intent that was emitted actually spread out like a tide. Lan Qi and Gu Jin also felt it immediately, and stared at Chenmo with their eyes as big as copper bells. What a monster! Lan Qi said with a wry smile. How can I compare with this? Gu Jin was slightly stunned. And that Shang Wuji, at this moment, clenched the two swords in his hands, and a very uncomfortable feeling of loss passed through his heart. His true self-level spearmanship is one level higher than his subtle-level swordsmanship. The level of true self is also what Shang Wuji has been pursuing. Just how terrifying is this guy's talent? In the virtual space, the geniuses from 54 provinces were all dumbfounded when they saw the aura emanating from Chenmo. My mind went blank. The entire venue fell into silence again because of Chenmo.
After a long time, the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva was heard again and again.
True self-level spearmanship. This guy, in terms of martial arts talent, actually has such attainments?
A terrifying dual talent, coupled with true self-level spearmanship, this is a top-tier genius.
No. This is a demon level. Such a terrifying contestant actually appeared in our class.
The most shocking thing is that this monster actually came from Jiangnan province, which was previously ranked almost last. While everyone looked shocked, some people's faces turned red like monkey butts. For example, Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengyue, when they thought of the bad words they had said to Chenmo before, for a moment, they couldn't help but want to slap themselves 2 or 3 times.
Why was I so mean back then? And just at this moment. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the 3 people from Jiangnan province.
Yan Ginghon, Li Shuyun, and Yi Kong were also in great shock.
No? Chenmo's marksmanship has broken through to the true self level? Li Shuyun was dumbfounded.
You know, when Chenmo fought him in the Battle Royale mode before, the subtle marksmanship he displayed had already made him feel despair.
And now, Chenmo actually displayed his true self-level marksmanship? How long has it been? Only a month?
This guy's speed of becoming stronger is truly terrifying.
Damn, what a monster.
Yan Jinghong cursed inwardly, he wasn't this scary even a month ago.
Brother Chen is really amazing.
Yi Kang's eyes were about to burst into stars. As everyone was shocked, even the leaders in the monitoring room suddenly looked at each other in confusion. If one were to say that Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy had said something previously, one would still have some doubts. But after Chenmo displayed his true self-level marksmanship, this idea suddenly vanished into thin air and completely disappeared.
He definitely has the talent for comprehension. Gu Linghan said with certainty. Triple talent. Triple talent. There are not many such people in human history. Shen Tuyi became excited.
True self-level spearmanship, having comprehended the rudiments of spear intent, this alone is enough to be worthy of the title of a demon.
Xiang Tiange's eyes narrowed. What's more, Chenmo's realm is only the middle stage of the 2nd level. Middle of the 2nd grade.
Comprehend the true self-level shooting skills. For a moment, the 4 deans, along with Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu, all felt their scalps tingling. You know, they can only barely get access to true self-level martial arts when they become 5th grade warriors.
Contact with a 2nd grade warrior? As a 2nd grade warrior, they couldn't even imagine entering the subtle level of martial arts? Chenmo, you must come to our college.
Suddenly, the deans of the 4 major colleges had their eyes lit up, and they wished they could get Chenmo on the spot.
Such strength. Even among sophomores, this is at the average limit. If I participate in the competition for the immortal weapon, I'm afraid there will be no problem at all.
Perhaps that is where Chenmo's real stage lies. Lin Jianfeng also felt a surge of joy in his heart.
A monster with 3 great talents.
If Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian knew that they had missed out on such a monster, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. At this time, Huo Xiu, the vice president, said with a smile, Lin Jianfeng's investment this time is truly a wise one. But everyone, you can also take a good look at the strength of Chenmo's prototype of spear intent.
It's not too late to make a decision then.
For a moment, everyone turned their attention over there again. On the screen, Chenmo's eyes, which were like black holes, suddenly opened wide.
Chapter 42 I'm not as good as you.
As those eyes that were like black holes opened, Chenmo's aura at this moment also reached its peak.
Buzz. Countless air dragons made up of dark thunders were lingering around him.
The whole person seemed to be covered with a layer of dark lightning light, and strange rune patterns appeared on both sides of his cheeks. It was at this moment that the mutated mammoth on the opposite side seemed to sense a huge threat. The mutated mammoth roared and charged towards Chenmo with the pressure of a steel tank.
Rumble. Rumble.
Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the mutant mammoths trampled huge cracks on the ground, making countless people terrified by its power. Looking at the mutated mammoth that was constantly enlarging in his sight, Chenmo just smiled lightly.
Ant.
But the noise it caused was still quite loud. At this moment, the dark thunder spear in Chenmo's hand, like a long dragon, suddenly stabbed towards the head of the mutant mammoth.
Buzz.
The long spear wrapped in the power of dark thunder, combined with the gun intent generated by the true self-level gun skills, the momentum of the Dark Thunder giant spear is as terrifying as a storm. In an instant, the spear tore through the air. In an instant, the terrifying tip of the gun was already against the head of the mutant mammoth. Then, the Dark Thunder spear pierced through the mutant mammoth's head like a tornado. Tier. The entire mutant mammoth was split into two halves in an instant, and countless blood splattered everywhere, covering the earth with warm blood. This mutant beast that made countless people tremble in their hearts was killed by Chenmo with a single shot in just a moment. This guy is too powerful? A genius felt his legs go slightly weak. Who could have imagined that Chenmo could unleash such terrifying power? No one expected it. The terrifying Dark Thunder energy and true self-level gun talent, no matter how many of them appear on an ordinary genius, will cause shock in an entire province. But at this moment, the two of them converged into the same person, and suddenly everyone felt like there was something stuck in their throat. There are no adjectives to describe Chenmo's horror. At this moment, Gu Jin and Lan Shi also stopped killing the ferocious beasts for a while. Gu Jin gave a bitter laugh. I'm not as good as him. This was the first time he admitted defeat in front of others. You know, he was born in the Gu family. At the same time, he was the top genius in the #1 middle school in the provincial capital, and everyone envied him. But in front of Chenmo, his title of genius seemed fake. Chenmo, I think he can compete with the #1 guy in the capital, right? Lan Shi smacked her lips and said in disbelief. You know, Lan Shi is the runner-up in the capital, ranking second in the capital, and the #1 genius is known as the most terrifying monster in recent years. However, when comparing that monster with Chenmo, Lan Shi felt that the monster pales in comparison. For the Kyoto Lan family, this is already an extremely terrifying compliment. And on the other side, Shang Wuji's hands trembled slightly. He looked at the mutant mammoth that was killed instantly by Chenmo, and his mind was a little confused. How is that possible? Is Chenmo really stronger than me? And he's actually even stronger than me? You know, Shang Wuji chose Shenyuan Martial Arts University with the purpose of getting the first place in the entrance examination, gaining admission to the 4 major colleges, and receiving the admiration of countless people. But now, Chenmo, who possesses dark powers, has completely surpassed him? Shocking. Stunned. Incredible. All kinds of emotions flooded into Shang Wuji's heart, and he even felt a sense of brokenness in his heart. Since he was born, Shang Wuji never thought he could lose to anyone. But in Chenmo, he actually felt a sense of frustration that he had never felt before. Just now he was feeling proud of inflicting a wound on a mutant mammoth with a single sword strike, but now he can kill a mutant mammoth instantly with a single gunshot? The difference between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. This is shit. All of Shang Wuji's previous pride was completely shattered here. However, before Shang Wuji could think more, the mutated mammoth in front of him suddenly stood up. Those bulging eyes seemed to be filled with blood because of Shang Wuji's sword or the death of his companions. In just a moment, the mutated mammoth rushed towards Shang Wuji. The huge body was like a steel tank, bringing a devastating blow to Shang Wuji. It's over. Shang Wuji's face turned pale and his heart trembled. His attention was just attracted by Chenmo. At this moment, the ferocious mammoth beast attacked him, but Shang Wuji did not react at all. But when he noticed it and wanted to raise his two-handed sword, it was too late. The mutated mammoth was charging forward, its head as hard as steel rushing towards Shang Wuji like a tide. And just at this moment, a faint murmur suddenly resounded throughout the world. Dark Thunder throwing spear. Chenmo exhaled a breath of foul air, and his body suddenly bent down with flexibility like a spring. Immediately afterwards, the 5-meter-long gun suddenly flew out of his hand. Rumble. The huge spear completely tore through the air and shot towards the mutated mammoth that was attacking Shang Wuji. Bang! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Chenmo's spear suddenly pierced the mutant mammoth's head. With a puff, the entire head suddenly exploded. The second mutant mammoth. Die. The entire battlefield fell silent. Whether it was the mutated ferocious beast simulated by the virtual space or the geniuses defending the city, they all felt their whole bodies stagnate. What kind of monster is this guy? 2 shots to kill 2 mutant mammoths? Is this person really from the same class as us? Is this person truly a second-rank warrior? Is this person truly from Jiangnan province, and not the illegitimate son of some military leader? All the geniuses made a roaring sound. The group of ferocious beasts seemed to have sensed Chenmo's terror. They all took a deep breath and ran out of the black fog again with trembling bodies.
Dayu's artificial intelligence simulation is the most advanced thing on the entire blue planet, because it is almost a 100% simulation of the wisdom of the ferocious beast. And now, these ferocious beasts were actually scared and retreated because they were afraid of Chenmo. No genius has ever thought about this. However, they knew that the reason for this was because Chenmo was standing on the battlefield. Are you okay?
Chenmo stepped forward and stood in front of Shang Wuji. Looking at Chenmo's handsome face, Shang Wuji was stunned and smiled bitterly.
Really? Turn out to be. I'm really no match for you.
All the geniuses looked shocked,
because it was hard for them to imagine that Shang Wuji would actually say such words to Chenmo. Chapter 43, The Lord of Fierce Beasts.
You know, Shang Wuji's strength has always been considered the best among all the freshmen in Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The fighting ability he demonstrated in the college entrance examination naturally made countless people recognize his title.
And now, he actually admitted that he was weaker than the other party?
If it were in the past, these geniuses would definitely shake their heads and express a negative attitude towards this.
However, the person Shang Wuji was talking to was Chenmo. In an instant, everyone just felt that it was right.
At this moment, the fighting power displayed by Chenmo is absolutely worthy of such a title. After hearing what Shang Wuji said, Chenmo just smiled lightly. You are not bad, you are just a little bit short of me.
A few billion? Is that really billions?
A rare bitter smile appeared on Shang Wuji's face. Chenmo, at this moment, has become the undisputed #1 freshman. Along with the spread of the footage of Chenmo killing 2 mutated beasts, and the bitter smile that Shang Wuji finally revealed, countless geniuses on the virtual screen suddenly felt their scalps tingling.
Who could have imagined that Chenmo could reach such a terrifying level? Who could have imagined that Chenmo could be even more powerful than Saint Wuji? Who could have imagined that Chenmo could actually be ranked first among the freshmen at Xianyuan Martial Arts University today?
If someone had told them before that the freshman at Xianyuan Martial Arts University this year was Chenmo, they would have just sneered and ridiculed him. And now, almost none of them could laugh anymore. Because, in front of them, there is a terrifying genius who is suppressing this group of college entrance examination geniuses from all over the country.
Forgive me for being blind before. Stronger than Saint Wuji, holy shit. I can't even imagine it.
I want to ask, who has Chenmo's contact list?
I want to make friends with Chenmo.
I also want to give Chen Moshing a monkey.
You're a fucking man. It would be about the same if it were me.
Countless discussions were heard, but their tone was full of shock and astonishment towards Chenmo.
In a corner of the entire viewing area, 3 people from Jiangbei #1 middle school were also staring at Chenmo's image on the screen in a daze.
Brother Chen, did he really get first place? Yi Kan almost screamed out. You know, although Chenmo has never experienced a real struggle with Shang Wuji, however, with the help of this mutated mammoth at the moment, he can prove their true level from the side. Saint Wuji's sword left a scar.
But Chenmo was able to kill the mutant mammoth with 1 shot. Comparing the two, Chenmo's horror is clearly visible. Li Shuyun shook his head. I never thought this guy could actually achieve such dazzling results in the entrance exam.
Yan Jinghong smacked his lips.
I never expected that. I bet even Wang Tianming and Long Haoran Wun Ti have guessed that. You have to know that their province is only ranked last among the 54 provinces. They have always been ranked at the bottom in entrance examinations.
Yan Jinghong and others are also well aware of their achievements. However, among them, there is such a shining star who helped their grades break through to the first place in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
What an amazing achievement! If the news reached Jiangnan Province, the Provincial Education Bureau, all schools, and even Commander Su Lingyun would be shocked. Waiting for the entrance exam to be over, I'm afraid this news will get out.
While countless students were shocked, even the 4 deans and the director of the admissions office, Lin Jianfeng, in the monitoring room were in shock. Looking at Chenmo on the screen, who was facing countless respectful gazes, the 4 deans fell into a rare state of calm.
After a long time, Gu Linghan stared at Chenmo intently. Chenmo, you have the potential to be a 9th grade martial king. Shin Tuyi took a step forward, his eyes shining. No.
I think I can reach the level of half-step 10-piece martial saint.
Xiang Tianga also nodded, triple talents, SSS level Dark God Body plus Thunder talent, and also a talent for understanding.
Our Xianyuan Martial Arts University hasn't seen such a genius in decades. Xing Tianyi also said, I am really stunned.
This little guy is so strong. At this level, I estimate I can be around 80 by the time I'm a sophomore. TSK, if those sophomores knew that Chenmo, a freshman, could compete with them for immortal weapons, I wonder what their expressions would be. Everyone was shocked by Chenmo. You know, in their original view, Chenmo was just a lucky kid who got the top spot in the imperial examination in the bottom-ranked province. When they heard Lin Jianfeng say that he wanted to give Chenmo a place to compete for the immortal weapon, they were all so angry that their faces turned red. And now, each of them was as fierce as a wolf or a tiger, with shining eyes, and they couldn't wait to eat Chenmo up. Gu Linghan said, "This boy has a destiny with my Tongtian Academy." Shen Tuyi angrily said, "Do you guys at Tongtian Academy have any shame? Just now you said Chenmo was the most enthusiastic. We at Yutian Academy also welcome you." Xiang Tiange waved his hand, "Stop talking, you two are the ones who look down on Chenmo the most. Let me come from Lingtian Academy." Xing Tianyi raised his eyes, "We at Zhongtian Academy also want Chenmo." Just when everyone was about to start quarreling over Chenmo, Lin Jianfeng suddenly coughed lightly twice. "Okay, stop arguing. Next, there is one last battle. It's not too late for you to watch it carefully." Lin Jianfeng chuckled, and the deans of the 4 major colleges turned their heads at the same time. The appearance of the mutant mammoth? Isn't that the highest exam question ever? Could it be even higher? Lin Jianfeng spread his hands, stretched out his finger, and pointed it at Huoxiu. The latter, however, smiled softly and said, "I haven't seen such a genius in a long time. Shouldn't we increase the difficulty?" Xing Tianyi asked, "How difficult do you plan to make it? Add a perfect 3rd-grade mutant beast to give them some practice?" Gu Linghan added, "It's for Chenmo to practice with. No one knows the limits of Chenmo now." However, the words they heard next made the 4 major colleges stunned at the same time. Hua Xiudao. I plan to add a Beast Lord assessment for Chenmo. The Beast Lord isn't strong either. As for the strength, it's good enough to be at the 3rd level. The 4 deans were all in a mess at the same time. Using a 3rd-grade perfect Beast Lord to test a student who was only at the middle of the 2nd grade? Are you sure this isn't a joke? With everyone's surprised gazes, Huoxiu stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Daiyu Artificial Intelligence System, start the final trial assessment. Deploy the 3rd-grade perfect Sword Tiger Lord. Regarding the pressure, release it all." As the screen in front of them flickered, everyone in the monitoring room looked at Chenmo again. This is a 3rd-grade ferocious Beast Lord. I don't know Chenmo. Is it possible? Chapter 44 Sword Tiger. On the virtual battlefield on the screen, all the geniuses were cheering. You know, if you get good grades in the entrance exam, you can get more rewards after the entrance exam. This reward is undoubtedly enviable. 0% city defense destruction rate. Some well-informed students said that this has already broken the final record of Xianyuan Martial Arts University's opening of this project. Therefore, the rewards they receive are definitely the highest among all grade levels. Thinking of this, the geniuses couldn't help but get excited, but there was no doubt that everyone knew the reason why they were able to obtain these rewards. That is, there is a monster named Chenmo in their team. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but shine with golden light. Before this, no one could have imagined that Chenmo was so strong. In this world, the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, everyone is worthy of respect. And now, all the geniuses have focused all their attention on Chenmo. This exam should be over by now. Shang Muji said with a smile, "Let's fight again after we get out." Chenmo smiled and said, "Okay, real-life combat is also more enjoyable." Gu Jin raised his hand and said, "I want to spar with you. Your black armor looks very defensive." Lan Shi jumped up and said, "My dark gold flying knife may not be able to break your defense, but it will definitely make it difficult for you to defend yourself." Hearing the voices of the 3 top geniuses, the geniuses around them were extremely shocked. Before this, who could have imagined that the 3 top geniuses would act as challengers to Chenmo? No one. After hearing what Gu Jin and Lan Shi said, Chenmo nodded and said, "Okay, let's go out and try again later." Seeing that Chenmo was so easy to talk to, the other geniuses were also eager to try. At this moment, the expressions of all the geniuses suddenly changed, and they immediately looked towards the surging black fog. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the black fog. Rumble. The terrifying pressure exploded completely, and the eardrums of all the geniuses actually felt a dull pain under this pressure. What? I heard from my senior that mutant-level beasts are already the most terrifying test? No, why is there more? Wait, look at this pressure. Holy crap! What the hell is that?
Amid the exclamations of countless people, a huge tiger-shaped beast that was 6 meters in size suddenly stepped out from the surging black fog.
The tiger-shaped beast's body was a startling silver-white color, and its eyes were azure blue with a biting look.
What makes people's scalps tingle the most is the 3 10-meter-long tail swords on the back of the tiger-shaped beast, hanging to the ground like blades.
This is a Lord-level sword tiger. A genius face turned pale and he suddenly lost his voice. He's still from the upper 3rd rank. Lord level.
These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, striking deeply into everyone's heart. You should know that ferocious beasts are generally divided into 3 levels: ordinary level, mutant level, and lord level. The lord-level beasts are the strongest among all beasts of the same attributes and realm. Generally speaking, a lord-level ferocious beast is powerful enough to kill a beast of the same kind across levels. Not to mention facing warriors who are born with weak bodies.
Chapter 45: The Real Assessment.
On the battlefield, when a 3rd-grade lord-level beast appears, it often requires several 4th-grade beginner warriors to go and deal with it.
And now, their final test in defending the city.
It turned out to be a lord-level sword tiger. 1-tail sword, ordinary level, 2-tail swords, mutant level, 3-tail swords, lord level. 3-tail swords came out at the same time, making it almost impossible to defeat them.
It's over.
The hearts of countless geniuses suddenly trembled. Even top geniuses like Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin had an unprecedented solemnity on their faces. Outside the screen, countless people looked at the sword tiger and their bodies trembled suddenly. Even through the screen, they could feel the horror of the sword tiger. If they were to face such a ferocious beast in the real world, they would probably be killed instantly upon contact.
Chenmo and the others are finished. A 3rd-grade, high-level lord-level beast. No one can defeat it unless they are 4th-grade warriors. Oh my god. This entrance exam is too difficult. We are simply the most miserable class.
Everyone was talking about it, and their teeth couldn't help but feel sore.
Among the 3 people from Jiangnan province, they couldn't help but look at each other, their faces turning pale.
Their highest strength was only at the middle of the 2nd rank, and the oppressive feeling brought by the lord-level sword tiger was too strong.
Yan Jinghong reacted, I suspect this was set up specifically for Chenmo. Li Shuyun nodded, it's possible. Yi Kong said, what about Brother Chen? Isn't he doomed?
However, Yan Jinghong and Li Shuyun shook their heads at the same time, and their eyes met Chenmo's on the screen at the same time.
I can feel that Chenmo is so damn confident. Yan Jinghong said.
Li Shuyun gave a thumbs up. Although the lord-level sword tiger is indeed very powerful, why does he feel that the lord-level sword tiger cannot defeat Chenmo?
Sword tiger.
A perfect 3rd-grade sword tiger. Old Hua, it's a relief that you were able to produce it. Gu Linghan curled his lips. On the battlefield, we probably have to ask for external aid, Xing Tianyi added. Facing the 2 people's voices, Wuxiu just smiled lightly. You all know that things change rapidly on the battlefield, and any ferocious beast may appear. So, don't take it lightly. Otherwise, he would most likely die on the spot.
I'm doing this for their own good.
Look at them, each one of them has a 0% damage rate defending the city, and they're all cheering.
And now? Most importantly, I want to see the limits of this little guy Chenmo.
Wuxiu's soft murmur also won the approval of everyone. You know, they were able to become deans and directors because they were not raised in a vase, but fought their way out on the battlefield.
The human race is in trouble. Warriors come to help. Any warrior who graduates from university basically has to go to the border to kill ferocious beasts. This is everyone's responsibility. Only. Everyone focused their attention on the screen again. They were curious whether Chenmo, who mastered 3 terrifying talents, could defeat this lord-level beast. If they cannot defeat him, they will also be able to see Chenmo's limit of strength. What if we win? They simply couldn't imagine what they would do.
Just as they were thinking about it, the 3-tailed sword tiger on the virtual battlefield seemed to have discovered the geniuses.
Then. Roar.
A terrifying tiger roar sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing countless geniuses to feel their blood freeze. This ferocious beast lord showed murderous intent towards them.
Chapter 46: Attack.
When the huge whistling sound spread, everyone immediately released their supernatural powers and concentrated them on the eardrums.
Rumble.
The terrifying sonic attack created a series of air circles, even causing some cracks in the earth. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. They looked towards the city wall and saw that the city defense destruction rate was still at 0%. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This three-tailed sword tiger is so terrifying. Even its sound waves can have an attacking effect. It truly deserves to be a lord-level beast known as a killing weapon on the battlefield. Let's join forces. Shang Wuji said solemnly, this ferocious beast is no longer something we can handle alone. Gu Jin, Lan Qi and other geniuses also nodded. They knew that the lord-level beast in front of them was really powerful. Immediately, they turned their eyes to Chenmo.
After Chenmo showed his extraordinary strength, the center of the entire team had unconsciously shifted towards Chenmo.
However, the next moment, what Chenmo said made all of their faces suddenly freeze.
I think this ferocious beast is prepared for me. I'll come alone.
Chenmo smiled lightly, holding a giant Dark Thunder gun and wearing Dark Thunder light armor, and came to the front of the entire team. Everyone suddenly froze, looking at Chenmo's back in shock.
They had never imagined that Chenmo would actually dare to attack alone against a lord-level beast. Just how confident is this guy in his own abilities? Could it be that Chenmo really has the means to fight against this ferocious beast? They didn't know and didn't dare to believe it. However, a faint expectation suddenly surged in their hearts, believing that Chenmo could defeat the ferocious beast lord alone.
At this moment, Shang Wuji spoke.
Chenmo, are you sure? Shang Wuji asked. Yeah. Chenmo nodded gently.
The hurricane made his black hair dance wildly, and his robes rustled.
I want to use some of my true strength. Use some real strength. Everyone felt their scalp tingling. Could it be that Chenmo hadn't used his true strength before? How is that possible? How much more has Chenmo hidden?
Be it Shang Wuji, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, or the 33 geniuses, they were all shocked after hearing these words.
Finally, Shang Wuji said, stand back. Let Chenmo handle it on his own. Gu Jin said solemnly, Chenmo, if you are defeated, remember to call us.
Lan Qi said seriously, I will also lend you a hand. Just as everyone finished speaking and gradually stepped back, Chenmo slowly turned his head and smiled at them.
Please believe me.
I want to nail the body of that ferocious beast to this very earth.
Buzz.
The black fog rolled, and on the vast land, only Chenmo and the three-tailed sword tiger stood there. The terrifying pressure, like a tide, collided like heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were directed towards Chenmo, revealing complex expressions such as anticipation, shock, fear, etc. Before this, everyone thought that there would be a group war that would shock the world.
But now, Chenmo is fighting this battle alone. He's too confident. Confidence is both a good thing and a bad thing.
If I were Chenmo, I would never be so arrogant and would definitely let all the geniuses attack together.
If I fail, then Chenmo will be the sinner of the 35 geniuses.
At this moment, Yan Jinghong took the initiative to stand up.
So, you are not Chenmo. You don't have Chenmo's confidence.
Li Shuyun laughed and said, I said, Chenmo is the strongest, no doubt about it.
Yi Kong raised his hands, my brother Chen is invincible.
Everyone's eyes were slightly stunned, and the words of the three people contained countless complex emotions.
Some people expect that Chenmo can defeat the Beast Lord and successfully complete the entrance examination.
Some people also expect that Chenmo will be smashed to pieces by the Beast Lord with a slap, so that their dark hearts will be satisfied.
However, in the end, everyone's eyes were on Chenmo.
On the virtual battlefield, the three-tailed sword tiger looked at Chenmo in front of it, and a human-like sneer appeared on its terrifying and sharp huge head. The ferocious beast simulated by Dayu's artificial intelligence system is almost 100% restored. The lord-level beasts already possess the intelligence of a 10-year-old human child. After sensing the aura of a mid-level second-grade warrior emanating from Chenmo's body, even the three-tailed sword tiger couldn't help but reveal a scornful smile.
How dare the human being before me be so arrogant? Isn't this Chun coming to bring him food?
Thinking of this, all the hair on the three-tailed sword tiger's body stood up, and an astonishing murderous intent burst out from its pair of snow-white vertical pupils.
Roar!
Accompanied by a huge roar, the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly stepped out of the ground, and a huge force suddenly gushed out, causing the earth to shatter into countless cracks. Immediately afterwards, the three-tailed sword tiger rushed towards Chenmo like a steel chariot.
What a fast speed, a genius exclaimed.
He has mastered the top-level S-level storm talent, and his speed is already among the best among all the geniuses. However, in his opinion, he was not even half as good as the three-tailed sword tiger in front of him.
Chenmo is in danger.
In the blink of an eye, the three-tailed sword was in front of Chenmo.
It opened its fangs and mouth and let out an astonishing roar.
Then, the three-tailed swords behind him suddenly gushed out tsunami-like energy like meteors and swung them all towards Chenmo. Yes, the three-tailed sword tiger S-tail sword attack is his most terrifying method. The three terrifying tail swords suddenly tore through the air and stabbed towards Chenmo violently.
Laugh. In an instant, the tail sword was already 10 feet away from Chenmo.
Looking at the three tail swords that were getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Chenmo's face, which was wrapped in a smile, suddenly showed excitement. A fighting spirit that had not appeared for a long time suddenly flashed through his mind. It turns out that only opponents like this are worthy of his real attack. In an instant, an energy that was enough to change the color of all the geniuses present burst out instantly.
Rumble.
The huge dark thunder energy, wrapped in thunder and darkness, actually formed a circle with a radius of half a meter around Chenmo.
Then, this vast circle, as vast as a mountain, suddenly burst out a terrifying dark lightning beam towards the sky. Boom!
The terrifying beam of light shot straight into the sky, causing the entire earth to tremble slightly. The pupils of the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly began to shrink. Under this terrifying energy, an absolute sense of crisis actually flashed through the heart of the three-tailed sword tiger.
This human before me. How could such a strong energy fluctuation erupt? Chapter 47 Release. What the hell kind of power is this?
A horrified question mark appeared in the heart of the three-tailed sword tiger. Looking at the huge energy column in front of it, the three-tailed sword tiger retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, it strategically retreated dozens of meters. And on the vast battlefield in front of him, the dark thunder energy column was still surging. Even the black fog in the sky seemed to be connected to Chenmo.
Boom!
At this moment, the terrifying energy column expanded again, as if it was going to occupy everything in front of it. Countless geniuses suddenly felt their scalps tingling, and their blood seemed to completely freeze at this moment.
No! Tell me, is Chenmo really in the middle of the second rank?
The energy intensity of this explosion is estimated to be at the beginning of the fourth rank.
The energy of the early fourth stage bursting out from the middle of the second stage? No, is this a monster?
Under the energy column released by Chenmo in front of them, all the geniuses showed a bitter smile on their faces.
In front of such a genius, what are they fighting for? What are they competing for? It's simply amazing, there's nothing to compare. Just considering the energy intensity, Chenmo probably wouldn't even need to use his true self-level marksmanship to kill them all in an instant. But in the eyes of the three top geniuses, it was a completely different scene. Looking at this dark energy column, Gujin smiled softly. Perhaps, sometimes there are some monsters that we can't compare to. Lan Shi sighed. If Chenmo came to the capital, I guess the top scholar in the capital would be his. Shang Wuji was slightly stunned. The top scholar in your capital is not as good as Chenmo? In terms of energy intensity, I'm afraid it really can't compare. Lan Shi said seriously. In an instant, the three top geniuses took a deep breath at the same time. They knew that the first place in this entrance examination would be none other than Chenmo. This guy is really too strong. Is that Lord-level, high-level third-grade three-tailed sword tiger really Chenmo's opponent? When the screen opened, countless people were still completely shocked by the dark lightning energy beam. No one could imagine that Chenmo could burst out with such energy. The energy that Chenmo unleashes is a little bit inferior to that of my martial arts teacher. You can become the principal of a middle school in the county now. I've just started school. I'm sorry, brother Chenmo. I shouldn't have called you weak just now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where am I going to compare my head with this? Accompanied by the shocking howling of countless people, the entire viewing area suddenly cast a series of fiery gazes towards Chenmo. Everyone has a certain admiration for the strong, and at this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Chenmo are as burning as a raging fire. The reason is simple, the shock Chenmo brought to them was simply too terrifying. I told you, Chenmo was very strong. At this moment, Yan Jinghan and the other two actually straightened their backs proudly, looking around domineeringly. And all the people around had no objection. You know, if they had an older brother like Chenmo, he would probably be more arrogant and contemptuous than these three people.
In the monitoring room, the 6 people were all stunned, staring at the dark beam of light that Chenmo emitted in disbelief.
Who is it that can unleash such pressure at the second-grade warrior stage?
Even Gu Linghan, who had already become an 8th-grade martial master, couldn't help but completely lose his composure in all this.
No? Shin Tuyi exclaimed on the spot.
This guy has the most terrifying talent I have ever seen.
Xiang Tianga also lost his composure.
This combat power is close to the top sophomore level.
It's at the upper-lower level, Xing Tianyi said.
They couldn't imagine that Chenmo could burst out with such power at this moment. Looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd, even Lin Jianfeng, whose heart was already filled with turbulent waves, couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and smiled.
Why that expression? Just now when I said I was giving Chenmo a chance to fight for the immortal weapon, why did you all express anger and resistance? What now?
At this moment, the cheeks of the 4 deans were unusually rosy. They roared furiously in their hearts.
Knowing that Chenmo possessed such strength, how could they possibly make a sound?
No wonder even the principal had no objection when he knew that Chenmo had the qualifications to compete for the immortal weapon in advance. If those sophomores knew there was this terrifying junior competing with them.
I guess everyone feels a little pressure, right?
However, with Chenmo's strength, it is still too difficult to make it into the top 10 in the battle for immortal weapons.
But, that's the top 10. Represents the strongest genius level of sophomore class. If he could train for another year, how terrifying would Chenmo's strength be? No one dared to imagine.
Alright, calm down, stop being shocked, and look at the screen. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned to the screen at the same time, and the appearance that appeared the next moment made countless people's pupils shrink suddenly.
I saw a terrifying dark lightning column in front of the vast city wall.
A thin figure slowly walked out from the dark lightning column. The next moment, terrifying dark thunder dragons suddenly surged out from all around this thin figure.
Rumble!
The air dragon rushed into the sky, completely tearing apart the air around it. Everyone suddenly looked towards the thin figure, and then everyone was stunned. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Chenmo's dark thunder light armor had completely disappeared and turned into streams of dark thunder liquid.
And that dark thunder liquid flowed on the surface of Chenmo's skin.
If it were a flexible object, it could actually surge throughout his body with Chenmo's breathing. Under the endless wind and waves, Chenmo's black hair danced wildly in the air, and the terrifying dark liquid had already attached to his arms. A strange rune suddenly condensed on the side of Chenmo's cheek, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Fear. Horrifying. Shocking.
Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, and suddenly felt a chill rushing from the soles of their feet to their heads. They had never imagined that Chenmo could actually burst out such terrifying energy.
Chenmo looked at the dark thunder liquid wandering in his palm and smiled. Is this the initial construction form of the 9 heavens dark thunder god body? What a pity. It can only condense an energy block the size of an arm.
Feeling the power surging in his body, Chen Moxu narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he only felt 8 words.
I am the only one in the world. Chapter 48 Go to Die.
Oh, yes, there's also a ferocious beast that needs to be dealt with.
Chenmo raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes like black holes.
Then, this look filled with sarcasm looked at the 3-tailed sword cat with a solemn tiger face in the distance.
Bastard! I said I was going to put a gun in you.
Buzz. As the whispering sound spread, an invisible circle of darkness also spread out.
Countless people were shocked.
Chenmo's murmurs spread throughout the venue. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the pupils of the Lord-level beast suddenly widened to their largest size ever. At this moment, he knew very well that the human in front of him was mocking him.
Roar!
Suddenly, the 3-tailed sword tiger roared towards the sky, trying to use the pressure of its Lord-level beast to intimidate the human in front of it. However, his deterrence had no effect at all. What greeted him was still a look of contempt, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage.
Kill him!
Anger like lava suddenly erupted from the heart of the 3-tailed sword tiger. In an instant, the snow-white hair on his body turned blood red, and his huge 6-meter body expanded again to a full 7 meters in size, almost as terrifying as a 3-story building.
Rumble!
Under countless fearful gazes, the 3-tailed sword tiger stood up completely. Its huge body was extremely flexible, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Chenmo. The 3-tailed swords burst out with completely different terrifying power at this moment, which can pierce almost anything that stands in the way of the three-tailed sword tiger. However, looking at the three-tailed sword tiger rushing towards him, Chenmo said calmly,
"Dark Thunder Cut." For simple and unpretentious words.
However, the dark thunder liquid between Chenmo's arms began to twist rapidly. In an instant, this dark thunder liquid stretched out like a tentacle and condensed into two giant blades in the air at thundering speed.
Then, the giant blade fell, cutting through the endless air.
At the same time, he cut off the three-tailed swords of the three-tailed sword tiger with great force.
Tier.
Blood splattered everywhere, and the three-tailed sword tiger let out a shocking howl, and its pair of silver-white eyes were filled with incredible bloodshot on the spot.
The tail sword was cut off in one move.
All the geniuses felt their scalps tingling.
However, this is not enough.
Looking at the horrified three-tailed sword tiger, Chenmo smiled lightly.
"I'm Chenmo. Please die."
In an instant, the dark thunder liquid between Chenmo's hands changed again, and in an instant, it moved behind Chenmo, and then, a pair of dark thunder arms as big as peerless giant pythons suddenly appeared. Then, two 7-meter-long giant guns suddenly appeared in the palm of Dark Thunder's hand. The terrifying spear, condensed with darkness and thunder, burst out with an aura that was enough to destroy everything. Then, under the horrified gaze of the three-tailed sword tiger, the two giant Dark Thunder spears suddenly came from the left and right sides.
Tier. The giant Dark Thunder spear seemed to burst out from an empty space and forcibly pierced through the membrane of the three-tailed sword tiger. With its overwhelming pressure, it pierced the three-tailed sword tiger alive. However, this is not enough. The spear penetrated deep into the body of the three-tailed sword tiger like a skewer, and then inserted into the ground. A huge amount of energy exploded, and a deep pit several feet deep appeared on the entire earth. Countless dust and fog burst out, covering Chenmo's body. What happened?
The gurgling sounds of swallowing saliva suddenly echoed in the throats of every genius, and all the geniuses stared at the dust mist intently.
For a long time.
The dust and fog gradually dispersed, and a thin figure slowly walked towards the city wall. Behind this figure, a huge tiger was crawling close to the ground.
But if you look closely, you will see that on both sides of the tiger's head, there is a dark spear, like a dragon nail, locking the three-tailed sword tiger tightly. So far,
the three-tailed sword tiger, a high-level third-grade ferocious beast lord, died in this way.
Quiet. Eerie silence. So quiet you can hear a pin drop.
Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their ears, and they could no longer hear many sounds. All that was left was the sound of Chenmo's footsteps. When Chenmo walked in front of the geniuses, the dazed eyes of the geniuses began to show some signs of alertness.
"You're so strong."
Shang Wuji looked at Chenmo, and a smile of acceptance of defeat appeared on his handsome face. At this moment, his arrogance had completely disappeared. No one expected that Chenmo could kill the Beast Lord in seconds with such an almost crushing attitude.
Chenmo smiled politely and said, "Your talent for holy light is not bad either."
Thinking of this, the bitter smile on Shang Wuji's face became more intense. It seemed that in that mountain forest, he still wanted to use his holy light to get the first place in the entrance examination.
But now it seems that my wish is a bit too big. Gu Jin smiled and said, "After we get out, let's add him as a friend in our address book?" Chenmo nodded, "I'm very happy to do so." All the geniuses, including Lan Qi, looked at Chenmo. They also wanted to add Chenmo to their address book. In addition to being shocked, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Chenmo, the strongest among them. Only this kind of person could live a life of such grandeur among the geniuses of the human race, right? I heard that there will be a grand competition for immortal weapons in the sophomore year in a month. I'm afraid that by the time he reaches sophomore year, I don't know whether Chenmo will still be able to obtain that supreme immortal weapon. How exciting will it be then? When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. But how could they know that Chenmo had already obtained the qualification to compete for this immortal weapon before entering school? If they knew, how surprised would the geniuses be? Outside the screen, countless geniuses watching the game were completely dumbfounded. Chenmo won? Chenmo defeated the ferocious beast lord just like that? Chenmo got first place in the entrance exam just like that? Looking at the thin figure on the screen, everyone knew one fact. The future Chenmo might really be the brightest star in their entire freshman year. With such terrifying strength, even sophomores would probably have to give way to it. Too strong, Lao Yan, Chenmo is too strong. Li Shuyun felt like he was dreaming. Yeah.
Yan Jinghong's eyes were dull and lifeless, and he stood there in a daze.
Brother Chen, you are simply invincible,
Yi Kong said excitedly. Not long ago, they were still thinking that Jiangnan province was not paid attention to by any other province, but now, they are afraid that Jiangnan province will become the target of public criticism.
And all of this was brought about by Chenmo.
At this point, the gazes of Yan Jinghong and the other two suddenly became completely fiery.
Chenmo, the strongest among them.
At the same time, in the monitoring room on the other side, there was also a earth-shaking sound.
Chapter 49 Fight. The huge monitoring room also fell into silence. However, after a brief silence, a sound like a volcano erupted.
Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian College, said that Chenmo must come to our college.
Gu Linghan raised his hands.
Gu Linghan, your academy won first place last time, and this time the first place will come from our Yutian Academy.
Shen Tuyi didn't want to give in at all. Our Lingtian Academy is the most suitable for Chenmo. Xiang Tiange gritted his teeth.
I tell you, this time, I won't give in.
I must get Chenmo. Xingtiani also said.
In an instant, the four people looked at each other, suddenly turned into streams of light, and disappeared from the spot in an instant.
After Chenmo killed the three-tailed sword tiger, the news spread like a tide.
Even after leaving the virtual space, countless candidates were still smacking their lips, looks of shock on their faces. After all, in this world, it is particularly rare for someone from the last worst province to get first place in the entrance exam. Especially when they heard that Chenmo was only a graduate of a county middle school, they were all stunned and their eyes popped out.
County level middle school. Countdown province. Freshman first.
When these three labels fall on the same person, it can already cause a huge uproar.
Countless people were shocked by this.
At this moment, the protagonist of this incident was in a huge office. Looking at the four deans around him, Chenmo swallowed secretly.
I'm not afraid.
But the four deans' gazes were so fierce that they looked like they wanted to eat people, which was really frightening. At this time, Gu Linghan smiled gently and looked at Chenmo with a very warm gaze. Student Chenmo, we at Tongtian Academy are very optimistic about your potential. If you could come to our Tongtian Academy, I'm afraid everyone in the entire academy would come and welcome you. Gu Linghan narrowed his eyes. I guarantee that the treatment you receive will definitely be the best among the other three academies. Also, we will provide you with the most high-quality resources for competing for immortal artifacts.
Before Chenmo could reply, Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy spoke first. Student Chenmo, don't listen to Gu Linghan's nonsense. Their Tongtian Academy is a place that eats people without leaving any bones. Come to our Yutian Academy and learn the most powerful defense. As for the competition for immortal weapons, our school can also guarantee it.
Shen Tuyi rubbed his hands excitedly, but before he could say anything more, Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tiange spoke.
Why not come to our Lingtian Academy?
Student Chenmo, you know that our Lingtian Academy specializes in learning body movements.
Look, what about practicing body techniques? There are so many women. If you come to our academy, I can introduce you to 10 senior students. Let those senior students accompany you and guide you in the fight for the immortal weapon. Chenmo. You are hurting me. The other three deans. On the side, Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu couldn't help but twitch their lips. They didn't expect that Xiang Tiange would actually use this trick. Seeing this, Lin Jianfeng couldn't help but sigh again.
He didn't expect that the scene of their three universities competing for Chenmo a month ago could be reproduced here. At this moment, Xingtiani from Jiangtian Academy cleared his throat and said with a smile.
Student Chenmo, I know that your comprehension is extraordinary. Should it be at least SS level Qitian comprehension talent? Chenmo nodded.
It was no surprise. He did not deliberately hide any of his talents, but showed them all. If you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, you will not get any resource support.
When the others heard what Chenmo said, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. It was just as Xingtiani said, he really had SS level Qi Tian's comprehension.
This guy was born with 3 talents.
Shen Tuyi continued.
What we cultivate in Zhongtian Academy is Zhongtian method, which requires one to become a 4th grade warrior before they can practice it.
Moreover, the threshold for cultivation is extremely high and difficult.
However, it is precisely this high threshold that brings huge benefits. Tongtian, Yutian, and Lingtian are cultivating strength, defense, and speed.
And we at Zhongtian Academy practice all three.
Practice all three at the same time. Speaking of this, Chenmo's brows suddenly raised, and a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes.
You know, he has an SSS level comprehension that is against the sky, so practicing any martial arts will become extremely easy.
If I practice this method of the end of the world, I may be able to improve my potential by more than a little bit.
Before Chenmo could think more, Shen Tuyi suddenly said something that made everyone's eyes widen.
Each of the four major academies has the Tongtian Monument, Yutian Monument, Lingtian Monument, and Zhongtian Monument. Xing Tianyi explained clearly, and only once every 10 years can one person comprehend these four monuments.
Student Chenmo, if you are willing to come, I am willing to give you this opportunity. Buzz. Gu Linghan, Shen Tui, and Xiang Tianga all widened their eyes at the same time. No matter how talented Chenmo was, they could hardly imagine that Xing Tianyi would give this opportunity directly to Chenmo. You should know that the qualifications for comprehending these monuments are extremely strict. Not only talent is considered, but also character, and all other aspects. Moreover, to obtain a place in the Enlightenment, one must fight hard among countless monsters. They haven't even decided who to send next year. And Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zhongtian College, actually said he would give this spot to Chenmo? What if a more talented genius emerges in the future? How dare you gamble? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. At the same time, Lin Jianfang and Hua Xiu couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, Chenmo could actually get the opportunity to comprehend the monument of the end of heaven directly. I didn't expect that Xing Tianyi would be so generous. And after Chenmo heard Xing Tianyi's sincerity. Even though we don't know what the function of this so-called monument to the end of heaven is, judging from the reactions of the crowd, I'm afraid it must be very precious. And Zhongtian College has had a sparse population over the years. Perhaps if I go there, I will be able to enjoy better resources. At this time, Chenmo met everyone's gaze and smiled gently. President Xing, I'll come to your place. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Xing Tianyi, and Xing Tianyi just smiled slightly. Congratulations, classmate Chenmo. Success chose us. No. We should choose each other. Go for the immortal weapon. Come on. Chenmo smiled softly and said, Immortal weapon? I will try my best to get it. Chenmo knew that his performance in the entrance exam was nothing to be proud of. Perhaps, the competition for immortal weapons is the stage that truly belongs to him. Immortal weapon. Just hearing these two words seems to be able to shock people's hearts. With the official end of the freshman entrance examination, the news that Chenmo had surpassed Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and other geniuses suddenly spread throughout the college like a tide. Countless people were impressed and shocked by Chenmo's terrifying nature. After all, it was incredibly difficult for a candidate with such a background to achieve first place among freshmen. There are even rumors that Chenmo's superpower is a rare dual power. At the same time, this rumor spread rapidly to other places. The other two Shengwadao universities, Jiangnan Province, and even Jiangbei County where Chenmo was previously located, all knew about this matter. In an instant, everyone showed an incredible look. Chapter 50, Gun Intention. For a moment. Whether on campus forums, short video platforms, etc., Chenmo has become the undisputed hot topic champion. And after the news spread throughout the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. These news spread in all directions like lightning. After the news spread like lightning. In the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy. Long Haoran opened his eyes, and his golden pupils flashed. In this year's freshman exam, I ranked 29th. From this point of view, it's quite good. It's just, I don't know how many points Chenmo can get in the exam. Chenmo won the championship in the college entrance examination. Even though he didn't say anything, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe my entrance score is higher than Chenmo's? Just then, Long Haoran received a text message from his mobile phone and opened it. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on Long Haoran's face. This guy is so strong. First place in the freshman entrance exam, suppressing Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. So, it seems like losing to Chenmo isn't too embarrassing after all, right? After Long Haoran, Wang Tianming, the Zhang brothers and others also received the news that Chenmo had obtained the first place in the admission to Shengwadao University. In the end, everyone came up with one sentence: this guy is really perverted. At a second-tier university, Lin Shiming had just finished their freshman assessment.
Lin Shiming's performance is in the middle, neither strong nor weak. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I wonder if Chenmo's results are among the best. Shenghuadao University is very stressful. His roommates were discussing the results of the freshman competition. TSK, come and look, the top freshmen of the 3 sacred martial arts universities have been announced. The Sky Martial Arts University is actually a little girl, how terrifying. The first place in Starry Sky Martial Arts University is not bad either. Lightning flashes all over his body, very scary. Look. Hey. This is the number 1 guy from Xianyuan Martial Arts University. He's quite handsome. These eyes are like black holes, so handsome. Let me see his name. What's it? Oh. Chenmo. Suddenly, Lin Shiming jumped up from the bed and came to the side of his roommate. What did you say? What's the name of the first place? Lin Shiming asked anxiously. The roommate rolled his eyes at Lin Shiming and said, Chenmo, what's wrong? Do you know him? Lin Shiming chuckled, I know him, of course I know him, he's my brother. We were in the same class in high school. All of the roommates' faces were immediately filled with suspicion. How could such a freak know Lin Shiming, who was only from a second-tier university? And when Lin Shiming took out the photo of him and Chenmo, the entire dormitory fell into an unusual silence. Then, there were gurgling sounds of people swallowing saliva one after another. Jiangnan Province, Commander-in-Chief's office. Su Lingtian rubbed his head. Even now, he still had a headache. Although this time a top genius like Chenmo emerged in the college entrance examination, he is still a long way from reaching the KPI assigned to him by his superiors. Frankly speaking, Su Lingtian was still hoping that his superiors would send him a Grandmaster pill to help him break through. It seems that we can only wait until the next college entrance examination. I hope there will be a top-level genius like Chenmo. By the way, I wonder how Chenmo and the others did in the exam. However, at this moment, Su Lingtian suddenly received a text message. From Chenmo? Let me take a look. The moment Su Lingtian saw the text message, the blood in his body suddenly froze as he was a 6th grade master. He smacked his lips and stared at his phone screen in disbelief. First place in the freshman entrance exam? I'm not dreaming, am I? Wait. I'm not dreaming. Chenmo really got first place in the freshman exam. In an instant, the smile at the corners of Su Lingtian's mouth spread wider and wider, and faster and faster. Ha 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 ha. Report. This year's KPI, no. The KPIs of the past few years will all depend on Chenmo. And in Jiangbei number 1 middle school. At this moment, Jiangbei number 1 middle school has been given a brand new glow. After Chenmo won the top spot in the college entrance examination, the entire Jiangbei number 1 middle school received awards from the county, city, and province. At this moment, the principal Wei Qingtian was directing his statue workers. In front of him, a huge statue of a handsome young man gradually took shape. Yes, the one he wanted to sculpt was Chenmo. This brat, I want him to be worshipped by the students of Jiangbei number 1 middle school day and night. Wei Qingtian's face was flushed. At this moment, a text message suddenly came from his mobile phone. But when he saw it clearly, his phone fell to the ground with a snap. Wei Qingtian's lips trembled. Chenmo? Got first place in the freshman competition? So much so that today, all the hot searches on Weibo were filled with entries about Chenmo. However, he, the victim, lived in the most technologically advanced and luxurious villa in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. As a special recruit and the top freshman, the resources allocated to him are the best. But with such good resources, he can't relax. You should know. In a month, he will need to participate in the Immortal Weapon competition. He gained a lot in the battle to defend the virtual space, however, there were some areas that were not perfected. In that case, then work hard. If I don't achieve good results in the Immortal Weapon competition in a month, I can't be ranked last. Chenmo thought. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Chenmo's realm improved by leaps and bounds. With the help of the high-quality resources provided by Zhongtian Academy, his realm rose at a rocket-like speed. In just 1 month, Chenmo broke through from the middle of the 2nd grade to the middle of the 3rd grade. In fact, it is not just the middle stage of the 3rd rank. Immediately, he exhaled a breath of foul air. A vast amount of blood energy suddenly gushed out, almost forming a blood mist in the entire room. Chenmo's mind moved. This month, I have improved the SSR level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder body a little bit. If I were to face the three-tailed sword tiger, I could kill it instantly using only my physical body.
Alright, system lottery. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for signing in for the third month and obtaining the SSS level God-killing spear intent.
Oh my god. Withdrawal.
Suddenly, Chenmo's heart was filled with ecstasy. As the matter fermented over a month, the university leaders gradually released the news that Chenmo was participating in the battle for the immortal weapon.
Countless freshmen were amazed and shocked by this.
According to relevant information, the competition for immortal weapons can almost only be participated in the sophomore year, and there is only one chance. After all, the more immortal weapons are used, the less they are, and there is an almost extremely strict limit on the number of them available. The fact that Chenmo was able to get this opportunity in his freshman year was enough to shock everyone. Even Shang Wuji and others were surprised.
Of course, there are also some sophomore students who are extremely dissatisfied with Chenmo's special treatment. Why? Why can Chenmo participate, but we can't? A mere freshman, no matter how talented he is, so what? What qualifications does he have? At the barbecue stall, 3 people were making dissatisfied noises. Add the third update for you. Chapter 51 Choice. At a barbecue stall, 3 sophomore students were cursing loudly. Really? Why? I just want to ask why. There are only 20 spots for sophomores in the entire school, and because of him, there's 1 extra spot, making it 21? I worked so hard all year and got nothing. 3 sophomores looked at the information on the school forum and wanted to smash their phones. If you are familiar with them, you will know that their sophomore rankings this year are exactly 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. In other words, their strength is actually very close to that of competing for immortal weapons. However, due to luck or condition, he completely missed the chance to obtain the immortal weapon. Seeing that a freshman had the opportunity to compete for the immortal weapon, everyone couldn't help but get angry. Lao Wang, I have a solution, said a sophomore with an extremely gloomy expression.
You said.
Another sophomore nodded.
After the sophomore student whispered a few words, the eyes of the other 2 sophomores suddenly lit up.
Okay. Let's do it. How strong can a mere freshman be? It's okay to participate in the fight for the immortal weapon.
We must make him lose face and die.
Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Drink.
Along with these 3 hearty laughs, a plan against Chenmo gradually unfolded. At the same time, more and more sophomores learned about this matter. In Lingtian College.
In a bamboo forest unique to the back of the villa area, there stood a slim woman. In her right hand, she was holding a thin and soft long sword. The long sword, gleaming with the brilliance of glass, seemed to sparkle in her palm. A hint of surprise flashed across those beautiful eyes that were as clear as mirrors. Lin Xingju smiled softly, and suddenly, thousands of sword shadows flashed around her. Every time it fell, tens of millions of sword shadows flashed and set off strong winds, completely cutting the falling bamboo leaves into pieces. A freshman is here to participate in the competition for immortal weapons? Did the school set this precedent specifically for him?
Originally, there were only 20 spots available for the sophomore year.
The higher-ups should just be giving him a formality. Chenmo? He's actually quite good-looking. I just don't know if it's strong enough.
Lin Xingju's long sword suddenly fell down, and with a buzzing sound, the bamboo branches in front suddenly exploded, and the terrifying sword energy filled the air, leaving a huge pit about 10 feet in size on the ground.
Middle 4th grade, Lin Xingju. And on the other side.
On the top of a 1,000-foot-high mountain, there stands a rock-like figure.
There were various weapons placed around him. Long sword. Dagger. Giant gun. Large spear, and so on.
If you look closely, you can definitely see the dense wounds all over the surface of its body. There were blood scabs on each wound, but the scabs were completely cut apart. It was obvious that they had experienced thousands of beatings and tempering. It's so scary that it makes your scalp tingle. Zhou Wenyu exhaled a breath of foul air, and his pair of dark eyes contained a sense of darkness that was extremely difficult to detect.
TSK.
It seems that the school attaches great importance to the new junior students it has recruited this time. It actually gave him the qualification to participate in the competition for immortal weapons in his freshman year. You know, because the number of immortal artifacts is limited, almost everyone can only participate once. This time, it is generally set in the sophomore year. However, in the past, Zhou Wenyu had never heard that anyone could participate in the competition for immortal weapons when they were in their freshman year.
Good. You want to get a spot from me? Isn't that too fantastical? Tongtian Academy.
In the dark and narrow secret passage, a young man with muscular body stood there. He closed his eyes, and his fists seemed to contain infinite power. As he stepped out lightly, he suddenly saw 3 robots rushing towards him. And the aura of each robot has actually reached the level of the middle 4th grade or above. However, his eyes remained unchanged. Then, he looked at the 3 robots and gave a polite smile.
Bastard.
Suddenly, an astonishing lightning energy burst out from Shang Tianlei's body.
Buzz. Rumble. In an instant, 3 violent thunder dragons suddenly appeared in front of the 3-headed robot. Under the power of the thunder dragon, the 3-headed robot instantly vanished into thin air. My strength has grown stronger. Shang Tianlei crossed his arms across his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He stretched out his right palm, and a ball of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. No one could have known that after Shang Tianlei had been in seclusion for a whole year. His thunder talent ability had already broken through to the SSS level. Looking at this dark alley, several thrilling flashes of lightning flashed across Shang Tianlei's eyes. This time's fight for the immortal weapon. It must be me. First, he had also heard of the name Chenmo. He's just a freshman monster. I guess participating in the sophomore immortal weapon competition is just a formality. But it is said that Chenmo has the talent of thunder.
This made Shang Tianlei's heart excited. Perhaps his thunder ability could become stronger again. As the outside world underwent earth-shaking changes, Chenmo was completely immersed in the system space and knew nothing. And within the system space, Chenmo was seen holding a gun in one hand, looking at Subai in front of him, and slowly opening his eyes that were like black holes. A mysterious aura that made people feel the state of mind suddenly lingered from Chenmo's body.
Immediately following. Kill with one shot. In an instant, the space seemed to be collapsing and rippled, the terrifying airwaves were completely detonated, and the terrifying power was completely released. A vast gun intent suddenly exploded. Buzz.
The spear was like a dragon, and its shadow was overwhelming, piercing through and tearing the sky and earth apart. Looking at the fluctuations caused by the god-killing spear intent, a touch of ecstasy flashed through Chenmo's heart. When I used the god-killing spear intent, I didn't even use the power of the 9 heavens dark thunder god body. The power I was able to match was probably at the beginning of the 4th rank, or even close to the middle of the 4th rank. Feeling the mysterious spear intent boiling in his body, a smile finally appeared on the corner of Chenmo's mouth.
There are 2 rounds in total for the battle for immortal weapons. The first round is often the Battle of Machine Canyon. And the second round will be the ring battle. Only those who rank in the top 5 out of the 20 will be eligible to obtain the immortal weapon. You know, those competing with Chenmo are elites from the sophomore class. After a year of training, and with his realm reaching the 4th level, he might be able to practice the martial arts of Tongtianfa, Yuxianfa, and Lingtianfa. But Chenmo looked at the scene of Xianyuan Martial Arts University outside the villa. Okay. I'm not bad either. I should also find a weapon that suits me. My marksmanship has reached a new level. If I don't find a suitable weapon, I will be doing a disservice to my marksmanship. And that immortal weapon. Maybe it's the best choice for you. Host, Chenmo. Talent, SSR level 9 Heavens Dark Thunder God Body, SSS level Comprehension Against Heaven. Realm, 3rd rank Warrior Midterm. Martial Arts, Basic Spearmanship. Artistic Concept, SSS level God Killing Spear Intent. Chapter 52 Challenge. After leaving the luxurious villa donated by the university, Chenmo planned to participate in the competition for the immortal weapon. The competition for the immortal weapon will be held at noon today, and you can get there by taking the campus bus. It is said that the place is located in the back mountain of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Don't know what it's set up there for? Just then, Chenmo looked up. Suddenly, a streak of light fell down, and Xing Tianyi appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. How does it feel? When Xing Tianyi's gaze fell on Chenmo, his pupils actually shrank slightly. How come your realm has improved so quickly? While being surprised, as Xing Tianyi's perception spread, the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Have you made a breakthrough in your marksmanship? Xing Tianyi said in disbelief. You know, it hasn't even been a month since Chenmo's last true self-level spearmanship breakthrough.
And now, he's made another breakthrough from the true self-level of marksmanship.
Could it be that he's reached the perfection level of marksmanship?
Looking at Xing Tiany's stunned expression, Chenmo just smiled lightly.
Luckily, it broke through 100 million points. Hundreds of millions?
Xing Tiany's face was full of suspicion, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Chenmo.
Good boy, come on.
Looking at the enlarged palm in his sight, Chenmo raised his eyebrows slightly, and then suddenly pointed out with a finger. The mysterious and domineering spear intent lingered and burst out like a long dragon.
Bang! Their fingers and palms touched, and Chenmo took 2 steps back.
But when he raised his head, he saw Xing Tiany's shocked face.
Damn it, kid, you actually made a breakthrough. Oh my god.
An 18-year-old in the middle third rank, with perfect spear skills.
Your talent is too terrifying. Even Xing Tiany couldn't help but feel shocked by Chenmo's breakthrough. You know, what does perfect level marksmanship mean?
I'm afraid only the third-year students can master it. It can even be said that he is one of the top-ranked students in his junior year. And now, Chenmo, who is only a freshman, has almost mastered the perfect level of gun skills. In fact, this perfect level of gun skills is not a forced breakthrough, but gives people a sense of natural development.
I found a treasure. Xing Tiany was filled with ecstasy.
If he told this to the people from Lingtian Academy, Tongtian Academy, and Yutian Academy, I'm afraid those old guys will come over and snatch people away. Then, Xing Tiany smiled and patted his shoulder.
Xing Tiany smiled softly and said, Chenmo, I think you can make a big difference in this fight for the immortal weapon. Our Jiangtian Academy needs outstanding people like you.
Don't worry, as long as you reach the 4th rank warrior, I will immediately let you comprehend the End of Heaven monument. The ultimate secret of the End of Heaven method is engraved in the End of Heaven monument.
The opportunity to comprehend it only comes once every 10 years, which is extremely precious. Chenmo nodded. This was a good thing, but it was not what he should be thinking about right now. Does he still have a battle to fight for the immortal weapon? Stepping out, Chenmo said, Dean Xing, you must be here to pick me up to go to the immortal weapon competition, right? What about the other seniors? Hearing Chenmo's words, Xing Tiany was stunned and laughed. Forehead.
In the past few years, our End of Heaven method was quite difficult to learn, so no one is qualified to participate in the competition for immortal weapons this year.
Ahem, only you are qualified. Chenmo was stunned, only me? Xing Tiany said awkwardly and seriously, yes, only you. Chenmo.
No wonder, after he entered this villa area which was ranked among the top freshmen, he did not see a single student from Jiangtian College.
Finally, Chenmo sighed. Old Xing, there's nothing else I can do.
I have no choice but to help our Jiangtian Academy gain face.
Don't worry, I will definitely get the immortal weapon this time. Xing Tiany nodded, yes, don't be proud, we should be humble. Etc. You said you were going to get the immortal weapon this time? Are you kidding me?
You know, Xing Tiany, Lin Jianfeng and others let Chenmo participate in the 4-year competition for immortal weapons, which was itself to allow Chenmo to gain experience and ensure that he could get the immortal weapon.
And now, Chenmo actually said he wanted to get the immortal weapon? Is Chenmo crazy? Or is he crazy?
However, after looking into Chenmo's eyes that were like black holes, all the words Xing Tiany wanted to say were stuck in his throat.
A bold idea suddenly emerged. Just in case. Did Chenmo really obtain the immortal weapon this time? With incredible anticipation, Xing Tiany and Chenmo turned into streams of light and immediately arrived at the back mountain of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The fight for immortal weapons is a confidential matter.
Therefore, no one else is allowed to watch.
Yan Jinghong, Shang Wuji and others also sent blessings to Chenmo in the address book. During the flight, Chenmo responded one by one.
I saw that 20 students had already gathered in the back mountain. When they saw Chenmo coming, a series of sharp gazes suddenly swept over him. You know, freshmen are participating in the competition for immortal weapons for the sophomores. This has never happened in all the years.
They were all very curious about what qualifications Chenmo had to get the opportunity to compete for the immortal weapon. Even if Chenmo has SSS level dark talent, what does it matter if he has S level or above lightning talent?
Their strength has already reached that of a 4th grade warrior. Due to the gap in realm, no matter how big the gap in supernatural powers is, it will be filled in an instant. But when they saw Chenmo's eyes that were like black holes, their eyes narrowed slightly. They could sense that Chenmo's aura was unusual. But it's just that her temperament is unusual. A warrior in the middle stage of the third rank? Tisk, it's a big realm away from us. It seems that it was specially designed for him to experience it. I heard from my vice president's relative that this guy has earned 4 years of eligibility. 4 years? Tsk, is the school planning to train him as a top-tier player? So what? In front of us today, it's not even up to par. Be careful, what if they pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Shoo. All of a sudden, the top geniuses present also started discussing. In response to this, Chenmo still had no expression on his face, but instead cast his gaze slightly at the 3 warriors from the 3 major academies, staring at them for a few seconds. After all, it seemed that only these 3 could arouse his interest. Lin Qingzhu was slightly stunned, and a touching smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He can actually detect me? This guy's perception is not bad. She practiced the Lingtian method, which not only had a terrifying speed, but also had an amazing ability to hide her aura. And the other side. Zhou Wenyu frowned. He didn't expect that the first people Chenmo noticed were the 3 top geniuses. You want to challenge the 3 of us right away? This idea is too fantastical. In that case, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. I don't know what that guy is thinking. As he spoke, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man in a blue robe next to him. Chapter 53 Provocation. This idea is too fantastical. In that case, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. I don't know what that guy is thinking. As he spoke, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man in a blue robe next to him. The young man in the blue robe raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at Chenmo's glance, Shang Tianlei's mouth curled up into a playful smile. The lightning and thunder flowing through his body seemed to be ready to burst out at any time. Do you have the same lightning talent as me? Shang Tianlei's right hand trembled slightly. He knew that it was a tremor caused by excitement. Don't worry. I will devour Chenmo's lightning talent well. Let him know what true thunder is. Just as Shang Tianlei finished what he was thinking about, 3 streams of light arrived at the scene one after another. Everyone's faces immediately turned respectful, and they bowed and said, "Greetings to Dean Gu Linghan, Dean Xiang Tianga, and Dean Shin Tui." The 3 deans nodded without saying anything. Then, he looked at Chenmo. Gu Linghan smiled softly and said, "How is it? How's your freshman year? We just need to do our best in this fight for the immortal weapon. There's no need to put too much pressure on ourselves." Gu Linghan's words were like those of a kind elder. Chenmo quickly said, "Thank you, Dean Gu, for your concern. I understand." Afterwards, Shin Tuyi and Xiang Tianga also gave the same instructions. It was these instructions that made everyone stunned. You know, normally the deans of these 4 colleges are all extremely aloof guys, and they never smile. And now, he behaves like a relative next door in front of Chenmo. Damn it! This sparked endless imagination in everyone's mind. Could this guy be the principal's illegitimate son? Perhaps feeling the strange looks from the people around him, Xing Tianning coughed lightly twice. Now that everyone is here, let's go in and take part in the first round of testing. As for the rules, we will tell you when the time comes. Only then did everyone's eyes become serious. They knew that what they were about to participate in was a fight for the supreme immortal weapon. Every immortal weapon is an extremely precious treasure with growth potential. If you miss it, you don't know how many opportunities you will need in the future to make up for it. In this battle for the immortal weapon, no one wants to lose. Just as everyone was about to go into the back mountain, a voice suddenly rang out. We refuse to accept. Why is Chenmo able to participate in the competition for immortal weapons? At this moment, 3 simultaneous voices suddenly came from behind everyone. Everyone's face froze and they suddenly looked behind them. At the gate, 3 imposing young students were standing tall with fierce expressions. They were wearing clothes from Yutian Academy, Tongtian Academy, and Lingtian Academy. Apparently, from 3 different colleges. The students who were selected to participate in the battle for the immortal weapon naturally recognized them. Wow! It's Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li. I think the 3 of them scored 21, 22, and 23 in the final exam, right? Yes. That's right, he was right behind me. It's a shame I missed the chance to fight for the immortal weapon. Their strength is at the 3rd level of perfection. Tsk,
it looks like he's dissatisfied with Chenmo.
The fight for the immortal weapon is the best opportunity to improve combat power, but these three didn't have it.
And when they saw Chenmo, a freshman, got this opportunity, they were naturally dissatisfied. Most of the students couldn't help but have a playful expression on their faces. You know, these three guys said this with the obvious intention of embarrassing Chenmo. So, what are the consequences? First, Chenmo attacked the three of them and was defeated by them, losing all face. Second, Chenmo chose to remain silent and lost all face. This is obviously a naked conspiracy against Chenmo. At the same time, Xing Tianyi's face also turned gloomy.
Beside him, Gu Linghan and the other three deans looked at each other, wishing they could arrest these three guys immediately.
You know, these three people appearing here and questioning Chenmo so impulsively, isn't this just a slap in their faces?
Chenmo participated in the competition for the immortal weapon and was recognized by the three of them.
The reason why Xing Tianyi was in a bad mood was even simpler.
Chenmo was a student of their Zhongtian college.
Could it be that he wanted to be criticized by other colleges? And
no one from their academy has participated in the competition for immortal weapons for several years.
I finally got one this year, but now I have to be gossiped about again?
Any dean would feel uncomfortable if this happened to him. However, when Xing Tianyi was about to speak, Chenmo took the lead and stood in front of them.
Let me do it. Chenmo smiled lightly. Then, amid everyone's astonished gazes, Chenmo looked at Li Yun and his group of three. Are you dissatisfied with me? There was a bright smile on Chenmo's lips.
The three of them were stunned for a moment, and then the leader Li Yun stood up and said,
"That's right, we just don't accept you." Snort.
The three of us have worked so hard for so long, and I don't know how much effort we have put into this fight for this immortal weapon.
Why do you, a newcomer, get this spot?
At the same time, Zhang Hu and Wang Li also straightened their backs, their eyes full of disdain.
They knew that Chenmo would not dare to attack them. Anyway, there is no chance to compete for the immortal weapon. They just want to disgust Chenmo. Let Chenmo know that the existence of old students like them is still scary in this school.
However, the next moment, what Chenmo said made countless people's pupils shrink slightly.
For some odds and ends. I'm too lazy to say more. Since you want to fight, then come over here. Three of us together. I'm in a hurry. Do you understand? Why am I qualified? It's because I'm better than you. Do you understand?
Chenmo looked at the three people, and a chill flashed across his eyes. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only by demonstrating corresponding strength can you avoid arousing jealousy.
Since some people are not convinced, he will beat them until they are convinced.
Only the strong can make and use rules.
This guy has courage.
Lin Xingzhu was slightly stunned, but shook his head, but it's just limited to being courageous.
If I were this guy, I would probably just keep silent. Zhou Wenyu also shook his head.
You know, although Li Yun and the other two are not very strong, they all have the strength of the third rank. If they join forces, they can even shake the fourth rank initial stage warriors. Not to mention Chenmo, a mid-level third-grade warrior. In his opinion, Chenmo was just a young man who spoke out of anger. Sheng Tianlei, who was standing beside him, had no expression on his face. The deans of the four major colleges were about to say something, but when they noticed Xing Tianyi's gaze, they stopped.
The expressions of Gu Linghan, Xin Tui, and Xiang Tianga suddenly froze. Could it be that Xing Tian intended for Chenmo to face Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhang Hu alone? Chapter 54 Dark Thunder, Shattering. Xing Tianyi, this guy, is he really too bold?
The deans of the three major colleges thought of this at the same time.
You know, even if Chenmo took action, he would be facing students who had been in college for a full year.
Whether it is comprehensive combat capability or combat techniques, they are more than twice as strong as freshmen.
If only one is fine.
But this is three of them together.
In history, there has never been a guy like Chenmo who fought with three top-ranked senior students within 1 month of entering school. While worrying about Chenmo,
the deans of the three major colleges seemed to be looking forward to it.
What if Chenmo really defeated Li Yun and the other two? There's no way Chenmo could have improved so much in just 1 month, right? Anyway,
when the fight for the immortal weapon is over, the three deans will definitely punish Li Yun and the other two severely.
You know, Chenmo has become a seed-level player in their Xianyuan Martial Arts University. How could it be like this? However, when Li Yun, Wang Li and Zhang Hu heard Chenmo's sarcasm, their faces turned red.
They originally thought that Chenmo would give up, but they did not expect that Chenmo would dare to speak to them like this.
He even invited the three of them to a duel in a mocking manner? This is clearly a humiliation to them. However, when they sensed the humiliation, a flash of excitement suddenly flashed across the eyes of the three of them. I didn't expect that I could teach this kid a lesson this time. Thinking of this, they glanced at the three deans whose faces showed no expression, and all three of them rubbed their hands. I was right. I'm afraid those three deans are very dissatisfied, right? After all, a freshman was allowed to participate in the competition for immortal weapons. Thinking of this, the three of them became excited again. Perhaps by teaching Chenmo a lesson this time, they could even receive a reward from their dean and gain access to even more high-quality resources?
Thinking of this, the corners of the three people's mouths curled up slightly. At this moment, Li Shuyun stepped forward and looked at Chenmo. Chenmo, don't blame the three of us brothers for not warning you. Zhang Hu crossed his arms and said, since you want to challenge the three of us, we will not be polite. Wang Li shook his head, alas, if I were you, I would definitely choose to remain silent despite what I just said.
Hearing the words of the three people, Chenmo smiled lightly. Stop being so noisy. It's so loud.
Hearing this, the three men's faces turned cold and they sneered at Chenmo.
Let's go together. Li Shuyun shouted. Bang.
All of a sudden, as if a volcano that had been erupting for thousands of years had erupted, terrifying energy poured out from the three of them.
Rumble.
A faint glow of energy lingered around their bodies, and then they raised their heads and looked at Chenmo with extremely sharp eyes.
Boom.
The three of them suddenly turned into three afterimages, and rushed towards Chenmo like lightning.
Cloud-splitting palm. Tier. Li Shuyun came first, and his palms condensed a milky white light.
The next moment, he slapped towards Chenmo as if tearing through the air. Zhang Hu and Wang Li behind him had a tacit understanding and actually separated and rushed towards Chenmo from the left and right. A tiger roar erupted from Zhang Hu's fist, echoing throughout the mountains and forests.
The giant axe in Wang Li's hand was even more powerful, as if it was going to split the entire air into pieces. Chenmo was finished.
Under this three-pronged attack, many sophomore geniuses shook their heads. The attacks of Li Shuyun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li did not seem very strong for them at the fourth rank. However, this was far beyond the ability of Chenmo, a mid-level third-grade warrior, to withstand. However, at this moment, Chenmo looked at the three figures rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Fight with me? You don't deserve it. Boom.
Under the astonished gazes of countless people, Chenmo's nine heavens dark thunder god body exploded.
Rumble. The overwhelming dark thunder energy poured out like a tsunami.
The terrifying energy aftermath caused the earth to tremble slightly, and the leaves around it rustled violently.
Such a strong energy fluctuation. Many sophomores quickly formed energy shields to prevent themselves from receiving any damage. After feeling the pressure erupting from Chenmo, Li Shuyun's expression changed first. How is that possible? How can a freshman have such power? Something is wrong. In an instant, Li Shuyun wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. Who told you to leave?
Suddenly, a huge hand like a giant python condensed from the burst of dark thunder energy, and it punched him fiercely. Li Shuyun's pupils shrank, and he felt a great sense of crisis rushing into his heart. Not good. Tearing talent, tearing the world apart. In an instant, Li Shuyun suddenly opened his arms, and his palms showed a tearing shape, trying to tear Chenmo's giant dark thunder hand apart. However, when his palm touched Chenmo, only a faint spark was produced. It's over. With a loud bang, Li Shuyun flew backwards dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. How is it possible? Li Shuyun was knocked away by one punch? Many sophomores' pupils shrank. Oh. Interesting. Lin Qingju looked at the giant dark thunder fist, and a strange look appeared between his eyebrows. This strength is really well hidden. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms across his chest, slightly surprised. As several sounds fell, Li Shuyun fell heavily to the ground, leaving a mark about a foot long. Li Shuyun. At this time, Zhang Hu and Wang Li's hearts also skipped a beat. Before taking action against Chenmo, they already understood Chenmo's strength. In the freshman competition, his strength is at most mid-level third rank. How could he be so strong? After all, what they didn't know was why Chenmo was able to get first place in the freshman exam. He had actually killed a lord-level beast with his bare hands. However, at this moment, they no longer have time to think further.
You know, they have already taken action against Chenmo.
If they win, that's fine, as it proves their slight strength.
However, if they didn't win, they would probably become the laughingstock of the entire sophomore class.
Thinking of this, Zhang Hu and Wang Li immediately shouted loudly.
Tiger of despair shocking heaven and earth. The power of terror, shaking the 9 heavens.
The skills of the two were extremely loud, and from their hands, a terrifying aura gushed out.
Boom! A tiger-shaped fist and a sky-controlling axe suddenly fell towards Chenmo. However, the thin Chenmo just smiled contemptuously.
Since you want to die so much, don't blame me for taking action.
Dark thunder shattering. In an instant, a dark thunder energy that was even more violent than before completely erupted. Chapter 55 Strength. Dark thunder, shattering. Only these 3 words were heard coming from the majestic dark thunder energy. Buzz.
The terrifying energy completely exploded, and a huge arm 5 meters long condensed on both sides of Chenmo's body at the same time.
Boom! Each dark thunder arm is like a towering tree, which is frightening. And amidst everyone's astonishment, Chenmo's eyes suddenly became stern.
Immediately afterwards, the 2 dragon-like dark thunder arms behind him suddenly slapped down.
Boom!
2 huge dark thunder arms suddenly collided with the axe and tiger-shaped fist. The spreading aftermath suddenly caused the earth to tremble slightly.
Then,
under the astonished gazes of Zhang Hu and Wang Li, a crack suddenly appeared in the energy shield condensed around their bodies.
No! More than one. But countless.
With a snap, the energy shield condensed on Zhang Hu and Wang Li suddenly shattered. Amidst many incredulous gazes, the 2 men suddenly flew backwards, and at the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out, spilling all over the ground.
Quiet. The entire scene fell into complete silence.
You know, before this, these sophomore geniuses had to make fun of Chenmo, a freshman. Even when Chenmo challenged Li Yun and the other 2 to a fight, the sophomore students all viewed Chenmo as irrational.
However, Chenmo now actually used 2 moves to instantly kill Li Yun and the other 2? This guy. Not simple.
In an instant, almost all the sophomore geniuses restrained the contempt in their eyes. The sophomores who participated in the competition for the immortal weapon were the top 20 students. For the 15 to 20 of them, they had to exert a certain amount of strength to resist the combined attack of Li Yun and the other 2. However, looking at Chen Moyun's calm and composed look at the moment, it's probably not easy for him to launch this attack. As for the sophomore geniuses ranked from 4th to 14th, they all took note of Chen Mo's condition. Their strength has already reached the middle stage of the 4th rank. For Li Yun and the other 2, it was just a simple matter of killing them instantly.
Only. For Chenmo, they still need to be careful. After all, no one wants to be eliminated by a freshman. No wonder the school was willing to break this rule for Chenmo.
Lin Qingzhu's face flickered with a strange color, so, he really does have some strength.
Not bad. Even Zhou Wenyu couldn't help but nod and praise Chenmo. If Chenmo were allowed to practice for another year, I'm afraid no one present would be his match.
However, compared to the 3 of them who were at the upper 4th level, Chenmo's strength was not that strong. On the contrary, they can also kill instantly with 1 move.
The other side. Sheng Tianlei suppressed the trembling of his right hand and looked at Chenmo's figure.
A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes.
Thunder and lightning. Such a strong thunder and lightning. Although it's mixed with a little bit of other aura. But perhaps it can lay a foundation for my lightning evolution.
A glimmer of greed flashed across Sheng Tianlei's eyes.
This greedy feeling was as if encountering some prey.
As Chenmo turned around, Sheng Tianlei could hardly suppress the smile on his face.
Good. Well done.
If there weren't other people around, Sheng Tianlei would probably have laughed out loud.
Chenmo just smiled lightly, as if the previous battle was just an ordinary little thing to him. Sheng Tianlei laughed heartily, well done. Then, he turned around, looked at Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shen Tui, and said with a gentle smile, Ahem, how are you? Students from our school? Not bad, right? The corners of Gu Linghan's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything more. There was a hint of complexity in the look he gave Chenmo.
With the full absorption of high-quality resources, the fact that Chenmo reached the middle level of the 3rd-grade warrior did not shock them too much.
However, what really shocked them was the intention that Chenmo occasionally burst out. Could it be that Chenmo really understood the meaning? It shouldn't be possible.
You know, intention is the main means of attack used by 5th grade warriors. Generally speaking, very few people can comprehend it at the 3rd grade warrior stage.
It should be an illusion. Illusion.
After realizing what was happening, the deans of the 3 academies looked coldly at Li Shuyun and the other 2 who were supporting each other and standing up from the ground. After seeing the gazes of the 3 deans, the 3 of them lowered their heads completely. They wanted to die and never thought that they would be defeated by a mere freshman. This time, I'm really embarrassed,
Gu Linghan said. The fight for immortal weapons is one of the biggest events at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The final test results will determine the 3-school competition in a month.
Although there are legitimate reasons for you to cause trouble like this, it still violates school rules and regulations. You should know that Chenmo's participation in the competition for the immortal weapon was approved by the principal himself.
The reason is simple. He was able to kill a 3rd grade Lord level beast at the 2nd grade warrior stage. Can you do this as a freshman?
In an instant, the gazes of most people in the audience suddenly changed, and the so-called solemnity in their eyes when they looked at Chenmo became even more serious.
If they were to fight against a 3rd rank beast lord now, they would certainly be able to defeat him. But, they were asked to fight a 3rd grade beast lord at the 2nd grade stage? This is just a ball beating. I'm afraid he will be slaughtered unilaterally. Is this new student really just from a county school? All of a sudden, everyone questioned the rumors they had heard about Chenmo. Li Shuyun, Zhang Hu and Wang Li lowered their heads even lower, almost buried in the ground. Monster Chenmo. A 2nd rank beast lord fights against a 3rd rank beast lord. The principal personally agreed. No matter which one is taken out, they will die. They actually had the nerve to challenge Chenmo to a duel? The key point is that the 3 of them attacked together and were taught a lesson by Chenmo, a freshman. This is so embarrassing. Gu Linghan was also not polite.
As for the punishment for what happened today, please go to the Academic Affairs Office and receive your punishment.
At least a month of solitary confinement. Then one person wrote a 100,000-word review to apologize to Chenmo. Go down. Solitary confinement room.
Hearing these 3 words, the 3 people shuddered suddenly. That place is really not a place for people to stay.
There is also a 100,000-word review. A full 100,000 words. Enough for a short story.
Thinking of this, the 3 of them could only sigh and leave. Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, Chenmo smacked his lips slightly.
Old Gu is so cruel.
A full 100,000 words were displayed in one go.
However, it is what these 3 people deserve. Okay, now that it's over, let's go and participate in the immortal weapon competition? Gu Linghan waved his hand. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone, including Chenmo, became serious. Chenmo did not forget the purpose of his trip. That is to obtain the immortal weapon. Improve your combat effectiveness. That's a magical weapon. Just hearing the name, it sounds like a very terrifying existence. Chapter 56 Machine Canyon. As everyone walked further towards the back of the mountain, the surrounding scenery became increasingly gloomy.
Ancient trees tens of meters high, with canopies that block out the sun. After the ferocious beasts invaded Blue Star, even the original plants and animals underwent rapid changes. The crowd's footsteps soon stopped in front of a deep canyon. And in that deep canyon, the pressure emanating from it made everyone's faces feel a little cold. There's something complicated going on here, many sophomores said with gloomy expressions. At this time, Gu Linghan walked out. This is a checkpoint specially set up by our principal. It's called Machine Canyon. Machine Canyon. Dozens of eyes were simultaneously cast into the deep canyon, as if they could sense the breath of the terrifying mechanical puppet from within. The puppets inside are at least 4th grade beginners, and the highest is 4th grade high. And your goal is to quickly pass through the Machine Canyon in the shortest possible time. The top 12 will qualify to advance to the next round. Do you understand? Everyone's face suddenly became solemn. The lowest level was a 4th grade initial stage mechanical puppet. This test was probably extremely difficult. There were also many people whose faces did not change at all. For example, Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei, their expressions remained unchanged, as if nothing was worthy of their attention. Chenmo looked at the canyon, and a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes. Since the breakthrough, my strength has not been highlighted for a long time. Maybe, we can give it a try here.
Next, enter according to your number.
The deans of our 4 major colleges are waiting for you at the finish line. All of a sudden, the deans of the 4 major colleges suddenly turned into streams of light and disappeared on the spot.
The students who stayed behind fell into a brief silence. Sheng Tianlei, who was ranked first in his sophomore year, raised his eyes and walked to the front of the machine canyon. As he ranked first in the grade exam last semester, he was naturally the first student in the entire school to take the machine test. Snap! All of a sudden, he stepped in and disappeared amidst the astonished gazes of many people. Behind the mechanical puppet, Gu Linghan, Xing Tianyi and 4 others were already standing at the finish line. TSK, worthy of being a kid from my academy. There's not even the slightest change in expression.
Gu Linghan looked at Sheng Tianlei in the machine canyon, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Even though they failed to win over Chenmo, Sheng Tianlei is undoubtedly one of the most talented people in their Tongtian Academy. He even got first place in the freshman to sophomore year exam, which really helped him, the dean, to gain face. I don't know how long it will take. I have to say, Sheng Tianlei definitely has a share in this year's competition for immortal weapons.
Xiang Tianga crossed his arms and said, but our Lin Xingzhu is not bad either.
Come on.
Shen Tuyi waved his hand, your Lin Xingzhu is only ranked 3rd in the grade, and our Zhou Wenyu is 2nd.
I almost beat Sheng Tianlei during the final exam.
Looking at Sheng Tianlei slowly walking towards the mechanical puppet on the screen, everyone began to discuss heatedly.
What if Chenmo gets first place? Xing Tianyi suddenly said. Chenmo is number 1? The corners of Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shen Tu's mouths twitched.
You know, if they were to compete among Lin Xingzhu, Sheng Tianlei, and Zhou Wenyu to see who would be 1st or 2nd, they would fight to the death.
However, Chenmo intervened at this time?
They did admit that Chenmo's talent was truly strong, unprecedented.
But want to take first place from Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu? That's too fantastical. Actually, there is no need to discuss it. See how they perform. You'll know then.
At this moment, a streak of light flashed in the sky again. Everyone looked closely and found that it was Vice Principal Hua Xiu.
Old Hua, you're finally here to take charge of the situation.
Gu Linghan said with a smile.
Hua Xiu shrugged. Nothing can be done. Lin Jianfeng is busy and the principal is in seclusion. He will only be able to come out during the 3-school competition.
So, this important task naturally fell on me.
The fight for immortal weapons is still very important. Just as everyone was chatting, a voice suddenly rang out. Sophomore Sheng Tianlei made it through the machine canyon in 6 minutes.
Suddenly, everyone looked at each other in surprise.
A 6-minute machine canyon?
Gu Linghan laughed heartily. 6 minutes, a sophomore, you're truly worthy of being a student who has practiced my Tongtian method.
TSK, this result is even in the top 10 in the history of the whole school.
On the other side, everyone was stunned when they heard Sheng Tianlei's results.
You know, this machine canyon is full of 4th grade robots.
And Sheng Tianlei was able to pass the test in just 6 minutes.
This guy is really ridiculously strong. 6 minutes.
Man, this is tearing the inside apart.
You really deserve to be the number 1 in our class.
The geniuses discussed it one after another.
Even though they are geniuses, there is still a gap between geniuses and geniuses. For example, those who are ranked lower than Sheng Tianlei have a huge difference compared to them. Chenmo also paid attention to Sheng Tianlei's performance. 6 minutes? I wonder how many minutes it will take me to get in. Chenmo clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement.
However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out.
It should be my turn next, right?
At this moment, Zhou Wenyu, whose figure was like an iron tower, slowly walked in front of the mechanical puppet.
Dharma Gate, control the sky. All of a sudden, he let out a light shout, and then, his body was covered with a golden light. Minor success level heaven controlling technique? No wonder Wenyu is so confident. Basically, the attacks of a mid-level 4th grade warrior will probably be completely ineffective.
There were sounds of discussion all around.
Is this the method of controlling the sky? Chenmo watched intently.
Tongxianfa, Yuxianfa, Lingtianfa, and Zhongxianfa are all top-level martial arts. It is an ultimate training method to tap into the potential of the human body beyond natural abilities.
Originally, Chenmo didn't feel that he was that strong. But now it seems.
I'm afraid it's more than that. I should speed up my training to become a 4th grade warrior and come into contact with the method of the end of heaven. And at this moment, Zhou Wenyu stepped into the machine canyon.
6.5 minutes later. Sophomore student Zhou Wenyu took 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes.
Even though it is not as good as Shang Tianlei, it is also an extremely outstanding result. Then, a graceful figure walked in slowly, holding a sword. Lin Qingzhu held a long sword in her hand, lightly tapped it, and leaped into the machine canyon like a crane. It seems that Lin Qingzhu's Ling Tian method is also very powerful.
I'm afraid he has mastered it. Oh my god. I really don't know how to compare with this group of top geniuses. Everyone exclaimed.
As Chenmo looked at the disappearing figures of Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu, a thought suddenly occurred to him. It seems that martial arts training cannot be weak either. After becoming a 4th rank warrior, I will go to Old Xing to ask for the End of Heaven steel and practice the End of Heaven method. The entire world of warriors is divided into 3 means of attack: talent, martial arts, and artistic conception.
As Chenmo possesses SSS comprehension, he naturally chooses to advance all 3 together. However, this will have to wait until after the fight for the immortal weapon. Chapter 57 can't do it.
Chenmo could see the mysteriousness of the body movements that Lin Qingzhu had used previously.
It can be said that the speed is extremely fast. Is this the martial art that specializes in strength, defense, and speed?
Combined with his own talents and abilities, it is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying weapon.
But
the path that he was cultivating was said to be the ultimate heaven method that could achieve all 3, cultivating all 3 attributes at the same time.
So, how strong will I be when I become a 4th grade warrior? Even more, if I win this immortal weapon, to what extent will my strength increase? Chenmo was extremely looking forward to it.
At this moment, the sounds of breaking through levels rang out one after another.
Sophomore Lin Qingzhu timed at 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Sophomore student Yun Tian finished in 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Sophomore student Su Qing finished in 10 minutes and 2 seconds. Voices suddenly rang out, and the candidates around Chenmo kept disappearing. When Chenmo was the only one left, another voice rang out. Sophomore student Zhang Li finished in 20 minutes.
At this point, Chenmo was the only one left at the entrance to the entire machine battlefield.
And on the other side of the Great Wall of Machines, Gu Linghan and others were standing on the top of the cloud.
You should know that the effect of watching through the screen is far less comfortable than watching with your own eyes. As 8th grade martial masters, their own strength has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. Lin Qingzhu from our academy is really good.
Xiang Tianga smiled lightly. What about Lin Qingzhu?
He is no match for our Zhou Wenyu.
Shen Tuyi crossed his arms. During the actual fight? Just beat you big guys? Pin them down and kill them. Xiang Tianga said sarcastically.
Ha, Zhou Wenyu smashed your Lin Qingzhu to pieces with just one slap.
Shen Tuyi still fought back.
Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Wuxiu sighed. There was nothing he could do. The deans of the 4 major colleges were like this in private. At this time, Gu Linghan said, well, anyway, no one can compare to Shang Tianlei.
Xiang Tianga and Shen Tuyi immediately wanted to form a front, and when they were about to refute, Wuxiu spoke. However, the big guys in this class all did pretty well. It only took 20 minutes at most. This result is truly excellent.
Upon hearing this, the deans of the 3 colleges raised their lips slightly.
Ever since the disastrous defeat in the 3-school competition last year, they have specially strengthened the training of their students, wishing to train them like AI. And this kind of training has also achieved corresponding results at this moment. Perhaps if I just keep practicing like this, by the time this class of sophomores becomes juniors, Xianyuan Martial Arts University will no longer be ranked last. By the way, Lao Xing, how long do you think your Chenmo will take?
At this time, Gu Linghan turned his head and looked at Xingtiani, who had a calm expression.
The others also turned around and looked at Xingtiani with a little curiosity.
You know, it is said that during this month, Chenmo has been in seclusion in the dormitory, concentrating on studying martial arts.
Therefore, they did not know to what extent Chenmo had cultivated. Universities have corresponding teachers who are responsible for teaching students their daily practice.
Of course, if a student has extraordinary talent, he or she can apply to skip classes.
And Chenmo is exactly like that. It's a little bit stronger than before.
Xingtiani said casually.
A little bit stronger?
There was some suspicion on everyone's faces, but when they saw Chenmo who was about to break through, their eyes couldn't help but become curious.
I don't know this kid. What kind of achievements can be achieved in this great wall of machines?
You know, including Huishio and the other 4, their demands are not high. As long as Chenmo can pass the machine canyon and control the time within half an hour, it will be an extremely excellent result. After all, Chenmo was just a freshman. The fundamental reason for letting Chenmo participate in the competition for immortal weapons is to let Chenmo train first, so that he can prepare for participating in the competition for immortal weapons in his sophomore year.
Seeing everyone's expressions, Xing Tianyi didn't bother to say anything more. Just watch it.
Xing Tianyi shook his head, and then looked intently at the machine canyon below. At the exit of the machine canyon, 20 talented students were already standing there. Regardless of the final result, after a brief adjustment, everyone's mentality has calmed down. You know, the essential element to becoming a genius is a good attitude.
It's just that they didn't expect it.
The top 12 finishers had already reached 12 minutes.
This was something no one had expected.
But at this moment, their eyes were all looking towards the direction of the machine canyon.
I wonder how much strength Chenmo has shown. Alas, let me tell you, the higher-ups are just giving Chenmo a chance.
It doesn't matter whether he wins or not.
I'm so envious.
Such a talented person.
But we can also make a bet. What are you betting on? It's simple.
Let's bet on whether he can get through the machine canyon within an hour.
1 hour? I think that's too much. He's only at the middle stage of the 3rd rank, right? Even though there is a record of killing the Beast Lord, that thing is only in a virtual battlefield. This mechanical puppet is the real deal.
As everyone was discussing, the 3 top geniuses standing at the front of the group also started a brief discussion.
Zhou Wenyu smiled and said, "They are all betting? Should we make a bet?"
Lin Qingzhu looked at the machine canyon and said, "Let's bet on whether Chenmo can make it?"
Zhou Wenyu said, "That's right, I'll bet for an hour."
Lin Qingzhu pondered for a moment, 30 minutes.
Suddenly, Zhou Wenyu's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Qingzhu. "No, are you so confident in him? You know, he's only in the middle of the 3rd rank. As the realm becomes more profound, the gap between each level becomes extremely huge.
Sometimes, the realm is so high that it cannot be matched by any martial arts or talent. In this machine canyon, there are a total of 50 4th grade puppets. Although most of them are puppets of the initial stage of the 4th grade, there are still puppets of the higher stage of the 4th grade. Even if he dodged one by one, Chenmo's walking would be extremely slow.
After all, we have to face attacks from all directions.
And Lin Qingzhu actually had such confidence in him, which was something Zhou Wenyu and others had never imagined.
Sheng Tianlei, what do you think? Zhou Wenyu turned around. Sheng Tianlei smiled lightly, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. How do I see it? I'm looking forward to it. Will Chenmo make it to the 2nd round? Seeing Sheng Tianlei's expression, Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu felt helpless.
This guy probably noticed that Chenmo had a talent for lightning.
For some reason, Sheng Tianlei would always show a strange expression every time he knew that his opponent had a talent for lightning. But, then again,
if Chenmo wants to enter the 2nd round, he needs to finish within 15 minutes at least to be ranked in the top 12.
Only the top 12. Only then can you enter the 2nd round. Chenmo can't do it? Chapter 58, Gunshot.
While the outside world was arguing with each other, Chenmo, who was standing at the entrance of the machine canyon, narrowed his eyes slightly like black holes.
With absolute perception, Chenmo was able to sense the horror in the machine canyon. It's time to go in. Suddenly, Chenmo stepped in. Buzz.
The surroundings suddenly changed drastically, and I saw dozens of robots standing on a 3-meter-wide road. Each robot is forged from special metal, and the pressure it exudes is actually the aura of the 4th rank.
Fear. Sharp. It's suffocating.
When the eyes of each robot burst into blue light, waves of vast pressure spread out completely.
However, there was no fear in Chenmo's eyes. On the contrary, there was a flash of excitement. I've been practicing diligently for a month. Finally, I can show off my skills.
Just as Chenmo was muttering to himself, 3 4th grade initial stage mechanical puppets in the distance had already discovered Chenmo.
Buzz.
3-headed, 4th grade, initial stage mechanical puppets rushed towards Chenmo like steel chariots. Around Chenmo's body, dark thunder liquid surged rapidly.
Just in time.
Above the sky, the four deans were still floating.
This little guy really didn't hesitate. Gu Linghan crossed his arms. You know, Chenmo has never experienced a real fight.
The virtual battle is indeed very real, and the simulation degree can reach 100%.
However, it is still virtual. But the battle in reality is completely different.
There are some geniuses who can kill everyone in the virtual battlefield, but in reality, they can only display less than 1/10 of their strength. Therefore, their college has specially set up realistic assessments to test their abilities.
Old Xing, how many 4th grade robots do you think Chenmo can kill?
Shen Tuyi looked at Xing Tianyi.
Xing Tianyi shrugged. I said, he can enter the second round. Shen Tuyi. Well, this topic cannot be expanded. Xiang Tianga pointed diagonally downwards. Alright, Chenmo is about to start the battle, so let's stop arguing.
But when they looked down, their pupils shrank slightly. 3 robots with strength reaching the initial stage of the 4th rank raised their fists and suddenly came from a distance.
The speed is jaw-dropping.
You know, mechanical puppets have almost no shortcomings, whether it is strength, defense, speed, under the corresponding programs, they are all set up extremely precisely. It might be extremely difficult for ordinary warriors of the same realm to deal with it.
Not to mention a 3rd grade warrior like Chenmo.
However, a hint of fighting spirit burst out in Chenmo's eyes.
Since you want to die so badly. Come on then.
Looking at the 4th grade mechanical puppet that was constantly expanding in his sight, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Chenmo's mouth. In an instant, he suddenly pointed forward.
Dark Thunder Spear throwing spear. Boom.
Suddenly, four streams of dark thunder liquid suddenly surged onto Chenmo's shoulders, and then, a smoke like black fog completely condensed behind him in an instant. Then, behind Chenmo, 4 giant dragon-like dark thunder arms condensed again. Under the puzzled gaze of the 3-headed mechanical puppet, the 4 giant dark thunder hands suddenly condensed into 4 6-meter giant spears, and terrifying pressure burst out. And in it, there was actually a faint artistic conception lingering. The next moment, they all shot out. Boom! In an instant, 4 giant dark thunder spears suddenly tore through the air in front of them, and rushed towards the 3 mechanical puppets with a devastating force. Ding ding ding! Terrorist attack detected. The internal program of the 3-headed mechanical puppets suddenly issued a violent alarm. They raised their hands and formed shields in an attempt to block Chenmo's attack. However, it was only the moment when the dark thunder gun touched the mechanical puppet. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the machine shield, and then these cracks expanded rapidly, and then the machine shield exploded instantly. And that huge dark thunder spear suddenly destroyed the 3 4th grade initial stage robots like a whirlwind. Such a strong talent fluctuation. Above the sky, Gu Lingyan's pupils shrank. Everyone nodded in agreement. Not only was the energy released by Chenmo powerful, but they actually sensed a mysterious smell in this energy. Very similar to artistic conception? Could it be that Chenmo has grasped the artistic conception? Otherwise, how could such terrifying power be condensed from the giant dark thunder spear? However, the power of artistic conception. That is only possible if you practice your gun skills to perfection. And Chenmo only mastered the perfect level of marksmanship at the age of 18? Thinking of this, the deans of the 3 colleges shook their heads and said it was impossible. After a brief thought, everyone turned their attention to the machine canyon. Chenmo was able to defeat a 4th grade initial stage mechanical puppet. They were not surprised. After all, after defeating the combined forces of Zhang Hu and 3 others, Chenmo's strength has been preliminarily proven. And what awaits him next is the mechanical puppet, which is the real test. Inside the machine canyon, Chenmo shrugged lightly. Snap. He stepped out from the wreckage of the 3-headed mechanical puppet, his expression unchanged. Even though his realm is only the middle stage of the 3rd level. However, the strength of his innate abilities, the strength of his body and blood, and even his comprehension ability, are not comparable to those of ordinary people. Therefore, Chenmo has absolute confidence in himself. It seemed that the aura he exuded was too strong. In the distance, 5 mechanical puppets were suddenly awakened, and faint blue light burst out from their eyes. The terrifying pressure swept over like a violent storm. They were actually 5 mid-level 4th grade mechanical puppets. At this moment, the aura of each mechanical puppet is more powerful and terrifying than that of a 4th grade initial stage mechanical puppet. And this is the time when one of the real tests of the machine canyon begins. Dealing with a mid-level 4th grade mechanical puppet is not as easy as dealing with a first-level 4th grade mechanical puppet. In the sky, the three deans were also in anticipation.
I wonder how many minutes it will take Chenmo to deal with these 5 mid-level 4th grade mechanical puppets.
At this moment, Chenmo looked at the 5 puppets and smiled lightly. He stretched out his hand. The 4 giant Dark Thunder hands behind him suddenly moved towards him, and then countless Dark Thunder energies flashed in the sky like air dragons.
Finally, a 5-meter-long Dark Thunder spear suddenly condensed into shape. Black fog rolled and thunder roared. Chenmo held the spear in his hand, like a god holding power.
Sensing the mechanical puppet's pupils growing larger and larger, Chenmo held the spear and whispered softly.
Dark Thunder Gun You Sure? Chapter 59 The Strong. Dark Thunder Gun You Sure?
Chenmo took a deep breath, and a great power seemed to burst out from his chest.
The terrifying Dark Thunder energy condensed at the black tip of the gun. In an instant, it seemed as if countless Dark Thunder dragons were flashing at the tip of the spear.
The terrifying pressure caused the air around to condense, forming strips of air that swept out.
The air is shaking. The earth trembles.
However, the 5 4th grade mid-level mechanical puppets were unaware of the outbreak of a major crisis. He still held up the pair of huge fists made of special metal and attacked Chenmo. The approaching giant fist completely exploded the air, and attacked Chenmo in 5 different directions.
How does Chenmo counter this move?
Gu Linghan had a smile in the corner of his eyes. But what happened next made everyone, including Hua Xiu, look stunned. It was seen that the tip of Chenmo's gun was not only filled with terrifying innate energy, but also carried a faint sense of gun intent.
It's not the prototype of gun intent.
Rather, it is a state close to the prototype of gun intent and the peak state between gun intent.
It's called half-gun intention.
The next moment, Chenmo's spear suddenly swept forward.
Rumble.
The energy on the tip of the Dark Thunder spear was instantly detonated by this action, and the wanton energy rushed out like a flood, forming a crescent-shaped wave.
This crescent wave, carrying a fierce force, instantly tore through the air.
Swish. The difference between Dark Thunder, spear and throwing spear is that Dark Thunder, spear and Yushur are absolutely fast.
So fast that it seems to transcend time. The entire machine canyon seemed to have fallen silent. Boom. However, the crescent-shaped Dark Thunder wave destroyed the bodies of the 5 mechanical puppets with ease.
Buzz. After chopping off the bodies of the 5 mechanical puppets, this crescent-shaped wave still did not stop at all and descended upon the earth in an absolutely terrifying manner. Suddenly, a huge pit about 10 feet in size was created by the explosion.
Fragments of mechanical puppets are scattered everywhere.
And on the battlefield, only Chenmo's thin figure was left standing alone.
It's really boring.
As Chenmo's voice fell, everything that happened in the machine canyon naturally reached the eyes of the 4 deans and vice presidents.
Half of the spear intent. Chenmo actually comprehended half of the spear intent.
Gu Linghan's eyes were bloodshot and he rubbed them to make sure he was not seeing things.
Mastered half of the gun intent at the age of 18. Then it is very likely that you will master the true meaning of gun before the age of 20. This is a real monster. Yes, this little guy's talent is truly terrifying.
Shintiyi also spoke, his eyes full of envy.
You know, if Xing Tianyi hadn't offered the condition of viewing the monument of the end of days, he would have definitely taken Chenmo into his pocket. TSK, no wonder Lao Xing cares so much about him. Xiang Tiange sighed.
Chenmo's talent is indeed unique in this class, no, in these 2 classes.
If Chenmo were to concentrate on crafting it for a year, he would be able to easily obtain it in the next year's battle for the immortal weapon without any effort. If we work hard for another 2 years, I might even be able to win the championship in the 3-school competition. Chenmo already possessed this kind of fighting power when he was a freshman. By the time he was a junior, he must have already understood the true meaning of the gun. This is an extremely amazing thing. But the 3 deans also knew one thing.
That means Chenmo has comprehended half of the gun intent, which almost means that he will have no problem entering the top 12. You know, half gun intent almost represents the ability to control one's own body and the ability to control gun skills, which has reached a level close to that of a master. If you were facing a real person, it might be a little more difficult. But for a robot that has no intelligence and is purely computational, it would be easy to sweep it away. In the machine canyon, there are only more than 10 mid-level 4th grade machine puppets. There are only 2 high-level 4th grade mechanical puppets. Even if Chenmo didn't deal with it, it would be extremely easy for him to just dodge.
TSK. Gu Lingen's expression was a little complicated.
At this speed, Chenmo estimated that he could reach the destination within 10 minutes. I wonder what expressions those sophomore geniuses would have when they find out that they have been surpassed by their juniors.
The other side.
Xing Tianyi looked at the expressions of the deans of the three colleges, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Are you so shocked by just half a gun intention?
If you knew that Chenmo had mastered all the gun intent, you would probably be so shocked that your eyes would pop out. However, Xing Tianyi was not in a hurry to speak.
He wants to hold back a big wave.
When it came to the second round of the competition for the immortal weapon, the moment of the ring battle, that was when Chenmo really wanted to show his true performance. When I think about what the expressions of the three deans will be at that time, a feeling of excitement swept through Xing Tianyi's heart. As Chenmo stepped over the puppet fragments under his feet, he continued to walk into the machine canyon,
carrying a gun on his shoulder. Not afraid of anything.
At the end of the machine canyon, the geniuses were still chatting.
It's already 6 minutes. It seems I can't break Shang Tianlei's record. What the hell are you dreaming about? 6 minutes? Even a god couldn't do that. Ha 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 ha. Honestly, I really envy Chenmo for having this opportunity. Yes. When you are a freshman, you can come and compete for immortal weapons to train. No way, he was specially recruited after all. Which of us isn't a special recruit? We have to admit that there is a gap between the prodigies.
Time passed slowly, and it had already been 10 minutes.
Everyone sighed and started chatting.
Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu also began to close their eyes and rest, preparing for the upcoming ring battle. After all, in their eyes, Chenmo was only a mid-level third-rank warrior. Being able to pass through the machine canyon is already an extremely remarkable thing. Not to mention being able to reach the top 12 in the ranking of those who have passed the machine canyon.
I guess, last one?
Among the crowd, only Shang Tianlei's eyes were always focused on the machine canyon. His heartbeat became louder and louder, and he even stretched out his red lips and licked the corners of his mouth.
It's getting closer. TSK. What a fun thunder type. Never seen it before. My Thunderbolt is also excited about this.
As this whisper fell. At this moment, a thin figure slowly walked out of the mechanical puppet.
Everyone looked up and saw Chenmo with a calm face. It's out. It took a few minutes. Let me see, 11 minutes and 7 seconds? 11 minutes. That's not even a minute for a freshman. Wait. What the hell did you say? Chenmo passed the test in 11 minutes. Oh my god.
In an instant, everyone looked at Chenmo in shock. There was a sudden jump between his eyebrows.
Unbelievable. Chapter 60 Arena. 11 minutes? What is this concept?
You know, those who participate in the competition for the immortal weapon are the top 20 sophomores.
Excluding the top 10, their average time is around 14 minutes. And now, Chenmo's time is actually 11 minutes? Damn it! Is this really a freshman? What does this prove? Relying on his status as a freshman, Chenmo defeated hundreds of sophomores. He even ranked 11th among this group of sophomore geniuses. What a monster!
Many geniuses ranked outside the 12th place changed their expressions. His contempt for Chenmo also completely changed at this moment.
This guy is so scary. No wonder he was able to surpass his level and kill the ferocious beast lord?
The geniuses ranked within the top 10 also looked at Chenmo with a serious look. In their opinion, Chenmo is already capable of competing with them. Even though Chenmo is only in the middle of the third rank, they cannot relax at all in the subsequent competition. And behind all the geniuses, looking at Chenmo's thin figure, Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She never thought that a freshman could achieve this. You know, every one of their students has gone through a year of exams, big and small. Whether it is practical ability or theoretical ability, they are much higher than the so-called freshmen. In fact, almost all the geniuses who made it into the top 20 had more or less practiced top-level techniques, such as Tongtian method, Lingtian method, Yutian method. In this situation, Chenmo was still able to defeat them and even ranked in the top 12.
11 minutes. It can be ranked 11th.
Lin Qingzhu could almost see that the faces of the 12 people turned extremely pale in an instant, and then turned into a bitter smile and helpless expression.
This kid seems interesting. Looking at the handsome Chenmo, a hint of curiosity appeared on Lin Qingzhu's face.
Perhaps, in the second round, Lin Qingzhu will be able to know exactly what kind of strength Chenmo has, and why he has reached the 11th place.
And on the other side,
Zhou Wenyu looked surprised.
His face burned with pain.
You know, before, he seemed to be desperately thinking that Chenmo was not capable of doing it.
And at this moment, Chenmo actually gave him such a big surprise.
This guy's strength, wow, I didn't expect him to be so strong.
It turns out the leaders didn't want to give Chenmo a chance to train. It's to let Chenmo really see if he can compete for the immortal weapon. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Wenyu immediately returned to his normal composure. Be strong then.
Anyway, in this test, it is absolutely impossible to threaten his top 3 position.
In this exam, only Lin Qingzhu and Sheng Tianlei gave him some pressure.
However, Zhou Wenyu did not expect that Sheng Tianlei had actually guessed Chenmo's record of entering the top 12.
The purple-robed young man standing beside him looked at Chenmo's figure and smiled softly. Fusion. Evolution. Only thunder can make me stronger. And Chenmo's thunder. Sheng Tianlei's voice became smaller and smaller and finally disappeared.
Looking at the shocked, surprised and unbelievable eyes of the crowd, Chenmo just shrugged.
Actually, he can also exit Machine Canyon at a much faster speed. Moreover, the results shown will definitely shock countless people. Only to see, during the battle. Fatally, Chenmo felt that his gun intent seemed to be about to break through. Then, let's warm up our hands. Before the big battle, some foreplay is still necessary. Get your blood boiling. My own spear intent has not yet been revealed. If it were to be shown, what a dazzling scene it would be.
This time, Chenmo is determined to win the immortal weapon.
Only by obtaining the immortal weapon can his strength be taken to a higher level. It can also provide space for the god-killing spear intent to be truly displayed. He really wanted to know the scene when the god-slaying spear intent and the Nine Heavens Dark Thunder god body truly erupted.
At this moment, 5 streams of light fell from the sky, and everyone rushed towards them.
They were the 4 deans and vice presidents.
Everyone hurriedly bowed and saluted, but Huaxiu waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to bow.
Finally, the 5 visitors suddenly glanced at Chenmo.
You know, Chenmo was able to enter the top 12 and participate in the second round of the immortal weapon competition arena. They Gu Linghan, Shen Tui, Xiang Tianga, and Huaxiu were not surprised.
Instead, what surprised them was the calmness Chenmo displayed when dealing with the final high-level 4th-grade mechanical puppet.
It's like an old man teasing a naughty boy, he's just warming up his skills and has never shown his true strength.
Could it be that Chenmo is still hiding?
And when they looked at Xing Tianyi crossed his arms and whistled, as if nothing had to do with him.
There was nothing anyone could do. Have to. By the time the second round of the ring battle comes, Chenmo's hidden strength will definitely be forced out. They were quite curious about one thing. That is, after a month of training, what level of true strength has Chenmo reached? This is something to look forward to. Then,
Huaxiu, the vice president, stood at the front and smiled at everyone.
Now that the test in Machine Canyon has concluded. Then, the next step should be the second round of testing, the ring battle. When the top 12 sophomore prodigies heard the words ring battle, they couldn't help but feel nervous. You know, only after you rank among the top 5 in the second round of the arena test will you have the opportunity to get in touch with the magic weapon. No top 5? That means everything is off the table. This is almost the most important thing among the 3 holy martial arts universities. Only by mastering the immortal weapon can one go one step further and better lead to the endless road of martial arts.
Huaxiu chuckled and then gently shook his hand.
In an instant, the earth trembled, and a huge silver arena suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
Huaxiu smiled lightly.
The second round of tests for the immortal weapon competition over the years has always been extremely simple. Through a random draw, the top 12 will select their opponents. Victory, advancement. Failure means no advancement. It's that simple. If you choose a strong opponent, don't say there's any shady dealings. You know, on the battlefield against ferocious beasts, luck is also a part of strength. At the same time, luck is also extremely important in the fight for immortal artifacts.
Huaxiu's tone was calm and he stated something calmly.
There is no absolute fairness in this world. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will conduct a random lottery.
Huaxiu said softly. All of a sudden, a virtual screen flashed in front of everyone, and then, the places jumped rapidly.
Everyone became nervous. Finally, the quota is determined. The first ring battle. Shang Tianlei versus Dugashang.
Looking at these two names, Chenmo narrowed his eyes.
Shang Tianlei's strength is almost the strongest in the entire sophomore year.
He also wanted to see how strong Shang Tianlei was.
Are you stronger than him? Chenmo smiled lightly. Chapter 61, Thunder. First match, Shang Tianlei versus Dugashang.
As Wuxiu finished speaking, the four major colleges and vice presidents all floated in the air, and then a huge auditorium suddenly appeared. And on the stage, two figures suddenly rushed over.
Chenmo stood under the ring with his arms crossed over his chest.
Before it was his turn, he could watch.
On the stage, Gu Dusheng had a bitter smile on his face.
He had never thought that he would meet Shang Tianlei in the first game.
Shang Tianlei's face was calm and composed. How do you want to lose? Shang Tianlei smiled lightly. How arrogant.
This thought flashed through everyone's mind. However, everyone knew that Shang Tianlei did have the capital. Gu Dusheng's eyes also became firm, and he raised his hands.
In an instant, a spear appeared. I will defeat you.
Gu Dusheng's eyes were sharp. The geniuses who were able to enter the top 12 were almost all in the middle of the 4th rank. And Shang Tianlei is only at the high 4th level. However, Gu Dusheng knew that this mere difference in rank was like the difference between heaven and earth.
In an instant,
the muscles in Gu Dusheng's body suddenly changed rapidly. Every muscle texture was twisted together like a pretzel, and in an instant, he released all his strength with the spear in his hand. He is also a strong man from Tongtian Academy, and what he practices is the Tongtian method. And on the sharp spear, there was a layer of flame light, and with the extremely exquisite spear force, he stabbed forward. Shang Tianlei looked at the spear that was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes and smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, he raised his arm. Then, moved forward slightly.
Thunder of despair, sky trapping finger. Laugh.
Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed by, like a meteor, and suddenly pointed towards the lonely person.
Boom.
The spear in Dugashang's hand suddenly trembled violently, and then the lightning struck Dugashang's chest like a devastating force. The next moment, Dugashang flew backwards and fell onto the stage. And Wuxiu also announced, the winner of this duel is Shang Tianlei.
Such strong strength. Dugashang was defeated with just one finger. I can feel that Shang Tianlei's thunder power is stronger than before. What on earth has happened these days?
Not only did the geniuses look surprised, but even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu had very solemn expressions. They all smelled a different scent from Shang Tianlei's lightning. Among the crowd, Chenmo's gaze also fell on Shang Tianlei.
This lightning pressure. It seems to be at SSS level, right?
Suddenly, a flash of excitement flashed across Chenmo's eyes. It seemed that in this duel, there was an opponent that really made him excited. In the viewing seats above the sky, the deans also nodded. TSK, this energy intensity is worthy of being from Tongtian Academy. Gu Lingan's face was flushed. He didn't use the Tongtian method, but the power he unleashed was so powerful. He really deserves to be the #1 prodigy in the sophomore year.
Even Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy had to admit his admiration at this moment.
His talent may have evolved.
Sharp-eyed Xiang Tianga asked, is it SSS level? Hearing what Xiang Tianga said, Gu Linghan smiled softly, that's right, it's SSS level. Suddenly, Xiang Tianga and Dean Shen Tuyi took a deep breath. They didn't expect that the monster Shang Tianlei would appear at this time. They originally thought that Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu might have a chance to compete with Shang Tianlei. But Shang Tianlei actually broke through his natural ability to SSS level. Then, the chance of winning becomes very slim.
Seeing this, the two of them couldn't help but sigh.
Maybe a dark horse will emerge soon? Xing Tianyi crossed his arms. Everyone was speechless. Gu Linghan chuckled and said, Old Xing. Stop worrying about your Xiao Chen.
I know Xiao Chen is strong, but not this year.
He will be able to truly demonstrate his talent tomorrow.
It's a miracle that he can make it into the top 12 this year.
Could it be that you still expect him to be first? Xiang Tianga and Shen Tuyi also nodded.
Now it seems that the opponents Chenmo faces are almost all mid-4th grade opponents who have practiced the pinnacle of martial arts.
Unless Chenmo understands the meaning of the gun. Otherwise there is absolutely no hope.
But the meaning of the gun is extremely difficult to comprehend. There are almost no such people during their entire freshman, sophomore, and junior years at Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
And at the Zhangqiong Martial Arts University and the Xingkong Martial Arts University, there seems to be one each. But I only realized this when I was in my junior year, at the age of 20.
And it was those two Saint Martial Arts universities devoted themselves to training them, with the purpose of making them stand out in the three-school competition 2 months later.
Only. Even they could only master it at the age of 20, let alone Chenmo, an 18-year-old boy? Shaking their heads, they continued watching the game.
Next, it was Zhou Wenyu's turn to fight against a Tongtian Academy student who was in the middle 4th rank.
"Mr. Zhou, please teach me," the other party said. "Okay."
Zhou Wenyu nodded, but there was still no sign of concern in his eyes. Then, the other party's eyes focused, and in an instant, all the muscles in his body tensed up, and he shot out like a spring. At some point, a huge boxing glove appeared on his right hand, and right in front of the glove was an ice spike condensed from inch-by-inch ice crystals.
Biting cold. Biting. However, this kind of attack did not arouse Zhou Wenyu's interest at all. Imperial Gold, Imperial Sky, Ultimate Defense.
Suddenly, a golden light flashed on Zhou Wenyu's body, and then he suddenly stretched out his palm towards the other party.
Boom!
When the palms and fists collided, a huge airwave suddenly erupted, and even the ring was cracked. However, just in the next moment, Zhou Wenyu used this palm to knock the opponent out of the ring. The opponent stood up, gave a wry smile, bowed and stood aside.
What a strong defense!
The geniuses were all shocked. As 4th grade warriors, they could naturally see that Zhou Wenyu was not using force to push the other party out. Instead, it simply relied on its terrifying defensive power and the recoil effect it brought to knock people away.
Our Zhou Wenyu is not bad either, Shen Tuyi said with a hum.
The others also nodded slightly in agreement. After all, being able to cultivate the heaven controlling technique to such a level during the sophomore year was quite impressive.
Moreover, he possesses the rare SS-level gold controlling talent, which allows him to transform his skin membrane into a metal coat. If used in conjunction with the Yutian method, it will definitely be an excellent tank on the battlefield in the future. Next, the places will be drawn again. The third match is between Lin Qingzhu and Xia Tao, Hua Xiu announced.
Suddenly, there was another round of noise on the field.
Chapter 62 Ouyang Jing.
Lin Qingzhu is here.
The master of sophomore kendo.
It seems that the kendo course has been completed.
TSK, a strong man and a school beauty.
The geniuses said one after another, "You know, there are many outstanding women, but those who are as versatile as Lin Qingzhu are extremely rare."
Even Chenmo couldn't help but nod slightly. He could sense the faint outline of sword intent on Lin Qingzhu's body.
Obviously, this is a master who has cultivated swordsmanship to the level of true self.
Seems like he's a good opponent? Chenmo muttered to himself.
And in an instant, Lin Qingzhu walked onto the ring, looked at his opponent, and smiled gently.
"Please enlighten me. Please teach me," the opponent Xia Tao said quickly.
Although Xia Tao was extremely polite, when the bell rang for the battle, he rushed out without any hesitation.
Roar!
In an instant, a ferocious white tiger appeared on Xia Tao's body, rushing towards Lin Qingzhu like a steel chariot. You know, what Xia Tao practiced was the Tongtian method, which was extremely powerful. If it were to collide with them, I'm afraid that ordinary 4th grade middle level or even 4th grade high level warriors would find it extremely difficult. However, Lin Qingzhu just smiled lightly. In an instant, a thin and soft long sword suddenly appeared in her hand.
Lingtian Paomiao Sword Shadow Infinite.
All of a sudden, the soft sword in Lin Qingzhu's hand suddenly burst out with hundreds of sword shadows, and these sword shadows rushed towards Xia Tao densely.
"What a fast sword," someone exclaimed. Xia Tao on the opposite side got goosebumps all over his body and was about to defend.
Suddenly, the crisp sound of a sword rang out.
Then, Lin Qingzhu's soft sword was placed on Xia Tao's neck. "I lost." Xia Tao had a distraught look on his face. After hearing the announcement, he walked off the stage on his own accord. The remaining geniuses couldn't help but look shocked.
Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu are too strong.
What the hell? I killed every opponent in one move. Their final exams aren't this scary yet.
You know, during the final exams, everyone was able to get back and forth with the three of them.
And now, he was killed instantly with just one move? It's unbelievable.
I'm afraid that these three people will still be hiding their true strengths in the final exam. Thinking of this, the remaining 5 sophomores suddenly looked solemn.
There is no hope for the top 3. Now, we can only compete for the top 5. As long as you can get into the top 5, you will have a chance to obtain a magic weapon.
At this time, they looked at each other again.
And then, a series of battle broadcasts began to sound. Then, 2 more battles ended.
At this point, the only person who did not pass the test in the first round was a sophomore prodigy.
There is another freshman from freshman year. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. Huoxiu, who was standing on the sky, also smiled lightly, and then said, "First round, last match, Chenmo versus Ouyang Jing."
Suddenly, 2 figures leaped onto the silver-white arena. Suddenly, a lively discussion broke out in the audience.
"Tsk tisk, it's Chenmo's turn. I didn't expect that the one I was fighting against would be Ouyang Jing. He's ranked 4th in the Machine Canyon. Second only to those 3 monsters. I thought Chenmo could make further progress, but now he's in big trouble. It's okay, I just came here to train, I'm not really here to get a magic weapon. Ouyang Jing won't hold back. With the Lingtian technique he's practiced, I'm afraid he'll beat Chenmo black and blue." Voices of discussion suddenly rang out, and even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu turned their gazes towards the arena. "Who do you think will win?"
Zhou Wenyu asked with a smile.
"Who else could it be?"
Lin Qingzhu shrugged.
"In my opinion, Chenmo has about a 20% chance of winning, right?" Zhou Wenyu was stunned and looked at Lin Qingzhu. "No. Is Ouyang Jing only worth 80% in your heart?"
"You know, his strength is enough to kill a 3rd-grade warrior."
Lin Qingzhu didn't say anything.
There are ripples of color in her beautiful eyes. It was not because of anything else, but because she felt a cryptic sense of artistic conception from Chenmo.
Could it be that Chenmo has mastered the gun intent? 1 year younger than her, he mastered the gun intent? Is this possible?
And in the spectator seats above the sky,
Gu Linghan looked at the person Chenmo was challenging and smiled softly. "Old Xiang, remember to tell Ouyang Jing to be gentle. He has already mastered the Lingtian method."
The proficiency of martial arts is divided into entry, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. Therefore, there are only a handful of people in the entire sophomore year who can practice to the level of proficiency.
Xiang Tianga hadn't spoken yet, but Xing Tiani spoke first. "Don't let Chenmo be killed instantly by Ouyang Jing." Xing Tiani snorted coldly. "Instant kill?" Gu Linghan laughed. "How is that possible? Even if Chenmo is cultivated to the level of half-spear intent, so what?
Given the absolute gap in realm and martial arts, Chenmo's chances of winning are almost 0%. Old Xing, I know you're protective of your shortcomings, but you can't be so protective." Xing Tiani snorted coldly, his face expressionless. Without saying another word, he looked at Chenmo on the ring. But deep down in his heart,
"Chenmo, hurry up and show them what you have." And on the ring,
Ouyang Jing was wearing a snow-white robe, his hair was long and his fingers were extremely white, but there was a hint of indifference in his eyes.
"If I take action, I usually show no mercy. If you don't want to stay in bed for 2 months, I suggest you go down."
Ouyang Jing smiled gently as he spoke, but in this smile, there was an infinite amount of coldness. In an instant, an invisible hurricane suddenly rose up, and waves suddenly gathered from all directions.
And these waves, like mountains, suddenly pressed down towards Chenmo. Obviously, Ouyang Jing was using his innate abilities to put pressure on Chenmo. Ouyang Jing's SS level gravity is really scary. That's right. It can not only threaten the enemy, but also provide convenience for yourself. Combined with the use of Lingtian Fa, it's absolutely amazing. This is also the most likely way to challenge those 3 monsters.
Actually, there's no need to watch.
Chenmo has already lost. If I, Chenmo, had admitted defeat now, maybe I could have avoided getting hit twice. Everyone spoke immediately.
As if he had heard what the people around him were saying, Ouyang Jing smiled softly. "Did you hear that?
They're calling you."
Before he finished speaking, Chenmo smiled and said, "Senior, this is a competition, not a place for gossip." Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet.
Ouyang Jing's face gradually turned pale.
He looked at Chenmo, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
"Really? If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." Chapter 63 The Week. "Really? If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for it.
Looking at Chenmo's calm face, a cold light flashed across Ouyang Jing's face.
In an instant, the hurricanes surrounding Ouyang Jing suddenly spun up. Buzz! An invisible gravity was suddenly released. Just outside the field, the geniuses had already sensed a pressure coming from all over their bodies. And this is the effect of gravity. Under this oppressive gravity, no matter whether they condense energy, surge blood and energy, or move, they will be subject to a layer of negative debuff. Therefore, when combined with Ouyang Jing, who possesses the Ling Tian method, this effect will become extremely terrifying and powerful. I guess Chenmo can't hold on any longer? A genius laughed lightly.
But when their eyes fell on the ring, everyone suddenly froze in place.
No? Chenmo? Why is there still no response? Chenmo, standing on the ring, still had a calm expression on his face and even yawned. As if, very boring? Is this your gravity? It's quite powerful. Feeling the pressure from all around him, Chenmo smiled lightly, not bad. However, when these words fell into Ouyang Jing's ears, it was undoubtedly a shame. You know, after releasing the gravity field, almost all warriors of the same age and level as him would have serious expressions. In this gravitational field, no one can remain calm and at ease. A cold light flashed across Ouyang Jing's eyes. This kid is definitely pretending. When he thought of this, Ouyang Jing's mouth curled up slightly, and there was only contempt in his eyes when he looked at Chenmo. It seems that this freshman in front of me is just pretending to be relaxed. Kid. Ouyang Jing crossed his arms and said, originally I wanted you to give up. But, it seems that you are still too stubborn. In that case, don't blame me for taking action. Boom. Suddenly, a gravity wave like a volcanic eruption suddenly broke out. The air from all directions was suddenly squeezed and torn apart, and countless air dragons surged out and swept across. The faces of the geniuses couldn't help but change. They knew that Ouyang Jing might be serious. Go all out against a freshman? Why? Why else? Ouyang Jing was pissed off by that guy. As various voices fell, a series of bright light shields suddenly rose up, protecting everyone in front to prevent them from being affected by the battle. Lin Xinju, it seems that you guessed wrong this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms over his chest, a slight smile playing on his lips. Feeling the gravitational field erupting from Ouyang Jing, Zhou Wenyu just smiled faintly. Under such an attack, almost no third-grade warrior could withstand it. Even if Chenmo has another trump card, he can never defeat Ouyang Jing. However, Lin Xinju did not speak. She was on par with Sheng Tianlei, both with their eyes fixed on the arena. Looking at the expressions of Lin Xinju and Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu frowned. Could it be that these two people really think Chenmo can win? And in the viewing seats above the sky, Xing Tianyi couldn't help but become nervous. You know, even if it was the spear intent that Chenmo displayed. However, facing Ouyang Jing's attack, it was still a little insufficient. I don't know if Chenmo can defeat him? This is a problem. If it were some ordinary sophomore geniuses, Xing Tianyi still thought that there would be no problem. Old Xiang, Ouyang Jing is being disrespectful. Remember to protect him. At that time, Xing Tianyi spoke. After all, Ouyang Jing is from Lingtian Academy, so it is most appropriate to let Xiang Tiange take action. Xiang Tiange nodded, I understand. Gu Linghan looked at the slightly nervous look on Lao Xing's face and smiled gently. It seems that Lao Xing is not so sure either. After all, it is quite remarkable that Chenmo has reached this level today. Able to master half-rifle skills at the age of 18. This result was only second to the most outstanding and insightful students trained by the two Saint Martial Arts universities for the three-school competition. Next, they could take a look at what Chenmo's secret weapon is, right? As many eyes turned towards the ring, Ouyang Jing smiled softly. Then, his robes were rustling. He stretched out his hands, and suddenly there was a chaotic ball of wind and waves in his palms. If you look closely, you will see that it is not wind or waves. But it is a sphere that gathers disordered gravity. Next, I will kill you instantly with one move. Ouyang Jing felt the pressure of the gravity ball in his palm and smiled lightly. Chenmo smiled slightly and said, maybe, me too? Ouyang Jing was too lazy to say anything more to Chenmo. Some people are arrogant geniuses who like to talk nonsense in their dreams. Next, let Senior Ouyang wake you up. Gravity Lingtian compressed world. Bang. In an instant, terrifying energy suddenly gushed out from Ouyang Jing's feet, and this gravitational energy blasted a huge pit about 10 feet in the ground.
Then, his entire body suddenly rushed out.
No. And that's not all.
I saw that every blood vessel, every muscle fiber, and every meridian in his body were undergoing earth-shaking changes.
They move, they condense, they transform.
Martial arts is a unique skill that explores the mysteries of the human body and can maximize the martial artist's ability to control the body. The 4 martial arts methods of Xianyuan Martial Arts University are designed to develop this potential to the extreme.
Under the dual effects of Lingtian Fa and gravitational force field,
Ouyang Jing's speed has reached a speed that breaks the limit.
Buzz.
The wind and waves surged all around, and Ouyang Jing's figure suddenly disappeared. Then, under many astonished gazes, Ouyang Jing suddenly came in front of Chenmo.
Cut.
Ouyang Jing roared, and the center of gravity ball in the palm of his hand was released with a bang. A huge airwave surged out, like a raisin gun, and smashed towards Chenmo's chest.
Chenmo was finished.
This was the only thought that flashed through everyone's mind.
However, what happened next made everyone's eyes widen.
On the ring, Chenmo looked at Ouyang Jing, whose figure was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, and smiled lightly.
Too weak. Wrong. It's too slow.
Chenmo raised his hand gently, and then a dark thunder spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. The spear was calm, without any energy surging.
Because, in Chenmo's opinion, Ouyang Jing doesn't need to condense a very powerful dark thunder spear. Do you know why you lost to me?
Feeling the strange aura surging from Chenmo, Ouyang Jing's face changed, and he sensed an alarming sense of crisis.
Chenmo must be killed immediately. Ouyang Jing's right palm suddenly slapped towards Chenmo. As long as Chenmo was hit, he would fly backwards. However, Chenmo smiled lightly and said the next sentence. Because you are weaker than me. In an instant. The spear is like a dragon, piercing through heaven and earth. Gun intent. Now. Chapter 64, Acquisition. Buzz.
The long spear was like a dragon, and then, an invisible spear intent gushed out. Chenmo didn't hesitate at all, but instead released a burst of gun intent.
Play the pig and eat the tiger? But it's not what he likes. We must fight. It's going to be a kill. Boom.
Under the influence of this gun intent, everyone's expressions suddenly froze.
Gun intent. Gun intent. Gun intent. Chenmo actually understood the meaning of the gun.
Everyone just felt their scalps tingling, their faces filled with disbelief, shock and astonishment. You know, the condition for comprehending the meaning of the gun requires perfect level of gun skills. This shooting skill is above the level of true self-shooting.
And now, Chenmo is only 18 years old, a freshman, and he has already mastered the perfect level of marksmanship? Everyone just felt like they were in a dream. Next to the crowd, Zhou Wenyu's eyes were full of disbelief. Chenmo. This guy actually comprehended the gun intent?
A look of shock flashed across Zhou Wenyu's eyes. As a top sophomore genius, he naturally knew how difficult it was to comprehend the meaning of the gun.
And now, Chenmo actually understood the meaning of the gun. This is probably hard for thousands of people to imagine. No wonder.
No wonder Chenmo was able to break through the machine canyon and enter the second round of the competition for immortal weapons with the help of a third-grade warrior. It turned out to be this reason. Even now, Zhou Wenyu had to admit that Chenmo was really qualified to fight him. Lin Qingzhu, who was standing next to Zhou Wenyu, widened her beautiful eyes.
There's nothing wrong with my perception. Chenmo
has truly mastered the power of artistic conception. Even such a talented person as Lin Qingzhu was momentarily distracted when he saw Chenmo's gun intention. You know, since she was a child, she has been praised as a talented swordsman.
Countless kendo gym owners have praised it highly. Lin Qingzhu's goal has always been to comprehend the sword intent before the age of 20. Then, it became the first move that amazed the entire Daxia Federation. However, at this moment, she discovered that Chenmo's artistic conception had reached the level of complete artistic conception. She hasn't even reached half of the sword intent. Suddenly, a thought suddenly wandered in her mind. Maybe, that would actually work.
Beside Lin Qingzhu, Sheng Tianlei's mouth corners gradually curled up as he looked at Chenmo, who was emitting a sky-covering artistic conception on the stage.
He likes it this way. He likes this kind of genius with talent in thunder and lightning. Come on. Chenmo. The stronger you act. That just made me want to step on you even more. Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms across his chest, and in his eyes, lightning snakes lingered, flashing and exploding. Thunder talented. Only he can be the king. Even though Chenmo possessed the gun intent, in Sheng Tianlei's opinion, so what? He will personally crush Chenmo's pride. Snap. Swish, swish, swish. Almost all three deans stood up from their seats at the same time, looking at the scene on the ring in disbelief. It was as if there was a helicopter buzzing in the brains of the three deans. No? Chenmo's marksmanship is at the perfection level? No? Chenmo understood the gun intent? No? Chenmo? The three deans suddenly looked towards Xingtianyi, their faces full of disbelief. After Xingtianyi noticed the gazes of the three people, he just smiled lightly and said in a voice transmission. Well. I've already said it before, Chenmo's strength is really not as simple as it appears. Why don't you believe me? After realizing the horror of Chenmo's artistic conception power erupting, Xingtianyi's heart, which had been lifted up in his chest, couldn't help but relax. Even he did not expect that the gun intent that Chenmo swept out at this moment would be so terrifying. In that case, Xingtianyi folded his arms across his chest and sat down with an indifferent look on his face. As if he was sure of winning everything. Seeing Xingtianyi's expression, the three deans' mouths twitched suddenly. Chenmo comprehended the artistic conception? This guy is hiding it and won't tell anyone. It's obvious that he wanted to wait until this moment to slap them in the face. While the three deans wished they could strangle Xingtianyi to death, their hearts were also filled with turmoil. 18 years old. A genius who comprehends the power of artistic conception. What's more, this genius who has comprehended the power of artistic conception actually mastered three talents. In order to prepare for the three-school competition, the other two holy martial arts universities took great pains to train these two geniuses. Nowadays, Chenmo's level of mastery of artistic conception is on the same level as theirs. Who can believe this? If the current Chenmo were sent to the three-school competition, perhaps just revealing the spear intent would be enough to shock the students of the other two Saint Martial Arts universities? Suddenly, they thought of what the principal said a month ago. It seems that this year's three-school competition will allow freshmen and sophomores to participate. If the current Chenmo were placed among the freshmen of the other two schools, he would probably be killed with just feet. For some reason, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xin Tui suddenly felt a sour feeling in their hearts. Will it be missing Chenmo? Did they really miss out on hundreds of billions? And all this happened in an instant. On the silver-white arena. Ouyang Jing opened his eyes wide, his trembling pupils filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How could you possibly comprehend the meaning of a gun? With a loud shout, the gravity ball in Ouyang Jing's right hand expanded rapidly, and in almost the blink of an eye, it had reached a diameter of 1 meter. Ouyang Jing knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. If he hesitates any longer, he will be the only one who loses. This is something Ouyang Jing cannot accept. Gravity, the ultimate compressed world. Rumble. A huge gravity wave erupted again. The terrifying gravity field caused the surrounding air to collapse, and countless airwaves flew towards the sky as if escaping. It is obvious that Ouyang Jing has already pushed his gravity energy to the extreme level. However, all of this is just in vain in front of Chenmo. A sigh flashed across Chenmo's eyes. Then, at the moment when Ouyang Jing's gravity ball hit Chenmo drew his gun. An ordinary shot. An unremarkable shot. Even an extremely bland shot. However, everyone felt a terrifying aura from the spear that made their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble with fear. The dark thunder spear tore through the air with overwhelming force. The light of the gun, which was filled with the power to destroy the world, all gathered on the tip of the gun. Tear. Only the sound of a gunshot was heard. Under Ouyang Jing's astonished gaze, Chenmo's spear instantly tore Ouyang Jing's gravity ball apart completely. Then, a cold star like a ray of light broke the air between heaven and earth. Buzz. In just a moment, Chenmo's spear tore through the air and stabbed towards Ouyang Jing. Looking at the spear that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Ouyang Jing's face turned pale in an instant. No. Don't want. As this terrified voice fell, Chenmo's spear seemed to stop an inch in front of Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing looked at Chenmo's dark thunder spear, and drops of sweat like oil fell from his forehead. His chest heaved, and his robe was completely soaked with cold sweat. Looking at Ouyang Jing, who was still in shock.
Chenmo clenched his hand, and the dark thunder spear turned into star-like light particles and disappeared into the air. It seems that this guy can't force out even a shred of his strength.
You know, he hasn't even revealed his god-killing attribute yet.
Facing Ouyang Jing, there was nothing but a sense of no attribute or artistic conception.
I wonder what kind of terrifying power Chenmo will be able to unleash after his god-killing state of mind is revealed. Even he doesn't know. This may be something worth looking forward to.
After a while, Chenmo realized that he was still on the ring.
Then, Chenmo smiled gently at Ouyang Jing, who was soaked and limp with fear. Senior. Thank you. Chapter 65 Attributes. Senior, thank you for letting me.
Chenmo's murmur was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire venue.
Quiet. The entire arena was plunged into complete silence.
Before this, no one had ever thought that Chenmo could actually defeat Ouyang Jing.
He even swept past with such ease.
You know, Ouyang Jing's strength is not weak, otherwise, he would not be ranked 4th in the entire sophomore year.
However, the strength displayed by Chenmo was even more terrifying.
Even in this battle, before everyone could even see what his innate abilities were, Chenmo defeated Ouyang Jing with just a spear.
There is no end to the law of heaven. No special talents. Yes, there is only a pure gun intent. This is really terrifying.
You know, in the past, there was no such thing as a monster who could appear as a freshman and challenge the top 10 sophomores. There has never been one in the past.
And now, Chenmo actually did it. This guy's talent is truly amazing.
Now everyone has only one thought left. It seems that Chenmo can only be dealt with by Lin Xingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Shang Tianlei.
Only.
A sense of expectation flickered vaguely in everyone's mind.
What if Chenmo defeats even the 3 of them? How glorious would that be?
Besides the crowd, the 3 geniuses also had their own expressions.
Maybe, it really depends on him.
Lin Xingzhu looked at Chenmo's face, feeling a vague emotion that she couldn't explain.
This is a complex emotion that combines frustration with a desire for knowledge.
Even Lin Xingzhu had not expected that there was someone younger than her who could surpass him in terms of artistic conception.
If it's purely based on the spear's intent, my defense will have no problem resisting it.
Looking at Chenmo, who was calm and composed, a solemn look flashed across Zhou Wenyu's brows. But there wasn't much of a solemn look on his face. You know, the gap between Chenmo and him is extremely huge, both in realm and in martial arts training. Therefore, Zhou Wenyu could naturally boldly believe that Chenmo was still not his opponent. The focus of this competition should still be on Shang Tianlei.
He wants revenge.
As for Shang Tianlei, he still had his hands folded across his chest, his eyes flashing with lightning, and it was unknown what he was thinking about.
Now, should we announce the results? Principal Hua?
Looking at the people in the sky who were still in shock, Chenmo smiled lightly. In the sky, a smile flashed across Wuxiu's face. The winner of this battle is Chenmo. After hearing this, Chenmo smiled lightly. When he was about to turn around and leave the stage, a voice suddenly rang out.
Why are you so strong? Ouyang Jing looked at Chenmo, and his trembling pupils still revealed an expression of disbelief.
He still couldn't understand why a freshman, a warrior of only the middle level of the 3rd rank, could be so strong. He has been practicing hard for so long.
He even cultivated Lingtian Fa to the entry level. Why? Why am I still not Chenmo's opponent?
After hearing this, Chenmo smiled lightly and turned around.
Sometimes, true genius cannot be measured by age or grade. After saying that, Chenmo jumped down.
A breeze blew, making his robe and black hair dance wildly.
A true genius?
After Ouyang Jing carefully murmured these words, a bitter smile finally appeared on his face.
I am not as good as him. The geniuses were in an uproar.
However, no one spoke out to refute Chenmo.
Because, the 5 words true genius are suitable to describe Chenmo.
Everyone seemed to know that Chenmo might be one of the recipients of the immortal weapon this time. There was only envy in their eyes, without any jealousy after all. Chenmo really defeated them. It seems that now only Lin Xingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Shang Tianlei can fight Chenmo.
What a crazy boy. Zhou Wenyu frowned slightly. If he were to meet Chenmo, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Chenmo.
Lin Xingzhu murmured to himself, artistic conception.
Shang Tianlei was mumbling something, but no one knew what he was saying. The other side. The auditorium in the sky.
Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xin Tui were undoubtedly caught in the aftermath of the shock.
Gu Linghan was the first to react,
Damn it, Xingtiani, did you already know that Chenmo had comprehended the spear intent?
Xingtiani remained calm. I definitely don't know. How could I know?
I trust my students.
Shintuyi rolled his eyes at Xingtiani and said, I think you just want to slap us in the face.
Xiang Tianga raised his hand, yes, I think so too. Seeing that the three deans were united in their hatred of the enemy, Xingtiani couldn't help laughing and burst into laughter. The hearty laughter reached the ears of every dean. At this moment, a trace of regret flashed through the hearts of Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shintui. If they knew that Chenmo had an extremely strong comprehension and was able to comprehend the meaning of the gun at the age of 18, they would do anything to get Chenmo into their pocket. However, it seems that all this is too late at this moment. Huaxiao smiled lightly, you three don't have to regret too much. After all, there are so many things to regret in this world, and this one is not bad.
The three deans.
Gu Linghan suddenly laughed and said, it seems that this time, the dream of Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Songchong Martial Arts University to suppress us will be completely shattered. The remaining deans and Huaxiao nodded at the same time. This year, the military department of the Daxia Federation specifically required freshmen and sophomores to participate in the three-school competition. It is estimated that the two neighboring universities specially applied for it in order to show off their students. You know, Xianyuan Martial Arts University's performance has not been good in recent years, and it has even been ranked last for 4 consecutive years. As a result, in provinces with better resources, they simply cannot recruit good students. And this time, Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Songchong Martial Arts University did this, probably to completely destroy their reputation. His heart is terrifying. If it were before, they might have been a little nervous. But this year, a Chenmo appeared? When I think of Chenmo showing off his spear skills in the three-school competition, shocking everyone.
TSK.
An expectant smile appeared on the faces of all the deans.
To the outside world, their school is united. By the way, Lao Xing, have you helped Chenmo comprehend the attributes of the gun?
Shintui asked.
No.
Xingtiani said honestly, I also learned about Chenmo's understanding of the spear this morning.
As for the attribute of spear intent, how can I possibly help him comprehend it?
However, according to Chenmo's talent, he should be able to comprehend the attributes of the spear very quickly.
Chapter 66 Lin Qingzhu.
As the saying goes, the attribute of the gun indicates the change of artistic conception.
What Chenmo had displayed before was just an ordinary artistic conception, without any attributes at all. If you have the artistic conception of attributes, various changes will occur.
Just like the killing intent, when it is used, it can give the warrior himself a terrifying killing origin. It is just like the state of selflessness. When performing it, one can devote himself to the use of the state of mind completely, and the combat power unleashed is several times more than usual. All these artistic conceptions need to be improved and connected on the basis of the attributeless artistic conception. Hearing Xingtiani say no, Xiang Tianga nodded, then old Xing, his understanding of the attribute realm falls on you.
Xingtiani smiled and said, of course, you are a student of my academy after all.
Hearing the words, my academy, everyone's teeth started to ache again. At this moment, Shintuyi suddenly said,
do you think Chenmo has already comprehended the attribute of the spear?
All of a sudden, everyone's eyes widened and they looked towards Shintuyi. Shintuyi's face flushed under these gazes, and he smiled softly, I'm just saying it.
Can't Chenmo really be that talented?
You know, it is extremely difficult to comprehend the artistic conception of each attribute. Almost all of them require guidance from seniors who have mastered the attributes and artistic conception before they can be achieved. It has been like this for thousands of years.
Unless one is a genius with extremely extraordinary talent, he can comprehend it on his own. Although they think Chenmo might. But, it can't be such a monster, right? In an instant, everyone fell into silence. If you want to know. Huaxiao smiled softly, then let's start the next round of the ring battle quickly? There are still 6 people left.
At this rate, Chenmo will soon be able to run into the top 3 guys. When the time comes, if I force him a little, maybe I can trigger something hidden in Chenmo. The 4 deans looked at each other and nodded.
The next battle will be 6-3, and the 3 winning students will be qualified to choose the immortal weapon.
The 3 losers will compete in the loser group finals, and the first place winner can also choose a magic weapon. It can be said that this is the fairest competition system. As Chenmo looked on, the virtual screen in the sky continued to draw lots.
In the first round, Sheng Tianlei vs. Obviously, Sheng Tianlei was not fighting against the other two geniuses, but just an unlucky sophomore classmate. Would you like to go down by yourself, or should I take you down? The sophomore student pondered for a moment and immediately raised his hands. Suddenly, terrifying flames suddenly burned in his palms, and then the two flames quickly turned into two huge fire dragons. Boom! Two fire dragons slanted towards Sheng Tianlei. However, Sheng Tianlei's expression did not change at all. At this moment, his voice suddenly spread throughout the venue. Chenmo, I hope that when I face you, you can use your thunder to fight me. Everyone's brains were suddenly confused. Even the opponent standing opposite Sheng Tianlei was a little confused. Is he still fighting with Sheng Tianlei? As a result, Sheng Tianlei actually said that he wanted to fight Chenmo? Isn't this too insulting? All of a sudden, Sheng Tianlei's opponent pushed the pressure of the fire dragon to the extreme. The terrifying fire dragon became more and more overwhelming, and shot towards Sheng Tianlei with a destructive attitude. However, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Sheng Tianlei's mouth. He raised it casually. A dark blue lightning sword suddenly appeared. The knife falls with a sudden movement. The world is silent. Devouring thunder, reaching the sky, slashing the sky. A brilliant wave of lightning suddenly came towards them, and the scorching energy completely broke through the air. Like a rotten wood in its path, the two fire dragons instantly turned into flames and light particles all over the sky and disappeared. Then, this dark blue wave of light smashed into the ground in front of the opponent like a devastating blow. With a loud bang, a figure flew backwards, leaving a huge pit about 10 feet in front of him. One move. Flash sale. Everyone suddenly felt dry in the mouth. They had not expected that the pressure unleashed by Sheng Tianlei would be so terrifying. The blow it brought was almost devastating. Wait, he seemed to be talking about Chenmo, right? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Chenmo, the freshman. Chenmo's face remained calm, as if nothing could affect his heart. Or perhaps it was after hearing Sheng Tianlei's words that Chenmo slowly raised his eyes. Then, he smiled gently. Since Senior Shang wants to fight me with lightning, naturally, I will also fight you with thunder. Hearing this, Sheng Tianlei smiled slightly. Okay. Suddenly, Sheng Tianlei turned into a phantom of thunder and lightning and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Everyone's minds were still a little confused. Sheng Tianlei, is he just challenging Chenmo like that? Moreover, Chenmo agreed so easily? They had heard that Chenmo had two superpowers, but they heard that the dark power was the real big one. If we focus on using lightning, isn't that a dead end? It's no less than cutting off one's own arm. How unwise. Zhou Wenyu shook his head. As a freshman, he really had it easy, and he actually dared to accept Sheng Tianlei's challenge like this. You know, after Sheng Tianlei challenged the thunder-talented psychic. I heard that the opponent's thunder-gifted psychic usually has to stay in bed for 2 to 3 months. After listening to the family's investigation, Zhou Wenyu knew. Sheng Tianlei's innate ability is an extremely rare SS level swallowing thunder. This kind of thunder talent is enough to devour the thunder talents of warriors of the same level or lower level than him to supplement his own talents and abilities. Therefore, Sheng Tianlei is so keen on battles with those with thunder talents. And now, Chenmo actually dared to make a bet with Sheng Tianlei. For a moment, Zhou Wenyu's eyes were filled with pity. I'm afraid that Chenmo's thunder talent will be absorbed by Sheng Tianlei. After all, it's impossible that Chenmo's talent and ability are above SSS level, right? Among the crowd, Chenmo remained calm as ever. Since Sheng Tianlei wants to fight like this, then he will do as he pleases. The Nine Heavens' dark thunder god body will not be weakened in combat power due to the dispersion and concentration of darkness and thunder. Moreover, Chenmo knew one thing. No matter what method Sheng Tianlei will use, I will be invincible. In the viewing seats on the sky, Sheng Tianlei snorted coldly. Gu Linghan, if you let that brat of yours hurt my Chenmo, I'll chop you to death even if I have to sacrifice my old bones. If he wants to devour other people's superpowers, then let him devour other people's superpowers. Don't swallow Chenmo's. You know, in a few days, there will be a 3-school competition. He will represent our freshman class. Gu Linghan quickly smiled bitterly and said, Chenmo is a rare genius that has been hard to come by in all these years. No matter what, I can't let him get hurt. In terms of teaching level, Gu Linghan is many times ahead of Sheng Tianlei. But in terms of actual combat level, Sheng Tianlei is the strongest among the 4 of them.
After all, Xing Tianyi really mastered the method of ending the sky.
Okay, if things go wrong, I'll take action too.
Hua Xiu said with a smile. After all, he was the school's demon, so Hua Xiu naturally wouldn't let Chenmo get hurt. Then, it was the next round of testing, with Zhou Wenyu facing off against another sophomore prodigy, and the former naturally won without a doubt.
The spot for the final match has undoubtedly aroused everyone's expectations once again. Good. Exactly. Freshman Chenmo versus sophomore Lin Qingzhu.
Please read, comment, and give free gifts, thank you everyone.
Chapter 67 I Have a Sword. Chenmo versus Lin Qingzhu.
All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were suddenly directed towards the ring, and they saw two figures leaping onto the ring under the ripples of the breeze. A figure holding a soft sword, with a graceful appearance, is very touching. The figure was extremely thin, but one could faintly feel a tremendous pressure from it.
The former is Lin Qingzhu, and the latter is the most terrifying dark horse in this fight for the immortal weapon Chenmo. Oh my god. The showdown between Chenmo and Lin Qingzhu is coming.
I really didn't expect that. One has mastered half-step sword power, the other has mastered spear power.
Both are martial arts prodigies. I wonder who will win.
Lin Qingzhu has a higher chance of winning. Mastery of Lingtian method, shadowless talent, half-step sword intention, and high-level 4th grade status.
The combination of these conditions is terrifying. TSK, even if Chenmo uses his spear intent, he can't do it, right? I don't think so. You know, in the previous battle with Ouyang Jing, Chenmo didn't even use his innate abilities.
Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. Both of them are super popular contestants in this competition for the immortal weapon, which naturally surprised countless people.
It seems that I won't be able to meet Chenmo this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms and said, if he meets Lin Qingzhu, Chenmo will be dead.
You know, Lin Qingzhu's swordsmanship is difficult for him. The most crucial thing is that Lin Qingzhu's martial arts and natural talents are all related to speed. With the ultimate superposition of the two speeds, it is difficult for martial artists of the same level to catch up with his swordsmanship.
Not to mention that Chenmo is a freshman. And above the sky, Xiang Tiange stroked his beard.
It seems that this time it is our Xiaolin who is fighting with Chenmo.
Xiang Tiange smiled lightly.
He was extremely confident in Lin Qingzhu. You must know that he personally recruited Lin Qingzhu to come to Shenyuan Martial Arts University, with the purpose of allowing him to practice swordsmanship and Lingtian method to the peak level. In this world, natural talents and abilities are extremely important, however, talent in martial arts is equally important.
Shen Tui laughed and said, Old Xing, Old Xiang, who do you think will win? The question was thrown to Xiang Tiange and Xing Tianyi.
Xing Tianyi looked at Lin Qingzhu on the ring and didn't dare to make any judgment at this moment. You know, Lin Qingzhu is one of the most outstanding sophomores this year, and his speed is almost extremely fast in the same realm. And Chenmo's actual combat ability is indeed very strong. However, facing Lin Qingzhu's words, he would probably still feel a little powerless.
Of course, Xiang Tiange didn't dare to set a flag.
Gu Linghan, who had set a goal before, was so glorious at that time, but he became so miserable when he fell from the altar.
Let these two youngsters fight first. Practice makes perfect. Xiang Tiange smiled with his eyes narrowed. Yeah.
I agree with what Lao Xiang said.
Xing Tianyi also nodded.
Seeing the two of them like this, everyone had no choice but to turn their attention to the ring.
Everyone was secretly looking forward to it. I wonder how many surprises Chenmo will give them in this arena battle. And on the ring.
Lin Qingzhu looked at Chenmo and smiled softly, how do you want to fight?
Chenmo responded, follow your heart. With a sizzling sound.
A soft sword stood in the air, and the majestic half-sword intent spread out, like hundreds of wind blades, tearing the air around it. Countless winds and waves swept in, causing countless people to feel pain on their cheeks.
I want to learn your spear skills. Mixed with the innate and supernatural power of the spear.
Lin Qingzhu stood with a sword in her hand, and a rapidly wandering light energy surged around her, making people feel extremely powerful.
Okay. Chenmo nodded and responded. He doesn't care.
After all, Chenmo also expected that Lin Qingzhu could force out his true strength. Otherwise, being invincible would really make people feel lonely. And in the next moment, a mottled half-sword intent completely burst out from Lin Qingzhu's soft sword.
She closed her eyes, and then opened them again.
In her clear pupils, there was already a sword intent that was powerful enough to destroy everything in the world.
Shadowless Ling Tian 10,000 swords.
Suddenly, Lin Qingju's figure suddenly rushed out, as fast as a fast-leaping lightning snake.
And this lightning snake arrived in front of Chenmo almost in an instant. What a fast speed!
Everyone's face suddenly changed. If Lin Qingju's speed was only 1 during the final exam a month ago, then now it has probably reached the level of 2. And immediately afterwards, the soft sword in Lin Qingju's hand suddenly stabbed out. In an instant, it seemed as if thousands of sword shadows appeared at the same time, suddenly stabbing towards Chenmo's vital point. The speed of each sword is extremely sharp. Among those thousands of sword shadows, only 10 of them are the most terrifying.
And that is Lin Qingju's killer move.
However, looking at the eyes that were getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Chenmo's expression remained unchanged.
In fact, in the eyes of other geniuses, Chenmo was frightened silly. A vast dark thunder energy suddenly erupted. Boom! In an instant, 4 streams of dark thunder liquids suddenly spread out around Chenmo's body. These dark thunder liquids instantly flew behind Chenmo, and then, 4 dark thunder arms like giant dragons formed again. The terrifying pressure swept across like a violent storm. Then, amid countless astonished gazes, the 4 arms behind Chenmo actually grasped a terrifying 5-meter-long gun. Bang!
And Lei's arms changed rapidly, and the 4 giant spears also intertwined into a rain of guns in the sky, colliding with Lin Qingju's sword moves.
Guns and swords collide.
A brilliant light suddenly burst out. The enormous energy caused ripples in large areas of air, making countless people feel their scalps tingling.
Bang! 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 Bang!
As the light rain disappeared, the 2 figures stood facing each other again.
You are so strong. A solemn look appeared on Lin Qingju's face. She couldn't actually deal with Chenmo with just 1 move. Even under this attack, Chenmo was able to block it without even using his gun intent. I have to do my best.
The next moment, endless energy surged behind Lin Qingju, and the turquoise energy lingered behind him, forming a pair of huge wings in an instant. In an instant, a pair of green wings and 2 pairs of giant dark thunder hands stood opposite each other, creating a strange sense of antithesis and beauty.
Finally, it's a bit interesting. Chenmo smiled lightly. My move is more than just interesting.
Lin Qingju raised her eyes, and at this moment, her eyes seemed to be completely bursting with green light. Looking at Chenmo's figure, Lin Qingju let out a breath of foul air.
I have a sword. It can cut through everything. Ling Tian's Shadow Killing Sword. Chapter 68 Sword Intent. I have a sword. I can cut through everything. Ling Tian's Shadow Killing Sword.
Suddenly, the wings behind Lin Qingju suddenly vibrated and the huge wings slammed the ground. With a buzzing sound. Amidst dozens of astonished gazes, Lin Qingju seemed to be floating above the sky. Looking at Chenmo standing on the ground, Lin Qingju suddenly raised the soft sword in his hand, and then dropped it quietly. A sword falls.
Everything is in shadow. A huge green energy mist suddenly fell down.
However, if you look closely, you will find that within this green energy mist, hundreds of green sword energies have collided and condensed. And these hundreds of green sword auras are by no means the phantoms of any sword moves, but real sword moves. Because Lin Qingju was so fast, she was able to slash out hundreds of sword lights in just a moment. And among these sword lights, countless modeled half-sword intentions gathered together.
Good.
In Chenmo's perception, it was the modeled half-sword intent.
Is it any wonder you can progress so quickly? So that's how it is.
Feeling the sword intent falling from the sky, Chenmo sighed softly.
At this moment, a voice suddenly entered Lin Qingju's ears.
In Lin Qingju's astonished eyes, Chenmo's voice had already echoed in her mind.
There's only one reason why your sword intent can't progress.
That is, not very pure. In an instant, Lin Qingju suddenly looked at Chenmo, and the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. The giant dark thunder hand on Chenmo's body collapsed rapidly, and then turned into dozens of dark thunder dragons, wandering in Chenmo's palm. Then, a 6-meter-long dark thunder spear suddenly appeared.
Countless dark lightnings lingered on the giant dark thunder spear, which was extremely terrifying.
At this moment, a brilliant dark-colored gun intent suddenly surged from the tip of Chenmo's gun.
In an instant, a vacuum zone was completely condensed in the space with a radius of 1 meter around Chenmo.
And within this vacuum zone, there was only Chenmo's gun intent that soared into the sky.
Is this the intention of the gun? Oh my god! How terrifying!
Cold sweat suddenly flowed down the foreheads of more than 10 geniuses.
Even Ouyang Jing took a breath of cold air.
At this moment, the gun intent that Chenmo erupted from was completely different from the gun intent he used when fighting him.
It was an attack of a completely different level. The past and the present are as different as heaven and earth. So young, yet you already have this kind of gun intention? What a freak!
In the sky, the four deans cried out in their hearts at the same time. Under countless astonished gazes, the spear held in Chenmo's hand once again burst out with brilliant darkness. This explosion of darkness seemed to have absorbed all the light between heaven and earth.
Dark Thunder Spear Intent Destruction.
Chenmo stretched out his arm, like a spring, with thousands of muscle fibers and bones acting at the same time in his body, and then, the majestic gun intent condensed on the giant Dark Thunder gun. Chenmo's right arm suddenly shot out, and his knotted muscles carried the giant Dark Thunder Spear, stabbing out with the intention of destroying the world.
Boom! This spear intent pierced the sky like a torrent of wind and rain, and entered the empty space, completely extinguishing Lin Xingzhu's sword intent. Even the hundreds of sword energies were shattered and turned into thousands of light particles raindrops that fell down one after another. Buzz.
The spear intent continued to move forward with undiminished force, piercing towards Lin Xingzhu's face with even more terrifying pressure. Lin Xingzhu seemed to be possessed, so dazed that it seemed as if he didn't even try to resist.
Not good. Xiang Tianga's pupils shrank, and were about to turn into streams of light.
At this moment, the three deans stopped him together. Xiang Tianga was about to ask, but when he saw Lin Xingzhu's appearance, he froze in place for a moment.
Swish!
The brilliant spear intent did not hit Lin Xingzhu, but instead passed by Lin Xingzhu's face.
The gunshot marks still left a little blood on Lin Xingzhu's face.
Lin Xingzhu remained motionless, and with the flapping of her wings, she continued to float in the sky.
However, the people below were in shock. Shock. Stunned. Unbelievable.
From the moment Chenmo's spear intent completely extinguished Lin Xingzhu's sword intent, it was foreshadowed that the final winner of this duel would be Chenmo.
Some people thought that this battle would be won, but no one thought it would be so easy.
You know, from beginning to end, Chenmo never left his original place.
The top freshman this year is such a monster. Even Lin Xingzhu can't beat him. It seems we can only rely on Zhou Wenyu and Sheng Tianlei. I think Zhou Wenyu is in a very dangerous situation. Damn it! Could it be that Sheng Tianlei is the only one who can suppress him? No matter what, Chenmo is really too strong. Damn, a freshman already got a magical weapon. I'm so envious. Yeah, I can't do anything except envy. This is true genius. The crowd erupted in an uproar, and a rare and extremely solemn expression appeared on Zhou Wenyu's face. He knew that this time, the opponent he would have to fight with all his strength might not be just Sheng Tianlei. There is also a Chenmo. However, he didn't quite understand why Lin Xingzhu was still standing on the stage and didn't come down. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xingzhu seems to have understood the meaning of sword. A voice suddenly spread. Countless eyes looked up at the sky above the arena again, and saw a mysterious power of artistic conception suddenly surging out from Lin Xingzhu's body. This artistic conception of power is different from Lin Xingzhu's previous modeled power. It is an extremely pure sword intent. It was the emergence of this sword intent that allowed Lin Xingzhu's momentum to reach a new peak again. Everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that Lin Xingzhu actually comprehended the sword intent during the fight with Chenmo. Breakthrough on the battlefield. Is this battle going to continue? However, at this moment, in the astonished gazes of thousands of people, the green wings behind Lin Xingzhu suddenly disappeared. She fell from the sky like a fluttering butterfly, and then stood in front of Chenmo. Looking at the thin young man in front of him, Lin Xingzhu knew that it was this young man who helped her understand the meaning of sword. If it weren't for Chenmo's power of artistic conception, she didn't know how long it would take before she could comprehend the true meaning of sword. She doesn't know either. Looking at this handsome young man, Lin Xingzhu bowed solemnly. Chenmo, thank you very much. Chenmo shrugged, you are just talented. Hearing this, Lin Xingzhu gave a wry smile. Strong talent? In front of others, she may be very talented. However, she knew that her talent was worthless in front of Chenmo. Only a genius like Chenmo could feel such a great sense of powerlessness in her heart. Chenmo is too strong. I, Lin Xingzhu, give in. Lin Xingzhu smiled lightly. Quiet. Quiet. Everyone fell into silence.
They were quiet not because Lin Qingzhu voluntarily admitted defeat, nor because Chenmo defeated Lin Qingzhu.
But Chenmo actually helped Lin Qingzhu successfully master the sword intent? In a moment, everyone was extremely shocked. Please follow up, comment, free gifts, thank you everyone, I will update as soon as possible QWQ. Chapter 69 Zhou Wenyu. No one expected that Chenmo could not only demonstrate the power of guns. Moreover, it can also help Lin Qingzhu understand the meaning of sword. You know, the power of artistic conception is one of the 3 top attacks on the entire blue planet. Artistic conception. Supernatural powers. The ultimate martial arts. The so-called 3 powerful attacks come from these 3 types, and each one is extremely important for martial arts. And now, Chenmo can actually lead others to comprehend the power of artistic conception. Suddenly, there was a hint of heat in the eyes of everyone looking at Chenmo. The kind that wants to eat Chenmo up. Ahem. As if sensing the gazes of the people around him, Chenmo coughed lightly twice. Senior sister, no need to thank me. I'll go down first. Chenmo jumped up and left the ring. Lin Qingzhu's gaze was still fixed on his back, and there seemed to be some ripples in her heart. Maybe after this is over, I can add my junior to my address book? After Chenmo came down, he still felt countless eyes were directed at him. Then, Brother Chenmo, how about we add each other in the address book? We can contact each other when we're free. Yeah. Contact me when you have time. What junior? This is Brother Chen. This is Brother Chenmo. Great. Brother Chenmo. Can you give me a contact list? He looked at the people around him, as if they wanted to eat him up. How could Chenmo not know what they were thinking? I'm afraid they are asking me to help them understand the power of artistic conception. So, he quickly said, wait until it's over, I'll add everyone when it's over. After hearing what Chenmo said, everyone's irritable hearts finally calmed down a little. Even though they said this, everyone's hearts were still filled with huge waves. After all, before this, no one could have imagined that a mere freshman could achieve such a level. You know, Chenmo has only been in school for a month. If this trend continues, how strong will he be when he reaches sophomore year? No one dared to imagine it. And at this moment, above the sky, Xiang Tianga, who had calmed down, had a complicated expression on his face. The bad news is that his pride Lin Qingzhu was defeated by Chenmo. The good news is that under Chenmo's guidance, Lin Qingzhu cultivated the sword intent. The combination of these 2 pieces of news suddenly made his brain buzz. What the hell, what kind of monster is this guy? He never thought that a freshman could achieve this level. However, he was not the only one who didn't expect it. Even Gu Linghan, Shen Tui, Hua Xiu, and Xing Tiani didn't expect it. Even at the moment when Lin Qingzhu comprehended the sword intent, the one who was more excited than Xiang Tianga was Xing Tiani. Xing Tiani looked at the thin figure and kept muttering to himself. OMG. What kind of monster did I attract? Fuck, not only did he comprehend the gun intent, he also helped others understand the meaning of the gun. The more Xing Tiani muttered, the more excited he became. He had truly found a treasure. Chenmo's talent was enough to make him the most talented person in Xianyuan Martial Arts University in decades. When the other 3 deans realized what was happening, they wanted to slap themselves twice. I knew Chenmo was so talented. They tried their best to fight for it. No matter what, we must fight for it. With such a high talent, he will definitely be able to leave a strong mark in Xianyuan Martial Arts University, no, even in the entire Daxia Federation. No doubt about it. And they actually handed Chenmo over to Xing Tiani for nothing. They were regretting it so much that they wanted to snatch Chenmo away from them right then and there. When Xing Tian saw the expressions of the 3 people, he felt so happy in his heart. He really has a keen eye for identifying a gem, and he has completely unearthed this precious jade. Seeing the expressions of the 4 people, Hua Xiu smiled lightly. Okay, everyone calm down. Don't worry too much. No matter what, Chenmo is a genius of our Xianyuan Martial Arts University. After hearing this, the 4 of them felt a little calmer. After all, we are from the same school, and we will help each other in the future when fighting against ferocious beasts. At this time, Hua Xiu grinned and chuckled. But, if Chenmo were put on the battlefield of the 3-school competition, I'm afraid the 2 neighboring schools, who have worked so hard to cultivate the geniuses of artistic conception, will be ashamed of this. Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up,
and smiles naturally filled their eyes.
In recent years, their Xianyuan Martial Arts University has been ranked last.
I don't know how many times the tutors and deans from the neighboring schools have ridiculed them. And now, a genius like Chenmo was born in their school. If it were put in the competition among 3 schools, it would cause a lot of storms. If Lin Jianfeng were here, he would probably burst out laughing on the spot, because he couldn't wait to see the extremely embarrassed expressions of the 2 admissions directors, Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen, next door. Remember to keep Chenmo's comprehension of the gun's intent a secret before the 3-school competition,
Hua Xiu added.
The deans of the 4 major colleges all had strange expressions on their faces at the same time. They couldn't wait to see the expressions of the students, instructors, deans, and even the principals of the other 2 schools when Chenmo dominated the 3-school competition.
Okay. Hua Xiu waved his hand. Next, it's the final round of the ring battle. For a moment, everyone looked at the thin figure beside the ring and couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. Chenmo had given them such a terrifying surprise before. So, will this surprise expand again? In other words, they also want to know what else Chenmo is hiding. With the end of the second round of competition, the top 3 places for those who successfully obtained the immortal weapons have been determined. Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, Chenmo. If it were the 2 people before, no one would be shocked at all, and they might even think it was natural. When they saw the last spot, although everyone had already expected it, their hearts still skipped a beat. As a freshman, Chenmo brought a huge shock to the sophomores. That's it. Or an ordinary mid-level 3rd grade warrior? Can't it? After much uproar, the 3rd round of the ring battle officially kicked off. The first to start was the loser group, which consisted of Lin Qingzhu and 2 other sophomores. There is no doubt that Lin Qingzhu won the victory easily with a crushing attitude and won the last spot. No one was surprised, after all, it was Lin Qingzhu. What's more, at this moment it was Lin Qingzhu who had mastered the sword intent. And it's the winners group S turn to compete. There are 3 winners in the winner group, and a random draw will be conducted. One person will be given a bye and automatically advance to the finals. However, at this point in the arena battle, the places for the immortal weapon competition have already been fully revealed. What remains is just to decide who is strong and who is weak among them. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Who is stronger, Chenmo, Zhou Wenyu, or Shang Tianlei? What surprised everyone was that the lottery spot turned out to be a bye for Shang Tianlei. Good. The penultimate challenge is between Chenmo and Zhou Wenyu. There was an uproar at the scene. Chapter 70 Collision. The collision between Chenmo and Zhou Wenyu. If it were in the past, no one would have thought that these 2 guys could fight each other. However, now, such a dreamy scene has actually appeared in front of everyone. No one could imagine that a guy who was just a freshman in college could actually make it this far in the competition for immortal weapons. The market is open. The market is open. Guess who will win? That must be Zhou Wenyu. Zhou Wenyu is your direct classmate. Do you trust him so much? You know, although Chenmo is very strong, Zhou Wenyu is not weak either. Zhou Wenyu doesn't have the power of artistic conception. But his talents, abilities, realm, and even his cultivation of the heaven controlling technique have all reached a level that Chenmo cannot reach. No matter what, this matchup will definitely be exciting. Looking at the 2 figures standing on the silver-white arena, everyone started chatting excitedly. After all, it is one of the 2 most eye-catching duels, and naturally attracted countless people's attention. On the silver-white arena, Zhou Wenyu looked at Chenmo, an unprecedented solemnity appearing on his face. Before Chenmo and Lin Qingzhu fought, he had never imagined that Chenmo's strength could reach such a terrifying level. There is no doubt that Chenmo today is worthy of his full efforts. Finally, Zhou Wenyu said, "Congratulations, Chenmo. I'm glad you made it this far. But unfortunately, I have to tell you that your journey ends here." As Zhou Wenyu finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. It seemed that Zhou Wenyu was going to be serious. You know, in the previous battles, Zhou Wenyu always appeared to be strolling leisurely. And now in front of Chenmo, has it reached this level? After hearing Zhou Wenyu's words, Chenmo's expression remained unchanged. Senior Zhou, fighting is not about winning by chatting. Chenmo smiled lightly. Hearing this, Zhou Wenyu was slightly stunned, and then he smiled softly. 2. In battle, how can victory be achieved with words? Suddenly, a ferocious look appeared on Zhou Wenyu's face.
The next moment, lines with golden patterns spread out and intertwined around his body. Suddenly, his muscles suddenly knotted up, and the tall muscle groups completely stretched out his robe, revealing a domineering and arrogant body.
The terrifying power spread out as if it could destroy the heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed.
They all knew that Zhou Wenyu had probably displayed his ability to control gold to the extreme.
Zhou Wenyu's SS-level gold controlling ability is different from other abilities. It is also evolutionary enough. Relying on Zhou Wenyu's vast family background, he has almost advanced his SS-level gold controlling talent to perfection. Sister Qingzhu, who do you think will win?
At this time, a genius looked at Lin Qingzhu beside him.
Me?
Lin Qingzhu shrugged slightly, looked at the arena and smiled softly. Maybe, it's Chenmo.
At this moment, Zhou Wenyu's golden body had completely solidified, and the terrifying pressure erupted like a volcano. Next, I will tear your gun intent apart.
Zhou Wenyu's muscles surged again, releasing their force in dozens of strange postures at the same time.
Yu Tianjin Rangshou.
Buzz. Amidst thousands of astonished gazes, Zhou Wenyu's figure suddenly rushed away like a cheetah hunting. If Lin Qingzhu's body movements were extremely light and agile, then Zhou Wenyu's body movements were characterized by extreme brutality and speed. The level that requires a one-hit kill. In an instant, Zhou Wenyu had already rushed in front of Chenmo. He suddenly stretched out his hands, like a huge mouthful of fangs, tearing towards Chenmo.
It's over. The other's pupils shrank.
You know, Zhou Wenyu's skill level is extremely terrifying, and he can make dozens of changes in a short period of time. If there was still some distance between him and Zhou Wenyu, he might be able to resist. However, at this moment, Chenmo was already approached by Zhou Wenyu. This also means that Chenmo might be at a disadvantage. However, the next moment, a scene that no one expected suddenly appeared. Chenmo suddenly raised his eyes, looked at his hands which were getting bigger and bigger in his sight, and pursed his lips slightly.
In an instant,
four streams of dark thunder liquid surged up from his body again and came behind him at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, 4 pairs of giant dark thunder hands suddenly condensed. At the same time, 4 pairs of giant dark thunder hands suddenly turned into a tearing state and rushed towards Zhou Wenyu. Amidst dozens of astonished gazes, hands collided with each other. A vast force suddenly caused ripples in the air. Buzz. 2 powerful energies collided with each other and then exploded, causing the robes and black hair of countless people to rustle. Then, 2 figures separated in an instant and stood on both sides of the ring again. This time, there was no clear winner.
What on earth is this giant dark hand? Damn, this is a bit scary. It's actually comparable to Zhou Wenyu's rough hand. So strong. So strong. So strong. Previously, everyone's attention was focused on Chenmo's gun intent, but few people paid attention to the talents and abilities that Chenmo displayed. Up to now, Chenmo did not use any gun intent, but simply relied on the collision of energy to be able to match Zhou Wenyu. This is something no one expected. His thunder ability is worth my devouring. Looking at Chenmo with 2 pairs of giant dark thunder hands on his back, Sheng Tianlei chuckled. His devouring thunder is enough to devour any lightning of lower or same grade as his. In his opinion, Chenmo's lightning was at most at the same level as his, both at SSS level. In this case, he can also devour it well. And at this moment, above the sky, in the audience seats, everyone was also stunned. They didn't expect that Chenmo not only possessed an enchanting talent in martial arts, but also had such terrifying energy intensity. No, is this definitely SSS level? Gu Linghan asked suspiciously. You know, relying on the energy released by a mid-level 3rd grade warrior, can it be equivalent to the energy released by a high-level 4th grade warrior? Ordinary SSS level people can't do this, right? Good. Xing Tianyi nodded and said, he is indeed an SSS level dark divine body, and it seems that he has also combined it with other supernatural powers. Could it be that Chenmo's other lightning ability is also SSS level? In an instant, everyone suddenly became quiet. Please follow me, bookshelf, free gifts, thank you everyone. As for updates, currently there are 2 updates. Summer vacation starts on July 10th, and the official update will be 3 to 4 updates. Chapter 71, So Strong. If they had known before that Chenmo's other special ability was SSS level, they would definitely not believe it. After all, both superpowers are SSS level monsters, and there are almost no such people in their university. Maybe you can see a few of them in the military.
However, the combat effectiveness displayed by Chenmo now has probably reached this level. Thinking of this, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga and Shen Tui felt their teeth ache again.
Why didn't Tu fight for Chenmo at that time? Why do I feel so at a loss?
As they suffered more and more losses, they had no choice but to turn their attention to the ring. After all, they still wanted to see how strong Chenmo was.
On the ring,
Zhou Wenyu looked at Chenmo's giant hand of dark thunder with a serious expression. He hadn't even realized before that Chenmo's energy intensity was so terrifying.
No wonder the principal granted you the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon. So, you are that strong?
Zhou Wenyu took a deep breath, and the blood and energy in his body continued to condense, which was a sign that he was constantly breaking through his limits. The sky controlling technique brings about an increase in the strength of the body. The increase in body strength will naturally increase one's attack power.
Next, I'm going to use this move. I wonder if you can catch it.
In an instant, Zhou Wenyu's body suddenly expanded again, and in a flash, it reached a height of 3 meters.
The terrifying body was like a giant, looking down from above.
The slanting sunlight cast an oppressive black shadow.
Yutian evil.
Zhou Wenyu roared, and his body expanded again, suddenly reaching a size of 4 meters. A huge pressure erupted, causing countless pieces of rubble to be thrown onto the stage.
Evil. This is the level of mastery of the heaven controlling technique. No. More than that. He's almost at the level of minor success. Did Zhou Wenyu hide this trick specifically to deal with Shang Tianlei?
I didn't expect that Chenmo would force me out.
So strong. Many geniuses immediately exclaimed in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief.
You know, Tanshinfa, Yuxianfa and Lingtianfa are among the top martial arts in the world, and countless people dream of practicing them. However, the threshold is so high that countless people cannot cross it in their entire lives. Therefore, Zhou Wenyu's ability to cultivate to such a level has shocked countless people.
Of course. Your Xiaozhou has great talent.
Even Huoxiu nodded at this moment. Hearing this, Shintai smiled with a forced smile on his face. What makes me happy is that my student's sky controlling technique has finally been cultivated to this level.
But
a subconscious thought spread completely in his heart.
Why did he feel that his own Zhou Wenyu couldn't beat Chenmo? And on the ring. Not bad. Looking at the huge body, Chenmo smiled and nodded.
As if he heard Chenmo's not bad, a sinister smile flashed across Zhou Wenyu's face.
Just good? Brother Chenmo, perhaps you think I am too weak. Bang. A terrifying impact force suddenly erupted between Zhou Wenyu's legs and feet.
Under this impact force, a huge pit about 10 feet in size appeared on the surface of the ring.
Then, under this reaction force, Zhou Wenyu's figure flew into the air.
The knotted and intertwined muscles on his back, illuminated by the sunlight, reflected a line of muscles that stretched out like a crane.
Fear. Powerful. It feels invincible.
Then, amid dozens of shocked gazes, Zhou Wenyu suddenly raised his fists and rushed forward.
In this instant, he arrived in front of Chenmo.
Heavenly fist, despairing golden sky.
Buzz.
In an instant, Zhou Wenyu's right fist suddenly expanded to a size of 1 meter in diameter. The huge fist tip tore through the air and hammered towards Chenmo with devastating force. Looking at the huge fist that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, the corners of Chenmo's mouth curled up slightly.
Finally, here comes an attack worthy of my serious attention. At this moment, Chenmo took a light step forward.
Then, a stream of turbid air suddenly came out of Chenmo's mouth, and the dark thunder energy in his body surged wildly.
Boom!
A terrifying dark lightning beam, with Chenmo as a radius of 1 meter, rushed towards the sky. Large areas of darkness enveloped the earth, completely suppressing the sky and the clouds of reality with darkness.
What is this? A genius exclaimed.
Then, this dark lightning column collapsed rapidly, and finally turned into an astonishing dark lightning liquid, rushing towards Chenmo's right shoulder.
In an instant, a dark thunder arm like a giant dragon appeared on Chenmo's right shoulder. 1.
The dark thunder arm has a radius of 1.5 meters. The terrifying pressure of dark thunder spread out like a violent storm, making countless people's scalps tingle.
Hiss. Everyone gasped.
At the same time, the solemnity in Zhou Wenyu's eyes, as he looked towards Chenmo's giant dark arm, doubled several times.
So strong. So strong. So strong. Chenmo must be dealt with immediately.
A terrifying sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart.
We must get rid of Chenmo within this move. Otherwise, Zhou Wenyu felt that he was really going to lose. Boom! Zhou Wenyu's gilded giant fist roared like a dragon, and then attacked Chenmo violently. Chenmo's thin figure still did not retreat at all, but his huge dark thunder arm suddenly rushed towards Zhou Wenyu. Amidst several shocked gazes, Zhou Wenyu's fist and Chenmo's fist collided completely. Rumble! The two huge fists collided, and a huge wave of energy erupted. The light from this energy wave almost filled the entire land, causing everyone's eyes to suddenly turn white. Until the light faded, a figure flew out backwards. Everyone looked over quickly. Until he saw the identity of that figure, he was completely stunned. That's right, the one who was knocked out and became the loser was not the freshman Chenmo. But it was Zhou Wenyu, who was known as the sophomore prodigy, and the second strongest sophomore. Zhou Wenyu defeated. He lost to a freshman in such a way that there was no suspense and in such a crushing manner. Everyone's brains were buzzing. You know, Chenmo had never really defeated Lin Qingzhu before. Because no one knows how powerful Lin Qingzhu will be after he comprehends the sword intent. After comprehending the sword intent, Lin Qingzhu never fought with Chenmo. But now, Zhou Wenyu's defeat is a real thing. Chenmo, just a freshman, actually made it to the second round of the competition for the immortal weapon. Defeated Zhou Wenyu, who had mastered martial arts to the pinnacle of mastery. Chapter 72 Shang Tianlei. Everyone's eyes revealed a sense of disbelief. You know, before this, they were optimistic about Chenmo, but they didn't think Chenmo could defeat Zhou Wenyu in such an instant-killing manner. Zhou Wenyu is a powerful man who has mastered the heaven-controlling technique. And what about Chenmo? He hasn't even practiced this top-level martial art yet. This guy, is he really that strong? Looking at the thin figure standing on the ring, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Among those eyes that contain all kinds of complex expressions, there were two more types of expressions: respect and awe. This is the gaze of a strong person. And in their hearts, Chenmo really became the strong man in their hearts. Chenmo is only a freshman. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Lin Qingzhu murmured to himself. Not only is his comprehension extremely terrifying, but even his natural abilities are so terrifying? This guy is such a monster. Interesting, really interesting, really interesting. Shang Tianlei crossed his arms across his chest, his face slightly distorted with excitement. He couldn't wait to devour Chenmo's talents and abilities in order to evolve his own talents and abilities. Judging from the combat power Chenmo has shown now, Chenmo's natural ability regarding thunder is at the SSS level. Ha 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 ha. Shang Tianlei could already imagine himself devouring Chenmo's talents and abilities and using them as nutrients for his own talents and abilities. And above the sky, the four deans also fell into silence. This kid is really a monster. Gu Linghan smacked his lips, his eyes burning with passion. He really wants to get Chenmo into his pocket now. Hateful. He didn't practice any techniques, yet he was able to defeat Xiao Zhou, who possessed the heaven-controlling technique. If he succeeds in cultivating the ultimate heaven method, how terrifying will it be? Shen Tuyi muttered to himself. The heaven-controlling technique symbolizes absolute physical strength, which is indestructible and difficult to break. However, in front of Chenmo, it was destroyed like a piece of dry wood in rotten wood. This guy. It's really shocking. If he successfully cultivates the end of heaven method, his strength will be at least several times greater than it is now. Xiang Tianga also said that until now, he could hardly imagine the true level of Chenmo's possessions. The Zhongtian method is more difficult than the Tongtian method, Lingtian method, and Yutian method. However, if the practice is successful, the improvement will be several times greater. He is definitely more than twice as strong as Chenmo today. Think about it. If Chenmo, who has practiced the end of heaven method and mastered the attributes of the gun, had participated in the 3-school competition, he would probably have killed gods and Buddhas. What a terrifying strength. TSK, I've already told you, it's a good seedling. You didn't believe it then. Looking at the complicated expressions on the faces of the three deans, Shen Tuyi felt extremely happy. They haven't had such a good time in Zhongtian Academy for several years. In the past, because the end of heaven method was difficult to practice, most freshmen would choose to change their majors and leave. However, after waiting for so many years, I finally met a strong man like Chenmo. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. You know, Chenmo has not yet practiced the end of heaven method. If he completes the practice, how strong will he be? I'm afraid that the other two Shengwadeo universities must be shocked by this. Fortunately, he gave the qualification for the end-of-day monument to Chenmo. We have just recruited such a top genius with extreme talent. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw Hua Xiudao. All right. Now, this isn't the time to discuss this. After all, it's time for the next final showdown. The last game, the final showdown. The duel between Shang Tianlei and Chenmo. Thinking of this, everyone looked towards the ring again. They didn't know when two figures were already standing on the ring. The two figures were both under the care of the wind and waves, and their robes and black hair were rustling. Who will win between the two of them? In an instant, this expectation suddenly emerged in the minds of the four deans. If someone had told them before that Chenmo could fight Shang Tianlei, they would definitely not believe it. But now, Chenmo really did it. Shang Tianlei. Gu Linghan smiled softly, he will win. Even though Chenmo's talent and strength are very strong, there is still a distance between him and Shang Tianlei. Shen Tuyi and Xiang Tiange nodded. You know, Shang Tianlei's strength is more than just strong. Even his innate abilities can restrain Chenmo. Shang Tianlei's innate ability is the extremely rare ability to swallow thunder. It can completely absorb the supernatural powers of other thunders and strengthen its own thunder supernatural powers. Coupled with Shang Tianlei's swallowing of lightning, it has already reached SSS level. It can be said that Shang Tianlei's lightning ability is enough to restrain any lightning ability of the same SSS level, or even below the SSS level. According to their observation, Chenmo's innate ability is the result of releasing darkness and thunder at the same time, which is why he can unleash such terrifying pressure. Even if Shang Tianlei really wants to devour Chenmo's supernatural powers, they will take action. However, this also foreshadows Chenmo's failure. I'm afraid that Chenmo is really going to lose this time. Looking at Chenmo on the ring, Xing Tianyi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. At the same time, a hint of anticipation passed through my heart. Can Chenmo defeat Shang Tianlei? Under the gazes of dozens of people, two figures stood facing each other on the stage. A figure was wearing a purple robe and was extremely large. There was a defiant look in his eyes, as if he looked down on any genius. The other figure was a little thin, but his face revealed a confidence that ordinary people could hardly possess. Shang Tianlei looked at Chenmo, and a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes. He couldn't wait to devour Chenmo's thunder power. Shang Tianlei asked, "Are you sure you don't want to rest for a while longer? As for me, I can actually fight you for a few moves. However, you can only hold out for a few moves." Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that Shang Tianlei would suddenly say such harsh words to Chenmo. You know, Chenmo's strength is not weak. When Chenmo heard this, he just smiled lightly. Senior Shang Tianlei, don't be like Senior Ouyang Jing, who only knows how to talk big. Ouyang Jing? I'm already dead, do I still need to be whipped? Shang Tianlei's expression paused for a moment, and then he revealed a ferocious smile. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Please follow me, give me bookshelves, and give me some gifts. Thank you everyone. Chapter 73 Strength and Weakness. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Suddenly, two heart-pounding bolts of lightning flashed in Shang Tianlei's eyes. Wang. In just a moment, Shang Tianlei's figure was surrounded by thunder. Then, amidst thousands of astonished gazes, pieces of thunder armor actually condensed on the surface of Shang Tianlei's membrane. Buzz. The blazing thunder armor seemed to have completely transformed Shang Tianlei into a giant thunder god, and in the left and right hands of this vast giant, there were actually weapons condensed respectively. One is a thunder sword made entirely of thunder. The other one is a vortex of lightning shrouded by thunder, which contains a devouring power. Don't worry, before I officially start my work, I will give you a legitimate opportunity to challenge me. Boom! In an instant, huge thunder, accompanied by wind and waves, erupted with Chenmo as the center, and set off countless white waves. So strong. Is this Shang Tianlei's full strength? The strongest sophomore. Damn, how strong has this become? Everyone's face changed, and they drew out countless energies from their bodies to protect themselves tightly. However, this was just the aftermath of the energy, which caused his black hair and robe to rustle. So strong. Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu's brows suddenly furrowed. If in the previous final exam, Shang Tianlei was an object worthy of being surpassed,
However, it now seems that Shang Tianlei has become a peak that is difficult to cross. Moreover, compared to Shang Tianlei, he has a talent for absorbing lightning.
Chenmo, can you really beat him?
At this moment, a faint light suddenly flashed, and countless entwined lightning snakes appeared again on Shang Tianlei Lei Kai.
Overbearing. Fear. It's even suffocating.
Looking at Shang Tianlei, who was now wearing lightning armor, Chenmo smiled lightly. In an instant, the power of dark thunder surged out, and in an instant, a mysterious rune climbed up on the surface of his membrane. These runes are twisted and wrapped in divinity. Even though he didn't look as domineering as Shang Tianlei from a distance, he gave off a suffocating feeling. Looking at Chenmo in his sight, Shang Tianlei smiled lightly.
During the final exam, I also dealt with other people in 3 moves. Then, I'll use 3 moves against you. Please watch me strike a blow. One sword draws thunder from the sky.
In an instant, Shang Tianlei raised his right hand high, and then the thunder knife shot straight into the sky. Then, thousands of dark clouds suddenly gathered at the horizon, and then thunder sounded.
Boom!
A bolt of lightning suddenly fell and struck Shang Tianlei's long sword, and the long sword suddenly burst out with an even brighter light. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Shang Tianlei smiled gently.
One knife, thunder falls from the sky. Buzz.
Shang Tianlei's palm fell suddenly. In an instant, a ray of sword light burst out. This ray of sword light did not contain any artistic conception, but it contained an extremely powerful energy.
This is an attack like thunder from the sky.
A master can change the phenomena of heaven and earth.
As a high-level 4th grade cultivator, Shang Tianlei can actually turn heavenly thunder into blades.
This innate ability is enough to make him surpass thousands of others.
Chenmo is going to die.
Many people were trembling in their hearts, and under this attack, their legs were shaking slightly.
Moreover, you should know that this is Shang Tianlei's first move.
Looking at the thundering blade energy coming towards him, Chenmo's eyes finally changed slightly.
This is the second opponent who puts pressure on him after Zhou Wenyu. However, there doesn't seem to be too much pressure. Looking at the thundering blade energy, Chenmo sighed. Gun.
Suddenly, the sky and the earth became dark. It was as if countless dark thunders gathered in Chenmo's right hand, and then, suddenly a 6-meter dark thunder gun was condensed.
Prick.
Chenmo raised his head slightly, and then thrust out the spear.
Dark thunder throwing spear. Buzz.
Thousands of dark rays condensed on the tip of the spear, even involving the lightning in the sky, and fell together. In just a moment, a dark yet dazzling pillar of lightning suddenly burst out from the tip of the gun.
Boom!
A dark lightning column with a radius of 1 meter suddenly burst out from the tip of Chenmo's gun, like a volcanic eruption that had been dormant for thousands of years.
Rumble.
Amidst countless astonished gazes, the dark lightning column and the thunder blade energy suddenly collided. In an instant, terrifying energy poured out, creating thousands of cracks on the ground, and at the same time, it rushed towards the surroundings in a turbulent manner. Just as everyone was feeling stunned, a stream of yin and yang energy suddenly fell from the sky, forming a huge protective shield. Everyone looked towards the sky and saw Principal Huoxiu raising his arm and releasing an energy shield. At the same time, they could also see a look of surprise on Huoxiu's face. Suddenly, they looked towards the center of the arena.
The next moment, everyone was stunned.
I saw a huge hole in the center of the arena. On both sides of the pit, the 2 figures still did not move at all, but stood still. It seemed as if the surging energy wave just now was not created by the 2 of them.
This is the first move. You are good.
A hint of excitement and greed flashed across Shang Tianlei's eyes.
He finally realized that Chenmo's talent in Dark Thunder was probably at the SSS level, just like his. With the SSS level Thunder talent, his Thunder Devouring will surely be able to go further.
Yes, before this, he preferred to step on Chenmo and let him know what it meant to break the backbone of a genius.
You're not bad either.
Looking at Shang Tianlei, Chenmo nodded slightly.
Good strength.
Moreover, he could feel that Shang Tianlei's thunder seemed to contain a devouring power. Even though Shang Tianlei hasn't officially formed yet, it seems, this devouring power seems to be useless against his innate abilities.
If you think about it carefully, it seems so. His own innate ability is the SSR level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder God Body. It seems that in terms of level, Shang Tianlei's talents and abilities are completely crushed.
Suddenly, it occurred to me that if Shang Tianlei discovered the devouring effect, it would have no effect on him.
I don't know what to think.
Thinking of this, Chenmo shrugged.
You still have 2 chances. I'll give you 2 tricks. Hearing Chenmo's words, everyone was stunned, including Shang Tianlei, who was standing opposite Chenmo. Shang Tianlei showed a playful smile. You give me a chance? Junior. You really got the order of strength between us wrong. Chapter 74 Thunder Dragon. Are you confused about the order between us? Yes, I am better than you.
Shang Tianlei held his face with one hand, and between the gaps between his fingers, a pair of eyes flashing with thunder appeared.
Are you looking for death? Chenmo smiled lightly. I couldn't ask for more. Bang.
In an instant, hundreds of electric currents suddenly flashed behind Shang Tianlei, and then his body turned into a lightning shadow. In just a moment, he rushed in front of Chenmo.
Devouring Thunder Tongtian Thunder Dragon.
Amidst countless astonished gazes, Shang Tianlei's right arm suddenly shot out, a dragon roar sounded, and a long dragon suddenly rushed towards Chenmo. Chenmo raised his eyes slightly, stretched out the spear in his hand, and drew a circle in the sky.
Dark Thunder, Spear Intent, 6th level. You sure?
In an instant, the huge circle in front of him suddenly burst out with a rapidly rotating Dark Thunder disc. If you look closely, you will see 6 small discs rotating inside the Dark Thunder disc.
Boom!
As Chenmo's spear fell, the huge disc shot out like a rocket, turned into a flying shuttle, and shot towards the Thunder Dragon.
The dragons collide.
Suddenly, another bright light burst out.
Boom! However, the next moment, the 2 men's figures suddenly rose taller.
The thunder all over Shang Tianlei's body became bigger and bigger. In an instant, it had grown to 5 meters in size. It was even more terrifying than the 3-tailed sword tiger that Chenmo had faced before.
Thousands of Dark Thunder dragons surged out from Chenmo's thin figure, and then, 2 pairs of giant Dark Thunder hands suddenly condensed behind Chenmo.
In an instant, Chenmo's giant Dark Thunder hands suddenly spread out, and the 2 collided and combined to form a pair of Dark Thunder flesh hand wings. The wings of Dark Thunder flapped the air, causing Chenmo's figure to float in the air. He held the gun handle in his right hand, like a fallen seraph, holding the power over thousands of creatures.
Then, Chenmo, I will let you see what real thunder and lightning are.
Shang Tianlei roared, raised his right hand high, and the 5 or 6 meter long sword fell down with a bang.
Swish!
As the sky and earth were dark, 3 10-meter long sword auras suddenly fell down. The pressure they generated was so great that the surrounding air was completely torn apart. Looking at the surging thundering sword light, a hint of fighting spirit flashed across the depths of Chenmo's eyes.
Finally, there's an attack that's not just a trivial one.
The 3 lightning sword lights in the sight were getting closer and closer, and at this moment, Chenmo also raised the Dark Thunder Spear.
I have a shot. Traction Mine. Destroy the divine body together. Sweep.
Countless air dragons suddenly burst out from the spear in his hand, sweeping around like a spray, and then, a crescent-shaped dark lightning spear wave swept out.
It collided with Shang Tianlei's sword like with a loud bang. Countless brilliant lights burst out.
However, after the light dissipated, the 2 were still unharmed, and even continued to launch such terrifying attacks.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
They looked at the scene of the ring inside the shield, became motionless and in disbelief.
Before this, they had never imagined that Chenmo and Shang Tianlei were so terrifying.
A 4th-rank warrior can trigger the strange phenomena of heaven and earth of a 6th-rank warrior. A 3rd-rank warrior can also rival such a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth.
Are these 2 guys really at the same level as us? No, a 3rd-grade warrior is this strong? No. This isn't a 3rd-rank warrior, this is a freshman. OMG. What kind of monster is Chenmo?
All the geniuses were suddenly stunned. The glory of the past completely disappeared at this moment and never appeared again. Obviously, they were so shocked by the power of Chenmo and Shang Tianlei that they didn't know what to say.
These 2 monsters. Zhou Wenyu's mouth twitched.
He saw that when Chenmo fought him before, he did not use his full strength.
If I were to fight myself with this attitude, what's my heaven controlling technique, what's my gold controlling talent?
I don't know how many times I'd die.
Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Amazing.
Looking at Chenmo, who was waving his gun continuously on the stage, Lin Qingju fell into a brief trance. Before this, she had never seen a genius like Chenmo. But when everyone turned their attention there again, they found that the unruly Shang Tianlei was actually at a disadvantage.
In the audience seats on the sky, Everyone opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with disbelief. Chenmo's arrival here was beyond their imagination. And now, Chenmo is even on par with Shang Tianlei? No. Even Shang Tianlei was suppressed by Chenmo. You know, what realm was Chenmo at just now? The middle of the 3rd grade. And Shang Tianlei has already reached the high level of the 4th grade, and is even close to the level of perfection of the 4th grade. The gap between the two is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Old Xing, to be honest with you, I already regret it. Gu Linghan smacked his lips. I regret it too. Shen Tuyi sighed. I regret it even more. Xiang Tianga couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. Looking at the expressions of the 3 people, Xing Tianyi's face showed a rare sense of pleasure. TSK, everyone says that I, the dean of the 4 major colleges, am the only one who possesses an extremely discerning eye. Wisdom eyes. Do you understand? After hearing what Xing Tianyi said, the 3 deans were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Seeing the conversation between these 4 guys, Wuxiu smiled lightly and touched his beard. The longer you live, the more you enjoy watching people quarrel. However, at this moment, a devouring force suddenly rose from the arena below. Everyone's face changed. Oh no! Shang Tianlei is about to use the devouring power of thunder. Xing Tianyi immediately threw himself onto the stage, and then, vast energy suddenly surged out of his whole body. As long as Shang Tianlei moves, he will fly down immediately. With his speed, he is able to break through the space and arrive directly. Chenmo is now his darling, and he doesn't want Chenmo to be hurt in any way. However, a pair of large hands blocked his way. Everyone looked up and saw a white-haired old man in a long robe. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at the old man with respect. Headmaster. Yes, the person who came was none other than Lin Wudi, the president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a powerful man who had reached the perfection of the 9th rank of Martial King and one of the strongest men in the entire Daxia Federation. Lin Wudi smiled lightly. Maybe, you don't have to do anything. Shang Tianlei can't devour Chenmo's thunder power. All the deans, including Wuxiu, immediately looked towards the arena. However, the next moment, their pupils suddenly shrank. Please follow up, bookshelf, small gifts, thank you everyone. Chapter 75 above SSS level. I saw that on the stage, the weapons of the 2 figures collided again. However, in this collision, Chenmo won first. That huge dark thunder spear, like a rotten wood, completely destroyed the vast amount of thunder sword energy. Then, this huge dark thunder spear suddenly flew towards Shang Tianlei's face. Even before Shang Tianlei could react, some blood started to flow from his face. A drop of blood fell on his thunder armor, and a blood mist spread out. Everyone was surprised. Chenmo had completely suppressed Shang Tianlei. I was hurt? Feeling the pain on his face, Shang Tianlei's mouth suddenly opened up into a sinister smile. The laughter spread like a tide. The huge body actually began to tremble along with this laughter. I never thought that someone my age could actually hurt me. I really didn't expect it. Shang Tianlei raised his eyes, and 2 fierce rays of light flashed in his eyes. However, Chenmo, who was floating in front of Shang Tianlei, did not change his expression at all, but instead smiled lightly. If you don't use the other side of your thunder and lightning, you've already lost this game. Chenmo held the gun in one hand, and his words were full of nonchalance. This voice undoubtedly completely enraged Shang Tianlei. Shang Tianlei shrugged and gave a sinister smile. Since you want to see my devouring power, then I'll show you. The long sword in Shang Tianlei's right hand suddenly disappeared, and the hands of the 6-meter-tall Lei Kai giant suddenly spread out. Then, 2 vortexes formed by thunder suddenly appeared. As soon as these 2 thunder vortexes appeared, a terrifying suction force erupted, and then this suction force completely swallowed up the surrounding air. Here it comes. Shang Tianlei's devouring power. Earlier, he was constantly fighting other people with thunder talents in order to evolve his thunder. Damn it! This is like cheating when it comes to lightning-based martial arts. I think Chenmo is really finished this time. If I were Chenmo, I would admit defeat now. Yes. Otherwise, Shang Tianlei would suck it away until nothing is left. Everyone was talking about it. In their opinion, the fact that Chenmo was able to gain the upper hand before was already quite remarkable. However, ever since Shang Tianlei unleashed his devouring power, I'm afraid Chenmo was really doomed. And on the stage, Shang Tianlei looked at Chenmo and smiled grimly again. You now. If you don't use your innate abilities and rely solely on your spear intent, you won't be able to defeat me. Even with innate abilities, you can't defeat me. What should you do?
When Chenmo heard Shang Tianlei's words, the corner of his mouth raised slightly.
4th level, you sure? He didn't say anything nonsense.
In an instant, the 4 Yushur discs appeared again and twisted around Chenmo at high speed.
Buzz.
In an instant, the 4 discs suddenly shot out, like meteors, drawing a dark arc of light across the sky. Shang Tianlei looked at the dark thunder disc rushing towards him, and there was no fear in his eyes anymore.
Devouring thunder. Swallow it.
His devouring thunder can devour thunder of the same level or lower level. For someone like Chenmo, at best he could be at the same SSS level as him.
It's enough to satisfy his devouring desires.
However, just as he was full of anticipation and was about to absorb Chenmo's dark thunder disc, the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. It turned out that the dark thunder will was not affected by any factors of his. Then, it shot towards his arm at a devastating speed.
With a bang.
The Lei Kai on his right arm had completely shattered and turned into lightning all over the sky, scattering in all directions. But he himself just stood there in a daze. He stared at Chenmo in a daze, and suddenly cried out, "How is this possible?
How is that possible? Why doesn't my devouring power have any effect on you?" Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they just reacted and looked at Chenmo in disbelief.
Why was Shang Tianlei's devouring power, which had previously been invincible against thunder-type warriors, completely ineffective against Chenmo?
And Shang Tianlei also yelled, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it."
In an instant, the swallowing ball in the remaining hand suddenly shot out like a cannonball.
Boom! The huge swallowing thunderball left an afterimage in the air and shot towards Chenmo with unstoppable force. But Chenmo did not move at all.
The dark thunder will formed in front of him again, like a huge barrier, completely isolating Shang Tianlei's devouring power.
In the end, Shang Tianlei's devouring power completely disappeared. All that was left was Shang Tianlei's face full of astonishment.
He froze in place.
It's time to end it.
Looking at Shang Tianlei, who was looking confused and stunned, Chenmo sighed softly.
At this level, am I still invincible? It really makes people feel bored. Chenmo shook his head, silently raised the spear in his hand, and then threw it out. There is no energy fluctuation.
No gun intention was revealed.
There isn't even any technique involved in exerting force. It's just a simple shot.
However, the moment it landed on Shang Tianlei's body, all the thunder armor on his body was completely shattered. Because Shang Tianlei's heart of Taoism has been completely shattered. The whole person fell to the ground with a bang, facing the sky, and landed in a huge pit below the ring. His gaze was fixed on the dark clouds in the sky, and his eyes were still trembling.
He couldn't figure it out. I don't understand either. Why couldn't the devouring power that he was so proud of devour Chenmo's dark thunder? He even felt a sense of panic at this hidden thunder. It's that kind of fear of the inferior facing the superior.
Until Chenmo gradually walked in front of him and felt the power of dark thunder gradually disappearing from Chenmo's body.
Shang Tianlei's pupils just revealed a hint of clarity. Your ability is not SSS level?
Shang Tianlei's voice was so small that only he and Chenmo could hear it. When Chenmo heard this, he shook his head slightly.
I don't think I've ever mentioned the level of my innate abilities, right? Shang Tianlei was stunned for a moment, then stood up.
But at this moment, a bitter smile appeared on his face.
Not SSS level? Then, there is only one possibility. Chenmo's innate ability. Above SSS level.
In an instant, Shang Tianlei's face was filled with a bitter smile.
Oh. It's too far-fetched. Chapter 76 Selection.
Looking at the two figures on the stage, everyone was stunned. They looked at everything in front of them with disbelief on their faces, swallowing their saliva in disbelief. Until now, they have not realized that the first place in the competition for the immortal weapon is actually Chenmo.
Good.
The one from freshman year.
Everyone was stunned. Our university is about to change. More than that. Chenmo, the ultimate genius that only appears once in a century. Damn it. I give in. Chenmo deserves a magical weapon.
Voices rang out one after another, and even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu were shocked. They looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes.
Chenmo. It is undoubtedly the real dragon of their Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and then 6 streams of light fell at the same time. When everyone saw the old man in the lead, their faces instantly became serious, and then they bowed and said,
"Hello, Principal. Lin is invincible."
The president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University has reached the strength of a half-step martial saint and the ultimate martial king, making countless ferocious beasts tremble in fear.
All good.
Lin Wuti nodded, and then looked at Chenmo and Shang Tianlei with interest. Under Lin Wuti's gaze, even Chenmo couldn't help but feel a little nervous. You know, Lin Wuti is one of the strongest fighters in the Dasha Federation.
Student Chenmo, you are very good.
Lin Wuti smiled lightly.
Everyone was stunned.
They all knew that Principal Lin Wuti was kind and nice, but there was almost no chance of getting his praise. Even seniors who are in their senior year or above find it difficult to do so.
The school provides good training, Chenmo said with a smile.
Lin Wuti waved his hand. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Chenmo, Shang Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, the 4 of you come with me.
As for the rest of you, stay here and wait. Everyone, yes.
Looking at Chenmo and others leaving, the eyes of a group of geniuses were full of envy. But there is no jealousy at all.
Obviously, the strength displayed by Chenmo has convinced them.
As Chenmo and others walked, Xing Tianyi and others seemed to still be in shock.
They want to say something.
After all, Chenmo's innate abilities were not absorbed by Shang Tianlei. However, these words were like a thorn in his throat, and he couldn't say them out loud because the principal was here. Soon, everyone came to a cave. From the dark and gloomy cave, extremely sharp auras emanated, as if they contained countless great terrors. Chenmo, Shang Tianlei and others were very powerful, but they all felt that their blood was slightly stagnant.
Before entering the immortal cave, I would like to ask 2 questions.
Lin Wuti turned around, looked at Chenmo, narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. You only have 2 natural abilities, right?
One of them should be above SSS level. Is it SR or SSR?
Yes, above the SSS level, there are still corresponding supernatural talents. However, the supernatural talents above this level cannot awaken on their own, but must be gradually evolved using spiritual medicines from heaven and earth. Like the 4 deans, they have all evolved using spiritual medicines.
Hearing this, Chenmo smiled softly. It should be SSR level. He didn't think of hiding it. Play the pig and eat the tiger? This is not what he wants to do. In an instant, everyone was stunned and looked at Chenmo in disbelief. SSR level. Moreover, he is also a congenital SSR level? Buzz.
It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in their brains, and everyone except the principal was stunned. You know, it is very difficult to evolve talents to SR level. Only 1 out of 10 survives. Congenital SR level is even rarer, or in other words, almost extinct in the entire world. And now, Chenmo's talents and abilities are not only SR level, but also SSR level. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Subconsciously, everyone started swearing in their hearts. Shang Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu looked at each other and each of them gave a bitter smile. Their family background is not weak, so they naturally know such a secret. However, when he heard that Chenmo had talents above SR level, he was still extremely shocked. The reason is simple, it's just too rare. After hearing this, Lin Wuti raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise and appreciation.
Immediately, Lin Wuti smiled again and asked, "What about your spear intent?"
Hearing this, everyone's faces revealed a look of confusion again.
Chenmo's spear intention had already been demonstrated on the previous stage. Could it be that Chenmo was hiding?
Above the gun intent is the attribute gun intent.
Could it be that Chenmo has even comprehended the attributes of the spear?
You know, the artistic conception geniuses cultivated by the 2 neighboring universities only have a partial understanding of the attributes of gun intent.
And what Chenmo said next made them feel a little relieved. However, Chenmo smiled lightly. I have touched the billion mark. A little threshold. It turns out it's not.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, their scalps felt tingling. Even if you've touched the threshold, that's still an amazing achievement. Xing Tianyi immediately accused Chenmo, but his words were filled with excitement and excitement. Gu Linghan, Shin Tui, Xiang Tianga and others were also excited, but after hearing Xing Tianyi's accusations, they were so angry that their teeth were itching. This guy is a typical one who takes advantage of others and still acts ungratefully. Even if Chenmo had touched the threshold of the attribute of gun intent and reached the stage of just getting started or half a step into the door, that is enough to exceed the 3 billion people of the Great Xia Federation.
Chenmo, a well-deserved peerless evildoer.
The bitter smiles on the faces of the three top geniuses, Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu and Zhou Wenyu, became more and more intense. Chenmo, who had comprehended the attribute of the gun. Without using any gun attributes, he defeated them all.
What if I used the attribute of gun intent? Even if they reveal a little bit of their ability, I am afraid they will be beaten. They simply couldn't imagine it. To this,
Principal Lin Wudi simply smiled lightly, with a hint of amusement flashing across his cloudy and cunning eyes.
Still at the threshold? Good threshold. There is still room for improvement. Chenmo smiled and nodded. The principal's guidance is good. Lin Wudi shook his head and pointed towards the immortal weapon cave. Now that the questioning is over, then it's time for the four of you to enter the immortal cave. Next, I will give you some basic information about the immortal cave.
I hope you can enter safely and choose a magical weapon of your own. All of a sudden, Chenmo, Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu and Zhou Wenyu became serious.
They know. Mastering the immortal weapon will definitely be your greatest help.
It can help you improve your strength to more than one level.
Maybe only then can we stand out in the three-school competition. I just don't know what kind of magical weapon it is. Please give me a bookshelf and some gifts. Thank you. Chapter 77 Level. As everyone went deeper, the voice of Principal Lin Wudi fell into their ears.
Immortal artifacts are not weapons.
They are an original force. But it can transform into corresponding weapons according to your inner thoughts.
Each weapon is elementary, but will become stronger as the power of your innate ability increases. As Lin Wudi finished speaking, everyone became excited.
A weapon that changes with its own energy intensity.
When I think about their own energy, they have already reached a level that is difficult for their peers to reach.
Then, how terrifying would the magical weapons they summon be?
At this time, Gu Linghan chuckled and said, immortal weapons are also divided into different levels. Shin Tuyi nodded, it is divided into primary immortal weapons, intermediate immortal weapons, and advanced immortal weapons.
Xiang Tiange said, don't be too nervous when you feel the immortal weapon later. Everything is fate.
Xing Tianyi said, but when it's time to fight for it, we must do our best to fight for it.
Everyone nodded. Chenmo suddenly asked, then, Dean Xing, what is the level of your immortal weapon?
Xing Tianyi smiled lightly, the three other deans and I all got intermediate level immortal artifacts.
Don't underestimate this as it's only a mid-level immortal weapon. However, only one immortal weapon appears every year.
As for high-level immortal artifacts, they are even rarer. After hearing Xing Tianyi's words, everyone suddenly became solemn. The four deans were all geniuses with extraordinary talents, and even the magic weapons they obtained were intermediate magic weapons.
What if it were them? What grade of magic weapon should I choose? Soon, they came to a cold pond that was nearly 10 acres in size.
Lin Wudi said with a smile, his hands behind his back, this cold pond is called the Immortal Weapon Cold Pond. If you walk into the cold pond and comprehend the true source of the immortal weapon within, you will be able to obtain the corresponding immortal weapon.
We'll wait for you outside. The four deans said in unison, come on.
Everyone nodded, and then stepped into the cold pond.
Suddenly, an invisible force turned into ripples and spread out completely.
The inside and outside of the cold pond seemed to be separated by two completely different spatial levels.
Outside the cold pond, Huaxiao smiled faintly, I wonder what kind of immortal weapon they can awaken this time. Gu Linghan smiled and said, a high-level immortal weapon. Of course, I'm talking about Chenmo.
The other three deans were stunned. Before, Gu Linghan was the person who could suppress Chenmo the most, but now he actually took the initiative to say that Chenmo might be able to obtain a high-level magic weapon. You know, high-level immortal weapons are hard to come by once in decades. Xing Tianyi smiled gently, old Gu, if Chenmo really awakens a high-level immortal weapon, I promise to buy you a drink.
Everyone burst into laughter.
At this moment, a voice made everyone freeze in place.
What if that kid Chen gets the ultimate immortal weapon?
Principal Lin Wudi smiled lightly.
The ultimate immortal weapon.
In an instant, everyone felt their scalps tingling. You know, the ultimate immortal weapon is above the high-level immortal weapon, and it is the most terrifying immortal weapon.
In the past few hundred years, no one could get it. And now, Lin Wudi actually took the initiative to say that Chenmo could obtain the ultimate immortal weapon? If we were to obtain the ultimate immortal weapon and bring it out in the 3-school competition, the people from other schools would be dumbfounded. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Wudi gently waved his sleeves. Then, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and inside the mirror was the scene in the cold pond. In a trance, everyone had arrived at the center of the cold pond. There is a fierce aura surging from all directions. In this fierce aura, they couldn't help but feel the word powerful. Next, all I need to do is use my talents and abilities to attract the attention of the magical weapon, is that all? Zhou Wenyu asked. Well, according to the principal, that's the case. Lin Qingju nodded. Then who of us will go first? Shang Tianlei offered the answer. Then, the three of them looked at Chenmo at the same time. Chenmo was the strongest among them, so they naturally asked him first. After a while, Chenmo said, "You guys go first, I'll take a look." The 3 top geniuses were stunned, and there was a touch of emotion in their eyes, thinking that Chenmo was deliberately giving in to them. So they started discussing the order of priority among themselves. However, Chenmo's eyebrows raised slightly. He inexplicably felt in his heart that there seemed to be an inexplicable meaning under this cold pond, attracting him. But it was very hazy, and he needed to use his perception to locate it. This would take some time, because he didn't mind letting Lin Qingju and others try it first. The first person to sense the immortal weapon was Lin Qingju. I saw this graceful figure slowly walking to the middle of the cold pond, carefully closing her eyes, and then her figure wandered around with her invisible talent. Soon, these shadowless talents seemed to be connected with the cold pond. The cold pond trembled slightly, and then 3 white origins suddenly shot out. Each white origin exudes a terrifying pressure. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingju sighed, can it only be low-level immortal weapons? White represents low-level immortal weapons, blue represents mid-level immortal weapons, and purple represents high-level immortal weapons. This was the common sense that Lin Wudi had given them before they came in. However, since she had obtained the original immortal weapon, she was not too disappointed. Feeling the white origin with the strongest energy contained in it, she reached out and touched it gently. In an instant, the white origin exploded. Then, a sharp long sword was suddenly grasped in Lin Qingju's hand. What a powerful force! Feeling the energy transmitted from the long sword, Lin Qingju's eyes were filled with joy. With this long sword, Lin Qingju's strength can be increased by at least 2 to 3 times. Not to mention, this is a weapon that can grow. Let's call you Qingju Sword. After saying that, Lin Qingju's mind moved, and the Qingju Sword turned into a stream of light and flowed into Lin Qingju's mind. The immortal weapon is the origin and can accommodate the mind of the weapon wielder. Zhou Wenyu and Shang Tianlei watched with great excitement. You know, when Lin Qingju got the magic weapon, the pressure he exuded made their energy a little timid. Obviously, the immortal weapon is an extremely huge blessing buff. Then, it was Zhou Wenyu's turn. He also felt a low-level immortal weapon, which turned into armor and attached to the surface of his body. This is consistent with the Sky Control method in Sky Control natural power that he practiced. Soon, it was Shang Tianlei's turn. What surprised everyone was that Shang Tianlei actually awakened a blue intermediate immortal weapon, and he was extremely excited. When the intermediate immortal weapon fell on him, it turned into a pair of fist armor, majestic and awe-inspiring. Finally, it was Chenmo's turn. Everyone looked at Chenmo. At this moment, Chenmo just raised his head. The immortal weapon at the bottom of the cold pond. Finally connected. I don't know what level it will be. Chapter 78 Immortal Weapon. I just don't know what level the immortal weapon connected to the cold pond is. Chenmo exhaled a breath of foul air, and then walked slowly forward. Soon, he arrived at the center of the cold pond. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and then, they showed expectant looks. What level can he get? Zhou Wenyu asked. I don't know. Lin Qingju and Shang Tianlei shook their heads, I don't know, and I don't know. They didn't dare to guess. Outside the cold pond, the 6 people's eyes were on Chenmo. What kind of magical weapon do you think Chenmo can awaken? Gu Linghan looked around. The principal said it's the ultimate immortal weapon. Shen Tuyi laughed heartily. Everyone laughed. As for the so-called ultimate immortal weapon, no one dared to believe it. You know, no one has successfully connected to the ultimate immortal weapon for hundreds of years. How many extremely talented people have been born in the past few hundred years?
As powerful as the 3 martial arts saints who founded Xianyuan Martial Arts University, or as powerful as the later presidents such as Lin Wuti.
Their strength is almost at the pinnacle of the human world.
However, what they awakened were only high-level immortal weapons.
Now, Chenmo stands at the top of them and awakens the ultimate immortal weapon.
That's really...
It's too difficult.
All right. Lin Wuti waved his hand and smiled, there's no need to worry too much. Blind guessing is useless. Ultimately, we still have to look at Chenmo's actual situation.
The dean nodded.
In the center of the cold pond, a thin figure stood there.
Chenmo closed his eyes, and then opened them again. In an instant, the 9 heavens dark thunder god body was suddenly released, and a terrifying dark tide lingered at his fingertips. Then, under the gazes of many people, the calm cold pond began to boil. Gurgle. Gurgle. Gurgle.
A large amount of water splashed suddenly on the surface of the cold pond, and then, dozens of streams of light suddenly shot out from the cold pond at the same time. The terrifying energy completely poured out. All of a sudden, everyone froze in place.
How is this possible? Zhou Wenyu cried out in surprise.
I saw that among those dozens of streams of light, there were various white, blue, and purple lights.
And these people are actually the ones who are willing to choose Chenmo's magic weapon. Oh my god. There's actually purple in here. No. 3 purples. Everyone was stunned. You know, purple represents high-level immortal weapons, and now, there are actually 3 high-level immortal weapons that were actively attracted by Chenmo and then came in front of Chenmo. The more immortal artifact true sources one has, the more talented the selector is, and the more favored he will be by these immortal artifact true sources. And now, the number of immortal artifact true sources that Chenmo has obtained has completely exceeded their imagination. Dozens of true sources of immortal artifacts. Among them, there are 3 kinds of high-level magic weapons. Who could have thought of this? Even the 4 deans had never seen such a scene before, and their eyes widened immediately. They have been guiding and teaching students to enter the immortal weapon cold pond for many years. Most of the time, they encounter students who are equivalent to them and have obtained intermediate immortal weapons. They had never seen such a high-level immortal weapon before. At this moment, Xing Tianyi also laughed and said, "Old Gu, I will definitely treat you to a drink when I go out." Gu Linghan murmured to himself, "Why don't you give Chenmo to me?" Xing Tianyi immediately jumped up. How is that possible? This is a student who possesses 3 talents and high-level magical weapons. This is a monster that is rarely seen in hundreds of years. How could he possibly give it up? Shintayi and Xiang Tianga were extremely regretful at this moment, wondering why they didn't hold on a little longer.
At this moment, a voice sounded again.
You guys don't have to worry.
Lin Wuti murmured to himself, but a glimmer of surprise appeared in his narrowed eyes.
It seems to be something extraordinary.
Everyone was stunned, and an idea that was so bold that it was impossible to have such an idea flooded into their minds. In an instant, they hurriedly looked forward.
How is that possible? I saw that above the boiling cold pool, it exploded again.
This time the explosion was dozens of times louder than the previous one. The surface of the lake was almost completely swept away, and a column of water rose from the lake and rushed straight to the top of the cave.
Buzz.
When everyone saw it clearly, they all stood there in a daze, staring at the scene in disbelief.
I saw the water column gradually dissipate. It turned into a rain of light all over the sky.
But in this rain of light, what is revealed is not white, blue, or purple.
Instead, it is a dazzling gilded color. Buzz. The entire dark cave was suddenly completely illuminated by this dark color, and the terrifying light shone into the cave. The earth trembles. The cold pond is boiling. The 3 people staying in the cold pool felt that every cell in their body was trembling at the same time. That is, an atmosphere of worship.
The true source of the immortal weapon has been integrated into their bodies, and they possess a part of the true source of the immortal weapon within their bodies. Therefore, encountering a high-level, or even ultimate immortal artifact source.
This is what happened just now. But, the golden immortal weapon. None of them had heard of it.
And outside the cold pond, inside the cave.
Quiet. Quiet.
The 4 deans suddenly fell into a strange situation.
The ultimate immortal weapon? The ultimate immortal weapon? The ultimate immortal weapon? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn it, am I seeing right? The ultimate immortal weapon. Oh my god. Everyone showed an incredible expression. The ultimate immortal weapon.
No one has felt that for nearly 1,000 years.
And now, Chenmo actually felt it? Everyone was stunned. This kid is really amazing. Xingtian's face flushed red.
He really didn't expect that even though he was already in his old age, he could still have a student with such great talent.
This is truly a blessing.
The other 3 deans had no way to express their grievances.
Is this the top monster?
Huaxiu murmured to himself, with a look of astonishing surprise in his cloudy eyes.
The pupils of Principal Lin Wudi also dilated slightly.
He looked at the golden light floating in front of Chenmo.
He let out a chuckle. Finally. Another human has done it. It's not easy, really, it's too difficult. And inside the cold pond.
Chenmo looked at the golden light in front of him, but he was not very shocked. Just now, through the talent connection, he sensed the golden light in front of him. Judging from its appearance, it is probably one of the immortal weapons, the best among all weapons. He stretched out his hand and touched the true source of the immortal weapon.
Buzz.
In an instant, the true source of the golden immortal weapon suddenly turned into a spear. A stream of information rushed into Chenmo's brain.
This gun is called Yin Yang Chaos Gun.
Chapter 79, The End of Heaven.
Half a month later.
In front of the villa area, Chenmo was practicing his shooting skills. I saw that in his hand, there was a gilded spear.
The surface of the gilded spear is inlaid with various patterns, which is gorgeous and strange, and intimidating. If you look closely, you can discover the mysterious aura lingering in it. Really? Chenmo let out a breath of foul air.
At this moment, he has reached the initial stage of the 4th rank warrior.
And what he is holding now is the Yin Yang Chaos Spear. Own this magical weapon.
My strength should be more than 10 times what it was before. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed across Chenmo's eyes.
More than 10 times. I'm afraid there is more.
The Yin Yang Chaos Spear and the initial stage of the 4th level of Realm almost increased his overall combat power to an extremely terrifying level.
Chenmo said with confidence he has no rivals within the 4th rank.
And his god-killing spear intent, after a few days of practice, has already reached perfection. Feeling the tremendous power in his body, a smile crossed Chenmo's lips.
Artistic conception, innate abilities. It seems to have reached its limit.
Next, it's time to practice martial arts. This way, in the 3-school competition, perhaps I can directly challenge those 3rd-year students.
Chenmo smiled lightly.
Basically, the junior students of the 3 holy martial arts schools are already considered the top geniuses in the Great Xia Federation, and also the generation with the strongest combat power.
Senior students basically join the army for internship and hunt ferocious beasts. Martial arts. The law of the end of heaven. Chenmo doesn't want to be compared only with freshmen and sophomores if he participates in the 3-school competition.
Comparing himself with the strongest one is the martial arts spirit he needs.
Time flies. Chenmo came to the office of Zhongtian College. Xingtian raised his head and said with a smile, "Is there something wrong?" Ever since Chenmo obtained the ultimate immortal weapon, Xingtian's attitude has been getting worse day by day.
The resources and conditions provided are better than those for his own son. Chenmo smiled lightly. "Old Xing, I plan to comprehend the method of the end of the world."
The end of heaven method? Xingtian was stunned for a moment, and then said in disbelief, "You broke through to the beginning of the 4th rank?"
Suddenly, Xingtian grabbed Chenmo's hand, and then let go again.
It really is the first stage of the 4th rank. Oh my god. How on earth did you cultivate, kid? Xingtian knew clearly that when Chenmo entered the academy, he was only in the middle stage of the 1st rank. And now, it's only been more than 2 months?
His realm was like taking a rocket and reached the initial stage of the 4th grade.
Your talent is truly terrifying. Xingtian sighed.
Although he was shocked, he was numb from the shock for the past 2 months.
The shock Chenmo brought to him was like a wave, one after another, and Xingtian already felt numb all over. You want to practice the end of heaven monument, right? Come with me.
I'll also inform the entire academy to come and watch the acquisition of the end of day monument.
Chenmo nodded. He has learned in the past few days that the use of the end of day monument is enough to benefit the people around him. He is not narrow-minded, of course, and being able to help the human race improve its combat effectiveness is a good thing. That's right. As a freshman, you suddenly won 1st place in the End of Heaven Monument. everyone must be very dissatisfied. Remember. Chenmo raised his eyes, a dark light flashed across them, beat them into submission. Xing Tianyi nodded with satisfaction. In the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. Soon, they arrived at the center of Zhongtian Academy. Here, there is a stone tablet reaching into the sky. A huge stone tablet is located in the center of Zhongtian College, and many students are gathered around it. Seeing Chenmo coming, everyone looked surprised. That's the junior fellow who received the inheritance of the End Heaven Monument. A freshman? Is it possible to receive inheritance? No, this is not right, Dean. You're right. I heard this guy is the top freshman. So what if he's the top freshman? Is his current realm comparable to mine? I heard he even ranked in the top 3 in the Immortal Weapon competition? Top 3? How is that possible? Everyone was surprised. The competition for immortal weapons is the most rigorous exam in college and only begins in the second year. Their Zhongtian Academy is not qualified to participate in it at all. In order to allow Chenmo's killer weapon to be displayed in the 3-school competition, the principal Lin Wudi specially signed a confidentiality agreement with the group of geniuses. Therefore, it was just a rumor. As for whether it is true or false, it is difficult to tell. Most people still tend to think it's impossible. After all, Chenmo is just a freshman. Looking at the huge crowd of people, Xing Tianyi floated in the air and smiled gently. Welcome everyone to this monument of the End of Heaven. Next, Chenmo will receive the inheritance of the End of Heaven monument. Of course, our Zhongtian Academy is a democratic academy, so we naturally give you the right to question. Anyone who wants to question this can stand up now. The inheritor of the End of Heaven monument will be called in advance as a candidate for the next president of End of Heaven College. Naturally, one must not only obtain the inheritance of the End of Heaven monument, but also gain corresponding prestige among the students. And Xing Tianyi happened to be happy to see it happen. He wanted to see how strong Chenmo could become after half a month of training. Just as Xing Tianyi finished speaking. Brush, brush, brush. Among the crowd, 3 figures suddenly stood up, and then, like lightning snakes, they came to the front of the monument of the End of Heaven. I'm not convinced. Yes. I don't accept it either. All 3 of them were wearing long robes, and they exuded the aura of high-level 4th grade warriors. Obviously, these 3 are juniors. Looking at these 3 people, Chenmo was not surprised at all. Since the requirements for practicing the Zhongtian method are extremely high, not most geniuses choose Zhongtian Academy. As a result, there are very few outstanding talents in Zhongtian College. It is already good enough for a high-level 4th grade student to be in his junior year at Zhongtian Academy. But for Chenmo, it is still too weak. You 3 come together. Chenmo said casually, with an indifferent expression on his face. As if they saw Chenmo's indifferent expression, the 3 people who stood up first were stunned at first, and then there was a hint of shame and anger in their eyes. They didn't expect that a freshman would show them such an expression. With a thought, a sinister look flashed across the eyes of the 3 people. Superior. Chenmo, I'm here to teach you how to respect your seniors. Defeat him. All of a sudden, the muscle groups in the 3 people's bodies exploded, and then, waves of energy burst out. The sky is cold and everything is frozen. Endless fire, burning heaven. The end of the sky, the earth, and the thick soil. In an instant, surging energy attacked Chenmo. Chapter 80 Peak. Looking at these 3 combined energies, everyone felt the earth tremble. TSK, Chenmo probably can't take on these attacks. That's right. The End of Heaven method strengthens all attributes of innate abilities. Even though we're just beginners, it's more than enough to deal with a freshman. Chenmo is finished. Along with the falling of countless voices, the 3 pillars of light formed by the convergence of energy were already shooting towards Chenmo in an overwhelming manner. Buzz. The terrifying energy almost tore the air apart completely, and the entire world became dark. Looking at the expanding energy waves in his sight, Chenmo simply shrugged. Then he raised his head. Before he could react, 4 balls of dark thunder liquid had already surged onto his back, and then a pair of huge dark thunder arms suddenly appeared. The moment the terrifying giant arm appeared, it immediately attracted the shocked gazes of countless people. Then, in the astonished gazes of countless people, the giant hand of dark thunder behind Chenmo suddenly turned into a palm technique and slapped forward horizontally.
A palm print approaching 5 meters in size suddenly rushed towards the 3 surging energy columns.
Rumble.
The Dark Thunder palm print and the energy column collided with each other, bursting out with brilliant light. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the Dark Thunder palm print, like a crushing force, completely tore apart the 3 energy beams.
Boom.
The terrifying energy exploded instantly, and then the 3 students who challenged Chenmo flew backwards instantly.
Everyone was stunned. Killed our junior in one move? What the hell? Is this really a freshman? Could it be that he really ranked in the top 3 in the competition for immortal weapons? Impossible. How is that impossible?
Look at him, he didn't even use his full strength.
He's so strong after just a freshman?
No wonder the dean gave him the qualification to obtain the monument of the ending heaven.
Everyone was talking about it, and looking at Chenmo, there was a trace of awe in their eyes.
After all, in this world, only the strong can gain the respect of others.
Seeing everyone with their heads down, Xing Tianyi was not surprised at all.
After all, Chenmo, who is in the middle stage of the 3rd rank, can kill Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and others almost instantly. Not to mention those juniors in my college who are not even as good as the sophomores.
But now, the situation has completely reversed. With Chenmo, he was able to concentrate all the resources of Zhongtian Academy on Chenmo. In that case, let's begin. Etc. Before Xing Tianyi could finish his words, a voice sounded again.
Chen Moxu narrowed his eyes and saw a figure suddenly walking out slowly from the crowd.
This is a bearded man wearing a long robe. It would be better to say that he looks mature than to say that he is a man with a curly beard. Cheng Feng took action.
First in the 3rd year of Zhongtian Academy.
I guess he doesn't accept Chenmo either. It should be. Before, I had SS level talent. In order to challenge my limits, I practiced the end of heaven method. Naturally, I felt proud.
I heard that his method of ultimate heaven is almost complete. The practice of martial arts is divided into entry, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. Being able to cultivate to a small degree of success is almost considered a leader. What's more, this is an extremely difficult method to practice. His actual strength had already reached the 4th level of perfection. Therefore, Cheng Feng's comprehensive combat capability is almost the strongest in the entire Zhongtian Academy excluding internship in the army. Cheng Feng spread his hands. Cheng Feng.
Chenmo nodded. Chenmo. You should know why I am not convinced by you, right? You can't pass the end of heaven monument unless you defeat me. Otherwise, I won't let you understand. Cheng Feng snorted coldly and pulled out a black gold dagger from his waist.
In an instant, a black light rose from the sheath, and countless prototypes of sword intent burst out, leaving a series of sword marks on the ground.
Everyone's pupils shrank.
Cheng Feng has mastered the rudiments of sword intent.
I think so. Too strong.
He actually mastered the rudiments of sword intent.
This talent is unparalleled.
The embryonic form of sword will, the mastery of the ultimate method, and the SS level talent of wind and cloud, Chenmo can't beat him.
How do we fight this?
If I were to go up there, I'd probably surrender.
People around were talking about it.
Looking at the embryonic form of sword intent emanating from Cheng Feng, Chenmo's expression did not change at all.
You go first, Chenmo said.
Cheng Feng frowned, and then held a long knife in his hand. The veins on his arms were bulging, like pine branches.
In that case, don't blame me for being rude.
Swish. In an instant, Cheng Feng turned into a phantom, and then he rushed to Chenmo like a wave.
Feng Yun talent, extremely fast.
Not to mention the full support of the end of heaven method, even though Cheng Feng is a mid-level 4th grade warrior, his speed is already faster than some 5th grade warriors.
Endless sky sword intent wandering wind and cloud.
When he was a moment away from Chenmo, the long sword in Cheng Feng's hand suddenly slashed out dozens of sword auras. In just a moment, this group of sword energy rushed towards Chenmo. Each blade of energy contained several changes, which was dazzling. If one was not prepared, one would probably be chopped into dozens of pieces. However, when these sword energies fell into Chenmo's hands, they were really
too slow. Chenmo sighed.
Then, raise your hands.
Dark Thunder Finger. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge Dark Thunder disc appeared behind Chenmo.
While everyone was in shock, a huge 5-meter-long Dark Thunder finger suddenly shot out from the Dark Thunder disc. The surface of the Dark Thunder Finger is not only filled with terrifying energy that makes people's hearts frightened, but also with an extremely mysterious gun intent.
How is that possible? It's actually gun intent. Cheng Feng's pupils shrank and his face was full of disbelief. With the appearance of this huge Dark Thunder Finger, all of Cheng Feng's sword energy was shattered in an instant. Boom! The terrifying Dark Thunder Finger seemed to shatter the space.
In an instant, it completely tore the ravine between heaven and earth and slammed towards Cheng Feng.
Bang!
Under the impact of this giant Dark Thunder Finger, Cheng Feng suddenly flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, Cheng Feng has been defeated. Everyone's eyes fell on Chenmo, and their eyes were full of disbelief.
The entire venue fell into an eerie silence.
It was as if, in this vast land, there was a natural focusing light, completely covering Chenmo.
Chenmo glanced around with a calm expression. Who? Any other opinions? Chapter 81 Enlightenment. Quiet. Quiet.
In front of the end-of-day monument, everyone fell into silence. They stared at Chenmo in a daze, their eyes full of disbelief.
However, the facts happened right in front of them. Chenmo really killed Cheng Feng instantly with one move. Gurgle.
The sound of swallowing saliva was heard.
They thought of the rumor again.
In the battle for the immortal weapon, Chenmo defeated all the opponents and won the championship.
Could this be true? Everyone shook their heads quickly. That's really outrageous.
Xingtiani, who was floating in the air, had a look of satisfaction in his eyes.
The appearance of Chenmo is a blessing for their Zhongtian Academy. Okay, everyone, calm down.
Xingtiani waved his hand.
Everyone.
They were already quiet, and were frightened into silence by Chenmo. When Chenmo saw this, his eyes became serious.
The inheritance trial of the End of Heaven monument is extremely rare and is an opportunity that is almost impossible to come by.
If he could obtain it, perhaps he wouldn't need to practice on his own, as his attainments in the End of Heaven method would be enough to reach a realm that ordinary people could hardly reach. Next, everyone sits on the ground in meditation, and then looks towards the End of Heaven monument. Chenmo, you stand in front of the End of Heaven monument. Everyone immediately sat down cross-legged, even Cheng Feng. Their eyes were all focused on Chenmo, and their eyes were full of respect.
Even though Chenmo was just a freshman.
And Chenmo slowly walked to the front of the stone tablet. An ancient aura of oppression came over him, making Chenmo feel as if he was in a desolate battlefield.
Is this the monument of the End of Heaven? Chenmo murmured to himself.
At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears.
The End of Heaven monument. Start. Wang.
In an instant, a brilliant light suddenly burst out from the monument to the End of Heaven.
A mysterious aura swept through everyone's body like a tornado. And the place where the most people are concentrated is Chenmo.
Swish, swish, swish. 3 more streams of light fell, and they were from Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange.
As the strongest person in Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
As soon as the 3 of them noticed the relevant movement, they immediately rushed to Zhongtian College.
Good boy, Chenmo has broken through to the 4th grade warrior? Gu Linghan said in a lost voice. It's true. Chenmo is a monster.
In just over 2 months, he cultivated from the middle stage of the 1st rank to the initial stage of the 4th rank.
No one else can do this. Xiang Tiange shook his head. Moreover, he also accepted the challenge of the End of Heaven monument. The future is hard to predict.
Listening to Xiang Tiange's words, Gu Linghan and Shen Tui once again turned their gaze towards Chenmo, who was obscured by the light.
Once upon a time, this little guy also wanted to come to their college. But now, they have handed it over to them. Well, now is not the time for you to regret. Xingtiani crossed his arms and chuckled. Shouldn't we see how much of the scriptures on the End of Heaven monument this kid has been able to comprehend? 80. Gu Linghan spoke without hesitation. It's less. According to Chenmo, it's at least 85. Shen Tui added. Personally, I think Chenmo should be around 90, Xiang Tiange said. After hearing what the other 3 deans said, Xingtiani's mouth corners were almost stretched to the roots.
You know, it is extremely difficult to comprehend the monument of the End of Heaven. For the top talents from other academies, it would be no problem for them to comprehend 80 or 90% of the knowledge. However, the best record of their Zhongtian Academy is only 75. Or it was created by Xingtiani himself. They originally thought that this record would remain the same until Chenmo appeared at this time and changed their minds.
TSK, I personally think so. What if Chenmo comprehends it 100%?
Xing Tianyi hummed, crossed his arms over his chest, and raised his lips slightly. The three deans were all frowning. Gu Linghan said, "Old Xing, stop setting the flag."
100%.
That being is the existence that can fully communicate with the end of heaven monument. It has never appeared in the history of our blue star. Hearing this, Xing Tianyi chuckled.
I know. I didn't say just in case. Okay, everyone, look over there. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Chenmo.
At this moment, Chenmo seemed to have come to a space. This is a dark space. In this space, a beam of light suddenly shone.
The next moment, Chenmo appeared in an ancient battlefield.
On the ancient battlefield, the flames of war were raging, and in the distance, one could see the huge tides colliding. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be humans and ferocious beasts.
This is a collision of blood and fire. Is this the virtual space?
It seems that I have entered the interior of the monument of the end of heaven. Chenmo was not panicking at all, but analyzed everything calmly. At this moment, a figure suddenly came towards them from the sky. The figure raised his fist, his muscles flexed, and struck out fiercely.
Boom!
The space was shaken so hard that ripples appeared, and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts died on the spot.
And what Chenmo could clearly see was pure physical strength. No artistic conception. No talent.
Only by practicing martial arts to the extreme can you achieve a perfect body.
Powerful. Fear. Shocking.
He has at least reached the level of a 9th grade martial king, or even a 10th grade martial saint.
Is this the strongest form of martial arts? It really is, too terrifying. Chenmo's pupils shrank slightly.
For some reason, every inch of the figure's muscles suddenly appeared perfectly in Chenmo's eyes.
This is extremely clear. Every inch of force, every inch of breathing, every inch of blood flow, were all fully displayed in Chenmo's eyes at this moment. So strong. Chenmo stared at the figure.
At this moment, he already understood the operation of the monument of the end of heaven. It turns out that one can comprehend the method of the end of the world by observing the human figure itself.
No wonder the end of heaven method is so difficult. It's almost completely designed to every aspect of the body. Ordinary people simply cannot comprehend it. But, he is Chenmo. Not anyone else. The SSS level talent of extraordinary comprehension has always remained in his mind. Bring it on. Let me see how much I can learn. Time passes slowly. The light gradually disappeared. Many people gradually opened their eyes. Regarding their understanding of the end of heaven law, they have all made some progress.
At this moment, someone exclaimed,
"Look at Cheng Feng."
Every inch of muscle on Cheng Feng's body was clearly visible, full of tremendous power.
This is the symbol of the small success of the final method.
Cheng Feng opened his eyes and chuckled, "Is this power?" Immediately, he looked at Chenmo, who was still obscured by the light.
He wanted to see. How much can Chenmo grasp? Chapter 82 Mystery.
It is said that using the end of heaven monument can allow a warrior to quickly master the end of heaven method to a small level or even above.
If Chenmo hadn't mastered the ultimate heaven technique to a level above minor success. Although Cheng Feng can't do anything. But I feel refreshed inside. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but look at Chenmo. In the sky. Old Xing, why hasn't Chenmo's inheritance been completed yet? Gu Linghan frowned.
You should know that the time it takes to receive ordinary inheritance is usually within 10 minutes.
The longest is only half an hour. And Chenmo has been accepting it for a whole hour now. Have no idea.
Xing Tianyi also frowned, and power surged in his body.
If anything happens, he is ready to take action at any time.
At this moment, a figure suddenly tore through the space and appeared in front of everyone in the astonished eyes of everyone. Only the 4 deans could see this figure, and no one else could see it.
Everyone's faces suddenly became serious. Principal.
The person who came was the principal Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi smiled and said, "No need to disturb him." Everyone was confused, but no one said much. Lin Wudi is the strongest and most experienced person in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
Since he said nothing happened, then there really is nothing wrong.
However, they did not notice that surprise flashed across the principal's eyes again.
He was able to obtain that person's inheritance? The ultimate immortal weapon, that person's inheritance. Chenmo. Who are you?
There was an indescribable emotion in Principal Lin Wudi's eyes. And in the monument of the end of heaven.
Chenmo let out a breath of foul air. 1 hour? No.
He spent a whole month in this virtual space. Within this month, he finally cultivated the end of heaven method to perfection. Yes, it is small success, great success, and perfection. The most powerful form of martial arts.
It's time to get out now. Chenmo murmured to himself. Although Zhang Xianfa has completed his practice, he still needs to return to reality to review and practice.
At this moment, in the distance, the figure suddenly looked towards Chenmo.
Then, a figure came in front of Chenmo. Senior, is there anything wrong? Chenmo asked. Senior? The figure smiled lightly. Perhaps it is the former senior. Hello, senior. Chenmo added an extra 4. Polite.
The figure laughed and said, the heaven ending technique you are practicing now is just the most common heaven ending technique.
If you want to make further progress in the end of heaven method, go there and practice the purgatory end of heaven method. Chenmo was stunned. Isn't the end of heaven method the strongest form of martial arts?
It seems that the martial arts in this world are not as simple as imagined. I will implant the location of purgatory, the end of heaven, into your mind later.
If you have time, go and practice. Do your best. Blue star, there's not much time left. Buzz. In an instant, space collapsed and everything fell into darkness.
Chenmo looked at the darkness of Japan's nothingness. His brows were furrowed.
Blue star. Time is running out?
Rays of light suddenly dissipated from the monument to the end of heaven, and a thin figure appeared in everyone's sight.
Chenmo is out.
Let's see how far Chenmo's martial arts have progressed.
Don't accept it and not even achieve a small accomplishment. Yeah. That would be so embarrassing. Everyone immediately started talking.
Every breakthrough and proficiency in the end of the world method has a corresponding status. For example, when you enter the door, your body becomes a bundle. For example, mastery means that the body is shining. For example, small success and great success are based on the physical body and blood. As for perfection, it means that the body is sanctified and possesses a mysterious holy will. At this moment, in the sky, the 4 deans were suspended in place at the same time, staring at Chenmo in a daze.
Because they all felt an unusual aura from Chenmo.
And at this moment, the light seemed to completely dissipate. A thin figure still stood on the ground, staring at the stone tablet motionlessly.
Everyone was stunned. No way? Chenmo didn't realize anything? Really?
The end of heaven monument is the most precious treasure for practicing the end of heaven method.
Oh my god. This is such a waste.
Just as everyone was saying this, a ray of light suddenly burst out from Chenmo's body.
Is this the mastery level method of the end of the world? A genius exclaimed in surprise. No. It's not over yet.
At this moment, a vast blood energy suddenly spread out, and in just an instant, it filled the entire square.
Everyone was stunned. This is a minor success level final method.
Chengfeng looked at Chenmo's vast blood energy, swallowed his breath secretly, and a blush flashed across his face.
Just now, he actually wanted to compare himself with Chenmo? This is too ridiculous. However, this is not enough.
Suddenly, the vast blood and energy lingering on Chenmo's body gushed out again. Like a beam of light, it shoots straight into the sky. The clothes on Chenmo's upper body were all torn to pieces, revealing a perfect body that made people fall in love with it at first sight.
Great accomplishment level. This time, even the 4 deans were shocked. He instantly comprehended the ultimate heavenly law at the grand perfection level? This is unprecedented in history.
Xing Tianyi immediately became excited. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know, the method of the end of heaven that he comprehended from the monument of the end of heaven was only a small success.
Old Xing, don't get excited. I feel like Chenmo is more than that.
Gu Linghan patted Xing Tianyi's shoulder, and at this moment, Shen Tui cried out, "Look quickly."
Boom.
In an instant, a mysterious light like an ancient martial arts book suddenly spread out.
However, this ray of light contains a meaning of simplicity. Everyone was stunned. They knew that this was the sacred intention that emerged when a top-level martial art was cultivated to the extreme. Is this guy a monster? These words echoed in everyone's heart. Everyone stared at Chenmo in amazement and fell into silence. The four deans on the stage were also dumbfounded. You know, there has never been a monster in the history of their Xianyuan Martial Arts University who has never reached the level of perfection from the entry level. It is truly one of a kind. For a moment, the three deans except Xingtiani were so eager to lift their legs and go to the file bag to change Chenmo's college. This top-level monster. They should be accepted by their college. In the end, Xingtiani took it for nothing. Xingtiani just stood there in a daze. Perfection level. I, Xingtiani, have a successor. Lin Wudi looked at the four shocked people, shook his head and chuckled. This shocked the four people, but Lin Wudi was not surprised. To his surprise, Chenmo had already contacted that person. I'll have to ask about it later. Can you give me some free gifts? Thank you for your support. The order of chapter releases is wrong, the update for July 8th will not be until noon. Chapter 83 Resign. Don't worry, everyone. The order of the chapters is a bit messed up, let me fix it in 10 minutes. As compensation, add one more chapter. Along with it, the holy will emanating from Chenmo disappeared. Everyone's face was still filled with shock and confusion. Until Chenmo took the initiative to ask, "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at Chenmo with sudden realization, their eyes still revealing an incomparable shock. After all, I have never seen such a monster in my life who can comprehend the Tongtian method and directly reach the level of perfection. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Since the contemplation of the end of heaven monument has ended, then disperse. A figure came in front of everyone and smiled softly. Everyone's expressions immediately became respectful, yes. Then, everyone quickly dispersed, and soon, only Chenmo was left in front of the monument of the end of days. Four streams of light flowed by at the same time and came in front of Chenmo. You. Xingtiani excitedly punched Chenmo in the chest, perfection level, too powerful. Chenmo smiled softly and said, "This is thanks to the principal, the dean, and all the deans in the school for their cultivation." Gu Linghan rolled his eyes at Chenmo, "This is your own practice, it has nothing to do with us." Shinti put his hands on his hips and said with a smile, "We don't have the ability to make you master the perfect level of the final method in an instant." Xiang Tianga sighed, "If I had known earlier, I would have gotten you no matter how hard I fought. With your strength, I'm afraid you'll crush us in the three-school competition." The four deans each had their own reactions, and Chenmo responded politely one by one. "Now, it's my turn to chat, right?" Lin Wudi smiled lightly. The four deans looked at each other, then turned into streams of light and left the monument to the end of heaven. After all, it was the principal who came to question them personally, so they naturally had to avoid danger. "Have you met that senior?" Lin Wudi said with a smile. "Yes, senior. Chenmo said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Lin Wudi laughed heartily, a trace of nostalgia flashing across his eyes. "When I first met him, he asked me to call him senior." Chenmo raised his eyebrows, "Is the principal also practicing the end of heaven method?" Lin Wudi nodded, "Yes, but I didn't practice after the school was established. I practiced before Xianyuan Martial Arts University was built." There is no martial arts university established yet? Lin Wudi's lifespan is now at least over 500 years old. The lifespan of a 9th-grade martial king is 800 years, so Chenmo was not too surprised. Chenmo raised his head and looked at Lin Wudi, "Principal, that senior told me in the space that blue star." Before he could finish his words, Chenmo found that an invisible force suddenly enveloped him. In this space, Chenmo could not make any sound. "Perhaps, you are still too weak now. Not suitable, listen to this." The shielded space completely disappeared, and Chenmo felt a little dazed. "Isn't it appropriate to listen to?" Chenmo was not discouraged, "Then I should practice harder." Lin Wudi smiled lightly, "Not bad. That senior should have told you about purgatory heaven controlling technique, right?" Chenmo nodded. "Senior said that the location of purgatory heaven control method is in the cold wind forest 300 kilometers away. After this three-school competition is over, I will go and see it myself." Lin Wudi shrugged. "It seems that we don't need to wait until the three-school competition is over." Chenmo was stunned, and then he suddenly spoke. The location of the three-school competition. In the cold wind forest? As Chenmo left the End of Heaven monument, the news that Chenmo had mastered the perfect level of End of Heaven method spread throughout the academy like a tide. Countless people were shocked. You know, they are all students from various colleges, so they naturally know how difficult it is to practice top-level martial arts. Not to mention the most difficult method to practice, the End of Heaven method. And Chenmo, just by practicing the End of Day monument, he reached perfection. Evildoer. The only word that came to everyone's mind was monster. In a virtual battlefield, Saint Wuji unleashed hundreds of swords at once. In an instant, blood holes suddenly appeared on the body of the three-tailed sword tiger in front of him. Good. After working hard for a whole month, he finally killed the three-tailed sword tiger. Now, we are getting closer and closer to Chenmo. A hint of joy flashed through Shang Wuji's heart. At this moment, a classmate suddenly sent him a message from his address book. Suddenly, he froze in place. Chenmo has reached the initial stage of the 4th rank? Has Chenmo mastered the perfection level ultimate heaven technique? In an instant, these news were like a heavy hammer, hitting Shang Wuji's heart hard. And in Shang Wuji's heart, only a bitter smile remained. Oh! In my lifetime. Can I really surpass Chenmo? Lan Qi and Gu Jin on the other side had the same idea. Their faces were full of wry smiles. We all entered school together, so why are you the only one who's improved so much? Once upon a time, they looked down on Chenmo, a little guy from Jiangnan province. But now, Chenmo was almost completely ahead of them. However, a sense of joy flashed through everyone's heart. You know, the competition among 3 schools will be held soon. At that time, freshmen will face off against freshmen. If Chenmo were to enter the freshman showdown, it would definitely cause a huge storm. When she thought of this, a smile appeared on Lan Qi's face. You must know. There's a guy at the Starry Sky Martial Arts University next door whom she hates. The other side. This was especially true for Yen Jinghong and the others, each of them stared with eyes wide open. It's hard to imagine that a guy from a county town can reach this level. Hold on tight. Yen Jinghong, Yi Kong and Li Shuyun suddenly looked at each other and immediately planned to invite Chenmo out for dinner. We are all from the Jiangnan province, so we are all compatriots. This also caused a huge uproar among the sophomores. Compared to the shock of the average sophomore, each of the top 20 geniuses seemed much calmer. This is not because they think the perfect level of the final method is nothing. Instead, they were already shocked to the point of numbness by Chenmo. What on earth can't this guy do? Inside a room, Shang Tianlei's arms emitted terrifying and frightening lightning. On the top of his fist, there is a black fist armor. This is his magic weapon. Now, his strength has reached a new level. Perhaps, he can be more confident in dealing with Chenmo now. Just then, a message came to his cell phone. Shang Tianlei raised his hand and took a look. Suddenly, he was filled with black lines. Play shit. What the hell? Practice. Shang Tianlei was completely dumbfounded. In addition, Lin Qingju and Zhou Wenyu are the same. After hearing this, Lin Qingju was extremely shocked and took the initiative to send Chenmo a congratulatory text message. Half a month passed in a flash. Here, Chenmo will have his 4th sign-in. What could it be? Chapter 84 Boredom. Congratulations to the host for meeting the 4th month sign-in time. Do you want to sign in? Chenmo was delighted, he finally arrived. System, sign in. Chenmo's mind moved, and he immediately thought to himself. In an instant, a voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSR level devouring power. In the system space, Chenmo once again felt a tidal force surging into his body. This energy is actually comparable to the 9 heavens dark thunder god body. Even more terrifying. After an unknown amount of time, Chenmo let out a breath of foul air. He stretched out his right hand, and in an instant, a black hole suddenly appeared in his right hand. This black hole seemed to be able to swallow everything, and it almost completely distorted the surrounding space. Terrifying energy poured out, even the light was swallowed up and absorbed. What a terrifying power. Even Chenmo couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Shang Tianlei's devouring power can only devour thunder. But his devouring power is enough to devour everything. Moreover, you can evolve yourself. He was the real black hole just now.
After exiting the system space, Chenmo looked at reality and took out dozens of elixirs. These elixirs were rewards from the academy, and were enough to help Chenmo break through his own realm of cultivation. In the past, Chenmo would absorb them directly. But now, he has the power of devouring. With just a thought, those dozens of spiritual medicines suddenly turned into spiritual dragons and rushed into his body. Buzz. In an instant, Chenmo's pressure rose again, and in a blink of an eye, he broke through again from a 4th grade initial stage warrior to a 4th grade middle stage warrior. This devouring power. That is too overbearing. A hint of joy flashed across Chenmo's eyes. With the blessing of such devouring power, he would not be afraid of energy supply even in the 3-school competition. Or rather, excited. Any energy is enough to be obtained by his devouring power for hunting. At the gate of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. At this moment, sophomores and freshmen are standing there. All the third-year students set out through the space crack. The top 10 freshmen were selected, including Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others. As for the sophomore students, the top 20 students were selected, including Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingju, and others.
Everyone's face was filled with solemnity.
Standing in the sky were Principal Lin Wudi, Vice Principal Wu Xiu, the 4 deans, and others.
Competition among 3 schools. This is the time to test a university's strength and achievements. Students who rank at the top in the 3-school competition usually receive a lot of awards. Can't we leave yet? Asked a freshman. There is still one person who has not arrived yet. Shang Wuji smiled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a thin figure walking slowly towards him from a distance. The thin figure was dressed in a black robe, emitting a black hole-like aura. If they met his eyes, they would all shudder at the same time. Chenmo. Become stronger again.
Whether they are freshmen or sophomores, their faces are filled with various complex expressions.
Envy. Have no choice. Shocking. The shock Chenmo brought to them was really too great. It's only been a few days? Another breakthrough? And this time, the sense of oppression brought to them is unprecedentedly terrifying. I'm afraid he'll be killed instantly in one move. A trace of helplessness passed through Shang Tianlei's heart. However, beneath everyone's expressions, there was a vague excitement. You know, with Chenmo's strength, entering the 3-school competition is no less than a wolf king attacking a flock of sheep. In an instant, it can be completely killed. TSK. When they thought of the expressions that the other 2 Shengwudao universities would show, everyone felt a little excited. Okay, now that everyone is here. Then we can pass through the space crack. Lin Wudi smiled lightly. Yes, everyone responded with a bow. Looking at the huge space crack that was torn open in front of them, a trace of excitement passed through everyone's hearts. The time to test the results of their cultivation was about to come. Buzz. After crossing the space crack, everyone has arrived at the top of a mountain. The entire mountain is thousands of feet high and is carved into a huge audience seat. In the middle of the audience seat stands a huge arena. The arena is made of special materials and looks majestic and amazing. This place is so big. Gu Jin exclaimed. Are we going to fight here? Then my throwing knives will be of great use. Lan Qi smiled lightly. I wonder how the geniuses from other schools are doing. Shang Wuji sighed softly. They clearly saw that there were 2 space cracks in front of them, and many students with strong auras were walking out from them. Those people are precisely the students from Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Songcheong University. Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Freshman. Li Shuyun has already reached the 3rd level of perfection and is the strongest in the entire freshman year. People from Xianyuan Martial Arts University and Songcheong Martial Arts University are here. Oh. I also saw that little fellow Lan Qi. Li Shuyun's indifferent eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. The number 1 scholar in Kyoto is for him. And his strength is already the strongest among his peers. Li Shuyun, I heard that a genius has appeared in their Xianyuan Martial Arts University? The man in green robe at the side said with a smile. Prodigy? What kind of prodigy are you in front of me? A purple-robed youth shook his head. After all, during the freshman year, our Starry Sky Martial Arts University's overall combat strength is at its strongest. The people from Starry Sky Martial Arts University echoed this. After all, in previous years, their Starry Sky Martial Arts University has always been the first in the 3-school competition.
Even if the three-school competition is reformed this year, they, the freshmen, will still come in first.
No surprise. Songcheong Martial Arts University. Freshman student.
Zhao Tianxiang shrugged, his indifferent eyes filled with calmness.
Brother Tianxiang, I already know. The top freshman at Shenyuan Martial Arts University is a kid named Chenmo, who was born in Jiangnan province. He's nothing to worry about. It's the Kyoto-born Li Shuyun who needs more consideration.
The top 10 students in Songcheong Martial Arts University have formed a small group and gathered around Zhao Tianxiang.
Okay. I see. Zhao Tianxiang nodded.
His eyes swept over Li Shuyun. There was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes.
Li Shuyun also noticed Zhao Tianxiang's gaze and naturally smiled.
They already regarded each other as real opponents.
As for Chenmo, I'm afraid they have already put it aside.
After all, Shenyuan Martial Arts University has been ranked first for 7 or 8 consecutive years. However, Chenmo's attention was entirely focused on the juniors from the other two universities.
TSK.
Those juniors seem to be exerting quite a strong pressure. After I finish dealing with the freshmen and sophomores from both schools, I'll see if I can have a one-on-one fight with the juniors.
What about freshmen and sophomores at other schools? Chenmo shrugged. Boring. Chapter 85 Competition. And in the first seat in the audience.
At this moment, the 3 principals, 3 vice presidents, and their respective deans were sitting and chatting. You know, this competition among 3 schools is not just a competition among 3 schools.
It's a competition to recruit talents for the military. After the game, the video will be sent to the 4 major battle zones for overall summary and viewing.
If he is valued by the marshals in the military, he will truly enter the ranks of high-level warriors.
And at this moment, sitting in the front are 3 old men. Even though their hair is gray, a terrifying aura of oppression emanates from their bodies.
3 ninth-grade peak martial kings. In other words, it is at the level of half-martial saint.
Lin Wudi smiled slightly. I haven't seen you all for a year, are you still alive? Bu Shenfeng, the president of Starry Sky Martial Arts University, twitched his lips. Bu Shenfeng rolled his eyes at Lin Wudi and said, after not seeing you for a year, how come your mouth is so venomous?
Yi Yang, the president of Songcheong Martial Arts University, also said, be careful, your class might fail again. Bu Shenfeng folded his arms across his chest. This time, the military specifically requested that both freshmen and sophomores take the assessment.
It's not a big deal to be at the bottom of a grade. Don't let yourself be at the bottom of all 3 grades.
After hearing what Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang said, Lin Wudi did not give any further explanation, but just smiled lightly.
Bottom? Aren't you guys being too fanciful this time? After hearing Lin Wudi's calm words, Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang were stunned at first.
They knew their old friend's character very well.
If you are sure of something, just keep bragging about it. If you are not sure about something, just keep it in your heart and don't say anything. Could it be that Lin Wudi has hidden a powerful weapon this time?
Both of them were vaguely curious, and then they focused their eyes on the huge arena.
The content of the next game.
Whether it is freshman year or maybe sophomore year,
the content of their competition is really interesting. So, where is the powerful weapon that Lin Wudi has hidden?
On the other side, the deans of Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Songcheong University were enthusiastically discussing each other's achievements. However, the 4 people from Shenyuan Martial Arts University remained motionless and calm as water.
A dean from Star University asked, Old Gu, why aren't you talking today? A dean of Songcheong University laughed and said, I guess they're afraid they'll be at the bottom again? Oh, yes.
This time, all 3 grades are competing together.
What if all 3 grades rank last? That's right.
Hearing what everyone said, Gu Linghan, Shin Tui, Xiang Tianga and Xing Tiani laughed in their hearts.
Bottom of the list? Next, this group of people will find out how terrifying the student they trained is.
Xing Tiani looked at the thin figure on the ring and rubbed it lightly with his fingers.
At the bottom? Maybe. 3 major admissions directors.
Lin Jianfeng looked at Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen and smiled.
You too, you don't know how much you've missed out on by missing out on Chenmo. How much have you missed?
Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen looked at each other, and there was only incomparable relief in their eyes. Fortunately, there was no such crazy scramble for Chenmo at that time.
Otherwise, it would really be a loss.
Because the top geniuses they recruited as students, Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiong, are no worse than Chenmo.
Old Lin, if Chenmo is dead soon, you won't have to be so tough. Xin Xian laughed.
Yes. Old Lin, don't be too presumptuous. Yi Xingchen said with a smile. Lin Jianfeng didn't reply, but crossed his arms. He is looking forward to Chenmo's performance. Especially, show your most powerful energy.
SSR level talent, perfect martial arts, attribute realm. No matter which point, the other people just now all had monstrous talents. However, these 3 points are placed on one person at the same time. This is a true top-notch monster. No doubt about it.
And on the stage, there are 3 teams standing there, freshman, sophomore, and junior.
There are 10 people in the freshman class. There are 20 people in the sophomore class.
The third year is the entire grade, which consists of 200 people. At this moment, 3 figures turned into streams of light and came to the sky above the huge arena. Then, he smiled lightly downwards. Bu Shenfeng, the principal of Starry Sky Martial Arts University, smiled softly and said, "Welcome, you are qualified to participate in our new 3-school competition. This year's 3-school competition has been reformed, and even freshmen and sophomores like us are participating. I hope you can achieve good results in this 3-school competition." In an instant, everyone became nervous. You know, the purpose of the 3-school competition is to prepare for entering the 4 major war zones. Only by entering the 4 major war zones can they enter the border, fight against the ferocious beasts that threaten human survival, and protect the human race. Therefore, everyone standing here felt their blood boiling. Next, we will have the grade-level competition. For the first match, the freshmen will head towards the 3 directions of the ring.
And the sophomores and juniors will go to the auditorium first.
This competition among the 3 schools was held in an absolutely sealed environment, so they were the only spectators. Once they sat in the audience, everyone started discussing it as expected.
Should we look at the freshmen first? But that's true, the weaker ones should be compared at the beginning.
I would get sleepy watching the freshmen fight. It is said that Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiong are quite good.
And Chenmo, I heard he has mastered the top martial arts of the perfection level?
Brother!
You still believe this? Didn't you hear Xianyuan Martial Arts University is creating a god? Creating a god?
Yes.
Xianyuan Martial Arts University has always been at the bottom.
We must create a god to attract new students.
No wonder.
I was saying it, how could it be possible for a freshman to be promoted to a 4th grade martial artist and practice top-level martial arts?
Look here, I know Junior Li Shuyun. He's definitely the strongest among the freshmen. Accompanied by discussions among students from the other 2 universities. Everyone at Xianyuan Martial Arts University chuckled.
They looked at each other, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing.
Creating a god? Sheng Tianlei said, "I really want to laugh."
I'm afraid it's not a real god. Zhou Wenyu spread his hands.
Chenmo.
Lin Xingzhu looked at the thin figure, and a hint of curiosity and anticipation appeared in his eyes.
How far can he go? Countless eyes converged on the center of the arena.
The freshmen of the 3 Shengguodao universities are also ranked according to their corresponding positions.
In other words, next, it's time for the competition to really begin. Is the order of your chapters normal?
Author, please ask.
Chapter 86, Gun.
On the huge arena, there were 3 teams standing like a long dragon.
Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Songqiong Martial Arts University.
The freshmen from the 3 universities are now gathered on the stage. Bu Shenfeng, the principal of Starry Sky Martial Arts University, smiled lightly.
About your freshman year competition. It's also very simple. Everyone, proceed to melee mode. Then, the school that remains on the field at the end is the one that wins the championship.
As for the second and third, it's the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 principals returned to the spectator seats. Then, everyone felt a magical energy covering the surface of the membrane.
As long as they suffer fatal damage, they will be directly teleported out of the arena.
It can be said that the 3 principals made perfect preparations for this competition among 3 schools. The enthusiasm of the freshmen was also aroused.
At Starry Sky Martial Arts University. It's finally our time to show off. Everyone, don't get excited. Our main opponent is Songchong Martial Arts University. That's right. The top 3 in Songchong Martial Arts University are very strong. Li Shuyun also crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Zhao Tianxiong with a fierce fighting spirit. In his opinion, only Zhao Tianxiong could fight him. And at the Songchong Martial Arts University, Zhao Tianxiong also held the same idea. Li Shuyun, the number 1 genius from Kyoto, he also wanted to knock him off the altar. But an idea emerged in the minds of both of them at the same time. Let us eliminate the weakest schools first. And at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, everyone felt dozens of hostile gazes directed towards them. What do you say next? Chenmo, what are you going to do? Everyone's eyes were obviously on Chenmo. It is obvious that Chenmo has become their backbone. And Chenmo stopped. Then, he yawned softly. Let me do it. Chenmo smiled lightly. Next, I want to go and compete with the sophomores. How can we do this without achieving something for them? Chenmo's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the venue. The students of Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Songchong University suddenly turned into puppets and stood there in a daze. His eyes were filled with surprise. Is this Chenmo from Xianyuan Martial Arts University? So arrogant? Want to challenge them all by yourself? However, the next moment, something even more shocking happened to them. Shang Wuji, Lan Qi and others nodded and retreated. Lan Qi exclaimed in delight, Chenmo, beat up Li Shuyun. He stole my top prize. Shang Wuji, we will cheer for you. Gu Jin spread his hands and said, I told you, nothing will happen to us. 9 people, including a freshman from Xianyuan Martial Arts University, actually retreated silently, leaving the field alone for Chenmo to fight. He even gathered all his energy, really wanting to give Chenmo a chance to fight. No? What are they going to do? Are you crazy? How could one person challenge them all? The students of Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the freshmen of Songchong University had doubts and confusion on their faces. No matter how strong a person is, he can never be stronger than a group. And outside the ring, except for Xianyuan Martial Arts University, everyone else had a puzzled look on their faces. Some people even shook their heads. I think Chenmo is too arrogant. Like a frog in a well. I don't know how powerful the other opponents are. And in the audience were the 3 principals. Lin Wudi was drinking green tea, looking at the ring with a comfortable look on his face, without a trace of worry. Wu Xinfeng smiled softly and said, Old Lin, does that SSS level talent really reassure you so much? Yi Yang also said, our school is also full of crouching tigers, hidden dragons. Yi Yang added, unless the perfect level martial arts that Chenmo comprehended is real. Suddenly, Yi Yang and Bu Xinfeng looked at Lin Wudi at the same time. You know, when they first heard the news, they thought it was just a rumor spread by Lin Wudi to save face. Could it be true? But now Chenmo is just over 18 years old. At the age of 18, he mastered the top-level martial arts to perfection? Impossible? On the stage, Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Songchong Wuda University looked puzzled. 2 figures actually stepped out and came to within a few dozen steps of Chenmo. Just you guys? Chenmo frowned, I'm in a hurry. Chenmo was indeed in a hurry. He planned to practice the purgatory and end-of-days method after the 3-school competition was over. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the faint mysterious meaning beneath the cold wind forest. And that mysterious meaning has already subtly stimulated the martial arts factor in his body. In a hurry? One of the burly figures chuckled and said, Don't worry, I, Zheng Kuei, will definitely kill you in one move. Classmate. Another skinny figure also laughed and said, As a person, you can't be too arrogant. Seeing the 2 figures standing in front of them, the people from Star University and Songchong University were obviously excited. He's our school's 3rd-ranked genius, Zheng Kuei. He possesses SS-level Taishan abilities. A high-level 3rd-grade expert. The other one is from our school. He's ranked 3rd too. His name is Li Gue, and he possesses SS-level ghost powers. His strength has reached the upper 3rd level. With these 2 geniuses taking action, Chenmo is doomed. Ha 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 ha, who asked him to be so arrogant and conceited? This time, he is courting death. Many people wiped their mouths and chuckled, as if they had already seen this natural boy being knocked out of the ring. After all, few people can withstand the combination of Zheng Kuei and Li Gue.
Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiang just crossed their arms, seemingly uninterested in all this.
After hearing what Li Gui and Zhang Kuei said, Chenmo just shook his head. Too noisy. Chenmo shook his head. Court death. Let's go.
Zhang Kuei and Li Gui looked at each other, and unexpectedly rushed out from both sides in tacit understanding. Then, they turned into two lightning-like figures and rushed towards Chenmo. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of energy appeared on their bodies. Taishan, suppressing the eternity. In just a moment, Zhang Kuei rushed forward first, and a mountain about 10 feet high suddenly appeared in the center of his palm, slapping down towards Chenmo. However, looking at the shadow of the mountain that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Chenmo sighed.
It's a very resounding name. But
garbage can't change the fact that it's garbage. Chenmo shook his head, his eyes did not change at all, still extremely calm.
It's like I'm really just watching a piece of garbage.
Then, Chenmo pointed out casually.
Dark Thunder Finger Gun.
The dark thunder energy that covered the sky and the sun suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years.
Chapter 87 Arrogance.
In an instant, Chenmo suddenly raised his finger. Then, a black light appeared at his fingertips. All of a sudden, under the astonished gazes of countless people, the black light suddenly expanded dozens of times.
A dark pillar of lightning suddenly shot out. Buzz.
The huge dark light column completely tore through the air and bombarded Zhang Kuei, who was attacking.
How is that possible? Zhang Kuei's pupils shrank, and before he could react, this terrifying energy attack had already triggered his body's protective mode.
With a bang, Zhang Kuei suddenly disappeared from the ring.
Zhang Kuei. Lost. And you.
Chenmo turned his head and looked at Li Gui, whose face was covered in cold sweat.
You. How can you be so strong?
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Gui mobilized all the energy in his body and wanted to leave quickly. However, before he could take a leap, he saw a long spear tearing through the air and rushing towards him.
Buzz.
The dark thunder spear pierced through the sky and earth.
In an instant, Li Gui's defense mode was also triggered and he was teleported out of the ring. In just 2 breaths, Chenmo killed Zhang Kuei and Li Gui one after another.
There is no doubt that if it weren't for the defense mode set up by Bu Xinfeng, these two people would have been smashed into pieces and disappeared from the world.
Quiet.
The whole audience suddenly fell silent.
Chenmo. How come he is so strong? 4th rank warrior? Everyone was dumbfounded.
4th grade warrior.
Now, the freshmen in the other 2 schools are at most at the 3rd level of perfection? And Chenmo actually reached the beginning of the 4th rank? No? Are they dreaming?
In the audience, the sophomores and juniors from the other 2 universities all had slightly dazed expressions. After all, Chenmo's strength has reached the astonishing 4th grade initial stage.
This is simply unheard of. A sophomore from Starry Sky Martial Arts University asked Zhou Wenyu, "Old Zhou, is your Chenmo so strong now?" So strong? Zhou Wenyu shook his head.
However, what he said the next moment made everyone present open their eyes wide at the same time.
He is showing it now. I'm afraid it's not even 1/10. No 10th? The students from other schools looked suspicious.
As for the students at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, the juniors were fine, but the sophomores.
He showed a bitter smile. Is Chenmo strong? Don't they know yet? And on the other side, 3 directors of the admissions office. I feel like I missed a real seedling. Qin Xian murmured to himself. Who isn't?
Yi Xingqian looked at the thin figure on the stage and said, "This kind of energy intensity is too stable.
It's definitely not enhanced by drugs."
Qin Xian turned his head and said, "You got a lucky break." Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Sometimes, having a pair of eyes is better than having other things. The deans were slightly shocked, but not too surprised. They just thought that the students recruited by Xianyuan Martial Arts University this time were better than those of their school. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, Xin Tuyi and Xing Tianni, on the other hand, were humming with their little mouths. His face was full of indifference.
This is not what they want to see.
Looking at the deans who were talking around them, the 4 of them smiled slightly.
What will happen next will definitely be even more exciting.
And at the head of the spectator seats,
the 3 principals are drinking tea. After seeing Chenmo's energy fluctuations, Yi Yang put down the teacup first. With this energy intensity, you're not trying to tell me it's only SSS level, are you? Lin Wudi smiled lightly, it is indeed not SSS level. Bu Shinfeng laughed and said, if it's not SR level, then it's SSR level. Is it innate or acquired? Lin Wudi put down his teacup, innate. The pupils of the two principals suddenly shrank, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. Whether it is SR level or SSR level, it is extremely precious. Because such a genius has not been born in decades. Bu Shinfeng smiled and said, I didn't expect to go to your school. Lin Wudi laughed and said, there's nothing I can do. I'm old now, so I can only train some strong young people. Yi Yang pointed at the remaining freshmen with serious expressions. The remaining 19 people are almost at the upper third level. The leaders, Zhao Tianxiong and Li Shuyun, are at the perfect third level. If they are so arrogant, they will have to unite and fight together to deal with Chenmo. Can your Chenmo small body catch it? Due to the absolute difference in numbers, a powerful opponent can indeed be worn down to death. But Lin Wudi laughed and said, do you think 10,000 ants can kill a god? Yi Yang and Bu Shinfeng smiled at each other and glanced at Lin Wudi. Is old Lin so confident this time? It feels like we rushed into the beast's lair last time. They had been comrades in arms for many years. Under the instruction of the martial saint, he taught the outstanding geniuses of mankind in this rear area. Bu Shinfeng laughed and said, since old Lin is so confident, why don't we add some spice? In an instant, a message suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Bu Shinfeng, next, Chenmo will face off against the two new student camps of Star University and Suncombe University. Whichever side wins will receive a 7th grade elixir, Dragon Blood Pill. If Chenmo wins, he will receive 18 Dragon Blood Pills. If Chen Morowa fails, the rest of the people will each receive a Dragon Blood Pill. As soon as the words fell, they echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned. Dragon Blood Pill, which is refined from the dragon among the ferocious beasts, is of great benefit to the improvement of the warrior's realm. Moreover, as a 7th grade elixir, it is something that many people dream of but cannot obtain. And now, Bu Shinfeng actually offered this as a prize? Next. 2 more voices suddenly rang out. Yi Yang, add the same conditions, 7th grade enlightenment flower petals. Lin Wudi, added the same conditions, 7th grade artistic conception grass. Who? Everyone gasped in surprise. The stakes are so high? The 8th grade enlightenment flower can enhance one's comprehension of martial arts. The 8th grade artistic conception grass can enhance the understanding of artistic conception. And now, these two principals actually took it out one after another as a prize for Chenmo to fight against the 18 top geniuses? Everyone was shocked. Bu Shinfeng laughed and said, I didn't expect Lao Lin to play these with us? Lin Wudi smiled and said, after all, my student's face is also my face. You two are both betting, and I'm the only one not to take part. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Yi Yang smiled and said, it seems that Lao Lin's confidence in Chenmo is really great. Lin Wudi smiled and said, I am confident. Next, please watch carefully. Looks so good. Chapter 88 10 Roots. With the support of the 3 prizes, everyone's eyes were looking towards the huge arena with extremely burning enthusiasm. It's hard to imagine that so many rewards were given out just for the freshman competition. There are 2 reasons. One is the face-saving dispute among the principals. The other one is the president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, who especially trusts Chenmo. You know, even if Chenmo's realm has reached the initial stage of the 4th level. However, what he had to face were 18 geniuses from the world. Each of them has outstanding talent and strength. Each of them is a top-level genius who can fight across levels. It is enough to make thousands of people lose their luster. And now, a group of people are coming to deal with Chenmo. For a moment, everyone felt a faint sense of anticipation. Who would win this battle? If the people from Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Songcheon University win, I'm afraid Lin Wudi is really going to bleed heavily. And on that huge arena, an invisible fighting spirit suddenly lingered in everyone at Suncombe University and Shincombe University. They all took a deep breath, and then turned their heads and looked at the thin young man in front of them with fiery eyes. Defeat him. They can obtain at least 3 kinds of 8th grade spiritual medicines, and the effects of the spiritual medicines are completely different, enough for them to use until their junior year. Moreover, you only need to defeat Chenmo alone in a team battle. All of a sudden, everyone's heart was filled with boundless fighting spirit. Everyone looked at Chenmo with burning eyes, and excitement passed through their hearts. There were even large tracts of energy in the form of mist, sweeping across. The air in the entire arena space seemed to be slightly distorted. Looking at the surging fighting spirit in front of the crowd, Chenmo still had no expression. Even the corners of his mouth twitched. It seems like he's speechless? And behind Chenmo. Will Chenmo win if he challenges so many people at once? Gu Jin was worried for Chenmo. If he were to fight alone, perhaps he wouldn't be so scared. But, asking him to fight 18 people at once? Then he should go back and ask for help. Lan Chi's heart couldn't help but tense up. You know, the other small fry among the freshmen may not be a big deal to Chenmo. However, Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiang are not easy to deal with. The eyes of the others were also filled with some doubt. After all, they had never seen anyone do something like Chenmo in their entire lives. However, among the crowd, only Shang Wuji smiled gently. Compared to others, he is the one who knows Chenmo best. Chenmo. No confidence. He wouldn't say that. But as long as you have confidence, he will definitely be able to do it. As soon as the words fell, two figures emerged from the crowd of freshmen from Star University and Sungkong University. A figure was covered in blood, and his whole body looked like a ferocious beast with red eyes of killing, roaring wildly. The other figure had a sense of antiquity and wildness, and between his two fingers, he vaguely revealed a feeling that he could suppress everything. The two are the strongest people of Songchong Martial Arts University and Shinkong Martial Arts University respectively, Zhao Tianxiang and Li Shuyun. Li Shuyun looked at Chenmo, his eyes revealing a fighting spirit, excitement, and greed. You can obviously get rid of us at the lowest cost. But you are so arrogant. 1 man versus 18. You will only be killed instantly. You know, if Chenmo concealed his strength and broke out in a group fight, they might not have felt it was very difficult. But Chenmo was so arrogant. This is not a wise choice at all. Zhao Tianxiang looked at Chenmo, also full of confusion. Your journey can only end here. Next, we will take possession of your principal's 8th grade spiritual medicine, the I Ching grass. Two voices passed through the air and reached Chenmo's ears. In response to this, Chenmo shrugged and smiled lightly. Do people from other schools also talk so much nonsense? I thought I could meet some people who don't talk nonsense. The sound was not loud, but it spread throughout the venue. The faces of the freshmen from Star University and Sungkong University all turned ashen. Chenmo, I think you are looking for death. 1 against 18. That's quite a boast. Today I will teach you a lesson. Do you think we are inferior warriors? We are true geniuses. Come on. Let me show you how powerful I am. In an instant, everyone's energy suddenly poured out, and a huge wave of energy instantly spread throughout the arena, wandering in every corner of the ring. Even some sophomores felt the immense pressure from such a powerful force. Lao Lin, it seems that you are too confident this time. Bu Shinfeng sipped his tea and smiled gently. With such strength, even the top geniuses among the 4th grade mid-level warriors might not be able to deal with it. What's more, Chenmo was at the beginning of the 4th rank? In his opinion, it was just that Lin Wudi had not found a good seedling for a long time, so his confidence suddenly increased. Lin Wudi laughed and said, then, watch carefully. Bu Shinfeng and Yi Yang smiled lightly, optimistic? Of course, we are optimistic. You look for good seedlings, and the good seedlings we find are not bad either. Just as these two sentences were spoken, 2 huge beams of energy suddenly burst out from the ring. Suddenly, 2 red and white beams of light surged out from the bodies of Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiang, like Mount Buzhou, standing between heaven and earth. Once the huge energy ripples spread out, hurricanes suddenly swept out in the surroundings. Everyone's pupils contracted slightly. It's very simple. The innate abilities that erupted from the bodies of Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiang. I'm afraid it won't be SS level anymore. But it's SSS level. What Li Shuyun possesses is the SSS level god of killing talent. What Zhao Tianxiang possesses is the SSS level sky talent. The talents of these two top geniuses are unique among all age groups. Because, as early as their 2nd year of high school, they had already been noticed by the 2 major sacred martial arts universities and had been trained in advance. Only now did the 2 of them truly bare their fangs. Such strong strength. No wonder Principal Bu and Principal Yi are so confident. It seems that Principal Lin has been tricked by his 2 friends. This is going to be a bloody loss.
However, when they looked at Lin Wudi still had a look of confidence in his victory. It was as if he turned a blind eye to the energy released by Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiong.
And at this moment,
an indifferent voice spread out from it. Perhaps.
Garbage is garbage. Anything that is too ornately decorated will just be trash. Everyone looked over.
I saw that thin figure with a smile on his face. Behind him, a sudden force had already gathered.
10 giant dragon-like dark thunder hands. Next. Is it my turn to perform now?
In an instant, a dark thunder energy powerful enough to reach the sky completely exploded between heaven and earth.
Chapter 89 Monster.
There were as many as 10 giant dragon-like dark thunder hands that suddenly rose into the sky. The terrifying pressure spread out like a mighty tide, causing ripples throughout the entire space.
Boom! The vast energy changed everyone's expression. Superior.
Before he completes the condensation.
Good.
Superior. In an instant, the faces of all the freshmen became serious, and then they turned into lightning-like figures and rushed towards Chenmo.
Ice. Raging fire. Hurricane. Thunder.
Buzz. Countless kinds of energy gathered together and rushed towards Chenmo from all directions.
Energy beams like air dragons shot towards Chenmo.
Leading the way were Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiong.
Rumble.
Suddenly, a layer of blood-colored energy lingered on the body of Li Shuyun. In an instant, Li Shuyun's body membrane was suddenly covered with a layer of blood-red armor, and a fist shadow about 10 feet long suddenly appeared in his right hand. God of killing, smash all living things with his fist. The huge dark red fist shadow completely tore through the air, carrying with it a tremendous murderous intent.
And the other side. Zhao Tianxiong's eyes focused and he exhaled a breath of foul air from his lungs. Buzz.
This turbid air suddenly gathered on the middle finger and index finger of the right hand. Then, a majestic shadow suddenly condensed.
Sky, finger breaks the sky.
I saw a giant finger about a foot long coming towards Chenmo to suppress him.
A huge arena has been torn into two spaces. One side is filled with chaotic and complex energy.
The other side is covered by terrifying dark mines.
Who will win?
The crowd were sophomores and juniors, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink when they saw the scene.
They have seen many scenes. But many of those battle scenes were one-on-one. And now, so many people are attacking Chenmo at the same time. This is something you will never see in your lifetime. I wonder who will win.
They must be students from the other two schools who have joined forces.
They're going to win? We will win.
From a purely energy-intensive perspective, the combined forces of the two schools are the most powerful.
But Chenmo also has a way to win. That means pulling out another trump card.
Before everyone could finish their words, a mysterious artistic conception suddenly emerged from Chenmo's body. That kind of artistic conception is not the artistic conception of marksmanship, but the true meaning of martial arts.
A bold idea lingered in everyone's mind. Could it be that Chenmo has perfected one of the top martial arts, right? On the stage.
Looking at the various energy waves that were constantly expanding in his sight, some ripples finally flashed across Chenmo's eyes.
Together like this. The power displayed is quite impressive. But it's still too weak. Too weak?
Everyone who attacked Chenmo showed contempt and disdain on their faces. In the face of such energy, how could a warrior of the first stage of the fourth rank be able to block it? However, when the true meaning of martial arts emerged, everyone's expressions suddenly changed.
Kill him.
Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiong felt something was wrong at the same time and shouted immediately. All of a sudden, everyone pushed their energy to the extreme.
An increasingly bright beam of energy surged towards Chenmo. However,
everything is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The 10 dragon-like dark thunder arms behind Chenmo suddenly opened, and each arm suddenly contained the true meaning of martial arts.
Chenmo raised his head, revealing eyes like black holes.
Dark thunder, reaching the sky, penetrating through. 10 dark thunder arms suddenly twisted and opened, and vast energy gushed out. With a bang, a vortex-like energy condensed in front of Chenmo's chest. The 10 dark thunder arms were like arms caring for a baby, closely watching over this energy. At the same time, every inch of muscle in Chenmo's body suddenly twisted, and then the vortex-like energy completely exploded.
Buzz. A beam of dark lightning shot out with a bang. In an instant, the huge darkness suddenly extinguished everyone's light. And on the ring,
only darkness remained.
Dark. This is a space so dark that you can hardly see your fingers.
And in the darkness, black and white lightning rushed, making a rumbling sound.
Everyone standing in the audience was stunned. Because, after the energy wave of this dark thunder completely dissipated, what remained was an empty arena. Chenmo. Win.
All the sophomores and juniors from both Star University and Sunkom University were slightly stunned.
And below the ring,
the freshmen of Star University and Sunkom University were also dumbfounded. They looked at their bodies, and even raised their hands in disbelief, looking at their palms carefully. His eyes were filled with astonishment and bewilderment. They only felt that huge dark lightning column annihilated them all, and then they completely lost consciousness. When they appeared again, they had already arrived under the ring. The only possibility struck their minds like a heavy hammer.
Chenmo. Killed them all instantly with one move?
The most stunned ones were Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiong. Both of them are freshman geniuses. In fact, they are the two strongest freshmen in the Great Xia Federation.
And now, he was actually killed instantly by someone his own age? Sluggish. Confused. Stunned.
Various complex expressions appeared in the minds of the two. Then, they looked at the thin figure on the ring. A hint of fear and dread could not help but show in his eyes.
This guy is a monster.
The other side. The deans were in an uproar. When they looked at Xingtiani and the other three, they found that they looked calm.
It seemed as if something was expected to happen. No wonder.
No wonder these guys were so confident from the beginning. That Chenmo actually practiced a top-level martial art, the Zhongtian method, to perfection.
How is this possible? Among the three directors of the admissions office,
the teacups in Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian's hands fell to the ground at the same time with a bang.
Their eyes immediately fell on Lin Jianfeng. Old Lin, have you known this for a long time? Qin Xian asked blankly. Lao Lin, you are so unkind. They didn't expect that Chenmo could be so powerful. A freshman challenges 18 freshmen alone. No. To be more precise, he challenged 20 freshmen and killed them all in one go?
He even cultivated the top-level martial art, known as the most difficult to practice, the Final Heaven method, to perfection?
No. This guy is such a monster? Suddenly, they felt like they had missed out on hundreds of billions. Chapter 90-40. Hundreds of billions.
Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen looked at each other.
My scalp is tingling. Chenmo.
Maybe he is the most talented and terrifying monster in the past 100 years.
That's what I said.
You are no match for me when it comes to judging people. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly and looked at the ring leisurely.
Chenmo's strength. But it's far more than that. And in the principal's audience, the teacups in Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang's hands paused for a moment. The calm tea in the cup even caused slight ripples.
They have seen many people who have cultivated the end of the heaven method to perfection.
Most of them are talented and strong people. However, they had hardly ever seen anyone who had cultivated the end of heaven method to perfection at the age of 18. Yes, almost nothing. Honestly speaking, Chenmo must have more than one talent.
Bu Xinfeng put down the teacup and looked at Lin Wudi with serious eyes.
Lin Wudi smiled lightly. It seems that I can see it. Chenmo's talent also includes an SSS-level understanding.
Speaking of this, even the two knowledgeable principals felt ripples in their hearts again.
The combination of my talent for comprehension and my talent for dark thunder. This kid is really scary.
Bu Xinfeng smiled lightly.
Unexpectedly. He really didn't expect it.
The monster that Lin Wudi found this time was truly a monster.
It's time to fulfill the promise. Lin Wudi drank tea.
Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang looked at each other. In an instant, 18 streams of light floated beside Chenmo at the same time.
Chenmo caught them with his giant hand of dark thunder, and it turned out to be 9 7th grade dragon blood pills. 9 petals of the 7th grade enlightenment flower. 9 7th grade artistic conception grasses. Every kind of elixir put on the market is enough to cause a huge wave. And now, all of them have fallen into Chenmo's hands. Countless people felt extremely envious. But no one would be dissatisfied with this. Because, this was fought for by Chenmo. In the freshman year, challenge 18 freshmen of the same age group. And they won in such a crushing manner. Just ask them. Who can do that? When the three principals saw this scene, they just smiled lightly without any dissatisfaction. From the perspective of strong men like them who are at the stage of half-step martial saint, the 7th grade elixir is not too important. Next, it's the sophomore test, right? Lin Wudi took a sip of tea. Let Chenmo continue. As for the video footage the military wants, we can just have the freshmen from our 3 schools create it and send it to the military. Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang nodded. The ultimate goal of this 3-person competition is to select the corresponding talents, send the video to the military, and finally have the personnel from the 4 major war zones make the selection. Since Chenmo won in such a crushing manner, the battle videos of other people in this battle are basically invalid. It can only be made up later. As for letting Chenmo continue to take the test, Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang had exactly this intention. They can see that Chenmo's real combat capability is more than that. Perhaps, by throwing this group of sophomores in, we can unleash Chenmo's true fighting power? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in their hearts. Chenmo's true combat power. How strong will it be? Under the ring. Brother Chen, you are too fierce. Holy crap. You're taking on 20 people alone. I've never seen anyone like you in my life. I'll take a picture for my moments when it's over. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen must have a more advanced army than us. Under the ring. Unlike the lifeless Star University and Sunkong University, the faces of the students at Xianyuan University were full of excitement. Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others were also extremely shocked. Obviously, Chenmo represented their Xianyuan University in the competition, so naturally they felt a sense of identity. Really, I'm getting further and further away from you. Shang Wuji sighed. It's just a little bit away from me. Chenmo said with a smile. A little bit? The billion or tens of millions? Shang Wuji curled his lips. Everyone laughed. Let's go, we'll go to the audience seats to watch the showdown between the sophomores. Gu Jin smiled slightly. You guys go, I want to stay here. Chenmo waved his hand. Everyone was stunned. Immediately, a bold idea appeared in their minds. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Xianyuan University Chenmo, special permission to enter the 3-school competition, 2nd year qualification. Student Chenmo, please stay on the stage and participate in the sophomore 3-school competition. Also, freshmen from Xianyuan University, Sangxiang University, and Xingkong University, please be prepared. After the specific trial is over, you will be arranged to compete again. Bu Shenfeng's calm voice spread throughout the venue. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Chenmo. No one expected that a freshman could crush his peers. On this basis, I even participated in the sophomore selection. Or rather, in the competition among 3 schools, the rules were changed just for Chenmo, and the other students were retested after the competition. Over the years, only Chenmo has achieved this level. This guy. It's really evil. Just then. Swish, swish, swish. One after another figures rushed onto the stage. Those were the sophomores from the 3 St. Budo universities. The pressure lingering in their bodies is more powerful and more terrifying than that of freshmen. Almost everyone's strength is around the upper 4th level. There were even 2 people in Star University and Sunkong University who had reached the astonishing 4th grade perfection. He is only 1 step away from becoming a 5th grade warrior. Therefore, the pressure within their bodies is even more terrifying. Snap. Chenmo calmly jumped onto the stage from the side. Came to Shang Tianlei's side. Seeing this thin figure, Shang Tianlei and others all smiled bitterly. Lin Xinju came to Chenmo's side. You don't want to fight alone? Zhou Wenyu raised his eyebrows. You've already fought with us, you can't still be so arrogant, right? Shang Tianlei didn't say anything, but looked at Chenmo's back, as if he already knew what Chenmo was thinking. This time, let me do it alone. Chenmo came in front of the crowd, facing the gazes of countless people, and showed a confident smile. I want to try it. Are the sophomores at the other 2 universities any different from their freshmen? After all, I don't like opponents who are too weak. Buzz. In an instant, a series of puzzled, fierce, shocked and astonished glances were all directed at Chenmo. Some people even bite the tip of their tongue to make sure they are not dreaming. That's right. after Chenmo challenged 20 freshmen alone. It turns out. Want to challenge 40 sophomores? This is. Are you crazy? Chapter 91 picked up. Chenmo. Is he crazy?
Everyone looked at the thin figure on the ring in disbelief.
Especially the freshmen from Sungkong University and Xingkong University.
Among them, Li Shuyun and Zhao Tianxiang were particularly dumbfounded.
No. Chenmo. Is he really crazy?
With the realm of the initial stage of the fourth rank, beating them into this state, perhaps there is still room for reflection.
However, relying on the realm of the fourth rank, he wanted to fight against 40 sophomores?
You know, every sophomore's overall combat capability is at least 1 or 2 levels higher than their own level. There is no shortage of geniuses who can kill enemies of higher levels.
However, is Chenmo still so confident? Everyone was at a loss.
In the audience, countless people were also stunned.
For example, the deans of other schools glanced at Chen Tuyi and the other 4, and seemed still to have a calm expression.
For example, the 2 admissions directors, Yi Xingchen and Xin Xian, looked at each other and finally looked at the calm Lin Jianfeng.
Old Lin? Are you sure? Is he so arrogant? Xin Xian looked at the calm Lin Jianfeng and his mouth twitched. Freshmen have not even been enrolled for half a year and they already have to compete in a team battle with sophomores? If this hadn't happened right in front of him, he didn't even dare to think about it. Won't you know if you keep reading?
Lin Jianfeng shrugged lightly, his face expressionless. Xin Xian and Yi Xingchen were stunned, and then they turned their attention to the arena again. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes.
I don't know how strong this kid can be. At the same time, they were shouting. These sophomores, please don't lose to Chenmo. Are you still betting this time? Lin Wuti took a sip of tea, the fragrance of the tea filled the air, and he felt extremely happy. Yi Yang and Bu Shinfeng were stunned and shook their heads. Although what is happening at this moment is extremely fantastic.
However, after their previous experience, Bu Shinfeng and the others did not dare to gamble again.
But, how can this kid defeat this group of people? Could it be that he has obtained a magical weapon?
Both of them had heard the rumor that Chenmo had obtained a magic weapon, but he was only a freshman after all, so the possibility of it being true was too low.
But now, maybe it is true? But even so, it's impossible.
Their sophomores are also top talents who master immortal artifacts, and 2 of them have mastered artistic conception.
Such terrifying power is simply beyond Chenmo's reach. But in this case, they just kept watching.
At this moment on the stage, Sheng Tianlei and the others shrugged their shoulders and stood aside consciously.
Yes, they were about to give the entire stage to Chenmo.
In the distance, the sophomore students from Star University and Sungkong University suddenly frowned. Looking at this handsome freshman, everyone couldn't believe that the next person to fight with them was a freshman who had just been in college for 2 months.
This Chenmo. What kind of strength does he have?
Beginning of the 4th rank, being able to defeat a combined force of freshmen is truly remarkable.
But, for us, it's still too far away. Yes. Each of us is at the high level of the 4th rank, or even perfect. You still want to take on 40 alone? Isn't that just wishful thinking?
At this moment, a steady voice suddenly sounded.
Everyone, let's go.
Amidst countless astonished gazes, 8 figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was found that the strength of almost every figure had reached the 4th level of perfection. Moreover, it is not just the ordinary 4th grade perfection, but the strength is close to that of a half-step 5th grade warrior. Chenmo took a quick glance and roughly knew that the 8 people in front of him were the 4 strongest people ranked at the top of Sungkong University and Xingkong University.
Finally, it's a little interesting.
Chenmo smiled lightly, his black robe rustling in the strong wind, and he stood on the stage like a mountain.
Interesting? A figure stepped out and smiled at Chenmo.
My name is Zhang Yunqing, and I'm ranked 3rd in my sophomore year at Sangchong University.
Chenmo nodded. Will you come first? Or come together? Everyone's expression froze slightly.
Zhang Yunqing was also stunned for a moment, then said, Your Excellency, you really don't treat me as a human being, do you?
Chenmo was stunned and said solemnly, I am serious.
Suddenly, the whole place fell into silence. Then, Zhang Yunqing smiled gently, In that case, I'll come first. In an instant, Zhang Yunqing opened his right hand, a dark light flashed, and a black spear suddenly appeared. This is his low-level immortal weapon, the Broken Cloud Spear. A subtle spear intent lingered from his body, but it was not powerful and should only be considered half spear intent.
Chenmo. Take my shot.
Broken clouds, black light, spear star splits the sky.
Zhang Yunqing didn't say anything nonsense.
After sweeping out all the energy and artistic conception in his body, he rushed towards Chenmo like a long dragon.
Buzz.
In an instant, the black spear tore through the air and headed straight for Chenmo's face.
The speed is so fast that it is unimaginable. This is the blessing brought by the immortal weapon. Countless people's eyes lit up. This attack might make Chenmo lose. However, the next moment, what happened made everyone stunned.
Suddenly, a spear made of dark thunder energy appeared in Chenmo's right hand. Then, the gun intent that soared into the sky shook the heaven and earth.
Dark thunder gun.
Before everyone could react, a black light even more terrifying than Zhang Yunqing suddenly burst out. Then, a spear intent shot up into the sky and completely obscured Zhang Yunqing. By the time the gun intent dissipated, Zhang Yunqing's body still appeared outside the ring. His face was full of confusion.
Oh. Lost?
As for the sophomores standing on the stage, except for Xianyuan University, the students from the other two universities all had their brains slightly frozen.
Still haven't reacted. Zhang Yunqing? A genius who possessed a low-level immortal weapon and mastered half of the spear intent was defeated by Chenmo? How is that possible? Everyone in the audience felt a surge of emotion in their hearts. The Chenmo in front of him actually cultivated the spear intent? What kind of talent is this?
Old Lin, you really found a treasure this time. A trace of envy flashed across Bu Shinfeng's eyes.
Chenmo
brought him so many surprises. It is no exaggeration to say that Chenmo is the #1 genius in the current Dasha Federation.
18 years old. SR or SSR level talents and abilities. SSS level comprehension talent. Complete gun intent. The top martial arts of perfection level. There is no other great Xia in this world. Chapter 92 Artistic Conception. And on the ring. The students from Sangchun University and Xingkong University all looked solemn in an instant. Kill Zhang Yunqing in one move.
This was an achievement that none of them had expected. You know, Zhang Xingyun's strength is not weak. On the contrary, he is extremely powerful among them. However, he was killed instantly by Chenmo in this state.
Artistic conception. Everyone knows that Chenmo is truly an absolute genius. Snap.
Suddenly, 5 more people stepped out. Everyone looked over quickly, and above the figures of these 5 people, a completely different light suddenly flashed. Some people had a pair of golden and magnificent iron boxing gloves in their hands. Some people had a long sword in their hands that looked like thousands of evil spirits wailing.
Behind some people appeared a pair of 5-meter-long Fong Tianhua Ji. Without a doubt. All of these weapons are immortal artifacts that can grow. However, the light emitted by these immortal weapons is only of the lowest level. A terrifying pressure spread out from the 5 people, and everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Except Tang Tian and Yihao, almost everyone is here.
Chenmo's strength is enough to force the 5 of them to join forces.
Good fellow. This Chenmo is such a tough opponent. Many people were talking about it.
The 5 people on the ring were ready for battle, with serious expressions on their faces. Zhang Xingyun had been killed instantly, so for both public and private reasons, they could not be the slightest bit lax with Chenmo.
The guy in front of him really came here with the goal of challenging all of them alone. Seeing this scene, Chenmo raised his eyebrows slightly. It looks interesting again.
Before he finished speaking, under countless astonished gazes, the 5 people suddenly turned into 5 lightning-like shadows, and then shot towards Chenmo.
Defying the heavens, the halberd shakes the universe. Sparrowson, 9-fold wave. 10,000 miles of ice.
Along with the explosion of energy in the 5 people's bodies, their different talents and abilities were completely poured out at this moment.
There is a sword energy rising into the sky. There are also halberd shadows breaking through the air. There were even fist marks that were several feet in size.
The 5 moves were miraculously combined in mid-air in a tacit understanding. Immediately afterwards, a beam of energy powerful enough to annihilate everything suddenly formed.
Boom!
The huge beam of energy almost compressed the air. Looking at the ever-expanding beam of energy in his sight, there was no trace of panic on Chenmo's face.
Stretch out your legs and jump. In the blink of an eye, his body disappeared from the spot. The 5 people who were approaching changed their expressions. When they were about to activate their whole body perception, they suddenly found that Chenmo had come behind them. I practice. I still have martial arts. The ultimate sky method, ultimate explosion. Dark thunder, shoot to kill. Bang. There was a sound of gas explosion, and Chenmo's figure flew out like a meteor. When they appeared again, a dark thunder spear pierced through the body of one of them. Under the cover of the defensive light, this person was not in any danger. However, the pressure that Chenmo unleashed at this moment caused countless people's faces to change suddenly. Not good. Let's go together. Don't let this kid get out. The remaining 4 people who attacked Chenmo all felt their scalps tingling. Chenmo's speed is really too fast. It's so fast that it's terrifying. Buzz. The 4 of them reacted immediately, and the magic weapons in their hands burst into light, and then they all rushed towards Chenmo's figure. However, when these 4 energies collided completely and exploded, a scream was heard again. On the other side, the chest of the sophomore holding the Feng Tianhua Ji was pierced through in an instant, and then he was teleported out of the ring. This guy. It's a monster. On the stage, all the sophomores suddenly raised their brows. Then, Chenmo continued to look at the 3 people who attacked him with a calm gaze. The 3 men's pupils suddenly shrank and they were about to retreat. However, a gun shadow shot up into the sky, carrying with it a myriad of mysterious gun intents, and shot towards the 3 people. In an instant, the 3 of them were suddenly teleported out of the ring. So far, all 5 were defeated. The entire square where the 3 schools competition was taking place suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chenmo at the same time. Bu Xinfeng smiled lightly. This guy will definitely become the backbone of the human race in the future. Is this the kind of genius the military needs? Yi Yang smiled and said, TSK, a few beast kings outside the border are still saying that the human race has no geniuses. But, you mean the military? Even among those they trained internally, no one of the same age can compare to Chenmo. Bu Xinfeng and Lin Wudi nodded, agreeing with this. Lin Wudi took another sip of tea. How is it? I picked the candidate and trained him specially. Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang couldn't help but roll their eyes at Lin Wudi at the same time. It is clear that Chenmo has innate advantages. How did this become your achievement, Lin Wudi? This is just a joke. I guess Chenmo will continue to challenge those juniors in your school. Lin Wudi crossed his legs, a playful look on his face. Only in front of his 2 old friends, Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang, did he not have to maintain that dignified and serious appearance? Bu Xinfeng curled his lips. It will be very difficult for Chenmo to defeat those 2. Yi Yang smiled and said, Tang Tian and Yi Hao were specially trained by us, they are not so easy to be defeated. Lin Wudi didn't argue much. But just a slight smile. Then we'll just have to wait and see. On the stage, the energy particles gradually dissipated. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chenmo. Sheng Tianlei sighed. Compared to a month ago, Chenmo's strength has become stronger. Lin Qingzhu revealed an indescribable expression. I can't keep up at all. Zhou Wenyu spread his hands and said, we are not geniuses, so we should just pretend to be dead. Next, it depends on how Chenmo performs. Everyone nodded. Different from the expressions of the people watching the show at Xianyuan University were the people from Tsinghong University and Xingkong University. Even though the facts have already happened in front of them, they still have a sense of fantasy. After all, if someone told them that a freshman could achieve what he has today, none of them would believe it. However, it actually happened. There really is such a monster. Then, they focused all their attention on the 2 figures standing in front of them. Tang Tian, the strongest sophomore at Sengqiang University. Yi Hao is the strongest sophomore at Star University. Without exception, both of them mastered top-level martial arts, mid-level immortal weapons, and extraordinary talents and abilities. Even the power of artistic conception. They represent the top combat power of the 2 holy martial arts universities. Chapter 93 Secret. Even though Tang Tian and Yi Hao were standing in front of everyone, their eyes still showed a solemn look. The fact that he had comprehended the perfect martial arts or the artistic conception while being only at the initial stage of the 4th rank was enough to shock them. Not to mention that he had just suppressed the other 6 people with thunder-like means. They had never seen such a strong man of the same age.
What's more, they are 1 grade younger than them. All of a sudden, Tang Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed it. A golden light flashed, and when it reappeared, it turned out to be a golden guandao. Then, Yi Hao clenched his hands, and a pair of dark hammers suddenly appeared in his palms. These two immortal weapons are actually medium-level immortal weapons. The terrifying fluctuations of supernatural powers, combined with the mysterious artistic conception, poured out at this moment. The vast energy actually made Aaron stand on the ground, forming cracks in the ground, with astonishing power. Such strong strength. The pupils of some geniuses shrank. According to the level of Tang Tian and Yi Hao, it would not be a problem for them to enter the middle of their junior year. No wonder he is known as the best sophomore at Sunkom University and Shinkom University. With such strength, ordinary people can only look up to him.
Chenmo looked at the two of them and smiled gently. Come on.
His tone remained unchanged, still normal. However, Tang Tian and Yi Hao did not dare to relax at all. Tang Tian stepped out and said, Chenmo, I know you must have obtained the immortal weapon. Take out your magical weapon, let's have a real fight. The gilded guandao slashed down in the wind, suddenly creating a huge pit about 10 feet in the ground. Yi Hao also said, if you don't use the magic weapon, you will not be our opponent in terms of head-on strength.
Artistic conception? They do. Top-level martial arts? They again. Immortal weapon? They also have one. What's more, the battle between the two of them and Chenmo is inherently unfair, 2 against 1.
However, the next moment, what Chenmo said made the pupils of the two shrink slightly.
Deal with you. Maybe there's no need for a magical weapon. Isn't it?
Chenmo smiled slightly, but his eyes contained a kind of confidence that ordinary people could not possess.
In the principal's audience. The training is very good.
Bu Shinfeng said with a little emotion. He could see that Chenmo's confidence was not arrogance, but came from a true grasp of his own strength. The heart of a warrior should be to strive for progress. And Chenmo just happens to have such a heart for martial arts. I just don't know how powerful the cards he has hidden are.
Yi Yang also smiled lightly.
But Lin Wudi did not respond. Even though he knew that Chenmo had received that person's approval and even obtained that terrifying immortal weapon. But Lin Wudi himself couldn't figure out the true combat power that Chenmo was about to unleash. At this moment, he was actually looking forward to whether Tang Tian and Yi Hao in front of him could force out Chenmo's strength. As everyone was thinking this, 2 figures suddenly rushed out.
Bang!
The ground where Tang Tian and Yi Hao were standing had completely shattered. With the help of the inertia brought by this huge force, the two of them moved almost instantly, one in front and one behind, and came to within dozens of steps of Chenmo. Then, the two of them looked at each other, and then, they attacked at the same time with great tacit understanding. Clear Sky Hammer, annihilation of all things. Slaughter the sky blade falls into the starry sky. Along with the roars of these two voices, endless energy waves burst out from their bodies. Then, a gilded guandao soared into the sky and slashed down at Chenmo's forehead. Large swaths of air completely transformed into turbulence, and the enormous energy almost crushed the entire space.
Tang Hao behind Chenmo was even more terrifying.
The two giant hammers turned into shadows about 10 feet long at the same time and smashed down towards Chenmo.
Almost the entire area of air sank into a puddle.
Under the cover of these two vast energy rays, Chenmo's thin figure seemed to become extremely small. It's like a small boat in the turbulent tide, in danger of being broken into pieces at any time.
This time, Chenmo can't catch it, right? Many people had this thought in their minds. Chenmo's previous performance was really too outstanding. As a result, they now desperately want to extinguish Chenmo's light and make it dim. However, when they looked towards the ring again, everyone's bodies suddenly froze. At some point, Chenmo's right hand had already grasped a 6-meter-long dark thunder spear. And on the gun body and the gun tip, there is a mysterious gun intent wandering. If it was just the gun intention, they still wouldn't feel anything. But
they actually smelled a completely different scent from the gun intent.
That is murderous intent. Buzz.
In an instant, the gun intent on Chenmo's body suddenly became tangible, like a tide of blood-red gun intent, completely enveloping Chenmo's body.
Then, rumble.
This terrifying spear intent shot straight into the sky, filled with murderous intent, as if it was enough to kill gods, sweeping across. Looking at the spear intent rising into the sky, everyone was stunned.
That's the attribute of gun intent? Chenmo actually comprehended the attribute of the spear?
Everyone stood there like wooden men, looking at the bloody spear intent with disbelief.
Gun intent. The evolution from no attributes to attributes.
In this process, it may take decades of accumulation to form.
And now, Chenmo actually comprehended the attribute of gun intent? Moreover, this kind of artistic conception attribute. Definitely not ordinary. The other side.
In the spectator seats where the deans were.
With a snap.
Shinti, Gulinghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xing Tiani all stood up at the same time.
Their eyes all turned to Chenmo. Old Xing? Didn't you say you didn't help Chenmo comprehend the attributes of the spear?
Gulinghan looked at Chenmo's figure in disbelief. It took Gulinghan 7 or 8 years to cultivate the attribute realm.
And Chenmo cultivated it just like that?
The other two deans were also confused and immediately turned their gazes to Xing Tiani.
And Xing Tiani?
He himself was also stunned where he was.
No? How did Chenmo comprehend the attribute of the spear? I haven't even taught him yet.
Xing Tiani himself naturally didn't dare to believe it.
And he could see that Chenmo had comprehended the attribute of the spear. Extraordinary.
In other words, the attribute of gun intent that Chenmo comprehended might be the one that Xing Tian felt had the greatest pressure.
Principal's Auditorium. Qilin's son.
Bu Xinfeng gave the highest evaluation.
Dragon posture. Yi Yang nodded.
Chenmo was not a latent dragon, but a real dragon, a rising star in the era of martial arts.
Old Lin, I didn't expect that you could let Chenmo hide so deeply.
Bu Xinfeng sighed slightly.
Chenmo, you have been secretly training him since he was a child, right? Lin Wudi? I cultivate secretly? How come I don't know? Chapter 94, Heaven and Earth Tower. 3 updates today. I cultivated it? How come I don't know?
Lin Wudi himself was stunned.
He was still immersed in the gun attributes brought by Chenmo.
The attribute of gun intent emanating from Chenmo was, to a certain extent, comparable to the attribute of artistic conception he cultivated. But the key point is that his realm is half-step martial saint, the peak of the 9th grade martial king.
And Chenmo was actually on par with him?
Even the knowledgeable Lin Wudi couldn't help but sigh at Chenmo's enchanting appearance at this moment. At this moment, a calm voice spread throughout the venue.
I have a shot. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the thin boy who was trapped.
Everyone was in shock. I saw countless blood-red air dragons spinning rapidly on the young man's giant spear.
An expression of disbelief also appeared on Tang Tian and Yi Hao's faces. Superior. Coincidentally, both of them mobilized all their energy and pushed the power of the two attacks to the extreme. However, Chenmo looked at them with a smile on his face. Finally, someone could force him to use his gun. I have a shot.
It can kill the gods of heaven and earth.
You can cut off all injustice. Suddenly, Chenmo drew his gun.
A blood-red spear light suddenly enveloped the sky and earth, dyeing the entire silver arena red. And that spear intent shattered and dispersed like a meteor.
It was as if there were millions of pieces of debris, and in an instant, they shone in all directions.
This gun only has the intention of a gun.
There is only the god-killing spear intent. Just the spear intent is enough to defeat Yi Hao and Tang Tian.
The moment Yi Hao and Tang Tian's energy phantoms came into contact with Chenmo's gun intent, all the energy phantoms suddenly turned into nothing and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Countless streams of light also appeared on the surface of Yi Hao and Tang Tian's membranes. By the time the two of them reacted, their bodies had already appeared outside the ring.
I just lost like that? I lost?
Tang Tian and Yi Hao's faces were still filled with disbelief.
They were defeated by a freshman like this? After a moment, the two began to be stunned again. This guy actually comprehended the attribute of the spear? At the same time,
everyone's gaze suddenly stopped at the thin figure standing on the ring after the red light gradually disappeared.
Everyone's face showed an expression of awe. This is a kind of respect for the strong.
However, at Sangkong University and Xingkong University, the faces of the 32 sophomore geniuses who were still standing on the stage showed expressions of bitter smiles, helplessness, and disbelief.
Are we still fighting? What the hell? Are you going to fight? Tang Tian and Yi Hao both lost, how else can we fight? Use the majority against the minority. There's only one Chenmo anyway. Only one? He can kill you without any effort. Let's go down.
The principal will definitely arrange another test for us.
Then, these geniuses who were usually extremely proud actually walked off the stage very proactively.
Shang Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and others came over. Lin Xingzhu was the first to speak. No wonder you were able to teach me to comprehend the sword intent.
It turns out that you have even comprehended the attribute realm.
Lin Xingzhu smiled gently.
Chenmo's talent is really too high. Chenmo smiled and said, sometimes you're just lucky.
Luck?
Everyone looked at each other.
If they were lucky enough to become stronger, they could burn incense and worship Buddha every day. There's no comparison. This was the only thought that popped up in the minds of countless people.
Chenmo brought them such a huge shock. The most important thing is,
Zhou Wenyu, Lin Xingzhu, and Shang Tianlei all knew that Chenmo had not yet used the ultimate immortal weapon.
What if the ultimate immortal weapon was used? What kind of scene will it be? No one can guess.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out.
Sophomores, please step off the stage immediately.
Bu Shenfeng's voice rang out. After the three-school competition is over, a test session will be set up specifically for you.
Bu Shenfeng's voice still rang in everyone's ears.
Looking at the figure in black robe on the ring, even the junior students couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Their talents were not as good as Chenmo's.
Xianyuan University, 3rd year. Brother Dongfang, what will happen if you fight with Chenmo? Asked a junior.
Beside him stood a handsome young man in a Tai Chi robe.
Dongfang Ji said calmly. If we were of the same age, I would definitely not be his opponent.
But now, I am 2 years older than him. His strength has even reached that of a 5th grade mid-level warrior.
Chenmo, you can't be compared with me. No matter how strong Chenmo is, Dongfang Ji doesn't think Chenmo will defeat him.
The gap between the 4th and 5th ranks is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth, and almost no one in history has been able to surpass it.
Brother Dongfang's strength is obvious to everyone. He is definitely the best in Xianyuan University today.
It would be fine if Chenmo was 2 years older now, but it's a pity that he's still a freshman.
Voices rang out all around. As third-year students, they knew better than anyone how terrifying Dongfang Ji was. Star University, 3rd year. That guy's talent is truly a monster.
A young man with long hair is crossing his arms across his chest. And on his fists, there was a kind of pressure that ordinary people could hardly imagine.
He, Wu Jin, is the top student in his 3rd year at Star University.
The well-deserved #1 expert at Star University. Brother Wu is also interested in Chenmo. The junior student next to him laughed. Given Chenmo's strength, the principal and his colleagues will definitely let him take part in their 3rd year exam.
Wu Jin smiled lightly. I'm looking forward to Chenmo's expression. Sangqiong University, 3rd year.
A graceful figure was looking at the thin figure on the ring.
Sister Shangwan, that boy is too arrogant. If he takes the test later, you must teach him a lesson.
A woman was so angry that her teeth were itching. After all, Chenmo had caused them to lose face so much in their freshman and sophomore years.
Shangwan Shui's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Yes, I will if there is a chance. But
Chenmo's immortal weapon has not been used. The woman quickly said, even if he uses a magical weapon, Chenmo is definitely not your opponent.
Shangwan Shui smiled, that's the best. Just when everyone wanted to continue chatting, Bu Shenfeng's voice rang in everyone's ears. Next we will conduct the 3rd year test. Everyone leave the ring immediately. When the arena was cleared, the 3 principals, Bu Shenfeng, Yi Yang and Lin Wudi, were all floating on the arena.
Then, they shouted in unison. Heaven and Earth Tower.
Now. The earth trembles. A magnificent tower suddenly burst out from the arena. Countless people are stuck because of this. Chapter 95 Warzone.
I saw a huge tower suddenly rising from the ground,
almost reaching the sky. And there are a total of 7 floors on top of the tower. Each floor is magnificent and majestic. In front of the tall tower, on a huge plaque, were engraved 3 large characters in a flamboyant style tower of heaven and earth. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Is this the 3-school competition unique to junior year? It seems that they are dozens of times more advanced than those who are in their freshman and sophomore years. This is called the Tower of Heaven and Earth. It is a treasure left behind by a human martial saint. In this tower, the habits of various ferocious beasts will be fully simulated.
Bu Xinfeng's voice spread throughout the venue.
So the task is extremely simple. It means reaching the top of the tower first. Whoever reaches the top of the tower first will receive the corresponding ranking. Every time you pass a level, the Heaven and Earth Tower will reward you with corresponding rewards. There are a total of 600 third-year students here. I hope you can strive to make it and achieve excellent results in this 3-school competition. This duel concerns the military's choice of future recruits. I hope you can take it seriously.
Bu Xinfeng's words were no longer as relaxed as before, but became extremely serious.
In just 1 year, junior students will officially join the military and go into the battlefield. Only then will be the most critical moment.
Therefore, here, they must temper the morale of the third-year students.
At this point, all the junior students immediately stood up and answered in unison, yes.
Looking at this scene, Chenmo felt a surge of emotion. Next year, it seems that this group of juniors will also be heading to the battlefield. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Chenmo, you should also participate in the Heaven and Earth Tower and go in for some training. Lin Wudi's voice lingered in Chenmo's heart.
Chenmo nodded.
Even if Lin Wudi didn't say it, he would continue to participate in the 3-school competition.
Things have come to this. His strength has not yet been fully exerted. How could Chenmo just quit like this?
As the freshmen and sophomores sat in the audience seats, the juniors gradually entered the venue. Almost all the third-year students had tense expressions on their faces, as they were about to face an extremely difficult exam. Many people also noticed that Chenmo was actually standing in the team.
The school is truly reassured. The basic beasts in the Heaven and Earth Tower are all at the 5th level. Yes.
Although the Heaven and Earth Tower has a defense mechanism, it can still be damaged. At the beginning of the 4th rank, it's a huge leap to challenge the beginning of the 5th rank. If I practice for another year, maybe I can do it, but it's definitely not the time.
The junior students were talking about it. Star University. Wu Jin glanced at Chenmo.
Looking at the thin figure, Wu Jin grinned. He also wanted to see how far this junior from the freshman year could go.
At the same time,
Wu Jin turned his gaze to the other 2 figures, Dongfang Ji and Shangguan Shui.
These 2 are the ones he really needs to pay attention to.
Long before, he had secretly competed with Dongfang Ji and Shangguan Shui from time to time.
However, no one used their full strength and no one won. In that case, we can have a good fight here.
Sister Shangguan, Chenmo is also going to participate in the Heaven and Earth Tower, said a little girl.
Isn't this a bit too much?
Shangguan Shui wiped a long sword, and then showed a sweet smile.
Shout I. We can't look down on him just because he's a freshman.
Since he is so confident, we must put him on the same level as us, or even higher.
We'll give it our all.
Shangguan Shui stretched out her hand and the long sword disappeared and entered her mind. Shout I was only slightly stunned, then nodded, half understanding, I understand, Sister Shangguan.
Xianyuan University. Chenmo.
Dongfang Ji walked up to Chenmo and smiled at him.
Chenmo bowed politely and said, Senior Dongfang.
As early as when he entered school, Chenmo had heard about the strongest students in each grade.
And Dongfang Ji is an especially powerful one.
Not only did he cultivate the Tongtian method to perfection, he even obtained a mid-level immortal weapon, and his strength reached the high level of the 5th grade. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the best person in Xianyuan University. Dongfang Ji smiled and said, but you're so reserved.
We're all from the same school. Chenmo nodded, okay. Dongfang Ji nodded, I came here to remind you of something. The next step is to enter the Heaven and Earth Tower.
The ferocious beasts encountered in the Heaven and Earth Tower are not like those in the virtual world, where they feel half real and half fake. The ferocious beasts that appeared in the Heaven and Earth Tower are truly physical. Once you enter, don't let your guard down.
Dongfang Ji reminded.
Chenmo's heart warmed, and he smiled and said, I will, Senior.
Dongfang nodded with great satisfaction. Chenmo is extremely talented, so Dongfang Ji naturally wants to be friends with him. After Dongfang Ji left, many seniors came over enthusiastically to say hello and became familiar with Chenmo. You know, with Chenmo's talent, he will definitely be one of the best on the battlefield in the future, and he may even be able to become a marshal. This kind of warrior cannot be made friends, nor can it be made enemies. Chenmo even discovered that many juniors from other schools came to greet him. For a while, Chenmo was very popular in the audience. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but smack their lips. A hint of envy flashed across his eyes. I'm afraid they will never be able to reach Chenmo's level in their lifetime. Chenmo, you are truly extraordinary. Shang Wuji shook his head. When he thought about how he still thought Chenmo was weak during the opening exam, he burst into laughter. Swallowing lightning? Shang Tianlei shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to get even a penny from Chenmo in this lifetime. Chenmo's current starting point may very well be the end point that Shang Tianlei will never reach in his lifetime. And on the other side, the seats of the three principals. There shouldn't be any problem letting Chenmo enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth, right? Yi Yang said. If there's any problem, I'll be the first to break the space and go straight to save him. Lin Wuti shrugged, and his words contained a kind of confidence that ordinary people could not match. Yi Yang and Bu Xinfeng both knew that what Lin Wuti said was absolutely 100% true. Half-step martial saint. It is almost enough to reach the status of one of the four marshals in the army. Bu Xinfeng then smiled and said, has the video just now been sent to the four major war zones? Lin Wuti took a sip of tea and said, of course. Immediately, Lin Wuti looked up at the sky and smiled. I guess they are all rushing over to see it now. At the same time, there was still a huge uproar in the four major war zones. Chapter 96 Pressure. Eastern Theater Command. This is a frontier located in the eastern part of the Daxia Federation. The magnificent city walls completely separate the human world from the world of ferocious beasts. Countless warriors and soldiers are patrolling above. And in the command center, General He Yun was looking at the battle line map with a frown on his face. His strength had clearly reached the peak of the 9th grade martial king, and he was only one step away from becoming a martial saint. The ferocious beasts have been getting closer these past few days. According to the marshal's information, I'm afraid that the beast tide will have a major movement within the next 6 months. It seems I'll have to do a lot of frontline command work in the next 2 days. He Yun sat down, took a sip of the spiritual tea, and prepared to continue with his work. Just then, a soldier trotted in. Report to General He. Video footage has been received from the 3-school competition. He Yun frowned and said, let's see in the evening. There's no rush now. He will watch the video of the competition among the 3 schools and select the best talents to be used as talents to enter the Eastern Theater Command. Many considerations will be made at that time, so He Yun plans to wait until night and watch it with other generals. Report to General He. General Lin Wuti asked you to watch it now. Otherwise, he said you will regret it someday. He Yun was stunned and smiled lightly. Lin Wuti said there will be a time when I will regret it? You picked out a good seedling for me this time? He Yun's mind moved, and he immediately turned on the screen projector. Soon, a video appeared in front of him. A competition between freshmen, sophomores, and juniors? He Yun raised his eyebrows. He Yun knew that freshmen and sophomores would participate in this 3-school competition. However, often during their freshman and sophomore years, their talents have not yet been truly ignited, and their performance will not be very strong. Could it be that you are trying to fool me? He Yun clicked on the video with a skeptical attitude. Soon, he immediately finished watching the half-hour battle video. He Yun's expression also changed from confusion at first, to surprise, then to shock, and finally to astonishment. Evildoer. No. It's a top-level evildoer. He Yun excitedly stood up from the stool and looked at the thin figure in the video with excitement. Chenmo. The dragon in the army. The wizard I want. Top martial arts, top talents and abilities, top artistic conception, top talent, and everything, unexpectedly all appeared in the same person at this moment. After thinking for a moment, He Yun immediately ordered 2 soldiers to come in. Now, prepare a plane for me immediately. I want to go to Hanfeng Mountain. He Yun waved his hand. General He, there is a tactical meeting tonight, said a soldier. Let someone else drive, and send this video to the marshal. He'll understand me. He Yun immediately stood up and left the barracks. His strength had already reached the 9th rank of Martial King, enough to move to Hanfeng Mountain at high speed. But He Yun doesn't know how to use it. Going by plane is a courtesy to invite top geniuses. Moreover, He Yun must arrive as quickly as possible.
Because the old guys in the other 3 war zones are probably faster than him. Thinking of this, He Yun's heart suddenly became unusually nervous. This was the only time he felt nervous after facing the king of ferocious beasts.
Fighting for Chenmo.
It's really adrenaline pumping.
Moreover, it has been a long, long time since there has been a talented and enchanting person like Chenmo.
It's worth his personal visit. On the other side, at Hanfeng Mountain, a competition among 3 schools took place. Today, the Heaven and Earth Tower has officially opened.
Countless people are looking forward to it.
Principal Bu Xinfeng said softly, "All third-year students, please enter the Heaven and Earth Tower immediately." As these words fell, countless figures suddenly turned into lightning and immediately rushed into the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Various energy lights are already lingering on the surface of their bodies, ready to deal with various emergencies.
I wonder how many floors they can reach. The more you break through, the higher your ranking will be, and the higher the rewards you will receive.
The key is that the 4 major military regions of the military will open up real invitation rewards and invite these seniors.
2 years later, I will also work hard. Don't wait 2 years, look at Chenmo. Brother! Chenmo is a real monster, how can I compare with him?
Voices were also heard from the surrounding audience seats, discussing the Heaven and Earth Tower.
Chenmo exhaled and looked towards the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Oh! It's time to go in.
Perhaps, if I stay inside, I can force him out and use the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. Chenmo's mind moved, and his body turned into a flash of lightning, and he also rushed into the Tower of Heaven and Earth.
At this point, the battle for the Tower of Heaven and Earth begins. It's open.
In an instant, countless screens appeared in front of the tower.
There are a total of 600 screens. Every screen records every student. Among them, the 4 most conspicuous ones are Wu Jin, Shangwan Shui, Dongfang Ji, and Chenmo.
Naturally, no one had any objection to Chenmo being selected as one of the most prominent screens. After all, among all the freshmen and sophomores, Chenmo is indeed the strongest and the most dazzling.
Only.
Before everyone could react, 50 of the 600 screens suddenly dimmed.
What's going on? One of them exclaimed.
In front of all the third-year students participating in the Heaven and Earth Tower, there was a giant python with flames all over its body standing. Each giant python was probably tens of meters long, and energy like lava was pouring out wantonly.
That is Fire Snake. A mid-level 5th grade fire-blazing snake. Everyone couldn't help but gasp.
They hadn't expected to encounter such a tricky person on the first floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. It would be fine if the fire snake was just an ordinary ferocious beast. However, the body of the fire snake contains a trace of true dragon blood. Therefore, its comprehensive attributes can almost be ranked among the best among the 5th grade ferocious beasts.
This is dangerous. Soon, 100 of the remaining 550 screens went out.
A large number of third-year students were seriously injured and were teleported out of the Heaven and Earth Tower space.
Didn't even make it past 1 floor.
This made everyone sigh at the dangerousness of the Heaven and Earth Tower.
Wait, look. Wu Jin is attacking the fire snake.
Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Wu Jin, who was one of the 4 screens.
Wu Jin just let out a light laugh. Then, he was seen rushing away. Before anyone could react. When it reappeared, the extremely ferocious fire snake had been shattered into pieces. What a strong strength. Everyone's pupils shrank.
At the same time, Shangwan Shui and Dongfang Ji also used the same speed to instantly deal with the fire snake.
This undoubtedly made everyone start to sigh again. I wonder how Chenmo is doing.
Everyone turned their eyes to Chenmo's screen. I saw that thin figure smiling at the fire snake.
Chenmo smiled lightly. Finally, I feel some pressure. Chapter 97 4 Heads.
Everyone's eyes were looking at Chenmo's screen.
On Chenmo's screen, a thin figure was standing in front of a wildly dancing fire snake. The blazing and terrifying heat wave of flames swept over, turning almost everything around Chenmo into a high-temperature space. This fire snake is the first level of the Heaven and Earth Tower. I wonder if Chenmo can pass it. Countless people speculated. Even Lin Wudi, who was sitting in the audience with the 3 principals, took a sip of tea. 10 seconds to get rid of the fire snake. Lin Wudi was extremely calm. 10 seconds? Bu Xinfeng smiled lightly. Not very realistic, right? Even if he possesses a magical weapon, it is extremely difficult to.
However, before Bu Xinfeng finished his words, his pupils shrank instantly, just like Yi Yang's.
What's this? Heaven and Earth Tower, first floor.
Looking at the fire snake in front of him, Chenmo did not feel any fear in his heart.
Instead, I became excited about it.
A 5th grade vicious beast.
Now I am qualified to use the immortal weapon.
Under the puzzled gaze of the fire snake, Chenmo stretched out his hand and shook it.
Yin Yang Chaos Spear.
Buzz. In an instant, countless particles of light suddenly rushed towards Chenmo's right hand. Then, thousands of rays of light flashed, and in just an instant, a spear emitting a golden color appeared in Chenmo's hand.
Rumble.
From the moment the Yin Yang Chaos Gun appeared, the energy around Chenmo suddenly surged and made an astonishing explosion sound.
A dazzling golden beam of light suddenly burst out from Chenmo's body. At the same time, there is also the majestic dark thunder energy. No? What level is Chenmo's immortal weapon? Damn! This pressure is too terrifying. Isn't it? Is this really a warrior at the beginning of the 4th rank?
Countless people shouted in shock. They stared at the Yin Yang Chaos Spear in Chenmo's hand. They racked their brains but couldn't understand how Chenmo's magic weapon could bring such great power.
And in the audience,
Yi Yang and Bu Xinfeng both froze in place. Even their hands that were about to raise their teacups froze.
Finally, Bu Xinfeng turned his head dully. What Chenmo obtained is the ultimate immortal weapon. Yi Yang also stared at Lin Wudi in a daze. Is the information true?
Seeing the expressions of Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang, Lin Wudi pretended to sigh and slowly put down the tea in his hand.
I told you everything. Chenmo's strength is unimaginable. Besides, I also let out some news a few days ago. What a pity. No one believes it.
Looking at the frustrated expressions of Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang, Lin Wudi couldn't help but feel happy.
TSK.
For several years, the quality of Shenyuan University has been inferior to that of Xingkom University and Sunkom University.
Through this experience, Chenmo was born.
The situation has completely reversed. Bu Xinfeng said, "This little fellow is truly incredibly talented.
He's the best in 100 years. Yi Yang nodded. No matter from which aspect, Chenmo is extremely good.
After seeing Chenmo's ultimate immortal weapon, the two people who had lost their composure calmed down.
Only. There was a hint of curiosity in their eyes now. Just ask Chenmo who possesses this top-level immortal weapon. In this Heaven and Earth Tower, which level can one reach? Dean's Auditorium.
The deans of Sunkom University and Xingkom University all turned their eyes to Shin Yi and the other three.
The expression on his face seemed to say a few words. Are you kidding me? The ultimate immortal weapon. Something that only existed in legends hundreds of years ago has actually appeared again? Moreover, it was in the hands of this freshman?
Their faces were filled with astonishment. The four deans were overwhelmed by these feelings of astonishment, although they wanted to express all kinds of show-off ideas in their hearts. However, they just coughed lightly. As if it were an ordinary little thing. Seeing this, the other deans had no choice but to sit down again. But the envy in his eyes slowly reached its peak at this moment.
In the Tower of Heaven and Earth.
The fire snake had already opened its huge mouth and was coming towards Chenmo like a long dragon.
The huge body and the terrifying flames hit Chenmo's body like a tsunami. However, the next moment,
a spear intent that was powerful enough to tear apart the heavens and the earth suddenly swept past. Immediately afterwards, the body of the fire snake was completely nailed to the ground. A ferocious beast of the middle 5th rank.
He was killed instantly by Chenmo.
Quiet. The whole place was silent.
Can a 5th grade vicious beast be dealt with so quickly?
If they were ordinary warriors, they would naturally not be surprised.
However, the person who did this was a freshman Chenmo.
At this moment, only one thought popped up in the minds of countless geniuses: monster.
Top-notch monster.
At this moment, no one dared to question Chenmo's strength.
I don't know Chenmo. How many levels can we reach?
A hint of anticipation and curiosity flashed across the eyes of many geniuses.
You should know.
The further you go in the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the more difficult it becomes.
In the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Chenmo let out a breath of foul air.
Then, I felt the energy being transmitted between heaven and earth.
Is this the reward for passing the Heaven and Earth Tower? Chenmo's mind moved. A black hole suddenly appeared in his dantian. In just a moment, all the energy was completely absorbed and transferred into his body with 100% efficiency. In an instant, his realm was elevated again. Middle 4th grade. A hint of joy flashed across Chenmo's eyes. No wonder so many people want to come into the Heaven and Earth Tower. It turns out that as long as you pass the corresponding level, you can get the corresponding rewards. Since that was the case, Chenmo no longer hesitated and quickly went to the next level. As soon as he entered the next level, a ranking list appeared in front of Chenmo. 3rd level, Wu Jin, Shangwan Shui, Dongfang Ji. 2nd level, Li Si. They are so fast. Then I can't fall behind like this. Chenmo, holding the Yin Yang Chaos Gun, quickly arrived at the next level. On the next level, 4 ferocious beasts as powerful as mountains were coming towards them. Chenmo looked at them one by one. Fire Snake. Spiritual Water Turtle. Wind Monkey. Thunder Leopard. Yes, the 4 ferocious beasts of the middle stage of the 5th rank appeared on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Chenmo has reached the 4th level. A beast from the middle stage of the 4th rank? Even if Chenmo is very strong, he still needs to endure for a while, right? Maybe we can force out Chenmo's true fighting power. Yes, on the next level, Wu Jin and his companions encountered a mutated beast of the middle 5th rank. I don't know how Chenmo will treat them. Chapter 98 Silver Moon. The discussions around him continued, but Chenmo had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, he has focused all his attention on the 4 ferocious beasts in front of him. The 4 ferocious beasts with different elements also discovered Chenmo at the same time. The energy in their bodies suddenly surged out and rushed towards Chenmo. Fear. Sharp. Vast. 4 completely different energies actually shot towards Chenmo from 4 directions at the same time. An ordinary 5th grade warrior would probably be wiped out by this attack, or turn around and flee. However, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in Chenmo's eyes. Exactly. My spear has never seen so much blood. Yin and Yang are boundless, dark thunder covers the heaven and earth. Yin and Yang are boundless, dark thunder covers the heaven and earth. In an instant, thousands of dark thunder dragons suddenly surged out from the golden Yin Yang Chaos Spear. These dark thunder dragons were completely inlaid with the gilded light, bursting out with unimaginable light. Buzz. The space around seemed to be distorted. Artistic conception, martial arts, and supernatural powers, 3 in 1. The god-killing state of mind, all-conquering martial arts, and dark thunder abilities all burst forth. And the Yin Yang Chaos Spear suddenly surged around Chenmo like a long dragon, and powerful and majestic energy swept over him. Everyone only felt a bright light bursting out in their eyes. What a powerful force, said a sophomore genius in dismay. If Chenmo had used such strength before, I'm afraid all 40 of them would have died on the spot. And the dazzling light gradually dissipated. The next moment, everyone froze in place again, like puppets. The 4 ferocious beasts that were so powerful and terrifying before had turned into corpses and were lying around Chenmo. The 4 ferocious beasts. Shoot. An expression of disbelief appeared on everyone's face. You know, the elimination rate in the 2nd level is as high as 300 people. There are only 200 third-year students still in the Heaven and Earth Tower at this moment. In other words, Chenmo actually reached the top among these 600 third-year students. The key is, Chenmo was still a freshman. The director of admissions was in the audience. Lin Jianfeng smacked his lips. This kid is really a monster. Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian on the side wanted to slap themselves twice. I knew Chenmo was so strong. Even if they have to risk their lives, they must snatch Chenmo away. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in the world. The auditorium for the 4 deans. Damn it! Chenmo. You really make Xing Tianyi proud. Originally, they had no reaction after killing a 5th grade ferocious beast. And now, Chenmo actually killed 4 5th grade ferocious beasts in an instant. At this moment, Xing Tianyi could no longer contain his excitement and immediately stood up from the table and chair. And around him, countless eyes were looking towards him. However, not a single look was directed at a fool. But they are all extremely envious. If they had a student like Xing Tianyi, they would probably dance even better than Xing Tianyi. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xin Tui also felt the same way. The birth of this kid is truly a blessing for the Great Xia Federation and Xianyuan University. Gu Linghan crossed his arms, extremely satisfied with Chenmo. Xiang Tianya on the side teased, "Old Gu, don't you regret it now?" Gu Linghan shrugged, "Regret?
Think about it, Chenmo is a student of Xianyuan University, and is one of the deans of Xianyuan University. Chenmo is also my student.
So, Chenmo and I are related." Xiang Tianga. Shen Tuyi. Even Xing Tianyi was a little speechless. Principal's auditorium. This kid is truly a monster rarely seen in hundreds of years.
Bu Xinfeng said with a smile.
Of course, thanks to my good eye.
Lin Wudi once again took all the credit for everyone's work.
By the way, Lao Lin, have the people from the 4 major war zones arrived? Yi Yang suddenly asked.
Lin Wudi was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. They should all be on their way.
Bu Xinfeng frowned. It's been half an hour. Are they so slow? Could it be that the fighting on the border has slackened? In an instant, a faint pressure swept through Bu Xinfeng's body. You know, 100 years ago, he was also one of the generals stationed at the border of the human world.
Its majesty is naturally extremely terrifying.
Seeing Bu Xinfeng's expression, Lin Wudi smiled and said, "It's not that they haven't arrived yet.
Instead, they choose to come by plane. So in terms of time, it may take another half an hour."
Half an hour.
Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang suddenly looked at each other. There was a look of surprise and also of reason in his eyes. They had never imagined that the people from the 4 major military regions would treat Chenmo in this way.
But
Lin Wudi, Bu Xinfeng, and Yi Yang all thought that Chenmo deserved to be treated in this way.
The other side.
Standing on the ring, Chenmo once again washed away the tremendous energy from the Tower of Heaven and Earth. There was a hidden devouring force everywhere on Chenmo's body, absorbing all the energy.
Then, transform it into your body with 100% efficiency. The middle stage of the 4th level is complete.
It's only one step away from the high level of the 4th grade. Joy flashed through Chenmo's heart again.
That SSR level devouring power is really useful. If there were no devouring power, the speed of absorbing energy would probably not be so fast. Of course, the efficiency will not be that high. Only. Until now, Chenmo has not used the devouring power in actual combat.
I hope that in this battle for the Tower of Heaven and Earth, someone can force out my devouring power.
Like this. Maybe it won't be too boring.
Chenmo's mind moved slightly, and his body suddenly rushed towards the 3rd floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower.
Soon. On the 3rd level, Chenmo met his opponent. Silver Moon Wolf. It is characterized by a silver moon mark on its forehead and a body that is 15 meters tall. At the same time, the silver moon wolf is also one of the fastest species among the 5th grade ferocious beasts. On the frontier battlefield, it was enough to shock countless soldiers. The opponents on this level. Is this the one? Suddenly, the silver moon wolf also discovered Chenmo's figure.
He roared angrily, and countless snow-white energy waves suddenly burst out from all around.
And within that snow-white energy wave, there was actually some ice power. Everyone who was watching this duel couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten suddenly. No? Chenmo's luck is too bad. He actually encountered a mutant beast. The beasts in the Heaven and Earth Tower will mutate randomly, but the probability is only a few hundredths of one. And now Chenmo happened to encounter it? I feel like this is really dangerous. Chapter 99, Beheading for Everyone.
The nearly 10-meter-tall mutant silver moon wolf had its terrifying eyes fixed on Chenmo. The terrifying energy, wrapped in the power of ice, actually began to surge around the silver moon wolf.
You know, the silver moon wolf is an extremely top-level speed-type beast. After being given the mutated ice power,
I'm afraid his ability has reached a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine.
Everyone only heard that the beasts in the Heaven and Earth Tower might undergo random changes. However, such a big boss has emerged after such a transformation. It is really difficult for Chenmo to win. Many people have been waiting for Chenmo to step down.
A mid-level 5th grade mutant silver moon wolf.
Chenmo is in trouble.
Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms across his chest, his eyes solemn. Even though he was very powerful, he was still not up to par in front of the silver moon wolf.
Speed and ice. Chenmo can only use the magic weapon. Zhou Wenyu said. Immortal weapon.
In an instant, the eyes of Lin Xingzhu and the other 3 people suddenly lit up.
It seems that Chenmo is going to use the magic weapon again.
They also wanted to feel the pressure of the ultimate immortal weapon twice more.
After all, this is an existence they can never touch. And on the screen, he looked at the mutated silver moon wolf that was grinning at him. A fighting spirit emerged in Chenmo's eyes. A long time. I don't feel that way anymore. The moment the icy air hit his face, Chenmo's right hand suddenly grabbed. In an instant. Under the gaze of countless people. Countless gold particles rolled wildly in Chenmo's right hand. When the gold particles completely disappeared, a huge golden gun was held in Chenmo's hand. The wind is blowing strongly. Chenmo stood and fought. The golden light and dark thunder in the surroundings wandered and merged, erupting with terrifying energy. It's still that ultimate immortal weapon. Oh my god. Has the ultimate immortal weapon ever appeared in the history of our Xianyuan University? No, definitely not. Buzz. This piece of news suddenly exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Their eyes widened. Even though they saw the yin-yang chaos gun again, their brains were still in a state of complete turmoil. The ultimate immortal weapon. That's a treasure that even their principal can't get? And the power of this magical weapon seemed to be fully exerted in Chenmo's hands. And in the dean's audience, in the admissions director's audience. Everyone except those from Xianyuan University. Everyone fell into silence. Moment. A sentence suddenly rang out. This guy. What a fucking monster. Even though they had been calm and composed for many years, they couldn't help but curse at this moment. The reason is simple. The shock Chenmo brought to them was really too terrifying. They even saw a hint of fear in the eyes of the silver moon wolf. This kid is really trying his best. Looking at the shocked expressions of the deans and other university officials around them, Xingtianyi and the others smiled lightly. Really? It has to be shown at this time to make it meaningful. But I don't know how far Chenmo can go. And in the principal's audience, Bu Xinfeng and others once again had the opportunity to take a look at the magic weapon that appeared in front of them. This time, they finally saw the true appearance of the spear. Is that the yin-yang chaos spear? Bu Xinfeng's eyes narrowed, and he said with a complicated expression, among the ultimate immortal weapons, this can be ranked in the top 3. The ultimate immortal weapon. Bu Xinfeng, Lin Wudi, and Yi Yang all tried hard. However, the ending is no exception. All ended in failure. There are only 10 ultimate immortal weapons in the world now. Among these 10, 5 are countries outside Daxia, and 5 are within Daxia. And Chenmo unexpectedly got into the top 3. The value of this is undoubtedly the most terrifying among Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang. He can almost crush all the geniuses and prodigies he has ever seen. It's really a blessing for Daxia. Bu Xinfeng sighed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The war on the border is extremely tense. With Chenmo. Maybe, the human race really has a chance to regain lost territory and rise on Blue Planet. And inside the Heaven and Earth Tower, on the 3rd floor, the mutated silver moon wolf seemed to sense a terrifying energy impact. Its eyes narrowed, knowing that it must kill the human in front of it. Buzz. The next moment, he suddenly rushed away. The huge body almost completely tore the air apart, and rushed towards Chenmo like a meteor. The terrifying and huge body continued to grow in Chenmo's sight. The moment he was about to approach Chenmo, the silver moon wolf suddenly raised its right paw. Buzz. Hundreds of ice cones suddenly condensed on its right claw, and finally formed a huge ice wolf claw. Rumble. The terrifying ice wolf claws slapped towards Chenmo's face. Once hit, one will suffer internal injuries on the spot and then be pushed out of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. However, there was no trace of fear in Chenmo's eyes. In just a moment, Chenmo drew his gun. This was the second kill with the yin-yang chaos spear, mixed with the dark thunder energy that exploded from Chenmo's body. It is integrated with the god-killing spear intent that is powerful enough to slaughter the heavens and the earth. The power of the 3 at this moment is like the steep cliff on the top of a mountain, rushing straight into the clouds, tearing through the clouds, and standing proudly in heaven and earth. Laugh. Chenmo's yin-yang chaos spear tore through the body of the mutated silver moon wolf almost like a crushing blow. So far, silver moon wolf. Completely dead. SSR level devouring ability. Chenmo's mind moved, and vast energy surged into his body. Then, his realm reached the high level of the 4th grade. This speed increase. It's so comforting. Holding the yin-yang chaos spear, Chenmo seemed like a god of war. And outside the tower of heaven and earth,
the whole audience fell silent. Whether it was the junior students who were eliminated from the heaven and earth tower, or the freshmen and sophomores who were watching the game from the sidelines. A 4th grade mid-level player killed a 5th grade mid-level player in one move.
No? Is this really something I can watch? What kind of genius is Chenmo? He actually lives in the same era as us, and is even in the same age group. This is called a genius? This is the ultimate monster that only appears once in a century, right? After a brief silence, there was a heated discussion like a volcano erupting. Countless people shouted in shock. The eyes looking at Chenmo also changed from disdain at the beginning, to awe, and then to fanaticism now. The reason is simple: the shock Chenmo brought to them was simply too great. The kind that's so big it makes your scalp tingle. You all are so enthusiastic about giving me rewards. I will continue to update today and ask for small gifts. Thank you everyone. Just do as I said before. Chapter 100: Dual Guns. Everyone felt their scalp tingling. After all,
no one could have imagined that they would actually witness such a horrifying scene.
This Chenmo is not in the same class as them at all. Even the same grade. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Look!" Chenmo moved. He went to the 4th floor. Everyone immediately looked inside and saw that Chenmo had already reached the 4th floor. And on the 4th floor, he was facing a ferocious beast that had reached the 5th level. 5th grade high level, Chenmo doesn't know if he can still.
Before he finished speaking, I saw a golden and dark gun light flashing again. By the time the light dissipated, the beast's body had already broken into 2 halves.
He died instantly. After waiting for a while, Chenmo went to the next floor again. The entire process didn't even take more than 5 breaths. So far, everyone had only one thought. Chenmo, is he cheating?
It wasn't just the ordinary students in the spectator seats who were shocked and stunned. Even the deans were stunned. The 3-school competition has been held for many years, and they have never seen a student pass the test so quickly. It can even be said that they don't even understand how the ferocious beasts on the 4th level fight.
Kill instantly with one move. This is really so awesome.
For a moment, they looked at the people from Xianyuan University with even more jealousy, wishing they could snatch Chenmo away on the spot. Especially Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian, who did not dare to make conditions to Chenmo.
They already knew one thing. If I return to my school, I will probably be scolded and criticized by the principal and even the deans. The 3 principals were shocked. I also discovered something completely different. That is, the time it takes for Chenmo to absorb the energy rewarded by the Heaven and Earth Tower seems a bit strange. Chenmo walked so fast, did he really devour the energy of the Heaven and Earth Tower? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows.
You know, the energy rewarded by the Heaven and Earth Tower is extremely vast, almost feeding back all the energy of the simulated ferocious beast.
But, this energy is extremely modeled.
Generally speaking, it takes a long time to swallow.
However, Chenmo absorbed the energy of the Heaven and Earth Tower as if he was absorbing it casually, and didn't care at all. It's impossible that Chenmo would give up such a reward, right?
Thinking of this, the 3 of them shook their heads at the same time.
Bu Shinfeng smiled lightly. Let me take a look.
Bu Shinfeng stretched out his hand, and immediately ripples appeared in the space. In an instant, unlike the huge screen in the sky, a small screen also floated in front of them. When they saw Chenmo's realm on the screen, the pupils of the 3 of them shrank involuntarily at the same time.
Chenmo. High level of the 4th rank?
In an instant, the 3 of them were stunned at the same time. You know, before Chenmo entered the Tower of Heaven and Earth, his realm was only around the initial stage of the 4th grade. Moreover, Lin Wudi was the clearest, while Chenmo had just broken through.
Not even a few days had passed. But, Chenmo. Now, he has already reached the high level of the 4th rank?
A bold idea emerged in the minds of the 3 people.
No. How come Chenmo absorbs energy so quickly?
Yi Yang and Bu Shinfeng immediately turned their attention to Lin Wudi.
Lin Wudi also had a dazed look on his face.
His eyes were fixed on Chenmo on the space screen, and his heart was filled with waves.
Wrong. Something's wrong. Look at the energy fluctuations emitted by Chenmo.
All of a sudden, the 3 of them looked at Chenmo at the same time.
All three of them are at the level of half-step martial saint, and their sensitivity to supernatural powers is extremely terrifying.
Under their gaze, they soon discovered Ni Duan.
Under Chenmo's Dark Thunder ability, there is another superpower. It's Devour. Lin Wudi's eyes shone with brilliance.
He was always calm and had no major emotional fluctuations, but at this moment, he became completely out of control.
Even Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang had expressions of shock on their faces.
It's not because Chenmo has a third superpower. Instead, they felt a level beyond SSS level from Chenmo's third superpower.
That is, SSR level. This kid has 3 superpowers. All 3 abilities are SSR level. Even, the third ability is the ability to devour. Buzz.
This news was like thunder, exploding in the minds of the 3 people. If we say that Chenmo was just a monster that was rarely seen in a century. But now it seems that these past 100 years.
It can now be improved to 1,000 years. You know, in the era when they were invaded by ferocious beasts, there had not yet been a monster like Chenmo who was at the third level of SSR. The 3 of them were shocked.
And inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chenmo continued to break through the levels.
In the blink of an eye,
Chenmo had entered the 5th floor. However, the ferocious beast encountered on the 5th floor made Chenmo's steps pause slightly. The beast's entire body was glowing with the same brown color as the earth, and a vast energy wave as thick as soil was spreading out like a tide.
Obviously. This is a high-grade 5th grade Earth Bear. And
after the Earth Bear looked at Chenmo, the membrane on the surface of the Earth Bear's body cracked again, and a fiery red liquid like magma flowed out from it. A mutated Earth Bear in flame form. Even Chenmo couldn't help but sigh that the probability of the ferocious beasts in the Tower of Heaven and Earth mutating was almost 100% when it came to him.
The flame-mutated Earth Bear. This is going to be tricky.
And he's already at the high 5th level. Judging from his posture, he's almost at the 5th level of perfection.
TSK, Chenmo can't kill me instantly with just one move, right? You know, everyone is sure of one thing. That means Chenmo can win. However, I hope Chenmo doesn't win so quickly. Kill with one shot. It's so scary. Even Wu Jin, Dongfang Ji, and Shangguan Shui couldn't do it.
When everyone looked at Huaman, the 3 great geniuses of the 3rd year, they found that they had already started fighting with ordinary Earth Bears. It seemed that they had already experienced dozens of rounds of attacks. You know, the surface membrane of the Earth Bear is extremely rough, and it is difficult to penetrate it unless you are a strong person. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Chenmo was still facing a mutated Earth Bear. This time, we can finally slow down the opponent's advance, right? And when they turned their attention to Chenmo again, every one of them was stunned. Chenmo fired 2 shots at the lava Earth Bear. Yin Yang Chaos Double Guns killing God.
The gathering of 4 powers gun intent, End of the World, Dark Thunder, and Immortal Weapon completely exploded in front of him.
Chapter 101 Elimination.
The 2 guns surged forward, carrying with them the power to destroy the world. The moment the lava Earth Bear was about to raise its claws,
a gunshot suddenly came.
In an instant, the shot completely tore through the defensive power on the surface of his membrane.
And the next spear light followed. The spear light was as powerful as a bamboo breaking through a bamboo pole, and in an instant, it completely tore the body of the Earth Bear apart. Bang!
The body of the Earth Bear suddenly exploded, and countless blood and flesh spurted out.
Vast energy surged into Chenmo's body. And Chenmo's devouring power was gently released.
This energy has been completely absorbed. Then, it completely merged into the body,
becoming stronger again. Chenmo felt a surge of joy.
He hadn't felt this rapid increase in strength in a long time.
Currently, he has probably reached the upper 4th level's limit. Perhaps, I will soon be able to reach the 4th level of perfection. This is the advantage of the Heaven and Earth Tower. Not only is it a workout, but there are also added rewards. And
I heard that no one has been able to successfully conquer the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. A hint of fighting spirit flashed across Chenmo's eyes.
Oh. Maybe you can give it a try.
You know, he himself never used the devouring power in combat from beginning to end.
I don't know the devouring power. How much power can be unleashed with these means of combat? Speaking of this, Chenmo couldn't even imagine it.
In other words, Chenmo has still not encountered an opponent who can force him to use his full strength.
Where is his limit? He doesn't know either.
The next moment, Chenmo suddenly rushed towards the 6th floor. Before leaving, he took a look at the rankings.
Oh? Am I actually the fastest? And in the audience outside once again fell into silence. Yes, Chenmo can no longer kill the ferocious beast with one shot. However, Chenmo killed the ferocious beast with 2 shots.
Everyone's mouths twitched, and for a moment, they didn't know what adjectives to use to describe Chenmo's fighting ability.
After thinking about it again and again, I can only use instant kill instead. I wonder if Chenmo can make it to the 7th floor.
For a moment, everyone fell silent again.
The 7th floor.
It is said that from the time the Heaven and Earth Tower was born in this cold wind forest until now, almost no one has been able to climb to the 7th floor. At this moment, they actually felt a hint of anticipation in their hearts.
And on the principal's side? Are you sure? Yi Yang asked.
Bu Xinfeng and Lin Wudi nodded at the same time.
Chenmo's superpower has indeed gained an additional 1, an SSR level devouring power. Lin Wudi said in shock.
If the 9 Heavens Dark Thunder God body is separated, it will become 2 top-level superpowers.
In addition, there is Chenmo's own SSS level comprehension and extraordinary ability. And now, Chenmo has an SSR level devouring talent. What kind of monster is this guy? At this time, the 3 principals could no longer hold back.
They were born in the darkest and bloodiest era of the fight against ferocious beasts. In that era, geniuses emerged in large numbers. The human race is like the brilliant starry sky, with shining stars being born all the time.
However, they have never seen a person as evil as Chenmo since they were born. I have a feeling.
Chenmo, perhaps he can lead us out of the chaos on Blue Star. After a moment of daze, Lin Wudi said solemnly.
However, the atmosphere at the scene fell into a dull mood. Get out of the chaos on Blue Star?
The 3 principals looked at Chenmo, who had already entered the 6th floor, and countless complicated thoughts seemed to be in their minds.
I don't know if this kid can do it.
Lin Wudi laughed and said with a slight sarcasm.
However, everyone knows that what Lin Wudi just said was serious. Let's not talk about this. Where are the generals of the 4 major military regions now? Yi Yangshu smiled with his eyes narrowed. Looking at the situation, it should be here in 10 minutes? Lin Wudi glanced at the time. That should be. Bu Shunfeng and others nodded.
I wonder what kind of wonderful expressions the old comrades from the 4 major military regions will have when they see Chenmo reach the 7th floor. And inside that tower of heaven and earth.
Tontian, one sword destroys the world.
With a flash of knife light, Dongfangji finally killed the huge earth bear in front of him.
Vast energy poured into Dongfangji's body from all directions. And Dongfangji also stagnated at the 5th level.
He used the energy bestowed upon him by the 5th level to repair his own injuries.
By the way, it is to improve your own realm.
It truly is worthy of being the most terrifying earth bear among the 5th grade ferocious beasts. If the battle gets intense, it will probably last close to 50 rounds.
But I should be considered fast. The simple 3 minutes passed in a flash.
Dongfangji felt the energy in his body returning to normal and chuckled. As he looked towards the entrance to the 6th floor, his brows raised slightly.
At this rate, I should be firmly in the top 3. It's just, I don't know if I can break through the 6th level.
You know, over the years, the 6th level is the most difficult test. In almost every year's 3-school competition, there has never been a so-called senior high school student breaking through the 6th level assessment and successfully entering the 7th level.
And Dongfangji wants to be the first one. I wonder how Wu Jin and Shang Wanshui are doing. Dongfangji walked to the exit of the 5th floor. Take a look at the rankings. Then, he was completely stunned. No? What's going on? Chenmo entered the 6th floor? Buzz.
It was like a huge bomb exploded completely in Dongfangji's brain.
A freshman. The speed of clearing the levels is actually faster than theirs? And now we've reached the 6th floor? Is this fake? Dongfangji's voice began to tremble. How is that possible?
When Wu Jin from Star University saw the rankings, he was also stunned. He used energy to recover from his injuries and came to the top of the leaderboard.
Chenmo. Faster than me?
Wu Jin was silent for a long time. Then, a fighting spirit suddenly burst out from his eyes.
A freshman is actually going through levels faster than me? How big of a monster is this kid? Such a genius. I must surpass him. Suddenly, Wu Jin's eyes became firm. Looking at the entrance to the 6th floor, Wu Jin suddenly rushed in. The 6th floor. Wu Jin wants to be the first person to succeed in this challenge? Chenmo. Interesting. But I can't fall behind.
Shang Wanshue's eyes were determined, and then she immediately rushed into the 6th floor like lightning.
So far, Chenmo, Shang Wanshue, Wu Jin, and Dongfang Ji all entered the 6th floor. The rest, all eliminated. Chapter 102, Possible Update for You. Looking at the 4 people almost entering the 6th floor one after another, everyone's heart suddenly tensed up. Good guy. Chenmo and the 3 geniuses went in together. Wu Jin, Shang Wanshue, Dongfang Ji, these 3 were able to dominate the list from freshman year to 3rd place, and now, they are almost the same as Chenmo? Doesn't this just highlight how unique my brother Chenmo is? No, you already called me brother, right? Chenmo is better than me, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to call him brother. While everyone was speechless, they couldn't help but look forward to Chenmo and the other 3. You know, entering the 6th level is already considered the strongest level in the entire 3-school competition. As for whether one can reach the 7th level later, it can be said that not many people can do it. But a bold idea emerged in everyone's mind. Wu Jin, Shang Wanshue, and Dongfang Ji might not be able to enter the 7th floor. But Chenmo, I'm afraid he will be the exception. In the principal's audience. What? You don't want to gamble anymore?
While being shocked by Chenmo's new ability, Lin Wudi gently looked at his 2 friends beside him and smiled.
Bu Shinfeng and Yi Yang's mouths twitched.
If it was Chenmo who had just reached the 1st floor, everyone would definitely choose to take another gamble.
But what else are they betting on with Chenmo now?
In fact, they didn't even need to guess, they knew that Chenmo would probably become the strongest of the 4 people entering the 6th level.
Good. With freshman wins and losses, they beat all the juniors. This is not empty talk. But it is a statement that has a 99% chance of coming true. Here we go. Oh. It seems that the 3 of them moved first. I saw it only on the Sky and Earth Tower. Wu Jin, Shang Wanshue, and Dongfang Ji have already met their opponents. A white ape with white hair all over its body stood there. When the 3 of them saw him, their pupils shrank involuntarily. A 5th grade perfect ferocious beast, the wind-splitting ape. The wind-splitting ape is the most terrifying of the 5 grade ferocious beasts. Not only can it control the power of hurricanes, its physical qualities are also extremely comprehensive. It can almost be regarded as the top one among the 5th grade ferocious beasts. Even in battle, you can also use your super high intelligence to make correct judgments and counterattack. On the battlefield, there's a common saying, if you're not a 6th rank grandmaster, please avoid the wind-splitting ape when you see one. Don't try to be too aggressive. From this sentence, we can see how terrifying the wind-splitting ape is. Tower of Heaven and Earth, the most extreme point in the East. Should. How to solve it? Dongfang Ji frowned. However, in just a moment, the wind-splitting ape in the distance suddenly gave him a humane smile. Dongfang Ji instantly felt every hair on his body stand up. How is that possible? Buzz. Before he could react, a pair of giant wind-splitting claws slapped towards his body. Boom! Unable to withstand the blow, Dongfang Ji was directly slammed against the wall and slid down like mud. It was at this time that the wind-splitting ape attacked again. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of palm prints suddenly appeared in the air. Each palm print was extremely sharp and fast. Every time it was blasted out, the air was torn apart and the ground was shaking. A moment later, Dongfang Ji was teleported out by the stream of light. Just lose like that? Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. They originally thought that with Dongfang Ji's strength, he would probably have to fight with the wind-splitting ape for dozens of rounds before the winner could be determined. And now, he was killed instantly like that? And when they looked towards Wu Jin, the pupils trembled again. I saw a streak of light like a meteor, piercing into the wall of the Heaven and Earth Tower. That is Wu Jin's magic weapon. Before anyone could exclaim in surprise, a snow-white shadow disappeared like lightning.
The wind-splitting ape lightly raised its giant fist, and a fist shadow several feet in size condensed on the fist.
How is that possible?
Wu Jin was about to take up a defensive stance when he put his hands together and endless energy surged out in an attempt to block the attack.
Bang!
The fist hit the energy shield in front of Wu Jin.
Then, a crack suddenly appeared in the energy shield.
Eventually, the cracks widened, forming a spiderweb-like shape, and then, with a snap, they shattered completely. Under the impact of this huge force, Wu Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the protection mechanism of the Heaven and Earth Tower will also teleport Wu Jin out.
Another loss?
And when they looked at Shang Wanshue's screen again,
everyone's heart has become numb.
They had already foreseen Shang Wanshue's ending.
Good.
Just the moment they raised their eyes, Shang Wanshue's beautiful figure flew away like a kite with a broken string.
Shang Wanshue is extremely fast.
However, under the full force attack of the wind-splitting ape, whose hexagon was almost full, Shang Wanshue had almost no chance of resistance. Even the martial arts that she was most proud of had not yet been unleashed.
The bento was teleported away by the Heaven and Earth Tower. So far,
the three geniuses from the third year of the three colleges were all defeated. They even lost to the wind-splitting ape in front of them in a crushing manner. However, there was no trace of sarcasm on everyone's faces. The textbooks also clearly told them that under the Grandmaster level, the wind-splitting ape was the most ferocious beast that should never be provoked. At this moment, the defeat of the three geniuses was also within their expectations.
Only. Everyone looked in the direction of Chenmo. Chenmo. Why hasn't it started yet?
Ever since Chenmo entered the Heaven and Earth Tower, he has been standing opposite the wind-splitting ape in front of him, without making the slightest movement.
Only in the remaining screen. Chenmo and the wind-splitting ape looked at each other.
The sarcastic smile was no longer on the face of the wind-splitting ape.
Rather, it was an extremely humane and solemn look.
Obviously, the wind-splitting ape had already realized that Chenmo in front of him was no simple character.
This scene was seen by everyone. Chenmo, this is terrifying. Shang Wuji widened his eyes.
You know, just looking at the wind-splitting ape through the screen made his legs tremble. But now it seems that the wind-splitting ape actually showed such a serious look towards Chenmo.
Chenmo. How far behind him was he? The wind-splitting ape, who was able to defeat Dongfang Ji and the other two, was actually frightened by Chenmo's aura? Shang Tianlei crossed his arms across his chest.
Facing the thin young man, Shang Tianlei's eyes were filled with indescribable respect and awe. Usually, this kind of look only appears when he looks at the dean, the principal, and others.
And in the audience, Wu Jin, Shang Wanshui, and Dongfang Ji, who had just been teleported out. They all stood there in a daze. How is this possible? Keep adding more chapters, you guys are so enthusiastic, I'm going to kill myself. The gifts continue, and the updates continue. Chapter 1033 Paths.
The wind-splitting ape gave them a sarcastic look.
He actually showed such a cautious and solemn expression in front of Chenmo? No? What's wrong with this world? Isn't Chenmo just a freshman? It's impossible that he can even defeat the 5th grade perfect wind-splitting ape, right? And in the Tower of Heaven and Earth. The breeze blows on my face, making a rustling sound.
Chenmo held the yin-yang chaos spear in half of his hand, and golden light flashed all over the sky. On the other side of Chenmo was endless darkness and rumbling thunder.
Two extremely opposite sides suddenly appeared in this thin figure. Ant! You're not going up yet?
Looking at the wind-splitting ape in front of him, Chenmo raised his eyebrows slightly. The wind-splitting ape, who was standing opposite Chenmo, was completely stunned. Possessing human intelligence, he could naturally hear the sarcasm in Chenmo's words.
This kid. It was clearly a mockery of him. Roar!
Anger burst out from the wind-splitting ape's heart, and the wind-splitting ape roared, and his body rushed away like lightning.
In an instant, the huge and terrifying figure appeared in front of Chenmo. Roar! Another roar.
Then, thousands of palm prints fell at the same time.
Its ferocity was much stronger than the attack of Dongfang Ji's wind-splitting ape.
Seeing the palm prints all over the sky, there was no fear on Chenmo's face.
Instead, a gentle smile. The tip of the gun.
Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, thousands of gun marks suddenly appeared.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The gun print and the palm print collided with each other, instantly creating thousands of ripples in the air. It was almost like heavy rain hitting the ground, making a sharp sound. Under the outbreak of such an attack, the earth began to tremble. Even the people outside the Tower of Heaven and Earth were terrified by this. These two guys. What a monster! Everyone was stunned. It is generally acknowledged that the wind-splitting ape is a monster. But the other one is also a monster. He was at the beginning of the 4th rank, no. Now he was at the high 4th rank, challenging a perfect 5th rank beast, and doing it so nonchalantly? Just ask these 3 Saint martial arts universities over the years since they were established. Who else can do it? No one can. In the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chenmo rushed out violently. Yin and Yang chaos, dark thunder surges. In an instant, a gun shot out suddenly. The gun's shadow was wrapped in boundless dark thunder power, like a huge meteor cone, shooting towards the wind-splitting ape. The wind-splitting ape was unable to dodge and could only pound its chest angrily, and then terrifying energy surged out, forming a huge shield. Bang! The cone collided with the shield, suddenly emitting a dazzling light. At this moment, another voice was heard. Yin and Yang chaos, end of heaven and earth. The yin-yang chaos spear was like a long dragon, drawing a fiery arc of light between heaven and earth. Then, the true meaning of martial arts in Chenmo's body suddenly burst out, following the attack of the spear, rushing forward. A look of panic appeared on the face of the wind-splitting ape. He raised his arms, gathered energy, and a pair of huge ape claws appeared, turning into a defensive posture. Rumble! The gun shadow and the claw shadow collided. At this moment, the wind-splitting ape suddenly retreated several steps, and the blood in its body began to boil. What kind of monster is this human being? The wind-splitting ape roared in disbelief in his heart. You know, he initially thought that Chenmo was just an ordinary warrior of the high 4th rank, and was like an ant in front of him. However, the performance Chenmo gave him now made him feel extremely difficult. He has already used his defense twice. And Chenmo also broke these 2 defenses. Even caused him harm? Did I distract you? Yin-yang chaos god killing spear. Suddenly, a pure murderous intent suddenly burst out from Chenmo's body. The blood-red evil spirit shot up into the sky like a beam of light. Rumble! The entire 6th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower was filled with Chenmo's bloody murderous aura, and it was blood-red everywhere. And reflected on the face of the wind-splitting ape was an extremely distorted expression. And that expression symbolizes 2 words: fear. Buzz. The god-killing spear pierced through the clouds and crashed into the wind-splitting ape's body in almost an instant. This spear intent was as powerful as a bamboo breaking through a bamboo pole, and it completely pierced through the body of the wind-splitting ape with almost overwhelming force. A huge bloody hole suddenly appeared. Countless blood splashed out from the blood hole. Countless people's faces were filled with shock. What kind of monster is this guy? Artistic conception. Martial arts. Talent. Immortal weapon. All perfect. Who else in the world can achieve what Chenmo has achieved? Compared to Chenmo, can I really be considered nothing? Oh my god. How confident are you that you dare to compete with Chenmo? I feel like we can even announce in advance that Chenmo is the first in this 3-school competition. Countless people were talking about it, but what was revealed in their eyes was shock at Chenmo. And on the other side, 3 people were eliminated after being brutally beaten by the wind-splitting ape. At this moment, bitter smiles appeared on everyone's faces. They looked at each other. I just felt that the identity of a genius that I had built up over the past 20 years was shattered at this moment. How old was Chenmo just now? 2 years younger than them. And it has already reached such a height. Isn't this a goal they can never reach even if they try their best in their entire lives? There are always people who are better than you, and there are always mountains who are better than you. These words suddenly popped up in the minds of the 3 people. The 3 people who were called other people's children seemed to have this title on Chenmo at this moment. And just at this moment, an angry roar came from the screen again, attracting all their attention. Roar! At this moment, the bloody hole in the wind-splitting ape's chest was repaired rapidly, and countless granulations grew out crazily. At the same time, the body of the wind-splitting ape suddenly grew several times in size, and its entire body had reached a height of 15 meters, no less than a real giant. The surface of the skin all over the body is covered with a layer of metallic luster. It is obvious that the wind-splitting ape is ready to fight to the death. Roar! With the last roar, the wind-splitting ape used all its strength and suddenly rushed towards Chenmo. The huge silver claws were wrapped with thousands of energy light waves, and small tornado-like vortexes erupted around it. The air around him was escaping madly. The oncoming wind and waves had already blown Chenmo's black hair wildly everywhere.
I have a gun. It can condense into 3.
Artistic conception, martial arts, supernatural powers.
Yin Yang Chaos 3 broken paths.
The 3 different energies suddenly mixed together, bursting out with the brightest light.
Chapter 104 Arrival. The terrifying pressure came down like a mountain, vast and filled with a mysterious aura.
There are both the surging waves of the sea and the gentle breeze of the idle clouds. And such complex and contradictory forces all gathered on the tip of Chenmo's gun.
There was no longer any light on the Yin Yang Chaos Spear. The only thing left is a little starlight. Snow-white starlight.
However, within this starlight, there is an energy as vast as the universe.
Escape! Escape! You'll die.
When the wind-splitting ape saw the starlight on the tip of Chenmo's spear, the hair all over its body stood up like silver needles. A sense of crisis of death was madly circulating in every cell in his body.
This is the crisis signal his brain is giving him. Escape!
The body of the wind-splitting ape suddenly underwent an astonishing reversal, and the force it used to rush forward actually reacted backwards.
However, it's too late for everything. Chenmo gently pushed out the Yin Yang Chaos gun. A long dragon runs through the world.
The starlight suddenly expanded again, and with energy fluctuations like a beam of light, it shot madly towards the wind-splitting ape.
Rumble! Bang!
Amidst countless horrified gazes, the energy wave hit the body of the wind-splitting ape, and destructive energy poured into its body, dissolving the wind-splitting ape's blood, bones, and everything else.
So far,
the 5th-grade perfect wind-splitting ape died suddenly on the spot. However, Chenmo's face still maintained a calm expression.
Really? It's boring. The Yin Yang Chaos Spear transformed into thousands of light particles and disappeared.
All around, countless powerful energies surged.
With the help of the devouring power, Chenmo took it all into his body. Buzz.
The vast energy caused his realm to undergo another earth-shaking change. At this moment, it seems that the 4th level is perfect. After taking a look at his palm, the corners of Chenmo's mouth curled up slightly.
So, this is the power of the 4th rank perfection. I am only one step away from becoming a 5th-grade warrior.
Raising his head, Chenmo stepped over the body of the wind-splitting ape. Then, a dark streak of light burst out.
Chenmo reached out and grabbed it.
A key suddenly appeared in his hand.
Is this the key to the 7th floor? Chenmo's eyes were fixed on the entrance to the 7th floor.
The Tower of Heaven and Earth has been open for decades, but no genius has ever been able to enter the 7th floor and take in the scenery inside.
And he, Chenmo, became the first one. I wonder what kind of scene will be inside. Let's go. And outside the Heaven and Earth Tower,
it fell into a ghostly silence. Even though they had already expected that Chenmo would become the first genius to pass the 6th level. However, they did not expect that Chenmo's speed was so fast.
Seconds. It still took seconds.
In fact, he himself did not suffer any harm.
How do we compare? No comparison. A true genius. Everyone was stunned.
You know, almost all the geniuses and elites of Shengguodao University are standing here at this moment. Looking at the thin figure that easily killed the wind-splitting ape, there was an inexplicable fanaticism in everyone's eyes.
God Chen. Whatever the 7th level is.
It is a challenge level or a reward level.
However, today this thin figure has completely entered their minds. Only Chenmo brought them such a terrifying shock.
I'm afraid that throughout their lives, they will be shocked and stunned when they mention Chenmo's deeds.
How can we compare? This guy's strength is almost at the level of a senior student, right?
Dongfang Ji looked helpless.
Senior from the senior year? I think there are more than that.
Wu Jin said with a wry smile. At least among the seniors, he is the strongest one ranked in the 5th rank, without any problem.
Shang Wanshui also said a few words.
After hearing what the 3 people said, envy appeared in their eyes again.
Chenmo's talent really makes them jealous. However, just then,
A terrifying pressure suddenly spread from outside Hanfeng Mountain. Everyone's bodies were as stiff as stone statues.
Someone's coming. And so powerful.
Before everyone could react, a middle-aged figure in military uniform had already arrived at the front of the entire Heaven and Earth Tower.
Hello everyone.
Everyone's eyes suddenly turned towards him. When they saw the middle-aged figure and face, everyone's face showed shock and fanaticism.
General He. General He Yun Ha.
One of the leaders of the Eastern Theater, a semi-saint level warrior. A top-level warrior who once single-handedly stopped an army of 30,000 beasts. Seeing everyone's shocked gazes, He Yun smiled lightly.
He Yun, you're finally here.
Lin Wudi smiled lightly.
Then you definitely have to come.
A hint of joy flashed across He Yun's brows.
It seems that I am the first one to arrive?
After the shock, everyone couldn't help but show a look of confusion on their faces. You know, the three-school competition is for the military region to select true combat geniuses, yes, but this type of review is often based on video review, and it is impossible to invite these generals to the scene in person.
Could something have happened? Before anyone could react,
another middle-aged man in military uniform appeared.
Everyone gasped again. This is General Li Shuyun, one of the leaders of the Western Theater Command.
Before everyone could react, two more figures stood in front of the Heaven and Earth Tower.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
General Qin Liqin from the Northern Theater Command. General Li Tali of the Southern Theater Command. Everyone's bodies suddenly froze in place. You know, these four generals are all at the level of generals, and their strength has even reached the level of semi-saints.
They are at the same level as their principal. And now, these four generals actually came to Hanfeng Mountain together? What on earth happened? There was confusion in everyone's eyes. Hey, Lao He, you can run so fast? Wow, your strength is still as good as before. Letian from the Western Theater Command laughed. You, Letian, are fast too. Your wings of God are useless, otherwise, you would be the fastest to arrive.
Qin Li from the Northern Theater Command said with a smile.
Everyone is standing at attention like this. I can't even break time and space to stop them.
Li Ta, who has a bad temper, sighed bluntly. He Yun looked at the three old friends and smiled. Because of the war on the border, they haven't been together for a long time.
I really didn't expect that we would get together because of this matter. But now, it's time to get down to business.
The next moment, what He Yun said suddenly made all the talented students stand there like wooden chickens.
Are you all here to fight for Chenmo? I wish you all immortality and ask for gifts. Update Progress 2040, just a little bit left. Chapter 105 Phantom. I guess everyone is here to fight for Chenmo, right?
He Yun crossed his arms and chuckled slightly. A calm voice suddenly spread throughout the room. All the geniuses were stunned where they were. Whether they are freshmen, sophomores, or juniors,
their souls seem to be sucked away. Come and fight for Chenmo's? Dongfang Ji turned his head. This kid is really a monster that leaves us speechless. Shangwan Shui shook her head. No wonder. Wu Jing gave a bitter smile. If they all came to snatch a monster like Chenmo, then everything would make sense.
After all, the purpose of this three-school competition is to select talents for the military. Since such top talents have appeared, they will definitely attract thousands of competitions. When Letian, who was standing by, heard what He Yun said, he just chuckled. After all, he's a monstrous genius, everyone wants to fight for him. Latte also chuckled. Suddenly, the four generals turned their attention to the Tower of Heaven and Earth. It seems that only Chenmo is still in the Heaven and Earth Tower.
Let me take a look. Oh. I actually made it to the 7th floor.
The burly Li Ta raised his eyebrows, feeling surprised. You know, the three-school competition has been held for so many sessions, but there are almost no geniuses who have entered the 7th level.
And now, Chenmo actually broke this rule. Not only that, look at the aura Chenmo carries.
Among the four great generals, Qin Li's brows shone brightly, the ultimate immortal weapon, dual talents. No, it seems there is also a kind of devouring power. His attainments in martial arts and artistic conception are also extremely terrifying.
He Yun added.
In an instant, everyone once again realized how terrifying Chenmo was. This kid is definitely the most terrifying genius in the past decade or so.
Since we're here, Would you like to go through the 7th level test together? Lin Wuti chuckled.
The four generals changed their appearance and arrived at the audience seats of the principals in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that all three of you guys were here.
Li Ta laughed. Everyone smiled at each other.
Hundreds of years ago, the 7 of them were the main force fighting against the ferocious beasts. Ever since the Martial Saint issued the corresponding task, it has become difficult for the 7 of them to meet face to face in reality.
And now, they met because of a kid? Everyone was filled with emotion. All right. Focus on Chenmo in the Heaven and Earth Tower. Boy Chen has made it to the 7th floor.
Lin Wuti took a sip of tea and pointed at Chenmo on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower.
This kid.
I'm afraid it's going to create another miracle.
By the way, what level of beast will be the opponent on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower?
But at this moment, Lin Wuti's teacup stopped, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Interesting. Inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chenmo has already reached the 7th floor. The 7th layer is an extremely vast land.
In this vast and empty land, there stood a thin figure right in front of him.
Is this the ferocious beast on the 7th floor? A vicious monkey-like beast? Chenmo raised his eyebrows.
However, when he took a step closer, he suddenly discovered the appearance of the thin figure standing in front of him.
So that's how it is.
In front of Chenmo, there seemed to be another Chenmo standing. This Chenmo is completely similar in temperament, imposingness, and body shape. Even the confidence in his eyes is reproduced almost 1-to-1.
The assessment on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower is actually extremely simple. That's a simulated battle. Myself vs myself. You must know that only you can understand yourself best, and only you can defeat yourself best.
It seems that this is the test left by the predecessors of the Heaven and Earth Tower. There was no trace of fear in Chenmo's eyes. Instead, a strong fighting spirit was burning in him.
Long time. A very long time. Chenmo never used his full strength in battle.
Before he finished speaking, the corner of Chenmo's mouth opposite him suddenly curled up, and then a golden spear suddenly appeared in his hand.
Boom! The state of mind of killing gods.
Before Chenmo could take a defensive stance, the shadow of Chenmo suddenly rushed towards him. The long spikes of the yin-yang chaos spear in his hand tore through large swaths of air.
In it, there is also a mysterious martial arts meaning of the end of the world and the domineering and murderous god-killing gun intention. Almost, close to 100% perfect.
Looking at the enlarged spear in his sight, Chenmo grinned.
Without the slightest hesitation, the yin-yang chaos spear was thrust out with a bang. Buzz.
The spears collided with each other, and suddenly a brilliant light radiated.
Buzz. Feeling the huge power surging in his hands, Chenmo was extremely excited. So strong? It's really me.
And his words naturally spread to the outside world.
In the outside world, countless geniuses swallowed their saliva secretly.
Under normal circumstances, they would have called Chenmo extremely arrogant.
But how could they dare to say a word when Chenmo was completely ahead of them? I just like this kind of confident personality,
Yun said with a smile.
You like it? You act as if I don't like it.
Li Ta rolled his eyes at Yun.
Love for talent. Everyone has it. What else more, Chenmo is such a genius.
Amidst the discussion among the crowd, the battle continued in the Heaven and Earth Tower.
Bang! Clang! Boom! Pop!
The true meaning of martial arts and the god-killing spear collided with each other, erupting into a wave of red and golden light. The appearance of each layer of light waves would cause the Tower of Heaven and Earth to tremble.
Bang!
Chenmo retreated a few steps, looked at the shadow in front of him, and chuckled, "Why don't you try harder?" The shadow in front of him was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were filled with darkness.
There was a loud bang.
The shadow suddenly disappeared from where it was. A huge hole exploded on the spot. Then, when the phantom appeared again, it had already arrived in front of Chenmo.
Hidden thunder. Kill gods. End of the day. 3 completely different yet mixed forces, just like Chenmo before, exploded and destroyed. The yin-yang chaos spear seems to be able to sweep across the world. Sweeping straight towards Chenmo. Chenmo was not afraid either. Give back the same trick. Rumble. Two identical energies exploded together like a volcanic eruption, the earth trembled, and even the air twisted slightly.
When the tide receded again, the two were already standing on either side of the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. And on the ground in the middle, a huge hole appeared, which was probably about 10 feet deep.
This Chenmo was really a monster.
Everything is so well practiced.
Even if I practice for 10 years, I still can't catch up with their current progress.
Ah!
After all, he's a genius. But Chenmo and his phantom, it seems like neither of them can do anything to the other. Think about it this way. Everyone fell into deep thought. Chapter 106, 5th grade. This kind of battle can push Chenmo's strength to the limit. However, it also reflects a problem.
That is, in this kind of collision, Chenmo would definitely not be able to defeat the phantom. You know, behind the phantom, there is the energy support of the Heaven and Earth Tower.
In other words, the energy of Chenmo's phantom is unlimited.
If Chenmo's energy is exhausted, failure will be waiting for him. Except for a small number of people, most of the geniuses still hope that Chenmo can succeed in the challenge.
After all, no one has ever been able to pass the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. And in the audience, I don't know how this kid is going to break the impasse.
Bu Xinfeng narrowed his eyes.
There is a way.
Yun, a general in the military, chuckled and said, looking at Chenmo's overwhelming power, I'm afraid he has comprehended his fourth innate ability, right?
Lin Wudi nodded, He's vision is suddenly very sharp.
Yun smiled and said, if we can make good use of Chenmo's fourth ability, we might be able to win.
But the prerequisite is that Chenmo can perform well.
There was anticipation in the eyes of the four generals.
But they knew that no matter whether Chenmo could complete the challenge of the 7th level, they must grab Chenmo today. And on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower, the two figures, like flowing light, collided again. The spears in their hands pierced each other. With the energy from the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear of the Phantom Chenmo was almost identical to Chenmo's. After separating again,
the shadow of Chenmo looked at Chenmo and finally revealed a contemptuous smile.
Your energy is running out. Next, I'll deal with you.
The shadow of Chenmo raised his spear, and vast energy poured out, almost filling the entire 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. And then the other side. Chen Moxu narrowed his eyes and smiled softly.
It's hard to believe that they can even imitate my personality. I don't know what will happen next. By the way, do you know my devouring ability? Chenmo asked curiously. However, what greeted him was a long column of energy that was strong enough to penetrate the sky and the earth.
The long column of energy was like a dragon, and it let out a roar that shook the earth. Then, the long column, a mixture of darkness, lightning, holy will, golden light, and God-killing blood, came surging.
It's over. Chenmo was going to lose. The 7th floor is truly insurmountable. If I fight myself, who will win? Yes. But that's enough. We've reached the 7th floor.
Before everyone could finish their thoughts, the scene that happened the next moment suddenly made them all stunned.
Only seen on the Heaven and Earth Tower. Chenmo raised one hand.
Then, a black hole more than 10 feet in size suddenly appeared in the middle of his palm. This black hole contains an incomparable devouring power.
This devouring power. He's actually better than me. Shang Tianlei was extremely shocked. No. To be precise, my devouring power can only devour lightning.
But Chenmo's devouring power can devour everything.
How is this possible? What kind of innate ability is this?
Before everyone could react, the beam of energy that burst out from the phantom was completely swallowed up by Chenmo's black hole.
Call out.
The vast energy completely disappeared, leaving behind a look of astonishment in Chenmo, whose condition had returned to normal.
This kid is a monster. The eyes of the four generals, Yun, Letian, Li Ta and Qinli, lit up at the same time. You know, there are people with strong talents and comprehensive attributes. However, on this basis, it also contains a very strong devouring ability and self-recovery energy. That is so rare that it is extremely difficult to see. And on the 7th floor.
Looking at the phantom with a look of astonishment on his face, Chenmo smiled lightly. It took a lot of effort to imitate the energy I displayed in the first 6 levels.
However, you haven't studied my devouring ability? Your Heaven and Earth Tower seems to be incomplete. Chenmo shook his hands, swallowing up the last bit of mixed energy, feeling his energetic body, and chuckled.
The shadow of Chenmo in front of him seemed to be angered by these words. At the beginning of his imitation, he did not conduct in-depth research on Chenmo's devouring ability. But no one expected that Chenmo's devouring ability level would be so terrifying. Thinking of this, the phantom Chenmo waved his hand, and countless energies surged from the tower of heaven and earth, rushing into his body. However, just then, 4 black holes, each about 10 feet in size, suddenly appeared behind Chenmo. The 4 black holes twisted wildly, and the huge suction force was released, absorbing all the energy that the heaven and earth tower wanted to gather on the phantom. How is that possible? The shadow Chenmo completely lost his composure. He wanted to summon the ownership of the energy, but he was still out of control. And in the outside world, SR level is a natural ability above SSR, and it's specifically related to devouring. 4 generals and 3 principals made analyses at the same time. During the brief analysis, everyone was horrified. This guy. What level of evildoer is this? Even the 4 martial saints can't achieve this level, right? Before everyone finished analyzing, Chenmo has completely absorbed the energy gathered in this inch. His realm also reached the peak of the 4th level of perfection. He was only 1 step away from becoming a 5th-grade warrior. Then, Chenmo raised his head and cast his gaze on the shadow Chenmo in front of him. You are the only one missing. The shadow Chenmo suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He rushed out, knowing that he must get rid of Chenmo immediately. However, his realm is not the same as Chenmo's current realm. What he was imitating was just the previous Chenmo. Chenmo shook his head and chuckled. False? You're also dreaming of confronting the truth? What a self-confidence that comes from nowhere. In an instant, Chenmo raised the yin-yang chaos sphere high, and then his body leaned backward like a huge spring. Suddenly, the spring twisted rapidly, and then exploded out. Rumble. In an instant, the yin-yang chaos spear turned into a meteor and stabbed towards the thin figure between heaven and earth. Swish. Amidst countless astonished gazes, the yin-yang chaos spear suddenly pierced into the chest of the phantom Chenmo. You lose. The false one. Chenmo smiled lightly. The shadow of Chenmo glanced at Chenmo, then looked at the spear on his chest, and finally, turned into light particles all over the sky. Then, Chenmo raised his hand and absorbed the energy of the light particles. A vast aura gushed out from Chenmo's body. And Chenmo's realm also reached the initial stage of the 5th level. Finally, breaking through the 5th rank. Chapter 107, Disguise updated for you. The first stage of the 5th grade. Devouring superpowers against all odds. At this moment, Chenmo once again displayed an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, Chenmo has completely shattered their imagination of a genius. Break the curse of the 7th level. The first person to truly establish the 3 holy martial arts universities. This guy is so scary. I'm already planning on getting down on my knees and hugging my thighs. Brother, you are the top scholar in your province, right? The top scholar is nothing. He's not even a hair away from being as good as Brother Chen. I want to add Brother Chen to my contact list. Are there any brothers and sisters from Xianyuan Martial Arts University? Damn. You're such a green tea. After a brief silence, everyone suddenly burst into an extremely heated discussion. From time to time, a kind of enthusiasm and envy was revealed in their eyes. Chenmo really shocked them. And on the other side, the deans and directors in the audience were also extremely shocked. The 7th floor, it really broke the record. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xin Tui exclaimed at the same time. I knew it. Xing Tianyi jumped up excitedly, his face full of ecstasy. He looked at the deans and directors in all directions. This is my student. I taught you personally. At the same time, another middle-aged man jumped up. That was the extremely excited Lin Jianfeng. He pointed at his chest and then at Chenmo. Did you see it? This is the student I recruited. Seeing Lin Jianfeng and Xing Tianyi's loss of composure at this moment, the deans did not show any thoughts on their faces. Instead, I feel extremely envious. It is their great fortune to find a student like Chenmo. And in the main principal audience, the reactions of the 4 generals and 3 principals were not as excited as they appeared. However, there were waves in my heart that could not be measured by any adjectives. Fair play for a moment, huh?
He glanced at Li Tian, Li Ta and Qin Li, who were ready to snatch people at any time, and said.
The three generals nodded. As for how to snatch people away later, it depends on whether the olive branch they throw out is tempting enough.
There is a lot of pressure on the border nowadays. If only I could recruit a real monster back. Cultivate it. I'm afraid it will be a great help to the human race's counterattack. By the way, what's the reward for the last floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower? At this time, Yi Yang, the president of Sungkom University, asked in confusion.
For a moment, everyone fell silent.
You know, the Tower of Heaven and Earth did not come out of thin air.
At that time, the human race had not yet recovered the lost land, and even the Cold Wind Forest and Cold Wind Mountain here were areas inhabited by ferocious beasts. At that time, there were 10 martial saints in the world. One of the martial saints of Heaven and Earth fought with a saint of ferocious beasts here. In the end, the martial saint of Heaven and Earth suppressed the ferocious beast saint at the cost of his own life. At the same time, the martial saint of Heaven and Earth knew that he was about to die, so he released the energy connecting Heaven and Earth, and eventually formed this Tower of Heaven and Earth.
Perhaps. Can I obtain the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth martial saint?
Bu Shunfeng murmured to himself.
Suddenly, everyone quieted down. The inheritance of a martial saint.
No matter which one it is enough to benefit people for a lifetime. Their gazes were filled with shock, yet also with a touch of envy.
The martial saint's inheritance. That is really attractive. And inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chenmo slightly stabilized his own realm.
Since entering the Tower of Heaven and Earth, his realm has reached the initial stage of the 5th level, which has made him very satisfied.
It was truly worth the trip.
After the 3-school competition is over, you can go to another part of the Frostwind Forest to take the test of Purgatory, the end of heaven. However, before this happens, I still need to dig out the treasure on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower.
Chenmo raised his right hand slightly, holding a black key in his right hand.
At some point, in the center of the 7th floor, a black door panel appeared in front of him.
Chenmo walked in slowly and then inserted the key.
The moment the key was inserted, the black door panel slowly opened. Then, a ray of light gradually emerged.
Sitting upright in the door panel was an old man wearing a long robe and with a kind face. The old man smiled gently at Chenmo. Finally, someone passed the test I set. Chenmo was slightly stunned and asked, "Who are you?"
The old man stood up, and his figure was completely revealed on the screen.
My name is Heaven and Earth Martial Saint. Martial Saint, no real name, only a respectful title. And at this moment, the honorific title of this martial saint is called Tiandi. Overbearing. Arrogant. Supreme.
When the 4 words Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth were heard through the screen and spread across the entire peak of Hanfeng Mountain, everyone fell silent. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief.
The Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth? That's the martial saint from the textbooks. Oh my God. A martial saint.
It turns out that if you pass the Heaven and Earth Tower, you can receive the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Martial Saint.
Chenmo was so lucky. No. Chenmo's luck isn't his, it's his strength. I'm so jealous. Everyone showed a touch of envy towards Chenmo. And in the principal's audience, everyone also showed an expression of surprise. Is this indeed the inheritance of the martial saint of Heaven and Earth? This little guy is so lucky. Bu Xinfeng's eyes were full of envy.
If this round of inheritance is passed on to him, he might be able to reach the level of martial saint.
But giving it to Chenmo is the most cost-effective way. Chenmo's talent is the strongest in the past few hundred years.
Perhaps, by relying on Chenmo's power, the human race can escape the era ruled by ferocious beasts.
The other 6 people had the same idea. Their upper limit has been reached.
Even after receiving the inheritance from the martial saint, it is unclear whether a breakthrough can be achieved. However, Chenmo is full of infinite hope, and leaving it to Chenmo is definitely the most correct behavior, no doubt about it.
Right now.
On the 7th floor, Chenmo looked at the kind old man with 1,000 thoughts in his mind.
Well. Chenmo shook his head.
The martial saint of Heaven and Earth in front of him showed a puzzled expression. He looked at Chenmo and spread his hands.
Child. Don't you want to accept my inheritance?
My way of Heaven and Earth can help you make further progress in martial arts. Looking at Chenmo's reaction, everyone was also extremely confused.
That's the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth martial saint? Chenmo doesn't accept it? However, just now, Chenmo heard a voice in his mind.
Congratulations to the host for becoming a 5th rank warrior and getting a chance to sign in. Automatically sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Exploration, which can explore everything.
But when Chenmo raised his head and looked at the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth, a few words appeared. Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth.
Note, this 10th rank Heaven and Earth Martial Saint is the Beast Tribe 10th rank Saint Ambitious in disguise.
Realm, 6th rank Grandmaster, initial stage has fallen. Thank you for your support. Update progress, 540, everyone please vote and contribute. Thank you everyone. Chapter 108 Swallowing the Sky. When everyone looked puzzled,
Chenmo's words filled their faces with horror.
Are you really the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth? You agree? Abysses.
In an instant, everyone's expression changed suddenly. They knew about the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth from textbooks, and they also knew about abysses from textbooks. The 10 saints of the ferocious beast race have mastered the power of fire. It was the terrifying beast saint who dealt a huge blow to the human race 600 years ago. However, after being suppressed by the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth, he finally died in the cold wind forest.
And now, Chenmo actually said that the Martial Saint in front of him was Abysses? How is that possible?
While everyone was still stunned, the expressions of the 4 generals and the 3 principals suddenly changed drastically at the same time.
Not good.
Lin Wudi was the first to react. He stretched out his hands and was about to tear the space apart.
Buzz. I saw that there was an invisible membrane around the outer periphery of the Heaven and Earth Tower.
And these membranes actually completely seal off all means.
In other words,
at this moment, people from outside cannot enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Unless, there is a strong man at the level of Martial Saint coming.
Abysses is not dead yet? Bu Shenfeng's face looked extremely ugly. No.
It's not that he's not dead. Instead, he has occupied the body of the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth.
Yi Yang's face was also extremely ugly. Chenmo is in danger.
He Yun and the other 4 generals withdrew their hands that wanted to break the seal. They saw that the strength of the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth seemed to have fallen to the level of a 6th grade Grandmaster. However, the Grandmaster, formed by the combined efforts of 2 saints.
How could Chenmo, a 5th grade beginner warrior, possibly deal with this? Even if Chenmo is extremely talented,
that is also extremely difficult. I'll go call the Martial Saint of Quangfeng over. He Yun's mind moved, and he immediately sent a message to the Martial Saint of Quangfeng. The Martial Saint of the Gale. He is one of the 4 Martial Saints guarding the border at the moment, and he is the fastest and strongest among the 4.
How long will it take to hurry up? Lin Wudi looked into the Tower of Heaven and Earth, feeling extremely anxious. It will take at least 1 minute. He Yun responded. 1 minute.
Everyone's heart suddenly tightened, and their palms couldn't help sweating as they looked at Chenmo's thin figure.
Chenmo. You must hold on.
And inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the smile of the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth Abysses suddenly froze.
Abysses looked at Chenmo with surprise, a hint of disbelief on his face. How could you possibly see through my disguise?
Chenmo took a few steps back and smiled softly. Answer just ants.
Isn't it normal to see through the disguise of ants? Everyone was horrified. Ants? Chenmo actually called a Martial Saint level warrior an ant?
Everyone's expression changed slightly.
Obviously, Abysses' face inside the black door panel turned completely gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. I didn't expect. It's been a long time. How dare a human call me an ant? You really don't know how to live or die. Boom.
Before Chenmo could react, a dark, flaming claw suddenly slammed down from the sky.
Chenmo's pupils shrank. His right hand suddenly condensed into the yin-yang chaos spear. The end of the world, killing God, breaking with 1 shot. Little by little, the gun shot out. However, under the slap of the giant black fire claw, Chenmo suddenly retreated dozens of steps, and the ground in front of him had been burned by the flames, leaving several grooves. And that Abysses slowly walked out from the door. Looking at Chenmo, a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. I originally wanted to send you to the infernal realm, refine your soul, and then I would take over your body. I didn't expect you to be so smart. In that case, Then I will have no choice but to make my final contribution to the beast tribe.
Abishus raised his hand, and suddenly a sphere made entirely of dark flames appeared at the tip of his finger.
That means, kill you.
In the vastness, the sphere was like a dim sun, carrying huge energy and rushing towards them. Looking at the dim sun in front of him, Chenmo's eyes narrowed and he knew he could not hold back.
The state of mind of killing gods. The perfect method for the end of heaven. Dark thunder power. In an instant, Chenmo had pushed it to the extreme. Rumble.
The two vast energies collided with each other, and what erupted was unprecedented light. However, the moment the light disappeared, a figure suddenly rushed out from the light.
Human. Die.
A crazy smile broke out on Abyssus's face, and his hands had already condensed into huge black fire claws.
His giant black fire claws slapped down towards Chenmo.
His appearance now will definitely attract the attention of the human race's martial saint level strongmen.
In other words, he can no longer leave. Since that was the case, he chose to do his best to completely kill the human being in front of him who he called an ant, in order to relieve the hatred in his heart. He has already seen that Chenmo's artistic conception, talent, magic weapon, and understanding are definitely the strongest person in the world. We must never allow this kind of strong person to develop. Dark fire burns the world. Abishus roared, and the terrifying dark fire slammed down towards Chenmo.
Under such a terrifying energy impact, an ordinary 6th grade warrior would probably not even have time to retreat.
Not to mention Chenmo, who was at the initial stage of the 5th rank. How can we fight this? They're not even on the same level at all. Why haven't the principals and generals rescued Chenmo yet? It's over. It's over. Chenmo won't die, right? No, trust Chenmo. Everyone present was extremely nervous. Perhaps some of them are jealous of Chenmo and disdain him.
However, this kind of disdain will only exist in the conflicts and struggles within the human race.
If faced with a ferocious beast, they would only think about eradicating it. Not sure about other countries. But this is in Daxia, it is a kind of unity ability that comes from Daxia. Chenmo. You must hold on.
Looking at the two huge fire claws that were constantly expanding in his sight, Chenmo did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Standing in front of him was a true martial saint.
Even if he retreated to the 6th grade Grandmaster realm.
But as a retired martial saint, his combat experience in the Tao of Great Tao were definitely not something he could match.
You must try your best. Chenmo suddenly raised the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear and pushed his devouring power to the extreme. I have a shot. My name is Tian Tun.
All of a sudden, an incomparably terrifying devouring force erupted like a volcano that had existed for thousands of years.
Chapter 109, Mere Humans.
In an instant, an incomparably vast devouring force suddenly burst out from the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear.
Rumble.
The extreme dark light almost filled the entire space. The terrifying devouring power completely collided with Abyssus's dark flame.
The two violent energies produced terrifying friction in mid-air. Everyone only heard a bang.
Abyssus's dark flame instantly penetrated Chenmo's devouring power and shot towards Chenmo's figure. Chenmo's face changed, and huge shields suddenly appeared on the surface of his body.
And 10 huge dark thunder hands, each holding the phantom of a yin-yang chaos gun. Buzz.
11 giant spears shot out at the same time, the fierce energy almost tore through the air, and rushed towards Abyssus. As a saint of the beastmen, Abyssus had experienced countless battles. He just smiled coldly, stretched out his hand and grasped a long sword made of flames.
One knife fell. The terrifying power of dark flame poured out.
The moment they collided with the 11 gun shadows, their figures collided again in the sky.
Every collision happens in an instant.
The aftermath of the energy caused the nearby ground to tremble continuously.
After the recoil, Chenmo released his devouring power, completely absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and feeding it back to himself, and then attacked Abyssus again. In front of such a saint, Chenmo did not dare to be careless at all. This person is the most terrifying and powerful person he has ever faced in his life. No. Chenmo is actually vaguely comparable to Abyssus? Am I seeing this right? Holy crap! Now he can be a master-level warrior. Everyone couldn't help but speak out in surprise.
You know, Chenmo has just entered the 5th level stage, but now, he can fight with the Master Abyssus to a standstill.
Everyone was shocked.
If we let them go, I estimate they will die on the spot in one round.
In the principal's audience.
Lin Wudi and others couldn't help sweating on their palms. Even though it's hard to separate now, but they knew very well that Abyssus had not yet used his full strength, and was even fighting Chenmo with a playful attitude.
20 seconds left.
The Gale Saint has arrived, and there are only 20 seconds left.
You must hold on.
Everyone's heart was tense, and their eyes were fixed on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. Chenmo is the most outstanding genius in recent years, and they will never allow anything to happen to Chenmo in front of them.
And on the Tower of Heaven and Earth,
the two streams of light collided again, and then separated again, each standing at the two ends of the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth.
Human,
your talent is the highest I've ever seen in all these years.
In the past 500 years, will the human race produce a powerful warrior who reaches the level of a martial god? Abyssus looked at Chenmo with an incredible expression in his eyes.
You know, when he fought with Chenmo, every move he made was aimed at the fatal part. The means are varied. Chenmo was able to react time and time again, and even his fighting skills were constantly improved in actual combat, becoming better each time. Such talent made even the Saint Abyssus feel his scalp tingling. Chenmo held the gun in one hand and smiled gently. Thank you for the compliment.
If you don't show some real skills, you'll be the one to die. Upon hearing this, Abyssus was slightly stunned, and then revealed a ferocious smile. Am I the one who will die? What a bragging kid.
It should take another 10 seconds for the Wind Martial Saint to arrive.
That's enough to kill you. Dark Flame, Infernal Realm. In an instant, Abyssus's hands suddenly clapped together. Boom! Vast energy gushed out from Abyssus's body.
Then, this flame, fused with darkness, quickly spread throughout the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. At this moment, the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower has completely turned into a hellish scene.
Very hot. Dark. There were even screams of human ghosts.
A murderous look flashed across Chenmo's eyes. You deserve to die.
Abyssus spread his arms. You will soon become one of them. Infernal hell, dark flame kill. Buzz.
From all directions, countless dark flame beams suddenly emerged from the lava and shot towards Chenmo's body. The speed was so fast that it was ahead of everyone Chenmo had seen before.
It's over. Abyssus's famous skill. Chenmo, you must hold on. Oh my god.
Looking at the dark flame beam that was spreading more and more in his eyes, Chenmo let out a breath of foul air.
It seems. This time we really have to go all out.
Abyssus was slightly stunned, and then he revealed an even more crazy smile. Human, are you kidding me? Before he could finish his words, Abyssus's voice stopped abruptly.
Behind Chenmo, a pair of wings condensed from dark thunder palms suddenly flapped up.
Then, his eyes turned into two extremely terrifying black hole lights.
The terrifying thunder and lightning and the darkness of the abyss mixed in his body.
Then, it gushed out freely. Suddenly, strange runes climbed up Chenmo's face, palms, and other places. In just a moment, the golden yin-yang chaos spear in Chenmo's hand turned into darkness.
You think? Are you the only one with a special trick? Dark devouring thunderstorm domain. In an instant, the three innate supernatural powers surged out from Chenmo's body.
They rushed straight into the sky, shattering all the dark flame pillars around them.
With overwhelming force, the energy fluctuations spreading from the hell of Inferno were completely squeezed back. Then, two completely different areas appeared in the Tower of Heaven and Earth. On one side is an endless hell filled with lava, dark flames, and evil. The first change is a thunderstorm area filled with darkness, black holes, and lightning.
In the diffused space, the two domains were actually evenly matched.
Fatally, the thunderstorm domain was showing a tendency to overwhelm the Inferno. Everyone was stunned. They felt a sense of crisis from the aura emanating from Chenmo.
A sense of danger of death.
Is this Chenmo's true strength? So strong. That's horrible. Everyone was stunned.
Even the three principals and the four principals had expressions of shock on their faces.
Chenmo.
The shock he brought to them was too great.
And Abyssus in the Tower of Heaven and Earth also felt something was wrong.
He looked at Chenmo, and endless dark flames burst out from his eyes.
A mere human. How can you be so powerful? His realm can completely crush Chenmo. And now, he was actually being beaten? Chapter 110, Beheading for 01 Crazy Boss and everyone else. How can a mere human be so powerful?
Abyssus was deeply shocked. You know, Chenmo was just a 5th grade warrior, and his strength is now at the initial stage of the 6th grade.
With this kind of landing, his strength is not bad. However, at this moment, he couldn't suppress Chenmo. This guy must be killed.
Abishus had a premonition that if he didn't kill Chenmo here, Chenmo would definitely become a big threat to the beast tribe in the future. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent.
In that case, then I can't keep you. Infernal hell, the ultimate fight. Boom!
Abishus's body suddenly twisted, and the dark flame power in his body was stimulated to the extreme.
As if tearing through space, Abishus arrived in front of Chenmo in almost an instant. He raised his hands and struck down like a sledgehammer.
But Chenmo was not willing to be outdone, and dark thunder and devouring power gushed out from his hands.
Dark thunder surges. Swallow and absorb. Bang!
The two bodies collided rapidly, and the areas of their bodies also quickly underwent various changes.
However, after Chenmo swallowed the dark flame, the energy that was fed back made Chenmo's dark thunder power even more terrifying.
In the duel that lasted for a few breaths, Chenmo had almost begun to suppress Abishus. What's more, the surrounding thunderstorms are still providing him with energy continuously.
In other words, Chenmo today is no less than a perpetual motion machine. Everyone couldn't help but stare in amazement. Brother Chenmo? He beat Abishus? Am I so strong? Oh my god. The haze in everyone's heart was immediately cleared away. According to the current situation, Chenmo has the upper hand, right?
Everyone was extremely surprised, with expressions of astonishment on their faces.
And Abishus in the Tower of Heaven and Earth also found something wrong. This kid. We must kill him now.
Abishus's face had turned completely gloomy, and the murderous intent in his body couldn't stop surging out.
Rumble.
Abishus raised his hands, and his body suddenly expanded several times.
In the blink of an eye, he became 5 meters tall. Everything will end here. Chenmo chuckled and said, I think so too.
With a dark spear in his hand, his flesh wings dancing wildly, and runes flashing, the corners of Chenmo's mouth gradually curled up.
He really enjoyed the feeling of being filled with strength. Infernal hell, penetrate.
Suddenly, Abishus stretched out his right hand, and a huge spear appeared in his hand. The dark flames condensed from all directions poured into his dark flame giant spear at a crazy speed. At this moment, Abishus rushed out, and stabbed towards Chenmo with a long spear with devastating pressure. Under this vast energy, even the air seemed to be vaguely distorted. Looking at the giant dark flame spear that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Chenmo took a step back and clenched the dark spear tightly in his hand. Violent Domain 5 Sacred Strike. In an instant, the surrounding thunderstorm area enveloped Chenmo's yin-yang chaos spear at a terrifying speed. Thunder and lightning, devouring, darkness, the end of the world, and God-slaying the power of the 5 saints converges into a star-like point on the spear. Then, the spear was drawn out. Boom! Amidst countless astonished gazes, the two suddenly collided with each other. A bright light burst out completely. It covered the entire 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. What happened? Who's winning? What's going on? It wasn't just the students in the audience who were nervous. Even the dean, the principal, and the 4 generals standing in the audience were extremely nervous. They don't want anything to happen to Chenmo. However, at this moment, before everyone could react, a figure in a white robe appeared on the top of the Heaven and Earth Tower. Suddenly, strong winds blew, and an invisible force completely enveloped the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Wild Wind Martial Saint. When everyone's eyes turned to the figure in white robe, everyone gasped. The one who comes. Not anyone else. But in today's Disya, there is still one of the 4 great martial saints, the Wind Martial Saint. The Wind Martial Saint raised one hand and signaled everyone to be quiet, don't spread the news of what happened today. Chenmo was fine. Everyone can retreat outside the main venue and wait for orders. Before everyone could react, they only realized that the world around them was spinning, and when they reappeared, they were already outside the venue. In addition to the 3 principals and 4 generals, the remaining deans and directors were also transmitted simultaneously. The Wind Saint should be going to rescue Chenmo. Oh my god. The Martial Saint actually came here in person to save Chenmo. What kind of treatment is this? Everyone was extremely envious. You must know that the Martial Saint is the most terrifying combat force in Dasha today, and at the same time, he also has the most honorable status. And now, he's actually coming all the way from the border.
How could they possibly envy him? Old Xing, don't be nervous. The Wind Martial Saint is here. Everything will be safe.
Dean Gu Linghan patted Xing Tianyi on the shoulder. Xing Tianyi looked into the venue, as if he wanted to see through the venue and see Chenmo's situation inside.
I hope Chenmo is alright. You must hold on.
Unlike the hustle and bustle outside, the venue is filled with silence at this moment.
Martial Saint of Quangfeng, if you don't go to save.
Just as Lin Wudi was about to speak, he was interrupted by the hand raised by the Martial Saint of Quangfeng.
Sometimes, we don't need to rescue them? Isn't it?
Hearing these words, the 3 principals and 4 generals' expressions suddenly froze. When they set their sights on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower, everyone was stunned.
Chenmo, not dead? No. It was Chenmo who killed Abyssus.
On the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Abyssus's body and that thin body were facing each other with their backs facing each other at a distance of 10 feet. Chenmo raised his spear with a calm expression, stretched out his hand and loosened it, and the yin-yang chaos spear suddenly turned into a sky full of golden light and disappeared. And Abyssus behind him was trembling slightly. He looked at the huge bloody hole in his chest in disbelief. The look in his eyes revealed the disbelief of someone who had lived for thousands of years.
A human.
A mere human being at the initial stage of the 5th rank.
He actually killed himself?
Even though Abyssus had swept across the human and beast worlds for such a long time, it was not until now, when he felt his vitality constantly slipping away, that his mind became increasingly clear.
Evildoer.
From the human race, a true evildoer. Abyssus turned his head in disbelief and looked at Chenmo's thin back.
The beast tribe is finished.
Thanks to Crazy Boss and everyone for their support, the current progress is 3540.
Please give your likes and maybe there will be more chapters tomorrow. Chapter 111 Goodbye. Abyssus fell.
Blood slowly flowed out. His eyes were wide open, revealing disbelief.
Outside the Heaven and Earth Tower, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Chenmo. Really did it? Lin Wudi smacked his lips, his mind going blank. This guy is really a monster.
Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang sighed at the same time.
You know, Chenmo is still just a student, whose strength has reached the initial stage of the 5th rank.
As for the 4 generals, their eyes were full of desire. If Chenmo is captured, what we might be welcoming is a rising star who can reach the status of Martial Saint in the future. The Martial Saint of the Wild Wind also crossed his arms across his chest.
The look in his eyes as he looked at Chenmo was full of admiration.
For natural abilities. This guy is truly a natural-born warrior. Even with this kind of talent, I still feel envious.
Everyone was shocked again.
Chenmo's talent is so terrifying that it makes people's scalps tingle.
Next, you guys stand here. My old friend and I have something to talk about.
The Martial Saint of Quangfeng waved his hand gently, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Tower of Heaven and Earth.
Inside the Heaven and Earth Tower,
Chenmo looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and gently released his eye of insight. Wild Wind Martial Saint.
Realm, 10th rank Martial Saint. Ability, unknown.
Chenmo bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Martial Saint Quangfeng." Even without the Eye of Insight's information, Chenmo knew about the Martial Saint of Gale.
As a Martial Saint, his photo appears in everyone's textbooks.
The Wind Martial Saint smiled softly. Okay, everything is fine.
I never thought you could kill Abyssus.
Even though Abyssus's realm is the initial stage of Grandmaster, and he is even faintly about to fall into the 5th grade warrior, he is still not comparable to an ordinary Grandmaster.
Chenmo smiled and said, "It was just luck." Lucky?
The Wind Martial Saint shook his head. If you can gain strength by luck, Xia has not had many lucky guys in all these years. Chenmo laughed dumbly, then continued to bow and said with a smile, "Anyway, thank you for your reinforcements." The Wind Martial Saint waved his hand and said, "As I should.
Killing ferocious beasts is the responsibility of our human race.
But I'm here for another thing." The Martial Saint of Quangfeng looked at the top of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. It was an arc-shaped dome that seemed to be engraved with heaven and earth.
"Heaven and Earth, won't you come out?"
As everyone was surprised, a shadow suddenly appeared on the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth.
There was a kind smile on the face of the afterimage. Chenmo bowed and said, "Greetings, Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth."
The Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth was slightly stunned, and then looked at Chenmo with satisfaction.
"You are good." The Martial Saint of Wind rolled his eyes at the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth. "Not bad.
He was almost dead, and you didn't come out to help. If Chenmo dies, you, the martial saint of heaven and earth, will bear the great sin of the human race. The martial saint of heaven and earth chuckled softly and said, Guangfeng, after so many years, it's best if you change your personality. You're already hundreds of years old, and you're still putting a hat on someone casually? The wind martial saint snorted coldly, You old immortal, you knew that your soul was inside the heaven and earth tower. When we brothers came to look for you, you refused to come out. Chenmo was slightly stunned, knowing that the martial saint of wild wind and the martial saint of heaven and earth should be excellent comrades. The heaven and earth martial saint laughed and said, I must have some strength left to pass on and suppress. You can see that Abyssus's energy is very strong. I haven't been able to suppress it over the years. The wind martial saint frowned and said, You can ask us for help. The martial saint of heaven and earth shook his head, No, Abyssus and I have become one. The martial saint of Guangfeng was stunned for a moment, and then he sighed. How much time do you have left? The heaven and earth martial saint laughed and said, Probably, I only have 20 breaths left to survive, but that's enough. Then, the martial saint of heaven and earth turned around, looked at Chenmo and smiled. Will you accept my teachings? Holy Wei. Except for the martial saint of Guangfeng, the expressions of the 3 principals and 4 generals standing outside the tower of heaven and earth changed at the same time. Holy Wei. It is the most precious inheritance of a martial saint. It contains the most precious insights of a warrior who has advanced to become a martial saint. There are many warriors in this world who are at the peak of half-step martial saint and 9th rank martial king. However, there are very few strong people who can be promoted to martial saint. Even in Daxia, there are only 4 martial saints. And now, the martial saint of heaven and earth wants to pass the holy way to Chenmo. How could this not shock them? Chenmo also hesitated. He had also heard of the holy way, which was the most precious inheritance. At this moment, the martial saint of Guangfeng patted Chenmo on the shoulder. Heaven and earth, you are so unkind. Giving Chenmo the holy way of heaven and earth is good, but from now on, he can only follow the same path you took. At this time, Chenmo was slightly stunned. Indeed, after accepting the holy way, what he practices will probably be closer to the holy way of heaven and earth. By then, his talents and abilities, and so on will probably undergo earth-shaking changes. This was something Chenmo could not accept. Moreover, Chenmo has a golden finger, so he is not worried about not being able to be promoted to martial saint. At most, it's just a matter of time. The heaven and earth martial saint rolled his eyes at the wind martial saint and said, Chenmo possesses 4 natural abilities, one of which is even the ability to devour. This coincides with the holy way of heaven and earth. My holy way of heaven and earth is to absorb the power of heaven and earth and transform it into my own power. If it is integrated into Chenmo's devouring ability, it will only make his devouring ability even more powerful. It will not affect his path to holiness. In an instant, everyone suddenly realized. The eyes looking at Chenmo were filled with even deeper envy. The martial saint of Guangfeng also understood this, so he stepped back and let Chenmo make his own choice. I have finished accepting the inheritance from my predecessors. In the future, I will kill all the ferocious beasts, leaving no one alive. Chenmo stretched out his hand, his eyes determined. The heaven and earth martial saint smiled softly and said, I was unable to reclaim our human race's territory. I haven't fulfilled my duties well. Future. I'll leave it to you. Come on. The martial saint of heaven and earth raised his finger and lightly tapped Chenmo's palm. All right, Guangfeng, help me tell those brats. I've been stuck here for so many years, and I miss you guys too. Let's have a drink together again in the next life. Bye now. The martial saint of heaven and earth gave his last smile, and then completely disappeared into the world. The wind martial saint smiled and nodded, then spoke word by word. It's a must. Chapter 112 Recruitment. Congratulations to the host for accepting the holy way of heaven and earth from the heaven and earth martial saint. Ding. I've noticed a similarity in correspondence between the holy way of heaven and earth and the devouring talent. The two are automatically integrated. I don't know how much time had passed, but Chenmo was the only one left sitting cross-legged in the tower of heaven and earth. And around him, a faint divine will of heaven and earth emerged. Obtain XR talents and life energy. Energy of all life. The shattering of space can devour the power of the shattering of space, the passing of time can devour the power of the passing of the world, everything can be swallowed, everything can be contained. Chenmo opened his eyes and felt energy from all directions rushing into his body rapidly. Under the impact of this energy, his body seemed to have broken through the limiter and was constantly becoming stronger and improving.
Is this the energy of all life? It's really amazing. Chenmo.
Realm, first stage of the fifth stage.
Innate ability, SSR level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder God Body, XR level Myriad Life Energy, SSS level Innate Comprehension. Artistic Conception, God-killing artistic conception. Kung Fu, End of Heaven Method, Basic Spear Method. Immortal Weapon, Yin Yang Chaos Spear.
Looking at his attribute panel, Chenmo stood up, but found that the Wind Martial Saint was still looking at him.
Good. It blends perfectly. And something extraordinary was born.
The Martial Saint of Quangfeng nodded slightly with satisfaction. His old friend's holy inheritance was finally handed over to the person who was most suitable for him. Heaven and earth should be able to rest in peace now.
Then I will leave first.
You have both good talent and strength, and you should be able to graduate early.
Pick a satisfactory military region.
As soon as Quangfeng Wuxinghua finished speaking, his figure disappeared. After all, he is a martial saint and needs to stay at the border. Being able to spare some time and rush to the cold wind forest near Kyoto is already extremely good.
Then, the Tower of Heaven and Earth also trembled. Chenmo thought about it and left the Tower of Heaven and Earth.
Looking at the Tower of Heaven and Earth behind him, which gradually turned into a shadow, Chenmo knew that without the blessing of the Holy Way, this Tower of Heaven and Earth would become history. The three principals and four generals also knew what happened in the Tower of Heaven and Earth.
Well done. Lin Wudi patted Chenmo's shoulder. Chenmo chuckled and said, "It should be."
The biggest gain in the Tower of Heaven and Earth was already in his pocket, and Chenmo felt that the trip was worthwhile. Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang looked at each other.
It is really a great honor for old Lin to have a student like you,
Bu Xinfeng said with a smile.
Would you like to consider coming to our school as an exchange student?
Yi Yang said with a smile.
Go! 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 Lin Wudi blocked the two of them and said, "How could Chenmo possibly go to your Xingkong University and Sangxian University? He will always belong to our Xianyuan University." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. After a brief laugh, the four generals had surrounded Chenmo. Their eyes were burning, just like when the four deans were fighting for Chenmo that day. "Chenmo, I'm He Yun from the Eastern Theater Command."
He Yun took the lead in introducing himself.
Chenmo nodded, "I know General He."
So, next Qinli, Li Ta and Letian introduced themselves one after another. People in the military are efficient and decisive in their work and don't like to drag their feet.
He Yun smiled and said, "Chenmo, I won't say anything else.
If you can come to our Eastern Theater Command, we will directly raise your salary to the highest level."
He Yun immediately extended the highest olive branch. Latte is also not willing to be outdone. "If you raise Chenmo's salary to the highest level, then I will be the top two. Chenmo, if you come to our Western Theater Command, you will receive all kinds of benefits. Whether it's a sparring partner or an opponent, everything will be arranged for you."
Qinli from the Northern Theater Command also said, "We in the Northern Theater Command are also willing to double it."
Li Ta from the Southern Theater Command also nodded, "Double or triple is fine."
He Yun also said, "I am in the Eastern Theater Command, the same can be done."
None of the four generals gave any specific conditions.
However, Chenmo knew that the top conditions offered by the military would be extremely generous, even beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Before coming to the three schools competition, Chenmo had heard that the first place in the three schools competition would enjoy first-class treatment in the military region.
The second and third ones enjoy second-class treatment. The top geniuses that appear every year can only enjoy the first class, and even this first class makes these geniuses ecstatic.
And now, I can directly get several times the maximum amount.
Obviously, the four major war zones are full of sincerity and really want to get Chenmo into their pockets. Chenmo, just take your time to choose. Don't be in a hurry. Consider all the conditions comprehensively. Lin Wudi said with a smile. Chenmo nodded. After thinking for a moment, Chenmo said, "Which of the four war zones will have more ferocious beasts? I want to kill more."
The four generals were slightly stunned, and their eyes were filled with surprise when they looked at Chenmo. Over the years, those so-called geniuses and prodigies who entered the military region all wanted to get all the benefits,
even applying to them over and over again. And now, the condition for Chenmo to join the war zone is actually to hunt a few more ferocious beasts? For a moment, everyone looked at Chenmo with more satisfaction.
But when it comes to hunting the most ferocious beasts, Li Ta, Qi Li and Letian all looked at He Yun at the same time. They really didn't expect that one day they would envy the Eastern War Zone because of the large number of ferocious beasts they faced. He Yun laughed heartily. If you want to kill ferocious beasts, come to our Eastern Theater Command. He Yun explained with a smile. Near our Eastern Theater, there is a huge wild forest. Who knows how many ferocious beasts live there? Because the fastest martial Saint of Gale is just in our Eastern Theater Command. If you want to come to our Eastern Theater, you've come to the right place. There, I guarantee you'll kill enough ferocious beasts. In this case, Chenmo would not hesitate at all.
He bowed and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, General Li." Good. Where Chenmo was going is the Eastern Theater Command.
For a moment, Li Ta, Letian and Qi Li were extremely envious, while He Yun put his hands on his hips and laughed. He didn't expect that the evildoer he recruited would end up in his own battle zone.
You know, in the past, students knew that the Eastern Theater was the most dangerous, so few were willing to come. It's almost forced selection and forced dispatch. And Chenmo actually came forward on his own initiative.
He Yun was really impressed by his humanity. In the world of high martial arts, a true retrograde. The other three generals shook their heads but didn't say much.
Lu Tian took out a jade box and smiled at Chenmo. A 9th grade spiritual medicine.
If he has the chance one day, he can go to the Western Theater Command and have a look.
Chapter 113 Family added for everyone.
Chenmo did not try to refuse, but accepted it generously.
Thank you, General Lu. If I have the chance someday, I will go to the Western Theater Command. Hearing Chenmo's answer, Letian nodded with satisfaction. Li Ta and Qi Li standing by also showed expressions of regret. However, they did not force Chenmo. Instead, one of them took out a 9th grade elixir and handed it to Chenmo. After another round of greetings, the four generals shrugged. He Yun smiled and said, "In that case, the four of us will leave first. The war situation on the border is very tense, and as generals we are embarrassed to leave for too long. Chenmo, if you are willing, you can go to the Eastern Theater in a month. By then, I hope to see a breakthrough in your realm." Chenmo smiled and said, "Yes."
The four generals nodded, and they turned into streams of light, leaped into the sky, and split into 4 different directions, rushing out like meteors.
It's all over.
Bu Xinfeng smiled lightly.
You little guy, I really want you to be my student.
Yi Yang curled his lips. Chenmo bowed and smiled. Although I am a student of Shenyuan University, I am also a student of Daxia, and a student of Principal Bu and Principal Yi. For a moment, the 3 principals burst into laughter. Although this kid is confident, his emotional intelligence is really high. Okay, now that your problem is solved. All that's left is to have freshmen and sophomores come in and compare. Bu Xinfeng shrugged helplessly. What Chenmo had done before was really too dazzling.
So much so that they had forgotten about it. Lin Wudi smiled and said, "Chenmo, just sit aside and rest. After this is over, I'll take you to practice purgatory, the end of heaven." Chenmo nodded, yes. After a big battle, he really needed a good rest. After Chenmo accepted the inheritance of the martial saint of heaven and earth, Chenmo found a position for himself.
I plan to watch the freshman and sophomore exams.
However, after what happened earlier,
in their eyes, everyone's tests were no more than a form of playing house.
Even the arrogant Shang Tianlei and the arrogant Shang Wuji were in a careless state during their respective tests. The reason is simple: the shock Chenmo brought to them was simply too great. Time passes quickly. The competition among the 3 schools ended very quickly. In terms of freshmen, Shang Wuji won the championship. Among sophomores, Shang Tianlei won the championship.
It can be said that this competition among the 3 schools ended with Shenyuan Martial Arts University's complete crushing victory. Of course, there were also students from other schools who were hit hard by Chenmo and became depressed.
The crowd left in a hurry.
Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang came over to say goodbye to him personally, and then left with the team. At this time, Lin Jianfeng and Xing Tianyi finally had time to come over.
Good boy. So strong. Xing Tianyi punched Chenmo in the chest. Chenmo laughed happily and said, "Old Xing taught me well." Xing Tianyi glared at Chenmo. "You've already called old Xing, right? You're being disrespectful." Although that's what they said, when Xing Tianyi and Chenmo communicated with each other on a daily basis, they always called each other Guy and Old Xing.
The hidden dragon emerges from the sea and truly becomes a golden dragon. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xin Tui all had complicated expressions.
It has only been 3 months since Chenmo started school. How come his strength has reached the initial stage of the 5th rank?
Such an improvement was beyond their imagination.
Hey, thanks to me.
Lin Jianfeng stood in front of Chenmo with his arms folded across his chest.
Chenmo smiled and said, "Hello, Director Lin."
Lin Jianfeng is a benefactor to him.
"Let's go back together later?"
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile.
Chenmo shook his head. "I'm going to get some skills." "Obtain the technique?"
The 5 people were stunned at first, and then they realized it: purgatory, the end of heaven.
"All right. Then we'll leave first. You better practice hard and make me proud." Chenmo nodded. After seeing off several directors, Chenmo returned to the freshman team of Xianyuan University.
"You are so powerful," Shang Wuji said with a smile.
"We are all freshmen. How come you can defeat 3 universities by yourself?"
Lan Shi curled her lips.
"I'm different from you." Gu Jin shrugged.
There is no doubt that the eyes looking at Chenmo were filled with indescribable emotions.
"From now on, you should practice well.
By the time he's a junior, his strength should be about the same as mine."
Chenmo smiled lightly.
Shang Wuji's face was filled with helplessness. "By the time I'm in my 3rd year, my cultivation level will be the same as yours now, right?
Maybe even after 2 years, I won't be able to catch up with you now." Chenmo did not refute. Lan Shi opened her eyes and asked, "Do you want to go back together?"
Chenmo shook his head. "No, I have already graduated early."
Lan Shi nodded. "Graduate early? Graduating early is good, just go to the war directly." "Wait. You graduated early?"
In an instant, Lan Shi lost her voice and the sound spread throughout the venue.
Everyone looked at Chenmo in shock. Freshman year straight to early graduation? Not even the internship in the senior year? What a huge backdoor.
For a moment, even Shang Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and others felt embarrassed.
They started school a year earlier than Chenmo? What's the result? No matter from which aspect, he was beaten by Chenmo. Ah! I'm so envious of brother Chenmo. That's early graduation. I want that too. You're going to fight. With your current level, are you going to the battlefield to deliver food?
Another piece of territory has been lost in the Northern Theater Command.
It's very dangerous. I'm just saying it. I know my own weight. Haha, Brother Chen, if you do well on the battlefield, don't forget to promote us. Yeah. I can be your pendant.
Listening to the voices of people around him, Chen Moxu narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly.
But
before officially going to the Eastern Theater Command, Chenmo still had one thing to do. When he looked up, Principal Lin Wudi was waiting for him there.
"I never thought you could graduate so quickly.
Shengwudao University is still too small for you." Lin Wudi smiled and said, "Only in the army can you truly show yourself. The strong men there and the ferocious beasts on the border are not comparable to those at Shengwudao University."
Hearing this, Chenmo smiled lightly. "Yeah? Then I'll just look forward to it."
After all, he had completely conquered Shengwudao University. Lin Wudi gave a thumbs up.
"Over there, there's a guy named Xiu, a guy named Lin, and a guy named Xin.
They are the most terrifying geniuses in the entire Eastern Theater.
Don't get hit when you get there." Chenmo chuckled and said, "I hope they won't be hit by me."
Chenmo crossed his arms and smiled slightly.
Lin Wudi laughed heartily. Okay. This is my student. He also has the invincible way in his heart. I'll take you to obtain the purgatory, end of heaven method. It seems like there are 2 more hidden families going there too. We need to compete well." Chenmo, oh? Chenmo suddenly became interested.
"What I am most interested in is the purgatory end day method."
"The increase brought by the end of days method is very terrifying? So, what about the purgatory end day method?" For a moment, Chenmo was looking forward to it. Chapter 114 Questions for Crazy Boss and Everyone Else.
The place where the purgatory, end of days method was obtained was at the edge of the border between the Cold Wind Forest and another primeval forest.
The journey is long.
But under the leadership of Lin Wudi, a half-step martial saint, they arrived at a high mountain in just a few dozen breaths. The mountains are steep, and there seems to be a mysterious artistic conception in them.
Chenmo raised his eyebrows. Here? Lin Wudi nodded. Yeah. This mountain was personally pulled out of the earth by the founder of Purgatory, the end of heaven. Chenmo was stunned.
No wonder he sensed an unusual smell from this mountain.
Is the person who created the Purgatory and Day Law also a martial saint? Chenmo asked. Lin Wudi shook his head. I don't know.
The Purgatory, end of days technique has been in the Frostwind Forest since its appearance. It was only later discovered by researchers.
Chenmo nodded. Lin Wudi smiled and said, after entering, there will be corresponding assessments. But don't panic. It should be easy for you. Chenmo nodded.
After killing Abitius, at this moment, his self-confidence has exploded to another level.
Not to mention comprehending the holy way of heaven and earth. Here I come.
At this moment, dozens of figures from both groups fell from the sky, and then stood in front of the mountain.
Who are they? Chenmo cast an insight spell while wondering. Ouyang Chung. Realm, 6th rank Grandmaster, initial stage. Ouyang Yu. Realm, 5th grade perfection. Ouyang Tian. Chenmo looked at another group of people. Yenling. Realm, 6th rank Grandmaster, initial stage. Yenfeng. Realm, 5th grade perfection. Yen Gao.
Through the eye of insight, Chenmo roughly understood the identities of the two groups of people standing in front of him.
From the reclusive families Ouyang and Yen.
You know, in this world, not only universities train martial arts masters, but hidden families also train core warriors.
Even though the comprehensive strength of the hidden family is not as good as that of Shengwadao University. But in terms of resource allocation, the hidden family is definitely enough to crush Shengwadao University. After all, only 2 or 3 are trained in a year. And the people standing in front of him should be the geniuses of the hidden family. As for why the hidden family possesses the method of ending the sky? It's very simple.
In order to enable all human beings in the world to improve their strength, the only human martial god on Blue Star spread various martial arts techniques.
The Yen family and the Ouyang family have mastered the martial arts of the end of the sky method. However, Chenmo didn't care.
At this moment, 2 streams of light fell at the same time.
The ones coming were 2 9th grade initial stage martial kings, the patriarchs of the secluded family. Yen Xing, Ouyang Qin, long time no see.
Lin Wudi waved his hand.
Ouyang Qin smiled and said, Old Lin, you've had a lot of happy things lately. You look so happy. Yen Xing smiled and said, I can feel it too. Lin Wudi smiled and said, would you like to bring my students here to practice martial arts? Ouyang Qin and Yen Xing were stunned and looked at Chenmo. Just now, they didn't pay much attention to a kid who was only at the initial stage of the 5th rank. However, it was this casual glance that made Ouyang Qin and Yen Xing's smiles freeze at the same time. This is Holy Will? There was a huge wave in the hearts of the 2 men. They looked into Lin Wudi's eyes and got a definite answer. No wonder. Ouyang Qin calmed down inside. Where did Lin Wudi find such a freak of genius?
Lin Wudi coughed twice and said, now that everyone is here, we can start practicing the Purgatory and End of Heaven method.
I hope that everyone can possess the corresponding fortune and talent and truly complete the practice of Purgatory, the End of Heaven. There are still 10 minutes until the opening, everyone can take a break. After saying that, Lin Wudi, Ouyang Qin, and Yen Xing turned into streams of light and flew to the top of the mountain. They are going to open the training ground. So, in front of Gaoshan, only Chenmo and the people from the 2 major families were left. Chenmo shrugged, found a place, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Brother, why is that guy so cold and cool? He's such a show-off. Isn't this strength only at the beginning of the 5th rank? A young man was speaking to Ouyang Chang. Ouyang Chang is the prodigy of the younger generation of their Ouyang family.
At the age of only 25, he has already cultivated the End of Heaven method to the peak level of perfection. Even his natural abilities are at the SSS level. He is the youngest person in their family. Ouyang Chang waved his hand, don't say any more. Almost all those who can come here are the most talented among the talented.
There's not a single weak one.
Even though this person brought here by Elder Lin may seem ordinary, the trump card he plays might be enough to crush you.
This is not a family anymore. When you go out, you must be respectful to everyone. After being scolded, the young man finally came to his senses and quickly said yes. And there was a sense of equality in his eyes when he looked at Chenmo.
And on the other side is the Yan family. A similar scene happened. Yanling carries an ancient Tai Chi sword on his back.
Brother Yanling, do you want to chat with that guy? Said a young man.
Yanling shook his head. No need. He's resting, and we'll only disturb him if we go and chat. If he encounters difficulties while cultivating in the secret realm, we can also help him out, which can be considered as a good relationship. The others whispered, yes.
10 minutes passed in a flash.
Suddenly, Lin Wuti and the other two were standing on the ground, and the mountain in front of them began to tremble. After a brief tremor, 3 huge caves appeared in front of everyone.
Lin Wuti said with full energy. The 3 caves each hold their own opportunities and dangers.
It tests both luck and strength.
There are 15 people in total, divided into 3 groups.
Those who pass through the cave will be the first to comprehend the purgatory and end of heaven method. You should know that the opportunities to practice purgatory, end of heaven are limited, and it's on a first-come, first-served basis.
Buzz.
As soon as the words fell, Yanling and Ouyang Qing looked at each other and quickly rushed into the 2 large caves on the left and right respectively. The other family members saw this and quickly followed. The remaining family members who did not arrive in time were isolated outside by an invisible screen.
It's over.
You know, the geniuses at the Grandmaster level are their pillars. This time the thigh is gone. Their chances of passing the cave test would probably be extremely slim. Lin Wuti chuckled and said, Chenmo, you choose the cave in the middle.
The rest of you, follow Chenmo in. The other family members glanced at Chenmo.
The first stage of the 5th grade. Even with the dissuasion of Ouyang Qing and Yanling, they knew that Chenmo might be extraordinary. However, this 5th grade initial stage realm,
it really makes them a little scared. Thank you all for your support, and thank you to the crazy master. I will update 2 more chapters today and ask for small gifts again. The current update progress is 1640, thank you again for your support. Chapter 115 Thigh. Let's go.
Chenmo glanced at them, shrugged, and walked into the cave.
Of the remaining 4, 2 are from the Ouyang family and 2 are from the Yan family.
After looking at each other, they followed Chenmo into the cave.
Is this kid really such a monster?
Until now, Ouyang Qing and Yanxing still dared not believe what Lin Wuti said to them.
18-year-old freshman. Destroyed 3 holy martial arts universities. He even killed Abitius, a 6th-rank grandmaster.
When such a record was presented to them, they would first question whether it was said by a 3-year-old kid.
However, the person who said this was Lin Wuti, the president of Xianyuan University. Lin Wuti chuckled and said, if you don't believe it,
let's see who can reach the level of great perfection in this purgatory, end of heaven practice. Lin Wuti raised his hands, a flash of light appeared in front of him, and then a huge screen appeared in front of them.
With curiosity and shock,
the 2 patriarchs of the hidden families looked over at the same time. Lin Wuti took out a tea table and teacups from the Sumeru ring and invited the 2 clan leaders to drink and watch.
After entering the cave, it is completely different from the outside environment.
A world with azure sky and emerald green grasslands suddenly came into their eyes.
Secret realm. Chenmo's mind moved.
The so-called high mountains are nothing more than the entrance to a secret realm.
And within the mountains is this secret place that looks like a grassland. So beautiful. Yes.
I didn't expect this place to have so much hidden secrets.
Is there any danger in this place? The 4 people following behind Chenmo all showed puzzled expressions.
There's no danger in such a beautiful place. Chenmo's mind moved, and the holy will of heaven and earth spread out, like spring rain, gradually covering the entire grassland. Seeing Chenmo suddenly standing still, everyone was confused.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. How about? Let's go? Ouyang Tian said.
On the other side, a young man named Yan Gao also nodded. The passage we came in from should be the least dangerous. The sooner you pass, the sooner you can obtain the purgatory and end of days method. After saying that, the 4 of them looked at each other and immediately rushed forward. The breeze blows on my face, and there is soft earth beneath me.
It feels really good.
However, at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. In an instant, a 20-meter-long giant python covered with grass and leaves opened its bloody mouth and suddenly bit towards them. Judging from its appearance, it is probably a 5th-grade perfect ferocious beast.
Not good. Defense.
The 4 people's expressions changed. They didn't expect that there was an ambush in this place. Yan Gao and Ouyang Tian were the first to react, and suddenly a bright light flashed from their bodies. The whole day, wind and thunder roll. The sky finally shook. The two men quickly adjusted their fighting stance and immediately launched a counterattack. The remaining two people also reacted, raised their hands, and each of them burst out with energy.
Bump!
Four energies were supplied to the grass leaf python, and the python let out a scream.
Efficient. Yan Gao and Ouyang Tian laughed quickly.
Their realm has reached the 5th level of perfection.
In a real battle, they can even defeat a 6th level warrior in 2 moves.
Not to mention that there were 4 of them attacking together. The power that erupts is difficult for ordinary people to match.
However, when the energy light disappeared, what was revealed was the giant grass python that was still unharmed. Roar! The giant grass python opened its bloody mouth, and the grass leaves around it suddenly leaped up into the air, turning into countless flying knives, shooting towards everyone. Retreat! Everyone's expression changed. He immediately retreated dozens of feet. However, there is no way back. Because Chenmo was standing here, still standing still. Defense! We can't retreat! The 4 of them reacted at the same time, and quickly pushed their innate abilities to the extreme, forming a huge shield in front of them. Bang! 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 Countless flying knives landed on the shield, making sharp banging sounds. The monsters in this secret realm are weird. It's stronger than outside. That's right, it's impossible for ordinary beasts to suppress us like this. No wonder they call it an assessment. At this moment, everyone's faces stopped looking at the scenery and became solemn. Inside the secret realm, there is no one to collect the body after death. At this moment, Ouyang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. The energy shield in front of them actually cracked under the attack of the grass leaf python. Then, the cracks expanded rapidly at an unusual speed. Final. There was a loud snap. The energy shield formed by the 4 people completely exploded at this moment. The 4 of them suddenly showed incredible looks. The giant grass leaf python in the distance let out a scream, and then condensed more grass leaf flying knives, shooting towards the 4 people. The 5 people in front of it made it feel the desire to eat. Kill them. And eat them. Defend quickly. Yan Gao said suddenly. However, the flying knives condensed by the grass python were like lightning, faster and more terrifying than the energy they activated. It's over. The 4 people's expressions changed. Under such an attack, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. However, at this moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The black hole was like a bottomless abyss, completely swallowing up countless grass leaf flying knives. What's this? A look of surprise passed across everyone's faces. Suddenly, they reacted and looked at Chenmo. Chenmo raised his right hand, a hint of helplessness showing on his calm face. Follow me. Stop running around. Otherwise, I don't know when you will die. Chenmo shook his head. Then, his body twisted and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Before everyone could react, the giant grass python in the distance suddenly let out a wail. Everyone looked over quickly. I saw a golden spear that had already nailed the huge grass leaf python firmly to the ground. And standing on the body of the giant grass python was the thin young man. The young man drew out his spear, and the spear turned into light particles all over the sky and disappeared. Chenmo's mind moved, and the energy of all life was instantly activated, and the blood and energy of the grass leaf python were all devoured by him. Let's go. Feeling the energy of the grass leaf python being sucked dry, Chenmo waved to the stunned people behind him. If you don't leave now, I won't be able to help you if you die in the secret realm. Suddenly, everyone shuddered. He swallowed secretly and looked at Chenmo with eyes full of awe. How can this be the first stage of the 5th grade? It is clearly an extremely thick thigh. Chapter 116 Assessment. And outside the secret realm. Yan Xing and Ouyang Qin's eyes were filled with shock. Is this kid really a 5th grade beginner? No wonder he was able to kill Abishus, who was at the beginning of the 6th rank. He's truly abnormal. Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing's faces showed their admiration for talent. How come this kid isn't from their family? Lin Wudi took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "You two should stop thinking about becoming guest elders. Chenmo has been accepted into the 4 major theaters of war, and will eventually go to the Eastern Theater Command. Ouyang Qin and Yen Xing were both stunned. The military acted at a speed as fast as a god. Ouyang Qin shook his head. I wonder which of the 3 of them will reach the finish line first. Chenmo's strength and talent are indeed ridiculously strong. But their Ouyang Qing is also good. It is still unknown who will reach the finish line.
Yen Xing also said, Yan Ling's strength is already very close to the middle stage of Grandmaster.
His performance in the secret realm will not be too bad either.
Moreover, Yan Ling and the others have already passed 1/10 of the secret realm. Obviously, the patriarchs of the 2 families chose to support their own family members.
Lin Wudi took a sip of tea and didn't argue any further. In that case, then we'll see? Lin Wudi shook his head.
Lin Wudi was extremely confident in Chenmo and believed 100% that Chenmo would be the first to reach the finish line. So, everyone's eyes turned to the screen again.
In Ouyang Qing's secret realm, Ouyang Chang was jogging along, holding a long knife. Behind him, the members of the Ouyang family followed cautiously.
Ferocious beast. In an instant, a 5th-grade perfect pangolin with a gray-brown body suddenly appeared under the lawn in front of him.
However, Ouyang Qing reacted extremely quickly.
His muscles suddenly exerted force in a peculiar posture, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the 5th-grade perfect pangolin.
Sword in 10 splits, 1 slash at the end of the day. Ouyang Qing aimed at the pangolin's eyes.
A slash of sword. I saw a blood thread suddenly split apart from the pangolin's head.
Then, the 5th-grade perfect pangolin suddenly broke into 2 halves. Brother Chang is mighty. We were definitely the first ones to arrive. Ha ha ha.
With Brother Ching, of course. Everyone was also very excited. And in the secret cave of Yenling, he held 2 swords of ice and fire, and was also jogging with his family members. However, on this road, he encountered another ferocious beast. 5th level perfection, Earth Tiger. When the Earth Tiger saw the 5 people, he let out an excited roar. However, just as it was about to launch an attack, thousands of ice crystals suddenly completely enveloped the Earth Tiger. Ice and fire swords, sweeping across everything. The next moment, a flaming sword intent like a volcano suddenly fell towards the Earth Tiger. In an instant, the Earth Tiger suddenly shattered and turned into countless blood.
Brother Yenling is so handsome. Ice and fire swords.
We will definitely be the first to reach the finish line. The Yen family members also looked very excited. In the Yen tribe, Yenling is a legend among the younger generation, and no one can defeat him. Therefore, everyone has absolute confidence in Yenling. Yenling chuckled and said, Don't be too happy. We just need to keep moving forward, step by step.
Let's go. Everyone nodded, and suddenly turned into phantoms, rushing forward. And their style is different. But it was the secret place where Chenmo was standing. Ouyang Tian, Yen Gao and the other 4 people who followed him were completely numb in their hearts. Because, the road Chenmo took them on was full of ferocious beasts. It doesn't matter if they are all ferocious beasts. The key is, Chenmo can always kill the enemy with 1 move.
All of them were penetrated by long spears. After the instant kill, Chenmo was able to use a strange ability to completely absorb the energy and blood of the ferocious beast. At this point, they had simply never seen it before. Finally, on a fallen 5th-grade perfect grassleaf cheetah, Ouyang Tian asked cautiously,
Brother? Can you sense ferocious beasts? Chenmo raised his eyebrows and smiled softly. Oh? You found it? Everyone. Every 2 steps, you might encounter a ferocious beast. What do you think? It was not until now that everyone knew why Chenmo had been standing there. It's clearly sensing the location of the ferocious beast. This time, in addition to Yenling and Ouyang Qing, they really got someone to rely on. Looking at everyone's expressions, Chenmo shook his head. The energy of the ferocious beast was poured into his body, and Chenmo's realm was improved again, and he seemed to have reached the middle stage of the 5th level. Everyone was dumbfounded again. They didn't expect that the realm could be improved so much. Chenmo smiled lightly. It's worthy of being an XR level life energy. It almost completely crushes the SSR level devouring ability. At this rate, I should be able to break through the 1st realm when I leave the secret realm. The holy way of heaven and earth can do more than just absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It can also be used as a means of exploration to find the location of ferocious beasts. Let's go. Chenmo raised the yin-yang chaos gun and waved at them again. Everyone nodded.
And what happened next made them feel numb. A ferocious beast appeared.
However, he was shot to death by Chenmo.
2 ferocious beasts appeared.
Immediately afterwards, he was shot to death by Chenmo.
3 ferocious beasts appeared at the same time, just when they thought Chenmo should be able to make one more move. A giant dark thunder arm suddenly appeared behind Chenmo, holding a gilded spear, and then killed the 3 ferocious beasts in one move. Yan Gao, Ouyang Tian, and the other 3 have fallen into a state of numbness.
They don't even have to do anything. Just follow Chenmo and jog with him. And along the way, they seem to have a new understanding of Chenmo's strength. This guy, isn't he even more powerful than their Ouyang Qing and Yinling? And outside the secret realm, the corners of the mouths of Ouyang Qin, the patriarch of the Ouyang family, and Yin Xing, the patriarch of the Yin family, twitched. Is this kid a monster?
From the moment the monster appeared to the moment it ended, it was killed instantly by Chenmo in less than a second. Even in this situation where he kept encountering ferocious beasts, Chenmo's speed was comparable to that of Yinling and Ouyang Qin. They all came to the 50% point from the finish line.
The key is, Yinling and Ouyang Qin would take detours from time to time to avoid ferocious beasts. And Chenmo killed his way through.
Lin Woody took a sip of tea and said, "Don't be so surprised.
I've already told you that Chenmo's talent is beyond your imagination." Ha! It seems that something interesting has happened.
Just in front of them, a ferocious beast slowly walked out. The realm of this ferocious beast is the initial stage of Grandmaster.
If the above is just an appetizer.
So now, the true test of the secret realm.
Here we come. Update Progress 2040, continue to ask for gifts. Chapter 117, Incomparable.
Suddenly, a master-level ferocious beast appeared in front of everyone among the 3 screens.
The terrifying pressure spread like a tide.
Then, it filled up the entire space.
Grandmaster Beast. So terrifying. This is the moment to truly test the true strength of Chenmo and others. Bring it on. Watch it while you drink tea.
Lin Woody invited Yin Xing and Ouyang Qin to have tea. Inside the secret realm of the grassland, everyone suddenly became nervous. It's actually a ferocious beast at the Grandmaster level.
Ouyang Tian and the other 3 who were following Chenmo felt nervous.
I have heard that in the secret realm, one would encounter the legendary Master Beast. However, they encountered it before they had even completed half of the journey, which was beyond their expectations. Chenmo shrugged and glanced at the giant beast in front of him.
Mountain Giant Elephant. Realm, 6th rank Grandmaster, initial stage. Ability, Earth-shaking, sky-splitting.
The giant mountain elephant looked at Chenmo, and a stream of snow-white mist came out of its huge mouth. Looking at the 4 human warriors in front of him, the mountain elephant suddenly raised its forelimbs high.
Next moment,
a pair of elephant hooves suddenly fell from the air like a meteor.
Rumble.
A terrifying gust of air, carrying with it a tremendous pressure, completely shattered the ground and grass inch by inch, and rushed towards the 5 people like a shock wave.
Chenmo raised his eyebrows and swung the yin-yang chaos spear forward.
The light of dark thunder mixed with the power of immortal weapons burst towards the earth-shaking attack of the mountain elephant.
Rumble.
2 huge energies converged together, bursting out with a light that was unimaginable to ordinary people.
The light dissipated.
It left behind a huge pit about 10 feet in diameter.
Such strong strength. Yan Gao, Ouyang Tian, and others swallowed secretly.
If they were to take on this attack, they would probably be blown away in an instant.
And Chenmo actually took it so nonchalantly. You guys please stand back.
I'm worried about hurting you by mistake.
Hearing Chenmo's words, the 4 of them nodded quickly and retreated dozens of steps.
They all knew that what was going to happen next was not something they should get involved in. At this point, at both ends of the grassland, there were only giant mountain elephants dozens of feet tall and Chenmo, who was thin and holding a spear.
Chenmo held the gun in one hand and chuckled, "The second master beast I will kill will be the one."
A ferocious beast of the 6th grade master level possesses the wisdom of a normal adult.
However, the ferocious beasts were obviously more easily provoked.
The moment the mountain elephant heard Chenmo's words, he became furious.
Boom!
A pair of front hooves, packed with immense strength, suddenly slammed down towards the earth like thunder descending upon the earth.
Rumble! Suddenly, dozens of air shock waves came towards Chenmo.
The pressure was so great that even the ground was left with dozens of scratches. Looking at the shockwaves that continued to grow in his eyes, the corners of Chenmo's mouth gradually curled up.
Just in time.
Chenmo's mind moved, and his Dark Thunder talent, God-killing gun intent, and the end-of-day method, all burst out.
The Yin-Yang Chaos Spear was like a dragon, and suddenly it let out a roar.
Yin and Yang Chaos, the three saints, become one. Chenmo's spear suddenly rushed out.
Swish! The vast energy instantly completely detonated the surrounding air.
Then, a giant phantom spear that was almost capable of destroying the world suddenly attacked the mountain elephant.
Rumble!
Dozens of airwaves collided completely with the phantom giant gun. Countless energy waves spread out completely, and the surrounding ground shattered into pieces.
No matter how many times I've seen it. Why does it feel like Chenmo still hasn't used his full strength? Ouyang Tian, Yan Gao, and others showed a bitter smile on their faces.
Looking at the smile that always hung on Chenmo's lips, how could everyone not understand that this was just an old man teasing a naughty boy? Then, the giant mountain elephant, looking at the light disappearing, seemed to have realized this. Immediately, the bloody mouth of the mountain elephant suddenly opened, and a ball of black energy suddenly gathered in front of its two huge and sharp tusks. That huge black hole seemed to contain the ability to tear apart the heaven and earth.
This is the second ability of the mountain elephant, splitting the sky.
This shows that the mountain elephant must have used all its strength. Looking at the sky-splitting power that was constantly gathering, Chenmo did not make any move to stop it. In an instant, the mountain elephant's sky-splitting sphere was completely condensed.
In an instant, the sky-splitting sphere was completely aimed at Chenmo. Boom!
The black sky-splitting sphere smashed towards Chenmo like a meteor. This move seemed to condense all the strength in his body.
An ordinary grandmaster at the initial stage would probably die instantly or become seriously injured.
This human in front of him, who was only at the beginning of the 5th rank, was definitely unacceptable. Before he could finish his thought, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in Chenmo's palm. Inside the black hole, mottled energy rotated strangely, actually absorbing all of the world.
Good. Chenmo let out a breath of foul air.
Your power, perhaps, can be returned to you.
The next moment, Chenmo aimed the black hole at the mountain elephant with a look of horror on its face. The ultimate rebound of the elusive energy.
The abyss-like black hole suddenly shot out a giant sky-splitting ball at the same speed. However, this giant sky-splitting sphere was actually shrouded in a terrifying dark thunder force.
The mountain elephant sensed a life or death crisis. Just about to turn around and run away.
However, the giant sky-splitting ball still hit him.
In an instant,
the giant mountain elephant suddenly turned into a bloody mist and disappeared into the air. At this point, the Grandmaster-level mountain elephant was completely killed.
So strong.
Ouyang Tian and the others glanced at the giant mountain elephant, then at themselves, and then thought of their own Tenjio, Ouyang Cheng and Yanling and the others.
Them. Can you fight as fast as Chenmo? And outside the secret realm,
Lin Wudi watched as Chenmo almost crushed the mountain elephant to death instantly. His face remained calm.
Good.
It seems that the strength has not declined, but has become stronger. Lin Wudi turned around and looked at the stunned patriarchs of the two families.
What do you think? Chenmo's strength should be compared with Yanling and Ouyang Cheng, right? The patriarchs of the two major families, Ouyang Qin and Yansheng, looked at each other and twitched their lips. They looked at the screens on the left and right.
The genius of his own family is fighting a life and death battle with a ferocious beast at the Grandmaster level.
Every attack is full of risks.
There were even members of nearby families who came to help. On the other hand, Chenmo sighed. He defeated the master-level beast with a crushing attitude.
This is nothing. How can I compare with this monster? Chapter 118 Behemoth. 5 minutes later.
Yanling looked at the master-level beast that collapsed in front of him and let out a breath of foul air.
It took a full 10 minutes to finally finish it. Brother Yanling is so powerful. These ice and fire swords are so powerful. We should be the first to kill all the Grandmaster-level beasts. Ha 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 ha.
This time, we will definitely reach the finish line first. Looking at the cheerful faces of the people around him, Yanling smiled gently and nodded. At this rate, he might really be the first to reach the finish line.
Let's go. Don't be careless. The real battle is coming. Hearing this, everyone quickly responded, yes.
All of a sudden, everyone turned into lightning-fast figures and rushed forward rapidly.
The other side.
Ouyang Qing slashed with his sword and finally killed the troublesome master-level beast in front of him. Brother Qing's swordsmanship is becoming more and more sophisticated.
Yeah.
It took us less than 12 minutes to deal with the Grandmaster-level beast.
That's enough.
The guys brought by old Lin next door, or Yanling, are definitely not as good as us. According to this situation, we should be able to comprehend the heaven-ending method first. After hearing what the people around him said, Ouyang Qing's mood naturally improved a lot. However, Ouyang Qing frowned slightly.
Why did he vaguely feel that something was wrong? I have a bad feeling. It's impossible that there is someone much faster than him, right? Don't be sentimental. Hurry up, let's try to get to the finish line as quickly as possible.
Before Ouyang Qing finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Seeing this, the others also turned serious and followed them. Only the one who reaches the end first can comprehend the law of purgatory and the end of heaven first.
Benefits obtained. It will also be the most. Chenmo didn't know what happened in the other two secret realms.
He only knew that he had once again pulled out the yin-yang chaos spear from an ant-shaped, master-level beast. With a spread of his palms, an extremely terrifying devouring force swept over. His realm was elevated once again. I'm afraid I'm only one step away from the high level of the 5th grade.
This speed of promotion undoubtedly made Ouyang Tian, Yan Gao and others feel extremely frustrated. But considering Chenmo's evil identity, this feeling of frustration is much less.
According to the insights of the holy way of heaven and earth, there should be a very interesting beast at the exit of this secret realm.
Chenmo shrugged and glanced at the people behind him. Let's go straight to the finish line. Follow me.
You know, since Chenmo's heaven and earth Saint Dao can explore the situation and form between heaven and earth,
then we can also detect where the ferocious beasts are. In other words, there are no ferocious beasts anywhere.
Previously, he chose to kill his way through just to absorb energy and improve his realm. And now, the energy has been increased to a perfect peak level.
There is no need to pay attention to these little ants anymore. Looking for the big one to kill.
Ouyang Tian and others looked at each other, and immediately followed Chenmo and rushed out.
And along the way, everyone was shocked again.
Along the way, they didn't find any ferocious beasts, not even the slightest sign of any ferocious beasts. The routes Chenmo took were extremely regular.
They could even sense that there were terrifying beasts living nearby. However, they couldn't disturb them. For a moment, the four of them once again admired Chenmo's abilities. And outside the secret realm, the patriarchs of the two major families couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
They had never seen this kind of perception ability before.
Is this the inheritance of the heaven and earth martial saint? This is truly shocking. Ouyang Qing smacked his lips and gave a wry smile. Old Lin, have you known for a long time that Chenmo can sense the specific location of the ferocious beast?
On the other side, Yan Xing turned his gaze to Lin Wudi, who was leisurely drinking tea.
Lin Wudi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. What? Chenmo can sense the location of the ferocious beast? I don't know about this.
Ouyang Qing and Yan Xing both smiled bitterly and were speechless towards Lin Wudi. This guy clearly wants to see them get slapped in the face. Ouyang Qing shook his head and glanced at Ouyang Chang, who was fighting hard with the Grandmaster-level beast again. According to Chenmo's speed, we should be able to reach the finish line in less than half an hour.
This is truly a fatal blow to the young men from our two families. Yan Xing nodded.
The talent displayed by Chenmo was enough to make all the geniuses feel ashamed.
Just then, Lin Wudi interrupted their conversation.
Those two guys in your family still have a chance to surpass Chenmo.
Because Chenmo doesn't intend to directly comprehend the purgatory, end of heaven method. For a moment, Yan Xing and Ouyang Qing were both stunned. I don't plan to comprehend the purgatory and end of heaven method first. So what to do next? Suddenly, they came up with a bold idea. Could it be that Chenmo wants to challenge the Lord-level beast at the end of the secret realm?
Lin Wudi smiled lightly.
With Chenmo's personality,
plus Chenmo's pursuit of strength,
challenging that Lord-level beast is probably inevitable.
Suddenly, Yan Xing and Ouyang Qing fell into a strange silence. Finally, Ouyang Qing uttered a few words. He is really a lunatic. The secret realm is divided into 3 paths. At the end of each of the 3 paths, there is a Lord-level beast of the initial stage of the 6th grade guarding it. Challengers can choose whether to challenge or not. After all, a Lord-level ferocious beast is different from a mutant-level ferocious beast or an ordinary-level ferocious beast. That is a terrifying beast that can truly determine the outcome of the battle on the battlefield.
Few people dare to deal with it. The goal given by the two major families to Ouyang Jing and Yanling was to avoid the Lord-level beast. Don't add to the trouble. Ouyang Tian, Yan Gao and others who followed Chenmo also thought so. Only.
When Chenmo's yin yang chaos spear was stuck in the ground, and he smiled at a lord beast that was nearly 20 meters in size.
They have become completely numb. Chenmo.
He actually wants to challenge a lord-level beast.
Crazy. Really crazy.
They swallowed secretly and immediately retreated dozens of meters. Once you start challenging a lord-level beast, you must finish it before you can leave the secret realm. At this moment, their lives and property are completely in Chenmo's hands. Chenmo looked at the huge monster in front of him and smiled lightly.
Come and fight.
In the distance, the dozing lava monster raised its eyes and looked at Chenmo with a gaze full of murderous intent.
Lava monster.
Realm, 6th rank Grandmaster, initial stage Lord level. Abilities, Lava Cannon, Lava Armor, Lava Destruction, Heaven and Earth Melting.
An interesting opponent. Finally, it's here. Keep asking for electricity and small gifts, thank you all. Chapter 119 Ability. The difference between Lord-level beasts and mutant-level beasts and ordinary-level beasts is completely different. The reason is that all of its attributes are absolutely overwhelming those of the mutant and ordinary levels of the same realm. The Lord-level lava beast is probably comparable to the mid-level Grandmaster beast. Lava-like liquid flowed from the corners of the lava monster's mouth. As it landed on the ground, it suddenly set off terrifying flames. This pressure is so terrifying. Looking at this 20-meter-long lava monster, Ouyang Tian, Yan Gao and the other four showed expressions of death. How to fight. However, when they saw Chenmo's thin figure, everyone looked at each other and quickly continued to retreat. Maybe Chenmo can really do it?
When Chenmo's body felt this powerful heat, a smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Finally. There is one with a stronger energy fluctuation than Abyssus in the early morning. Chenmo held the yin-yang chaos spear in his hand, his eyes flashing with brilliance.
Although Abyssus's realm is at the initial stage of the 6th grade Grandmaster, he has been corroded by the years and suppressed by the holy will of heaven and earth. His true strength has actually fallen to the 5th level. And now, the lava monster in front of him is the real peak of the 1st stage of the Grandmaster. Even the level is Lord level. This made Chenmo's eyes flash with excitement again. Perhaps, after I kill you, my realm can also break through to the 5th level. The lava monster seemed to have heard Chenmo's voice, and the magma in its eyes became even redder. A surge of anger rose in its heart, telling it one thing: kill the human in front of it. Roar! The lava monster suddenly opened its huge mouth, and countless magma boiled in its mouth. Then, a huge ball of energy gradually formed. Lava cannon. Immediately, the lava energy suddenly turned into a beam of light that shook the heavens and the earth, and shot towards Chenmo with a devastating force. Rumble. The lava column was packed with tremendous heat, causing countless flames to burn on the earth. Looking at the lava cannon that was constantly expanding in his sight, Chenmo raised his spear. Dark thunder surges, the god killer appears, and the method of ending the world is here. The three combined with each other, and suddenly a light that illuminated all things burst out from the spear. Then, there was a cold light like a dragon, and the spear flew away like a startled wild goose. Tier. The surging lava between heaven and earth was suddenly split into two halves by Chenmo, and two thin beams of magma light shot to both sides, suddenly blasting out two huge pits of flowing magma. Chenmo took advantage of this attack and rushed away violently. Gun intent, killing God. Countless air dragons suddenly appeared from the spear in Chenmo's hand, and these air dragons gathered together to form an extremely terrifying giant spear phantom. Kill. Just as Chenmo's spear was heading towards the lava beast's head, the lava monster roared. The magma all over his body condensed rapidly, and then formed a seamless armor. Not even a bit of the membrane is exposed. Bang. The spear landed on the armor, tearing out streaks of flames. However, it did not cause much damage to the lava beast. On the other hand, the huge mouth of the lava monster once again condensed a column of magma light, allowing Chenmo to retreat to a distance again like lightning. Boom! The lava beam attacked the ground where Chenmo had previously stood, and actually blasted out a huge pit more than 10 feet in diameter. It's truly worthy of being a Lord-level beast.
Chenmo shrugged. And in the outside world,
Yan Xing and Ouyang Qin breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
Fortunately, it didn't die in seconds.
If he died in seconds, they would probably not be able to sleep tonight because of Chenmo's talent.
Ouyang Qin turned around and looked at Lin Wudi, who was leisurely drinking tea. Old Lin, it seems that Chenmo is not invincible either.
Look, he still has to suffer a bit in front of the Lord-level beast.
Lin Wudi was stunned and put down the tea in his hand. Suffer a little? Maybe Chenmo is just playing around? Play?
Yan Xing and Ouyang Qin were suddenly stunned.
You know, Chenmo is only at the initial stage of the 5th rank, and he is dealing with a Lord-level beast at the initial stage of the 6th rank, and he is still treating it as a game? Is Lin Wudi bragging?
However, when they looked at the screen again, the battle situation had changed dramatically.
Only seen in the secret realm.
The lava beast looked at Chenmo, knowing that the human in front of him was not as simple as he seemed.
He raised his limbs high and then dropped them. Boom!
The earth suddenly broke apart.
Then, streams of magma gushed out from the earth, and then swept across the entire grassland like a flood. Lava destruction.
The terrifying magma suddenly completely covered the bodies of Chenmo and the other 5 people, forming an extremely vast barrier.
Open it up. It's over. Oh my god. Ouyang Tian, Yan Xing and the others' faces suddenly turned pale.
Of course, they also use the Diyu virtual system on a daily basis to simulate battles against Grandmaster-level beasts. However, they have never challenged a Lord-level beast. Now, this Lord-level beast has actually opened the barrier, clearly wanting to hunt them all down.
And now, all hopes are focused on Chenmo.
The other side.
Chenmo looked at the barrier wrapped in magma.
It seems that Grandmasters are basically able to use the so-called domain.
The lava monster's huge mouth revealed a human-like smile.
Then, at the top of the lava barrier, 3 pillars of magma light suddenly condensed.
Boom!
3 beams of light fell together, completely covering Chenmo's body.
The lava monster roared happily.
This hateful human being in front of him was finally going to be killed by him. However, the next moment, the lava monster suddenly stopped laughing. In the center of the explosion where the light was shining, a dark thunder energy emanated. Immediately afterwards, the energy of the lava light column completely disappeared. When the lava beast looked over, what came into view was Chenmo, who had flesh wings growing on his back and runes engraved all over his body.
Not bad. Chenmo flew into the air, looking down at the lava beast from above. But that's all.
Chenmo held the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear, which had already turned into dark thunder, high up in his hand, and it burst out with extraordinary energy like the authority of a god.
Suddenly, an even more terrifying and turbulent energy burst out from Chenmo's body. Dark devouring thunderstorm domain.
A large amount of energy was like a cloud, instantly splitting the magma barrier into pieces.
So far,
the heaven and earth once again presented 2 kinds of lifting.
One side was completely engulfed by magma.
The other side is filled with endless darkness and lightning. A fear of death finally emerged in the lava beast's pupils.
He could feel the human in front of him. It really has the ability to kill itself. Chapter 120 Dharma.
As a Lord-level beast, the lava beast naturally has its own dignity and pride.
And
he could feel that even his own magma energy was being absorbed by Chenmo's terrifying dark barrier. If I let Chenmo continue to absorb it, I'm afraid all my energy will not be enough for Chenmo to swallow alone.
It will never allow this to happen. Roar! The lava monster suddenly roared.
In an instant, all the magma barriers around the lava monster suddenly gathered together and swept in front of the lava monster.
Then, a huge lava mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Something. But still not much.
Chenmo seemed to hold the authority of a god, and every word he said was a judgment on the lava beast.
The lava monster could no longer suppress its murderous intent, and the lava mountain in front of it suddenly pressed towards Chenmo. Melt everything. The huge magma mountains are wrapped in vast high temperatures.
Under this terrifying temperature, even the surrounding space was rippling.
And just at this moment,
the corners of Chenmo's mouth curled up slightly. Energy of all life, the power of the 5 saints. Chenmo's right shoulder suddenly moved back, and all the terrifying power gathered on the spear.
Buzz. 5 completely different energies suddenly appeared on the yin-yang chaos spear.
Then, in the astonished gazes of countless people, the spear suddenly shot out.
Boom!
The spear tore through the air between heaven and earth, and shot towards the lava mountain with unstoppable force.
Bang! The spear instantly pierced through the lava mountain, completely destroying it. Rumble!
Then, a terrifying devouring force suddenly erupted from the spear, and all the magma energy in the magma mountain was actually absorbed by the spear. Suddenly, a spear that integrated 6 types of energy pierced through the body of the lava beast. The body of the lava monster was suddenly pierced.
Limbs flopped limply. Kneeled on the ground.
The life gradually disappeared from his eyes.
Only one emotion remained: why could this human being in front of me kill me? A gentle breeze blows on my face.
Chenmo's robe rustled. With a stretch of his hand, the yin-yang chaos spear was back in his hand, and the flesh wings and runes on his back completely disappeared.
As the lava of the lava monster dissipated, the scorching heat surrounding it disappeared. Ouyang Tian and the other 3 standing behind Chenmo fell into absolute silence.
After looking at the thin figure for a long time, the 4 of them swallowed their saliva secretly.
They unconsciously think. Are Ouyang Cheng and Yan Ling, the geniuses in their family, really comparable to Chenmo? Chenmo didn't know what they were thinking.
He walked forward on his own. Looking at this huge body, Chenmo's mind moved. The vast energy of life was suddenly released, like a black hole that could swallow a star. In an instant, it completely devoured the vitality and energy of the lava beast. Chenmo's momentum rose rapidly. Finally, he broke through the middle stage of the 5th grade and reached the high stage of the 5th grade. Feeling the tremendous power in his body, Chenmo finally felt that he had become stronger again.
It's not easy.
Chenmo turned his head and waved his hand at the 4 people who were still stunned. Let's go, stop being in a daze.
Oh. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on and followed Chenmo in fear and awe.
The so-called contempt from before has disappeared forever.
And in the outside world, Ouyang Qin, the patriarch of the Ouyang family, and Yan Xing, the patriarch of the Yan family, fell into silence. They have been silent countless times today. And all these silences were silenced by Chenmo.
They were completely silent.
Old Yan, can your Yanling kill a lord-level beast like this? What you said is really nonsense. Are you messing with your Ouyang Qingxing?
A series of questions and rhetorical questions officially let Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing know what it means that there are always people better than you.
Lin Wudi was still sipping his tea. It seems like everything that happened has become nothing new.
The 2 families looked at the screen and saw the 2 geniuses who were still fighting against the ferocious beast at the early stage of ordinary Grandmaster.
He gave a wry smile.
I wonder how they will be hit after they know Chenmo's strength. After reaching the end of the secret realm, Chenmo saw a huge cave in front of him. After passing through there, you should be able to obtain the purgatory, end of heaven method.
Chenmo walked slowly with the 4 of them. Laugh.
Like the sound of a sharp sword piercing through space, Chenmo and others walked into the cave, and the surrounding environment changed drastically again. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in front of a huge stone tablet. And under the stone tablet, there was a pool of water. In the pool of water, there was actually an aura that reflected the true meaning of martial arts. This is the place where you can comprehend the purgatory and end of heaven method.
Ouyang Tian's face was full of excitement. Yes. There is even the martial arts essence liquid.
Yan Gao was also extremely excited. The true meaning of martial arts liquid is obtained by appreciating the true meaning of martial arts contained in the stone tablet of purgatory end of heaven law. If you immerse your body in it, you can speed up your comprehension of the purgatory end day method. This is what those warriors who practice the method of the end of the world dream of.
And
they were the first team to arrive. For a moment, countless happiness enveloped all 4 of them. However, the 4 of them also knew that they were able to obtain everything in front of them because of Chenmo.
Brother Chen, what do you think we should do? Ouyang Tian asked cautiously. You guys go down. Chenmo shrugged. I have more important things to do.
Ouyang Tian and others acted as if they had heard an order. They immediately followed the monkey, jumped into the water, and began to practice.
However, Chenmo looked up and looked at the top of the stone tablet. Is it there?
Chenmo leaped forward, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the top of the stone tablet.
Chenmo. What is he doing? Isn't he refining the true meaning of martial arts? In the outside world, Ouyang Qin and Yen Xing were confused. However, only Lin Wudi's eyes flashed with brilliance. Chenmo, have you discovered anything again? All around Chenmo, there was still the true meaning of martial arts. The concentration of these martial arts truths is naturally much less than that in the pool of water. But Chenmo did not come here to absorb the true meaning of martial arts. He closed his eyes, released his thoughts, and merged them into the stone tablet. Buzz. Everything around was rumbling. When he opened his eyes again, Chenmo had already arrived in a wilderness. In this wild and desolate place, countless human soldiers are engaging in a terrifying battle with ferocious beasts. Blood and fire filled the entire earth. Senior. Chenmo bowed and looked at the young man in front of him. The young man smiled and said, "The progress is very fast. Next, just watch." About the true method of practicing the Purgatory and Day method. Chapter 121, Killed. And in the outside world. The endpoint of two secret realms. Ouyang Qing looked at the huge lord-level beast in front of him and swallowed secretly. Although his strength has reached the initial stage of the 6th rank warrior. However, a 6th grade initial stage lord-level beast was far beyond his ability to deal with. I'm afraid that if I weren't killed by the lava beast's breath, I would have died on the spot. Brother Qing, let's not provoke the lava beast, just go around it. A young man next to him said quickly. Ouyang Qing nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. We entered this secret realm to comprehend the purgatory ending heaven method, not to slay the lord-level beast. Let's go. Let's take a detour. When Ouyang Qing and others passed through the cave and came to the magnificent stone tablet, everyone's eyes became excited. After several hours of hard struggle, they finally found the place. Before everyone could take a step forward, the space on the side began to twist again, and then the figures of Yanling and others appeared simultaneously. Yanling smiled and said, "Brother Qing, it seems we arrived here at the same time." Ouyang Qing nodded. You are indeed worthy of being the young patriarch of the Yin family who is listed as the following patriarch. You are so powerful that you have reached the end so quickly. Yanling smiled and said, I was wondering if young clan leader Ouyang was the same. After a genuine business exchange, Yanling smiled and said, we should be the first two people to enter the cave. Ouyang Qing nodded. Even though the so-called Chenmo is quite capable, but how can one talk about reaching the destination quickly when one has only reached the initial stage of the 5th rank? I guess he is now fighting a life and death battle with a master-level beast. Ouyang Qing shook his head. Let's go to the pond quickly. Practice the purgatory ending heaven technique. Yanling chuckled, okay. For a moment, everyone broke into a jog. However, when they arrived at the pool, the scene before them completely shocked them. No? What happened? Oh my god, why did you get here first? Yan Gao, how come you're here already? Everyone was in a daze. Yes, standing on the pool, immersed in the true meaning of martial arts, were none other than Ouyang Tian, Yan Gao and other 4 people from their family. And their bodies were already shrouded in the true meaning of the martial arts of purgatory and the end of heaven. It clearly represents the symbol of reaching the entry level of cultivation. What on earth is going on? Ouyang Qing frowned. At this time, Ouyang Tian and Yan Gao in the pool opened their eyes and smiled at everyone. Brother Chen brought us in. Yeah. We came in half an hour ago. Brother Chen is so awesome. He even led us to kill a lord-level beast. Hearing everyone calling them Brother Chen, Ouyang Qing and Yanling were completely dumbfounded. Chenmo. He actually has this kind of strength? He really is a terrifying warrior who has a hidden card. Ouyang Qing quickly scanned the pool, but found no trace of Chenmo. What about Chenmo? Ouyang Qing asked. Ouyang Tian smiled and pointed to the sky with respect. There he is. All of a sudden, everyone looked up at the sky. However, the next moment, each of them seemed to be under a spell of immobilization and stood there in a daze. I saw it in front of the huge stone tablet. A thin figure wrapped in the majestic true meaning of martial arts, like the sun, was suspended in the air. A terrifying and mysterious aura continuously emanated from Chenmo's body. That is Chenmo? Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, their mouths widened, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. And amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chenmo let out a breath of foul air. Then, the countless martial arts truths standing around him dissipated. His body also landed steadily on the ground. Purgatory, end of heaven method, is it a small accomplishment? It's really hard to practice.
Chenmo murmured to himself, that senior, the senior before the senior before the senior, had already shown himself to him without reservation. Even though he possessed SSS level comprehension, Chenmo had only achieved a small degree of success in his practice. One still needs to reach the great success and perfection stages before one can fully master the purgatory and end of heaven method. It seems difficult, but it is not easy at all. However, his words caused a huge uproar when they fell into the ears of the people around him.
Purgatory and day method? A small success?
What kind of monster is this guy? It was not until now that they knew why Mr. Lin brought Chenmo, a 5th grade beginner warrior, with him. This talent and this strength make them feel ashamed of themselves. Especially Ouyang Cheng and Yanling. In their family, he is always one of the most favored ones. However, compared with Chenmo now, the difference is not just a little bit. Even from the faint aura emanating from Chenmo, everyone had no doubt about one thing: if they fought with Chenmo, the other party would probably be able to kill them instantly. For a moment, everyone felt cold hands and feet. At this moment, Chenmo took a step back and looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him with a respectful expression.
And, bow. Senior, senior, senior.
Yin Yang, I will kill him myself. After bowing, Chenmo shrugged and looked at the people who were still in shock.
I'll leave first. You should hurry up and practice.
Chenmo shook his head, his mind moved, and he disappeared on the spot amid countless astonished gazes. The Yen family, the Ouyang family and others were stunned for a moment, and then they all jumped into the pool. The first thing they did after entering the pool was not to immediately start practicing the true meaning of martial arts. Then he turned around and looked at Ouyang Chang and others.
What happened between you and Chenmo? Tell us now.
Yes. When they heard about Chenmo's battle record in the secret realm, they all widened their eyes.
Finally, 2 words came out of their mouths. Monster. And on the other side, Chenmo walked out of the secret cave. Came to the outside world. Yan Xing, the chief of the Yen clan, and Ouyang Qin, the chief of the Ouyang clan, both looked at him in disbelief.
It's like the Yangtze River's waves behind push forward the waves ahead. The previous wave died on the sand. Chenmo laughed and said, you 2 clan leaders are joking.
I'm just a little bit luckier, so I'm a little stronger. Better. A little bit. The corners of the 2 patriarchs' mouths twitched again and again.
They were so surprised that they wanted to find a tofu to kill themselves.
Lin Wudi smiled and said, did you see that senior again? Chenmo nodded, yes, that senior taught me personally. Buzz. Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing's minds were instantly bombarded like an atomic bomb. That senior. Chenmo taught personally? Chapter 122 King Wu. You know, they know a thing or two about that senior from Zhongtianfa. He is a rare human martial god in human history. The 11th rank human martial god. He is the strongest person on the entire blue planet.
No one can surpass him, and no one can compare to him.
And now, Chenmo actually said that the mortal martial god personally taught him? In an instant, even the knowledgeable Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing were shocked. Lin Wudi just nodded. He thinks highly of you. Chenmo nodded. Lin Wudi didn't say anything else, but smiled and said, now that you have comprehended the purgatory end of heaven method, go back and practice. In a month, I will personally send you to the Eastern Theater. Chenmo nodded, he had the same idea. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this month to polish the purgatory end day method. Try to see if you can reach perfection.
Afterwards, after communicating with the 2 clan leaders for a while, Lin Wudi took Chenmo and turned into a stream of light and suddenly disappeared. Looking at the flowing light in the sky, Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing looked at each other at the same time.
This kid is really too much of a monster.
I'm afraid the history of human martial arts is about to change. The 2 of them were just mumbling to themselves. After returning to Xianyuan University, the moon was almost full and the stars were sparse. Lin Wudi brought Chenmo to his villa. Lin Wudi raised his head and said, there's no one else here. Senior, is there anything else I can ask of you? Chenmo nodded and said, yes, he asked me to kill the 3 current beast gods, the Yin Yang god. Yin and Yang god? Lin Wudi's pupils shrank, and then he smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that legend to be true. Chenmo was stunned for a moment, then said, I'd like to hear more about it.
Lin Wudi smiled and said,
During the barbaric era when humans and beastmen fought each other, 3 great war gods emerged from the human race.
No one knows their names, so we use numbers instead.
Among them, the third martial god is hailed as the founder of all martial arts in the world. And the ultimate fate of that martial god was to perish together with the yin-yang god of the beast tribe.
After hearing these words, Chenmo asked again, is the yin-yang god of the beast tribe still alive?
Lin Wuti shook his head, no, he's dead. The one still alive on Blue Star is the descendant of that martial god. What that senior said should be that you should kill all the blood descendants of everyone. And the yin-yang god in the world right now is at the peak of martial saint, half a step to godhood.
You are still a little distance away from him. Chenmo chuckled and said, the distance doesn't matter. I'm not afraid. Besides, I believe I can do it. You can definitely do it. Hearing these 7 words, an unpredictable smile appeared on Lin Wuti's face. Practice hard and strive for the future. I will be able to see the rise of the human race because of you in my lifetime. Chenmo smiled and said, yes. Time flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Chenmo went to eat and drink with those friends and rivals. It's just a visit. Afterwards, I immersed myself in cultivation wholeheartedly. After all, he would have to go to the battlefield and fight with the ferocious beasts with bayonets, so Chenmo didn't dare to relax at all. What's more, according to recent war reports from the human race, the invasions of ferocious beasts from the border areas are becoming more frequent and more rampant. And during this month, Chenmo did not gain nothing. First of all, his realm has reached the level of perfection of the 5th grade. The upgrade speed in the early stage was too fast, so Chenmo polished it well within this month. Moreover, his practice of purgatory end-of-days method had also reached a high level of success. It is only one step away from the perfection of purgatory and the end of heaven. Now, even if I go to the Eastern Theater Command and compete with those soldiers, I will be able to win with certainty. Chenmo's mind moved. Besides, now that a month has passed, there is another opportunity to sign in. It's time.
Congratulations to the host for meeting the 5th month sign-in conditions.
Do you want to sign in? Chenmo's mind moved, sign in.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancient Relics Black Colonial Suit. The Black Colonial Suit, created by ancient humans, gathers energy within it, granting it the ability to be invulnerable to all forms of attack. Also, it can improve the efficiency of energy release, the attack strength of energy, and the overall improvement of energy. At the same time, the Black Colonial Suit can double your attributes. Invulnerable to everything. Energy intensity. Attributes doubled. A glimmer of joy flashed across Chenmo's eyes. It seems that this sign-in has caused me to withdraw money again.
Put it on immediately. Chenmo's mind moved again.
A black colonial suit suddenly appeared in front of him, blending into Chenmo's skin in the form of a black combat suit. Then, along with the surface of Chenmo's membrane, it turned into normal skin and disappeared.
It only stands out during battle.
Even so, Chenmo could feel the increase in his body strength. It's really a system product, it must be a top-quality product. The black colonial suit will definitely improve my combat effectiveness by more than 1 level.
Chenmo was extremely excited.
In fact, he couldn't wait to go to the border and kill some ferocious beasts.
Principal Lin should be here. It's time to go out.
Chenmo took a look at his own small villa and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. You know, I have only been in school for more than 4 months.
Why does it feel like so long? Chenmo shook his head and walked out of the villa.
Outside the villa, Lin Wuti was standing outside, looking at him with his eyes narrowed.
You. Lin Wuti's pupils shrank. He detected an unusual aura from Chenmo. Chenmo smiled and said, a fortuitous encounter.
Lin Wuti smiled lightly. This kid not only has good talent, but also has great blessings. There aren't many adventures that can make his pupils shrink, and every time one appears, it's a first-class treasure. However, Lin Wuti did not inquire about what Chenmo's adventure was.
Everyone has their own secrets. Especially in the world of warriors. This is the truth. Now that we're ready, let's go.
Suddenly, Lin Wuti waved his hand, and a huge flying shuttle suddenly appeared in Chenmo's eyes.
Countless rays of light flow on the shuttle, making it look very high-tech.
With the shuttle, the flying speed of the two can be greatly increased.
I'll give you this shuttle when we get to the Eastern Theater. Lin Wuti said with a smile. Okay. Chenmo nodded.
Facing the early morning sun, the two turned into streams of light and rushed towards the eastern war zone.
The other side. Eastern Theater Command. Wang City, Wang Training Camp.
18 soldiers were standing there with great dignity. In front of them stood a general of the 9th rank of Marshal King.
Today,
a warrior will join our training camp to compete with you. Strive to get the first place in the training camp to have the opportunity to be selected to participate in the Qiming Star.
Be prepared. The general said something and disappeared immediately.
But among them, a discussion was sparked.
Please give me some small gifts or electricity, thank you everyone. Chapter 123 Hunting. Our Eastern Theater's Marshal Saint training camp has already been going on for 3 days, and I didn't expect there would be new people joining?
According to the current situation, it is absolutely impossible for him to surpass us.
Good.
I guess he's a transfer student who got in through connections.
It should be.
Our Marshal King training camp is dedicated to cultivating future Marshal Kings, and you are all strong men of the younger generation in the Eastern Theater Command.
Everyone discussed in a calm tone. Then, they looked at the ranking list in the distance. There are a total of 19 names on the list. Is the new guy called Chenmo? Everyone shook their heads and looked at the top 3 on the leaderboard. First place, Su Shanyue. Military merit, 300 points. Second place, Xiao Tianfa. Military merit, 278 points. Third place, Lin Lungdao. Military merit, 266 points. In addition, even if you have the worst ranking, you will still get 150 points of military merit. In the King of Martial Arts training camp, only by killing a ferocious beast at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm can one obtain 10 points of military merit. 30 points in the middle of Grandmaster. Grandmaster high level 70 points. Only by killing a 5th grade ferocious beast below the Grandmaster level can one obtain 1 point of military merit. It is obvious that the top 3 in the King of Martial Arts training camp are of great value. A strong man who has fought his way out of the battlefield. At this moment, a figure slowly walked in from the door of the King of Martial Arts training camp. Everyone's expression suddenly became respectful. General He. Yes, the person who came was He Yun. He Yun glanced at the rankings and said, "It seems like everyone has good energy. In 3 days, someone actually reached 300 points. It seems that he is the future rising star of the Great Xia Federation." Among the soldiers, a young man in black combat uniform stepped out and said, "General He, you are too kind." He had 2 long swords tied around his waist, and his eyes contained a sharpness that no ordinary person could match. And he is Su Shanyue, the strongest in the King of Martial Arts training camp, with the strength of a high-level 6th grade Grandmaster. No need to be modest. I'm here today to represent the Wind Martial Saint and introduce a warrior. Chenmo. Everyone was stunned. It's because of his relationship with the Wind Martial Saint that he was able to enter the best training camp in their Eastern Theater Command. Then, everyone saw a thin figure slowly walking in from outside. High level 5? Everyone's brows furrowed again. However, it was not because Chenmo's strength was too low. Instead, they felt an unusual feeling from Chenmo's realm. The young man in front of me is definitely not as simple as he seems. After Chenmo briefly introduced himself, he stood aside. He Yun chuckled and said, "Chenmo is a powerful warrior of the 5th rank, but his strength is definitely not what it seems. Please don't underestimate me, or you'll be beaten to tears." Everyone immediately held their heads high and their fighting spirit was aroused. Yes. He Yun nodded with satisfaction. "I came here today not only to get Chenmo into the team, but also for an additional reason. According to the joint instructions of the 4 Martial Saints, those who achieve the top 3 in the Martial King training camp will be able to participate in the competition for the Qiming Star." Buzz. All of a sudden, everyone except Chenmo trembled. The Star of Rising Sun. It is the most terrifying title in the army. Once someone is given this title, it means that he will definitely be able to reach the status of a semi-saint in the future. Not only is his military rank just below that of the Martial Saint, but he is also ranked first under the Martial Saint in terms of resources. For a moment, everyone's eyes became burning. Everyone, work hard and strive to reach the top 3. Chenmo, come with me. King Wu Training Camp, office. He Yun sat on the table and made a cup of tea for Chenmo. How's it going? The atmosphere at the Wang Training Camp is pretty competitive, right? Chenmo nodded. Indeed, there is a little gap between soldiers and students.
He Yun smiled and said, after all, they all fought on the battlefield, using real swords and guns to fight ferocious beasts. Also, I don't know if you've noticed that this Martial King training camp is set up right next to the city wall, precisely to make it easier for you guys to go out and hunt ferocious beasts.
Chenmo raised his head and asked, just hunting down ferocious beasts can earn military merit? That might be quite simple.
He Yun smiled and handed a glass-like bottle to Chenmo.
Guangfeng Wuxing thinks about it and thinks that you have everything you need. What you lack most is a breakthrough in your realm.
This is the blood essence of the dragon race among the beast race.
Dragon blood essence.
Chenmo's pupils shrank slightly. The dragon clan is a well-known race among the ferocious beasts. Once they reach adulthood, their realm will inevitably reach the 9th grade Martial King. The dragon's blood essence is very scarce, and an adult dragon probably only has about 20 drops.
From now on, I will provide you with 1 drop every month so that you can focus on breaking through your realm.
Chenmo held the glass bottle solemnly. Yes.
He Yun smiled and said, as for the Qiming star, are you interested?
Chenmo shook his head. He Yun continued, Guangfeng Wuxing said that if you can reach the top of the training camp and participate in the competition for the Qiming star, I will give you a drop of blood from a 10th grade martial saint level beast.
10th grade martial saint. Then I'm interested now.
Chenmo said with a smile. With the help of Wanqing energy, if he had a drop of blood from a 10th grade martial saint, he wouldn't know how strong he could become.
This is a question worth looking forward to. I'm glad you're interested.
He Yun said with a smile.
Okay, you've been traveling all day, go back and have a rest.
He Yun said with a smile. Chenmo nodded, and then followed the map navigation and soon arrived at his own single room. Even in this single room, Chenmo could sense the lingering effect of the formation.
This is enough to show how much the martial saint Guangfeng in general he valued him.
Chenmo sat cross-legged, and then took out a glass bottle containing the dragon's blood. As soon as the lid was opened, a huge amount of energy suddenly gushed out and filled the entire room.
The terrifying blood and energy power almost contains infinite energy. It's really huge. If a normal person were to refine it, it would probably take a very long time. But I possess the energy of all life.
Chenmo's mind moved, and he swallowed the dragon's blood in one gulp. In an instant, countless energies surged and exploded in his body, but Chenmo remained calm and continued to absorb the dragon's essence and blood.
I don't know how much time has passed. Until the next day.
Chenmo's realm loosened and reached the 5th level of perfection.
It's not easy. Chenmo let out a breath.
Even though he possessed XR level life-saving energy, it would be a bit difficult for him to swallow the dragon blood essence of the 9th grade Martial King level.
Next, it's time to hunt the ferocious beasts. Go out and check the leaderboard.
After all, reaching the 1st place in the Martial King training camp means having a drop of Martial Saint's blood.
Chenmo couldn't miss it.
Chenmo's mind moved, and he soon arrived in the outside world.
Chapter 124 Stab. Chenmo quickly reached the top of the external rankings. 1st place, Su Shanyue. Military merit, 360 points. 2nd place, Xiao Tianfa. Military merit, 300 points. 3rd place, Lin Lungdao. Military merit, 285 points.
It was still Su Shanyue who won 1st place. Yesterday he had 300 points of military merit, and today he had 360 points of military merit. It can be seen that within one day, he killed 6 master-level beasts. You know, today is the 5th day of the King of Martial Arts training camp. Therefore, those previous people were already far ahead of him.
Is this a test from the Wild Wind Martial Saint?
Chenmo roughly guessed what the Wild Wind Martial Saint was thinking and wanted to test whether he could come from behind and win.
But look at it that way. You look down on me too much.
Chenmo's mind moved, and a flying shuttle suddenly appeared under his feet. He stepped on the shuttle and leaped out of the King of Martial Arts training camp like a meteor.
Wow, that new guy is really luxurious. He even has a shuttle. It's introduced by the Martial Saint, so how can it not be luxurious? TSK Tisk, I'm so envious. Su Shanyue, which level of the savage forest are you going to hunt today?
When Su Shanyue heard this, he stopped and was about to leave the training camp.
The 3rd floor. For a moment, everyone sighed and couldn't help but feel that Su Shanyue was really a pervert. The savage forest consists of 7 areas from the inside to the outside.
The innermost layer is called the seventh layer by the soldiers. As you go outwards, the lower the layers are, and the lower the combat effectiveness of the ferocious beasts you encounter. For example, on the first level, most of the beasts you encounter are of the 5th rank or below. The second level is a mixture of 5th grade ferocious beasts and 6th grade masters. And so on. As everyone was sighing, 2 more people stepped out from the crowd. One was wearing a green battle suit with a blood-red halberd strapped to his back. The other one was wearing a white combat suit with a layer of armor covering his fists. The 2 of them are the 2 strongest men in the training camp, Xiao Tianfa and Lin Lengdao. Second floor. Their target is the second floor. They are not as crazy as Su Shanyue, who goes to the 3rd floor to hunt the so-called ferocious beasts. The rest of the soldiers also got ready and prepared to set off. After leaving the Qingwu training camp, Chenmo lowered the altitude of the shuttle and came to the border city wall. After the machine scanned Chenmo's identity, he was allowed to leave the city. As soon as he left the city, Chenmo was surprised by the scene in front of him. Outside the magnificent city walls, towering ancient trees hundreds of meters high stood on the ground. And in that wild forest, there was no shortage of extremely terrifying auras of ferocious beasts spreading. You can say that. Very dangerous. Because the eastern war zone is close to the wild forest, it is attacked by ferocious beasts most frequently among all the war zones. I should go over there myself. With a thought, Chenmo drove the shuttle, injected lightning energy into it, and the shuttle rushed away like a meteor. Soon after entering the forest, a beast roar was heard from a distance. Ancient apes. Realm, 5th grade perfection. Ability, ancient breath. A giant ape beast was on top of an ancient tree, and it shot out a beam of energy towards him. Its eyes were full of excitement. Humans are the most delicious food among their beast tribe, so he can't wait to eat Chenmo. Moreover, he could sense that the energy in front of him was just at the same level as his. At this moment, the ancient ape opened his eyes wide and looked down in disbelief. A huge hole appeared in his chest. Immediately, his body fell from the branches like a sandbag. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenmo's Yin-Yang Chaos Spear slashed and suddenly cut off his ear. 1 point of military merit obtained. Chenmo shook his head. As expected of the first level of the savage forest, the beasts we encounter are almost all of the 5th rank. If we kill them here, we probably won't be able to catch up with Su Shanyue and the others. We must go deep into the savage forest. Chenmo's mind moved, and in an instant, the energy of the shuttle burst out to the extreme. Soon, he came to a place where the ancient trees were more lush. If we talk about the ancient trees that grew in the past, most of them were hundreds of meters tall. The second layer of the savage forest is mostly filled with ancient trees over 200 meters tall. After a while, Chenmo stopped the shuttle. That is, I saw a glowing magical medicine growing on the ground in the distance. And above the elixir, there were flashes of terrifying lightning. Lightning flower. 8th grade elixir. The devourer can increase the intensity of the lightning energy contained in the body, helping to improve the realm, etc. It's actually an 8th grade spiritual medicine. I'm lucky. The wild forest is filled with ferocious beasts, but it is also filled with a large number of spiritual medicines suitable for human cultivation. The moment Chenmo was about to drive the shuttle over. Bang! A bolt of lightning as thick as a giant python suddenly shot towards him. The speed was so fast that Chenmo took some time to react. Boom! The giant python like lightning struck Chenmo, but Chenmo did not receive any harm. I saw scales growing out of Chenmo's body, completely covering his body. If it weren't for the black colonial suit, you beast would have succeeded. Chenmo looked at the ancient tree next to the lightning flower. Behind the ancient tree, there was a 30-meter-long giant python hovering above the ancient tree. After knowing Chenmo's gaze, the giant python instantly released lightning all over its body. The terrifying pressure spread like a tide. Lightning python. Realm, Grandmaster mid-stage. Abilities, electricity, paralysis, electric shock, lightning tail whip. Under the guidance of the Eye of Insight, the lightning python suddenly came into view. Normally, such ferocious beasts hide among ancient trees, waiting for their prey to take the bait and then delivering a fatal blow. It seems I have to be more careful next time. The ferocious beasts simulated by Dayu's artificial intelligence system and the ferocious beasts in reality. There will still be some differences. Chenmo put away his contempt. When the lightning python in the distance saw that it failed, it immediately let out a hiss. Then, its body shape changed instantly, and it flew towards Chenmo like a spring.
Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it approached Chenmo in just an instant.
Immediately afterwards, his tail suddenly condensed into thousands of lightning shadows, and then slapped towards Chenmo's body. During this period, countless branches of ancient trees were destroyed and turned into charcoal.
Looking at the tail whip that is constantly expanding in the sight,
Chenmo stretched out his hand and the yin-yang chaos gun appeared.
I have a gun. Use Dark Thunder as a reserve. Based on killing gods.
Prick. A cold light suddenly burst out from the tip of Chenmo's gun and stabbed towards the head and tail of the lightning python.
I'm looking for small gifts every day, thank you everyone. Chapter 125 Rescue.
The spear collided with the lightning python's tail.
Boom.
Suddenly, a huge energy wave spread out, and countless debris suddenly appeared on the surfaces of many ancient trees. The man and the beast retreated rapidly.
However, an invisible lightning energy suddenly acted on Chenmo. A cunning look appeared in the lightning python's eyes. The previous attack was just a means to paralyze Chenmo.
This human in front of me, who had just reached the 5th level of perfection, would definitely not be able to withstand my paralysis.
Before he finished speaking, the lightning python's pupils suddenly shrank.
He saw Chenmo standing in front of him, still waving his spear unharmed.
So they wanted to give me a negative buff. But a vicious beast is a vicious beast. It's really stupid. Chenmo shook his head.
You know, he has more than one way to remove paralysis. For example, using the 9 Heavens Dark Thunder God body to fight against each other. Another example is using the energy of all life to devour. Even the most superficial black colonial suit can completely offset this paralyzing effect. The lightning python in front of him spit out its tongue.
The human in front of me looked like he was going to be violently strangled.
Tear.
The lightning python let out a hissing sound.
Then, his body suddenly transformed into 4 phantoms, covering Chenmo together.
Buzz. In just a moment, the lightning python had completely surrounded Chenmo. 5 pythons occupied various positions around Chenmo. Finally, a joint strangulation.
With the vast power combined with the terrifying thunder energy, the lightning python had already imagined Chenmo being crushed into pieces of meat by it.
However, the next moment,
a terrifying energy that was powerful enough to devour everything was released. Not only did it devour all of the lightning python's thunder energy, but a spear intent suddenly burst out into the sky.
Tear it apart. In an instant, the lightning python suddenly turned into thousands of minced meat and died on the spot. Amidst the countless blood rains, the black colonial suit automatically formed a protective film. Could a mid-level Grandmaster beast be that weak? Chenmo shook his head. It seems that we still have to go deeper.
Chenmo raised his hand, and devouring energy appeared, and all the vitality poured into his body. Chenmo was a little closer to the 6th grade master.
As for the certificate for adding military merit?
Lift up the smartwatch, click to take a photo, 3D simulate the scene, and then end. A ferocious beast at the initial Grandmaster level can add 10 points of military merit. A ferocious beast in the middle stage of Grandmaster can add 20 points of military merit. A ferocious beast at the high-level Grandmaster level can eventually add up to 50 military merits. If you need to gain military merit quickly, you need to hunt down higher-level beasts. After absorbing the lightning flowers, Chenmo's body energy increased again, and then Chenmo continued to move towards his body in the wild forest.
The other side. On the 7th floor of the savage forest. The 7th layer of the savage forest does not contain any ancient trees. But it is a vast plain. As the sun sets, everything seems to be peaceful and tranquil.
And in the center of the plain, a handsome male human was about to taste a fresh heart.
It tastes good.
The male human wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then looked to his side. There was nothing around him, no blood or food.
Someone come.
Buzz. The space around him distorted, and a man in a black robe suddenly appeared.
6-tailed saint.
The man in black robe was extremely respectful. The Vulpix sage wiped his palms and said, "Go, and bring back some human hearts."
The 2nd and 3rd floors, the humans there are usually Grandmaster-level warriors. Eat it comfortably. The man in black robe said respectfully, yes.
As Chenmo continued to go deeper, the ancient trees around him grew taller again. It has risen from a height of 200 meters to a full 300 meters. And here is the 3rd layer of the savage forest. Here, Grandmaster level ferocious beasts will appear as a common occurrence.
Before Chenmo could take 2 steps, a huge and ferocious beast blocked his way. Stone Tiger. Realm, Grandmaster mid-stage.
Abilities: Stone Curse, Stone Sword, Stone Armor. Just at the moment of seeing the Stone Tiger, a stone attack seemed to pass through the air and hit Chenmo's body. At the same time, the black colonial suit seemed to have life, automatically bursting out amazing energy, completely repelling the Stone Tiger's attack. The Stone Tiger looked surprised. It had never expected that the human in front of it had such a skill.
This black colonial suit is really powerful. Chenmo felt a surge of emotion.
The Stone Tiger had previously released the curse too quickly. Even if the energy of all life was driven, it was not enough to match the speed at which the Stone Tiger shot forward.
With fully automatic equipment like the black colonial suit, almost 100% defense can be achieved. Roar!
When the Stone Tiger saw that the curse attack did not work, it did not retreat, but roared and pounced towards Chenmo. Beside him, a number of extremely sharp stone swords condensed.
Swish!
The stone swords were like a rain of swords in the sky, tearing through the air and shooting towards Chenmo.
However, Chenmo was not willing to be outdone.
10 giant dark thunder arms appeared behind him, holding dozens of spears at the same time.
Buzz!
The long spears shot out and collided violently with the stone swords shot by the Stone Tiger.
Rumble!
The earth suddenly trembled and shook slightly. The Stone Tiger changed its shape and broke through Chenmo's defense from under him. Its pair of tiger claws were covered with light gray stone claws and slapped towards Chenmo.
Chenmo was not afraid at all.
The spear tumbled out. The power of the 5 saints erupted instantly.
Boom!
The yin-yang chaos spear suddenly tore apart the body of the Stone Tiger, and a rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. The Stone Tiger died instantly. As he went deeper into the forest, Chenmo became more and more skilled. To deal with such a master-level beast, you have to kill it in one move and not delay.
After absorbing the energy and taking photos, Chenmo was about to move on. Swish!
A snow-white flare suddenly exploded 200 kilometers in front of Chenmo.
That is a distress signal from the human team. You must know that once you leave the border, you will become the territory of ferocious beasts. The Human Federation has specially developed corresponding signal flares that are visible to the human eye so that humans can unite and help each other abroad. It is precisely for this reason that the human race has been able to survive on the blue planet where ferocious beasts inhabit. And now humans are sending out flares. Outside the border city walls, there are only 2 types of people sending flares, the army or hunting teams. Both types have the responsibility of hunting ferocious beasts. In an instant, Chenmo confirmed it, no longer hesitated, stepped on the shuttle, and headed towards the place where the flare was sent. If the enemy is too strong, I will definitely retreat. If the enemy happens to be someone he can deal with, Chenmo will do it.
It is precisely because of this mutual help that the national strength of the Daxia Federation will become stronger and stronger in the whole world.
Chapter 126, Fighting Bears with Bears. In another location on the 3rd level of the Savage Forest, there are too many ferocious beasts. 4 ferocious beasts in the middle stage of Grandmaster. This is a trap, definitely meant to lure us in. It's over. Surrounded by 4 giant ice bears, a 5-man hunting team was squeezed between several ancient trees. Captain, what should we do? The other 4 looked at the middle-aged man Wang who was in the lead. The middle-aged man's expression was also very solemn. Even though they were a Grandmaster team, except for him, almost all of them were at the lower level of Grandmaster. Surrounded by 4 mid-level Grandmaster ice bears, they were no match at all. The signal flare has been sent, but there seems to be no warriors within 100 miles. One of the team members looked pale. Wang bit his lip, his face solemn. At this point, there is only one way. Break through. Wang's expression changed slightly.
Originally, their hunting team heard that a high-level Grandmaster beast was injured, so they ventured to the 3rd floor. But as soon as we entered the 3rd floor, we encountered the lair of the giant ice bear. When they heard the word breakout, the expressions of the other 4 people also changed slightly.
Breaking out means getting seriously injured, or in other words, dying.
However, at this point, there is no other way but to try to gain a glimmer of hope.
Walk!
Wang Tian's face changed, and he suddenly raised the huge hammer in his hand and rushed towards a weaker ice bear.
As long as we repel them, we can break out.
However, at this moment, another giant ice bear suddenly appeared behind this giant ice bear.
Not good.
The two giant ice bears opened their huge mouths at the same time, and the vast ice energy turned into beams of light and gushed out.
Rumble. Wang Tian and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately took a defensive stance.
However, under such a terrifying attack, Wang Tian and others were forced back to their previous positions.
Everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. 5 giant ice bears that are in the middle stage of the Grandmaster level. It's over.
I should tell my wife and kids.
Well. There was an expression of despair on everyone's face. Surrounded by these 5 giant ice bears, they had no chance of breaking out. Roar.
One of the giant ice bears showed a playful look.
Roar.
Then, 2 of the giant ice bears roared and charged towards the hunter team from 2 completely different directions. The surface of their bodies was covered with thick armor. They just need to break up the hunting team of 5 people and divide the battlefield, and then these 5 people will all become their surplus food. However, just when Wang Tianwu was about to fight to the death, 2 dark lightning-colored wheels suddenly fell from the sky.
Swish.
The pupils of the 2 giant ice bears suddenly shrank, and a hard shield suddenly condensed in front of their bodies.
However, the terrifying energy brought by the Dark Thunder Roulette made them take several steps back. Someone is here to rescue us. Such a strong energy fluctuation. He is definitely a strong man.
Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky.
Finally, he stood in front of everyone. Young man?
When they saw Chenmo's face clearly, everyone's heart suddenly trembled.
The person who just saved them from the giant ice bear was actually just a teenager who looked like he had just reached adulthood. Everyone's faces showed disbelief. Wang Tian was the first to react.
Even though this young man is only at the 5th level of perfection, his overall combat power is simply not that simple.
What do you want me to do? Wang Tian asked hurriedly.
Chenmo looked at the 5 giant ice bears in front of him, and a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes. The middle stage of the 5-headed Grandmaster is equal to 100 points of military merit.
Really? Cool. Wang Tian was stunned, huh? Chenmo smiled lightly. It's okay, just stand here and don't move.
I'm worried about hurting you by mistake. Before Chenmo finished speaking,
a giant ice bear has already let out a roar. Ice Giant Bear. Realm, middle stage of 6th rank Grandmaster.
Abilities: Ice Roar, Ice Armor, Slow, Ice Shock, Frozen Field. In an instant, thick armor had condensed on the surface of the giant ice bear's body. Then, the giant ice bear turned into a steel chariot and rushed towards Chenmo.
You're just in time.
Chenmo stretched out his hand and grasped the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear tightly in his hand.
The ultimate immortal weapon. Everyone's face changed.
End of the day: kill God, devour, darkness, thunder and lightning. 5 holy spears. Suddenly, mottled yet regular energy fluctuations filled Chenmo's spear. Then, in the stunned gazes of the 5 people, Chenmo's spear stabbed out with a bang.
Rumble. In an instant, the giant ice bear was completely annihilated by this energy.
By the time the energy dissipated, the giant ice bear's head had already shattered, and with a thud, it fell to the ground with its back facing the sky.
Quiet. The whole place fell into silence. Wang Tian and others widened their eyes in disbelief.
They didn't expect that the ferocious ice beast that was so fierce before would be killed instantly in front of this seemingly young boy.
Just how strong is this young man?
On the other side, after a brief moment of daze, the 4 giant ice bears burst out with anger.
They are the 5 brothers bear.
The one who took action earlier was their youngest brother. Seeing their loved ones die, the remaining 4 giant ice bears suddenly roared in anger.
Roar.
In an instant, 2 of the 4 giant ice bears were covered in armor and rushed towards Chenmo.
And on the other side,
the remaining 2 giant ice bears climbed up the branches, raised their heavy hands, and countless ice energies gathered.
Finally, it burst out completely. Rumble. The attacks of the 4 giant ice bears all landed on Chenmo.
However, there was no panic on Chenmo's face.
Dark devouring thunderstorm domain.
Countless runes and energies wandered on the surface of Chenmo's body, and then, a pair of flesh wings suddenly grew behind him.
Flesh wings fly high.
However, the 2 streams of icy energy that erupted from the branches were the first to attack.
Can he catch it? I'm scared. However, the next moment, everyone present was stunned. Two black holes dozens of feet in size suddenly appeared on both sides of Chenmo's body. The black hole expanded wildly and completely absorbed all the energy released by the giant ice bear. Since you treat me so well, then I will definitely not let you leave empty-handed. Chenmo raised the yin-yang chaos spear, and a layer of frost power covered the spear again. This move, it's called using bears to control bears. Boom! Vast icy energy swept out from Chenmo's body. Still the same, asking for a small gift. Chapter 127 Direction. The moment the power of ice appeared on Chenmo's spear, a terrifying gun shadow suddenly shot out from the spear. Boom! The gun shadow containing 6 kinds of energy tore through the sky and earth, completely nailing one of the giant ice bears to the ancient tree. His head tilted and he instantly lost all his life. Before the other giant ice bears could react, Chenmo rushed away again. He came to the head of another giant ice bear standing on a branch. The ice giant bear's pupils contracted, revealing an expression of extreme fear. However, it was too late. The yin-yang chaos spear dropped from the sky, carrying with it a tremendous pressure, and instantly split the body of the giant ice bear into 2 halves with a crushing force. Quiet. Even the giant ice bear standing on the ground, covered in ice armor, showed a rare look of surprise on its face. They didn't expect that the human in front of them could instantly take care of their 3 brothers. So strong. Wang and the other 5 showed incredible expressions. They didn't expect that Chenmo, a 5th grade perfect warrior, had so many methods and the damage he could cause was so terrifying. There are 2 more. Standing on the corpse of the giant ice bear, Chenmo smiled at them. Swish. The 2 surviving giant ice bears only felt the hair on their bodies stand up. A surge of fear suddenly erupted in their hearts. At this moment, they could no longer hold back. The ice armor completely dissipated in an instant, and the 2 giant ice bears fled in opposite directions. Stop one of them, Chenmo said. Wang and the other 5 reacted instantly and said quickly, yes. Immediately, Chenmo did not hesitate at all. He stepped on the shuttle and quickly approached one of the giant ice bears. The spear fell. The mentally broken giant ice bear was cut in half by him in an instant. The other giant ice bear was surrounded by the other 5 people. Chenmo's mind moved, and his figure shuttled like light. When he reappeared, the yin-yang chaos spear had already lifted the giant ice bear's body high up. Then, vast energy was released, and the body of the giant ice bear suddenly shattered into countless pieces. At this point, all 5 giant ice bears were dealt with. So strong. Wang and the other 4 smacked their lips. At this moment, they finally realized the true strength of this young man. It's totally beyond their imagination. So fucking strong. Chenmo chuckled and said, their life energy belongs to me. Is that okay with you? Everyone shook their heads. Are you kidding? How dare they have any opinions? Chenmo nodded and approached the 5 giant ice bears respectively. The Wanqing energy was activated, instantly swallowing up all the energy of the 5 giant ice bears. The vast energy continued to transform within Chenmo's body. I'm only 1 step away from reaching the Grandmaster level. Chenmo's mind moved slightly, and he immediately took out his smartwatch and took pictures. Wang was stunned for a moment, then approached Chenmo. Are you from the Wang training camp? Chenmo turned off his watch. Yeah. Wang and others were immediately shocked. You know, they have also seen soldier trainees in the training camp, and there is no one as terrifying as Chenmo. This guy is simply going to shatter all their 3 views. You are so strong, brother. Wang couldn't help but call him brother. Chenmo smiled shyly. Not really, my name is Chenmo, I'm only 18 years old, you can just call me Chenmo. Suddenly, everyone was hit by billions of points again. 18 years old. At the age of 18, he killed 5 giant ice bears on the spot and was even able to chat and laugh with them. And what were they doing when they were 18? You just started college. This guy is a real monster. After recovering from his shock, Wang smiled and said, thank goodness for your help, otherwise our team would have perished here. The pressure brought by the 5 giant ice bears is really too great. Wang said truthfully. You should know that when ordinary ferocious beasts are at the same level as humans, their energy intensity and physical strength are far superior to humans. Therefore, they were in trouble before. Chenmo said, you're welcome. We are all human beings, so it's only natural for us to help each other. Wang smiled and said,
then I can't let you help me in vain. The most precious thing on the ice giant bear is the ice heart, which can help ice-type warriors enhance their abilities.
We'll add you to the contact list later.
After the sale, the full cost of the ice heart will be given to you.
In addition, a few of us brothers also sent some money.
Hearing Wang Tian's words, Chenmo's heart warmed, but he still shook his head. No need, you can keep it for yourself and eat something. You know, if Chenmo wants money, the war zone and the university can give him money almost unconditionally every day.
But Chenmo was not interested in money at all.
His purpose in coming to the savage forest was simply to earn military merit and improve his strength.
After saying that, Chenmo prepared to turn around and leave.
Now he seems to be only one step away from becoming a 6th grade grandmaster. If I work harder, I should be able to make a breakthrough today.
Therefore, Chenmo didn't want to waste time. Just then, Wang Tian called him.
Little brother, our mission this time is actually to hunt down a severely injured grandmaster-level beast. It seems that it can help you gain military merit in the Wuwang training camp.
Do you want it?
Just as Chenmo was about to step onto the shuttle and leave, he suddenly stepped back onto the ground.
A seriously injured high-level grandmaster beast? Tell me about it. Hearing this, Wang Tian breathed a sigh of relief.
He was a grateful man.
If Chenmo didn't want anything, he really wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
The group left the place where blood and energy were spreading and came to a quieter tree trunk.
This morning we were hunting the beast.
A severely injured silver moon wolf was spotted running towards the east. He was badly injured, with several holes on his body. That's why we followed him deep into the wild forest. I didn't expect to encounter a giant ice bear.
Fortunately, I have the help of Brother Chen. Silver Moon Wolf. Chenmo's mind moved.
He was familiar with this kind of ferocious beast and had fought against it before. And now, there happened to be an injured high-level grandmaster silver moon wolf. If you hunt it, not only will your military merit be directly increased by 100 points, but you may even be able to break through to the grandmaster level in one fell swoop.
Is there any specific direction? Chenmo asked. Have. Wang Tian took out a locator. This is what we left on the silver moon wolf. If Brother Chen wants to hunt, we can go with you.
Chenmo took the locator and smiled softly. I don't need this. He is also confident that he can contend against ferocious beasts at the high-level grandmaster level.
Not to mention a wounded beast. Chapter 128 Centipede. Thank you for the locator.
If he has any problems someday, I'll do my best to help.
Just send me your contact information.
After saying that, Chenmo exchanged a few more pleasantries, got on the shuttle, and left. Looking at Chenmo's back, Wang Tian and the other four sighed.
What a god!
18 years old, this is the level of my 18-year-old self.
Alas, my son is still playing games at the age of 18.
Everyone's thoughts were extremely complicated, but they knew that someone would probably be beaten when they returned home tonight.
Driving the shuttle, Chenmo kept shuttling among the ancient trees.
On the locator, the figure of the silver moon wolf was running farther and farther away.
Chenmo took the lead and followed naturally.
Whether it is killing the silver moon wolf or devouring the silver moon wolf's corpse, his realm can be greatly improved.
Along the way, Chenmo encountered various ferocious beasts. Most of them were killed in one shot. I was too lazy to even take pictures. Soon, the silver moon wolf on the locator stopped and looked like it was resting.
We should still have 100 kilometers to our destination.
Almost.
Chenmo's mind moved, and he transferred the energy to the shuttle.
Then, the shuttle suddenly surged out like a meteor. Rumble.
Soon, the shuttle arrived at its destination.
Chenmo looked over and saw a silver moon wolf with bloody holes all over its body leaning against an ancient tree.
The silver moon wolf's vitality seemed to be completely dissipated. Even around, there were corpses of many ferocious beasts that had died tragically, their bodies covered with holes.
It looked like the silver moon wolf's final struggle before death. TSK, it looks like the silver moon wolf is also in a dominant position.
It's a pity that he died like this now.
Chenmo didn't care.
He gradually approached the silver moon wolf, then raised his arm, ready to release the energy of all life. At this moment, Chenmo suddenly saw the information in front of him.
Centipede.
Realm, 6th grade Grandmaster High Stage. Abilities, Poison, thousands of poison stings, toxic strangulation, poison shield. Suddenly, Chenmo was about to retreat. However, a centipede like a giant python suddenly tore open the body of the silver moon wolf and pounced towards Chenmo. Chenmo's pupils shrank, and energy surged on the shuttle. In an instant, it had already rushed out hundreds of meters.
Bang! The attack of the 10,000 races centipede missed and hit an ancient tree on the side. The smelly and rotten liquid immediately rotted the ancient tree. It turns out that it's because of the centipede in my body. No wonder there are so many holes all over the silver moon wolf's body. Looking at the silver moon wolf that had been corroded into a pool of blood, Chenmo sighed. It seems that my idea of saving trouble has failed. At this moment, a centipede with thousands of legs appeared, which was more ferocious than the silver moon wolf. But Chenmo didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in his heart. There was even a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. I have indeed never hunted a ferocious beast of the high level of the 6th grade Grandmaster. I don't know how strong it can be. Chenmo stood on the shuttle, stretched out his hand, and suddenly held the yin-yang chaos gun tightly in his hand. When the centipede saw that its attack had no effect, a hint of disbelief was revealed in its dozens of human-like eyes. He hadn't expected that this middle-level 5th grade human in front of him could actually avoid his sudden attack. But it doesn't matter. The centipede let out a terrifying hissing sound. Each of its legs began to tremble violently, and then, countless poisonous spines condensed from green toxins suddenly floated beside the poisonous centipede. Ong lala. Every time a poisonous spine appeared, it seemed to corrode the surrounding air, and even the surface of the ancient trees showed signs of decay. It's such a strong poison. Chenmo sighed a little. And the next moment, this group of poisonous spines, like a rainstorm, madly enveloped Chenmo. It almost blocked all of Chenmo's escape routes. However, Chenmo's pupils suddenly shrank, and runes and flesh wings appeared on his body again. The next moment, his body seemed to completely turn into darkness and lightning. In an instant, Chenmo completely passed through the dense rain of poisonous spines and rushed towards the centipede with unstoppable speed. Seeing that Chenmo had such speed, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in the dozens of eyes of the centipede. Its body spun rapidly, like a tall tower. Immediately, all the limbs that were emitting venom stood up. And in front of the limbs, countless venoms flowed out from inside, and finally, a huge column of poisonous light was fully formed. Boom! This beam of light suddenly burst out towards Chenmo. Rumble! Just in time. A terrifying suction force suddenly emerged from Chenmo's black colonial suit, and in an instant, all the toxins were swallowed into the black colonial suit. You know, the energy of all life can not only devour energy. It connects heaven and earth, and can devour everything in heaven and earth. As the vast amount of poison entered his body, Chenmo's spirit did not weaken at all, but became more and more excited. The centipede also sensed something was wrong and immediately withdrew its poison. If it is released any further, it will probably be sucked up by Chenmo. However, the centipede had no intention of sitting still and waiting to die. It doesn't just use poison to kill the silver moon wolf. Boom! The centipede was seen leaping rapidly, with each scale shining with metallic luster and brilliance. 5 saints unite as one. Chenmo's spear suddenly shot out like a long dragon. Bang! 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 Dozens of shots were fired in succession, and the terrifying attacks hit the body of the centipede. However, what appeared were white marks. Yes, the truly terrifying thing about the centipede is not its speed, but its steel-like metal shell. Seeing that Chenmo's attack did not cause any harm to him, the centipede hissed in excitement. Then, his countless limbs suddenly slapped towards Chenmo, densely packed like a net. Chenmo's pupils shrank slightly, and he drove the shuttle, suddenly flying dozens of meters away. Rumble! The ground where Chenmo was previously floating had been knocked down by the body of the centipede, leaving behind a deep pit of more than 10 feet. Roar! Dozens of pairs of eyes of the centipede looked at Chenmo at the same time, revealing a desire to hunt. It knew that once it killed the human in front of it, its strength might be able to be dramatically improved. Then, the centipede with 10,000 legs swept up all the poison in its body and enveloped Chenmo again. The huge body almost completely covered Chenmo. Looking at the enlarged figure in the sight, the corners of Chenmo's mouth curled up slightly. Like this. That makes me feel a little interesting. Boom! In an instant, Chenmo's infinite energy completely exploded. Chapter 129 Stunned. In an instant, the terrifying energy of all life exploded completely. The bright light suddenly enveloped Chenmo's body. Then, ancient trees, earth, weather, air, all the energy, all the vitality, were surging madly into Chenmo's body. Double the original power. The original double power. The original triple power. The moment he absorbed all the energy between heaven and earth, Chenmo's aura became as heavy as an ancient monument. Looking at the centipede with thousands of legs rushing towards him to strangle him, Chenmo smiled lightly. You still want to kill me? What about foolish dreams? Chenmo raised his spear without hesitation. Under the astonished gaze of the centipede, his body shape changed rapidly, as if transforming into a stream of light. Brush! Suddenly, Chenmo had arrived right above the centipede. Launching spear light. At the moment when countless different energies converged at the tip of the gun, an incomparable cold light suddenly burst out. Then, the cold light expanded at an astonishing speed, and a gun shadow that defied the heavens fell straight down. Roar! The centipede felt an alarming sense of crisis. However, he didn't have any time to hesitate. After letting out a roar, he rushed towards Chenmo to strangle him. But the moment the centipede's membrane touched the launching gun, his proud membrane was instantly destroyed like a dead tree or rotten wood. Boom! The gun light fell. It seemed to completely cover the centipede. Chenmo stepped on the flying shuttle, crossed the space, and arrived on the ground in an instant. The shadow of the gun fell behind him, and everything was destroyed. When the light dissipated, a huge hole appeared in the middle of the centipede's coiled body, and countless venom flowed out. At this point, the centipede was completely dead. He stretched out his hand and light particles gathered in the sky, and the yin-yang chaos gun appeared in Chenmo's eyes again. It seems even an ordinary high-level grandmaster can't force out his true strength? I still need to find mutant-level and lord-level beasts to practice with. Chenmo shook his head and walked into the centipede. All the energy was released instantly, and he absorbed the energy of the centipede frantically. As a high-level grandmaster, the vigorous spiritual power in the body of the centipede is even turning into substantial mist. And all of this life mist was swept up and absorbed by Chenmo. Soon, Chenmo opened his eyes. A breakthrough. Feeling the tremendous energy in his body, Chenmo exhaled. It took 4 months before I finally reached the grandmaster level. The speed of advancement is really slow. Little did they know that if other people heard what Chenmo said, they would spit out blood on the spot. You know, it took them several years, or even decades of hard work to cultivate to the grandmaster level. Putting away his spear and stepping on the shuttle, Chenmo planned to search again in this wild forest. There are still 3 hours until sunset. The wild forest at night is the most dangerous time. Generally, no warrior would take risks at night. Time flies. 2 hours later, Chenmo shook his head. The ferocious beasts we encountered along the way were almost all at the early stage of Grandmaster level. The increase in power of a ferocious beast at the initial stage of Grandmaster is too small. Chenmo shook his head, stepped on the shuttle, and prepared to return to the King of Martial Arts training camp. Including that centipede, I can probably get 271 points today. I don't know where I'll be ranked in the training camp. Chenmo's mind moved, and he pushed the energy under his feet to the extreme. The shuttle turned into a meteor and headed towards the King of Martial Arts training camp. However, 3 or 4 minutes after Chenmo left, 7 or 8 men in black robes slowly walked out from beside the ancient tree. Another human being with great vitality has passed away. We should hurry up. TSK, what a hassle. I only hunted 8 fresh hearts today. I hope the saint won't blame me. Nothing, just continue hunting tomorrow. Suddenly, these black-robed men disappeared into the darkness. If you look at their faces in the dim light, you can definitely see 2 ancient ape faces covered in blood. There are 2 situations in which the transverse bone can be refined. At the high level of Grandmaster, or even at the perfect Grandmaster level, the beasts can reach the mutant level or Lord level. Or, reach the 7th grade Grandmaster. On the other side, Chenmo passed through the city wall and came to the King of War training camp. At this moment, almost all members have returned from outside. Wow! Brother Shanyue earned another 100 military merits. That's amazing. 100 military merits? That would mean killing several mid-level Grandmaster beasts. Oh my god. That's so intense. When the members looked at the burly Shanyue, their faces were all filled with envy.
You know, it is a luxury for them to get 100 military merits without any damage in a day. The ferocious beasts in the wild forest are insidious and cunning, and extremely difficult to deal with. Su Shanyue, who was flattered by everyone, showed no expression but walked to the other side. Afterwards, everyone continued to report today's results to the instructors of the training camp.
Chenmo thought about it and lined up at the end of the line.
Brother, how was your hunting today? The beasts in the wild forest must be difficult to deal with, right?
A man came over. My name is Yifeng. Chenmo responded, indeed, some ferocious beasts are indeed very tricky.
Yifeng patted Chenmo's shoulder and said, it's okay. When I first came to the Martial King training camp, I didn't hunt any ferocious beasts on the first day.
For this, I was scolded by the instructor.
Chenmo shook his head. In a place like that, where dangers abound, it's a blessing not to perish there.
Yifeng laughed heartily, indeed.
Also, you kid, you were hiding your strength this morning.
I was wondering how you could become a grandmaster. Chenmo nodded in agreement with his words.
At this moment, two voices sounded again. Lin Langdao obtained 70 points of military merit.
Xiao Tianfa obtained 60 points of military merit.
The amount of military merit Xiao Tianfa obtained today was less than before. But for everyone in the training camp, they are still far ahead.
As the people in line reported their scores one by one.
After Yifeng reported his results and obtained 35 points of military merit, he turned around and patted Chenmo on the shoulder.
It's okay, you have connections, the instructor won't scold you. Chenmo nodded and walked over. Chenmo.
Seeing Chenmo, the instructor's cold face finally showed a warm smile. You know, he already knew about Chenmo's talent and potential through Yiyun. The instructor also had to build a good relationship with this kind of prodigy who only appears once in a century.
You're new to the school, so it's normal that you haven't hunted any ferocious beasts. Chenmo said, I hunted some ferocious beasts.
The instructor clapped his hands and said, that couldn't be better. When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but smack their lips. It turned out that this was really a young master who came to gain experience.
However, what happened next made them all freeze in place. Chapter 130 Humanity. The instructor reminded.
Use your smartwatch to transmit the corresponding battle records, and Dayu will automatically calculate your military merits.
Chenmo nodded and immediately transmitted the battle results.
The instructor continued with a smile, just take your time.
With your talent, you'll be able to adapt quickly.
Member Chenmo has killed a total of 1 high-level Grandmaster Beast, 7 mid-level Grandmaster Beasts, and 1 early-level Grandmaster Beast. A total of 271 military merit points were obtained.
Quiet. Quiet.
In the Kingwu training camp, everyone fell silent. They looked at Chenmo in disbelief, their mouths wide open, their brains briefly short-circuited.
This kid, could it be that he's not related to someone else? Among them, Yifeng's mouth was almost big enough to fit a teacup. You said you wouldn't get any military merit, but you suddenly got 271 points? And Su Shanyue, who was in the lead, even had a slight twitch in his mouth.
A person earning 271 points of military merit in 1 day can catch up with the military merit he earned in 3 days.
What kind of monster is this kid? You?
The instructor also opened Chenmo's hunting atlas, and the moment he saw the leading centipede, his pupils shrank slightly. The 10,000-legged centipede is a well-known existence in the entire world of Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts.
Chenmo was actually able to kill such a ferocious beast?
No wonder, General, he told me not to worry about you and not to go outside to protect you. With your strength, you can walk sideways on the 3rd level of the savage forest.
The instructor laughed. Chenmo responded, it was just luck.
Luck is no excuse for a warrior to possess such great strength. The instructor turned off his smartwatch and said, congratulations.
You're now ranked 10th, making it into the top 10.
Seeing this, the members ranked outside the top 10 all had complicated expressions. You know, it took them 5 days and a lot of effort to reach more than 200 points.
And now he has been overtaken by Chenmo. My mentality was instantly unbalanced.
After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the instructor, Chenmo was about to turn around and go back to the dormitory to rest.
Then he found that burly figure standing in front of him. Is there something wrong? Chenmo raised his head.
How can you, a 6th grade early stage grandmaster, kill a 6th grade high stage 1,000-legged centipede?
Su Shanyue questioned.
For a moment, everyone's eyes were once again on him. Su Shanyue was naturally very suspicious. Even though he was a high-level 6th grade grandmaster, he didn't dare to challenge the 10,000-legged centipede in a duel.
But now, a newcomer actually said that he could kill the 10,000-legged centipede? Su Shanyue didn't believe it. Hearing Su Shanyue's words, Chenmo responded calmly, "You are really bored. Let me go back and rest." Chenmo was too lazy to explain to Su Shanyue. It's not that he's a coward. But Su Shanyue didn't deserve to hear it. Su Shanyue looked at Chenmo's back and sneered, "Chenmo, let's compare again tomorrow. I will definitely surpass you." Chenmo.
After Su Shanyue left, everyone started discussing again.
Su Shanyue is very dissatisfied with Chenmo.
Of course. When such a terrifying monster suddenly descends from the sky, everyone would be suspicious.
Do you think Chenmo's results are real or fake? I think there's a possibility of fraud.
After all, 271 military merits in one day seems fake.
It feels real to me. Didn't you see it? The absolute confidence in Chenmo's eyes.
And on the other side,
Xiao Tianfa and Lin Langdao looked at each other. Xiao Tianfa asked, "What do you think?" Lin Langdao shrugged, "Whether it's Chenmo or Su Shanyue, we can't deal with them anyway.
It's better to take care of yourself." Xiao Tianfa nodded, "Let them compete with each other between the two monsters.
We should not interfere."
Chenmo turned around and went back to his dormitory, lay on the bed, and began to recall today's battle scene.
It really is a wild forest.
In here, combat experience almost increases exponentially. Enough to encounter various situations.
Let's wait until tomorrow and set off early.
You have to know that actual combat takes all aspects into consideration, and victory is not guaranteed by having strong energy. Entering the wild forest to fight is the real place to hone your combat skills. At 5:30 the next morning, Chenmo had some breakfast and was about to leave the training camp. Then he met Su Shanyue again.
Su Shanyue gave him a cold look and left in another direction. Obviously very dissatisfied with him. It seems that I will have to fight him when I come back this time. Once you're convinced, you won't say anything. Chenmo shook his head.
He didn't take this matter to heart, nor was he going to take it to heart. A flying shuttle suddenly appeared under his feet, and Chenmo's figure turned into a stream of light, rushing out of the great wall that was defending against the ferocious beasts.
With yesterday's experience, Chenmo didn't plan to waste time on the first and second floors, but went straight to the third floor.
Oh! As soon as he reached the third floor, Chenmo discovered a huge spider silk suddenly falling. The spear burst out with a sharp spear light, turning the spider silk into powder in an instant. Looking up, he saw a six-eyed spider looking at him.
Six-eyed spider. Realm, Grandmaster mid-stage. Abilities, Spinning Silk, Web Attack, Paralyzing Toxin, Bite. Just as the six-eyed spider was about to continue its attack, suddenly, a long spear stabbed from his mouth to his tail. Vast energy gushed out, and the six-eyed spider suddenly shattered into pieces all over the sky. Too weak. Chenmo shook his head.
Ever since he broke through to the Grandmaster level, the energy in his body has been at least 5 times more than before.
With such energy intensity, it only takes a moment to deal with a spider in the middle stage of Grandmaster.
After absorbing the energy and taking pictures, Chenmo continued to wander around the third floor.
3 hours passed. Chenmo pulled out his spear from the corpse of a ferocious beast. I've killed 5 mid-level Grandmaster beasts in total. That seems to be enough for 100 military merits.
It's just about when we can encounter a ferocious beast of the Grandmaster level.
Just as Chenmo was about to leave. Bang! A dazzling flare suddenly exploded in the sky.
This flare is different from the previous white ones, but a bright red one.
The red color represents the children of the military. Walk! Without any hesitation, Chenmo got on the shuttle and sped towards the red flare. And on the other side, Xiao Tianfa and Lin Langdao looked at the ferocious beast in front of them with cold sweat on their faces. No! To be precise, it is an ancient ape-like beast wearing a black robe. 2 humans. The goal assigned by the saint can finally be completed properly.
When they heard the human voice coming from the ancient ape beast in black robe, Xiao Tianfa and Lin Langdao's faces suddenly turned pale.
Able to refine the transverse bone. It's at least a high-level mutant beast.
And when the black-robed ancient ape took off his black robe, revealing his pair of emerald green eyes, the two of them were sure.
This is a mutant-level King Kong ape.